Chapter 1. Transcending with a House. Do you aspire to become an immortal? Do you wish to traverse the heavens and the earth? Do you long for eternal youth? Do you desire a life akin to that depicted in films? Do you yearn to become a superhero? Do you wish to dominate a realm surrounded by goddesses? This was the content of a promotional flyer that Xia Yu encountered upon entering the elevator. A mere A4 sheet printed plainly, standing forlornly against the mirror facing the entrance. My goodness. These 6 questions are quite audacious. Are there truly so many scams these days? Surely, someone must have fallen for this. I must snap a photo and share it on social media. This advertisement is utterly ridiculous. Wait a moment. Why is my own number listed? Who could this be? Xia Yu swiftly ripped the A4 sheet down and promptly scoured the entire residential complex. Fortunately, it was the only one. But this raises a question. Who could be playing such a prank on me? But then again, if someone were to pull a joke, they would likely affix it elsewhere. Such a message wouldn't be their choice. Surely, sticking a few flyers on random telephone poles would yield better results than this? Perplexed, Xia Yu returned home. Just as he stepped through the door, his phone rang. Upon checking, he found a text message from none other than his own number, containing a single line. Do you aspire to become an immortal? Receiving a text from his own number was peculiar, but not entirely surprising. Modern technology affords many possibilities. The real question was, who was orchestrating this? Xia Yu instinctively dialed his own number, only to find it busy. Settling onto the sofa, he lit a cigarette, turned on the television, and casually replied, "Who are you?" Xia Yu felt no urgency. It was apparent that someone was merely toying with him. A scammer wouldn't go to such lengths, especially not to target his own doorstep. The reply came almost instantaneously. Do you wish to traverse the heavens and the earth? Goodness, is this an endless barrage? Just tell me who you are. Do you long for eternal youth? Is there no end to this? Do you desire a life akin to that depicted in films? Get lost. Do you yearn to become a superhero? I wish to be your mother. Go away. Do you wish to dominate a realm surrounded by goddesses? My word, do you have an obsession with completing all 6 questions? This time, there was a brief pause before a reply arrived, approximately 2 or 3 seconds later. Indeed, goodness, this is truly amusing. Xia Yu chuckled. He was curious to discover who it was. Now that you've asked all your questions, will you reveal your identity? I am Qingfeng. Qingfeng? I might as well be Mingwe. Could this be a friend from my gaming days? Xia Yu had played countless online games, both on PC and mobile, since his university days. He had met numerous guildmates, most of whom had exchanged contact information. However, there were nearly as many with the name Qingfeng or a variation thereof, making it difficult to ascertain who it could be. Not wanting to directly inquire, he opted to engage in conversation first. Oh, do you have something to discuss? Indeed. Please, what is it? Do you aspire to become an immortal? Goodness gracious. Xia Yu nearly leapt from the sofa, realizing he was dealing with a true master. I yearn. What's next? Are you about to send me a secret manual, or will you bestow your wisdom through the screen of my phone? This time, the other party did not continue the inquiry, but directly sent a link. Xia Yu scratched his head. Perplexed by this tactic, he felt compelled to open it. Yet, what if it were a scam or a malicious link? Well, curiosity got the better of him. To err on the side of caution, Xia Yu uninstalled all financial applications such as Alipay, WeChat, and banking apps from his phone. That he clicked the link, which immediately redirected him to a lengthy agreement filled with hieroglyphs. Goodness, not a single word makes sense. How ancient are these characters? This fellow is impressive. Xia Yu flipped through the document repeatedly, only to realize he comprehended nothing at all. He couldn't help but admire the effort, whether it was a prank by a friend or a scammer at work. Ultimately, he decided to abandon the endeavor and take a shower instead. Xia Yu casually tapped to exit, yet his phone remained unresponsive. He pressed the home button firmly, and this time the browser minimized. But instead of returning to the home screen, it displayed 4 bold characters. Contract successfully. Sign, what on earth? I understand fingerprint unlocking, but signing with a fingerprint? Oh dear, I must have been reckless. Surely, I've been infected. Xia Yu muttered to himself, a frown adorning his face as the phone screen began to change again. System loading 20. Watching the percentage rise rapidly on his screen, Xia Yu hurriedly pressed the power button. Who knew what kind of formidable malware could ensue if it completed loading? Deleting the software wasn't foolproof. Either modern phones contain an overwhelming amount of personal information. Xia Yu pressed the power button desperately, hoping to shut it down before completion. The percentage climbed to 70, yet the phone remained unresponsive to his attempts. He helplessly watched as it reached 100. Alas. Xia Yu sighed in resignation. Tossing his phone onto the sofa, he resolved to shower first. However, before he could turn away, the phone emitted a blinding white light that enveloped him. And in an instant, both he and the phone vanished so swiftly that he didn't even have a chance to utter a single exclamation. Damn it. Xia Yu jolted upright in bed. Was this a dream? He slapped his face, still feeling somewhat dazed. This dream felt far too vivid. Xia Yu glanced down at himself, noting that his lower half was still covered by a blanket. He looked at his hand, sensing something was amiss, something just didn't feel right. His mind was still clouded, so he instinctively reached for his bedside table, fumbling for a pack of cigarettes. He pulled one out and lit it, taking a deep drag. Cough, cough, cough. Xia Yu nearly choked to death on the smoke. What on earth was this? He looked down at the cigarette in his hand, then turned to examine the pack. American Legend. What a peculiar name. Although he had never been particular about brands, he typically smoked from a rotation of 10 or 20 domestic varieties. Foreign blends were harsh and lacked substance, which he truly despised. When had he purchased this cigarette? He had absolutely no recollection. Xia Yu experienced an inexplicable surge of panic, an overwhelming sense of unease enveloping him. Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to regain his composure and leaned slowly against the headboard. He took another drag from his cigarette and began to ponder where things had gone awry. Yesterday, after finishing work, he had casually indulged in a bowl of noodles before heading to the gym and then returned home. Upon entering the elevator, he had spotted that damn flyer. Wait, could this be a dream? Yet, if it were indeed a dream, how had he made it home? Why did he possess no recollection whatsoever? Returning from the gym, stepping into the elevator, and seeing the flyer, it all felt too seamless to be a mere dream. However, if it were not a dream, given the events of yesterday, he might as well have traversed time. Yet looking around, surveying his room, it was undeniably his own home. He had never heard of anyone time-traveling while retaining their residence. What on earth had transpired? That accursed flyer, that infernal phone, those wretched text messages, his phone. Damn it! Another exclamation escaped him. Indeed, there lay a mobile phone on the nightstand, yet it was not the device Xia Yu was familiar with. Instead, it was a Nokia sliding phone, specifically a Nokia 5710. Xia Yu recognized the model instantly. His mother had used this phone when he was in 6th grade. He had adored its design, and after much pleading in middle school, she had finally relinquished it to him. He had flaunted it proudly among his classmates, using it throughout his 3 years of middle school before upgrading to a smartphone in high school. This was exceedingly bizarre. Xia Yu hesitated to touch the phone. His mind, already in disarray, now felt utterly overwhelmed. After a firm slap to his own head, he abruptly stood up, taking a deep breath to bolster his resolve. He forcefully pushed open the bedroom door and stepped outside. He nearly let out another exclamation, but managed to suppress it this time. The living room remained unchanged, the furniture untouched, yet all the appliances had reverted to the era of the Nokia 5710. In fact, the entire house seemed to have returned to that time, as her furniture had predominantly been solid wood, unchanged since his elementary school days. Had he truly traversed time, jumping from 25 back to his childhood or early adolescence? What was this? A modern-day Charlotte's Web. Ironically, he too bore the surname Xia. Damn it. This time, he could no longer contain himself. Earlier, while drawing the curtains in the bedroom, he hadn't paid attention. Now, upon entering the living room, he realized the view outside was entirely different. Xia Yu hurried to the window to gaze outside. He had originally resided in a residential complex on the 11th floor, yet now he found himself on the 3rd floor of what was evidently a bustling commercial street. The ground floor was lined with various shops, and directly across from him was a large sign featuring white characters on a blue background, reading Chinese Hairstyling House in traditional Chinese, accompanied by English text. Glancing around, he noted that all the signs were in traditional characters paired with English. The morning light suggested it was still early, as few shops had opened, and he observed only a handful of scattered pedestrians, including some foreigners. Xia Yu sat on the sofa, lost in thought. He was certain he had indeed traversed time yesterday, had undoubtedly not been a dream. His phone had somehow loaded a system that transported him through time. He had truly crossed over. Chapter 2. The Marvel Cinematic Universe. After regaining his composure, Xia Yu realized that he should gather more information. He had briefly surveyed his surroundings and deduced that he was in a Chinatown of some country. Given the few English-speaking locales, and considering the pack of cigarettes he had, it seemed he was in America. With such scant information, he hesitated to venture outside. He dared not retrieve his phone, fearing the shadows it cast. How could he acquire more useful knowledge? After pondering for a while, Xia Yu suddenly slapped himself, inwardly scolding, "Fool." He was staring at the television, yet failed to think of simply turning it on. Xia Yu was immensely grateful for the friendships he had cultivated with exchange students during his university days, which had solidified his command of English. Otherwise, without the ability to communicate, he would be left utterly bewildered. Upon switching on the television, he was greeted by the morning news. After a few minutes of viewing, he confirmed that he was indeed in America, though the specific city remained a mystery. While he watched the somewhat trivial news, his mind wandered to various literary works he had encountered regarding time travel. From web novels to the childhood TV series The Legend of the Condor Heroes. At that moment, a news segment caught Xia Yu's attention. Tony Stark had once again successfully secured a $2 billion contract from the Department of Defense for his new missile technology. If the announcement left Xia Yu in a state of shock, the subsequent images on the screen caused his mind to short-circuit entirely. Tony Stark? Robert Downey Jr.? Iron Man? The Marvel movies? Xia Yu was momentarily speechless, suddenly recalling a line from The Legend of the Condor Heroes, wherein the protagonist, upon witnessing the cavalry of Zhao, expressed astonishment. After watching the news, Xia Yu sat on the sofa, deep in thought, recalling the content of a flyer he had seen. Do you wish to become an immortal? Do you desire to traverse the heavens and the earth? Do you seek eternal youth? Would you like to live a life akin to that portrayed in films? Do you aspire to be a superhero? Do you dream of ruling a realm surrounded by deities? Wait a moment. Shouldn't this narrative offer some sort of divine intervention? Forget about immortality or celestial journeys. At the very least, grant me some protective skills. This was Marvel, after all, while he was well-versed in the plot, allowing him to evade several catastrophic events. Who could say if there would be unforeseen changes? Just then, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind. System and host binding complete. The host may summon the system internally for use. Xia Yu smiled. Having a divine intervention made things much easier. System appear. Present, Master. Please call me by my full name. Xia Yu chuckled. The voice resembled that of a virtual assistant. What is your full name? Shinshamani, look at me. The Huaxia Divine Skill Time Travel Assistance System. Goodness, that is quite lengthy. Aren't you simply called Chi Phone? I am not Chi Phone. I am Shinshamani, look at me. The Huaxia Divine Skill Time Travel Assistance System, Master. Can I rename you? Certainly, Master. Please assist me in choosing a new name. Your voice is so reminiscent of a virtual assistant. Let us call you Tmall Genie. Or perhaps just Tmall. Xia Yu mused, thinking he was helping Jack Ma expand his influence in the Marvel Universe. Very well, Master. Tmall is at your service. Introduce your functionalities and my current situation. Understood. My Master. To save your time, I shall transmit the information directly. A flood of memories surged forth, and Xia Yu began to grasp the situation. He found himself in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, specifically in Manhattan's Chinatown, in August 2007, 6 months prior to the onset of Iron Man's narrative. The system designated him as Xia Yu, a Chinese-American orphan raised by his grandfather, a highly skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner renowned for his acupuncture expertise. Regrettably, his grandfather passed away last month while visiting his homeland, thus returning to the roots. The system has configured Xia Yu's persona as a reclusive individual devoid of family ties. He strongly suspects that the system's simplicity in imparting memories, a vague recollection of relatives and their habits, along with his grandfather's acupuncture skills, was a measure taken to streamline his transition. Additionally, the system equipped Xia Yu with an English proficiency befitting his identity. Although his command of English is commendable, it lacks the nuances of a native speaker. The system's primary function is to assist Xia Yu in evolving into a superhero within the Marvel realm, primarily by establishing certain behaviors that enable him to earn points, which can be exchanged for martial arts skills and enhanced physical attributes. It also assigns random tasks as needed, with rewards for completion and penalties for failure. Furthermore, Xia Yu received a novice gift package, which includes a 20-cubic storage ring, enhanced physical capabilities akin to those of special forces, proficiency in combat, and firearms expertise. Having played numerous games, Xia Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that the system thoughtfully provided a minimap displayed within his line of sight, allowing adjustments in angle and scale, and revealing enemy positions during combat. Can I ever return? Xia Yu suddenly inquired with a hint of melancholy. You are alone, without close friends or family. What purpose would it serve to go back? The electronic voice of the system responded, leaving Xia Yu feeling somewhat insulted. Reflecting on his situation, he acknowledged that there was little difference between the two worlds. In the other, he had lost his parents at the age of 18. Since I have entered this world, I shall live it to the fullest. Being a superhero sounds splendid, Xia Yu declared to himself, resolutely. Tmall, how do we commence? With my current abilities, I should be quite formidable among ordinary folks, but this is the Marvel Universe. I will eventually face Thanos. Fear not, Master. I will guide you step by step to enhance your strength. First, we must integrate into your current life and reopen your grandfather's studio. Becoming a superhero by starting as an old traditional healer seems like an overwhelming disparity. Xia Yu protested. Rest assured, Master. In the beginning, you must follow the prescribed steps. Once you grow stronger, the restrictions will diminish. For now, embrace your role as a traditional healer. There will be surprises in store. All right, I suppose I have no clear direction. So, I shall commence my journey to becoming a superhero from the path of a traditional healer. The building in Chinatown belongs to Xia Yu's family, a cherished inheritance from his grandfather, who dedicated his life to hard work in America. This three-story structure houses his grandfather's former clinic on the ground floor, the second floor, which served as his parents' marital abode, and the top floor where his grandfather resided. Tragically, shortly after his birth, Xia Yu's parents perished in a car accident. To avoid the constant reminder of their absence, his grandfather decided to rent out the first floor for a pharmacy and transform the second floor into a personal workspace, attending to a select few clients seeking wellness treatments. His reputation grew significantly over the years in the Manhattan area, leading to an unexpected surge in business, with 3 to 4 clients weekly, resulting in a substantial income. Hence, Xia Yu, in this setting, could be considered a wealthy second-generation heir, possessing both property and rental income. Following the advice of Tmall, Xia Yu opened the door to the business, finding the ground floor elegantly adorned with elements of traditional Chinese design, a tea table, antique display shelves, and mahogany sofas, forming a welcoming reception area. Adjacent to it was a therapy room, a restroom, and a storage room brimming with medicinal wines and various traditional Chinese therapeutic instruments. The studio, inherited from his grandfather, had few clients, requiring appointments, resulting in a generally quiet atmosphere. Xia Yu settled at the tea table, his spirits lifted upon seeing the array of teas on the shelves. Despite his youth, he had been influenced by his father from a young age. Beginning to brew and appreciate tea in middle school, he silently admired the system's thoughtful design. However, after a day of sipping 3 or 4 pots of tea and ordering takeout twice, no business had come through the door. Frustrated, Xia Yu repeatedly inquired with Tmall, only to be met with the cryptic response to remain patient for a surprise. As night fell without a single appointment or any sign of the promised surprise, Xia Yu resolved to venture out for dinner and explore the juxtaposition of paradise and hell that is the city. Just as he rose to leave, a knock echoed at the door, and upon opening it, he was met with an unexpected visitor. Chapter 3. Nick Fury. Upon seeing the familiar figure at the door, Xia Yu couldn't help but smile. Clad in a black trench coat, military boots, and sporting a bald head with an eye patch, he recognized the iconic character from the Avengers, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hello, how may I assist you? Xia Yu maintained his composure, greeting him politely. Good day, I am seeking my wellness practitioner, a remarkable elder from the East. You must be his grandson. Nick Fury glanced around the room and inquired. Indeed, sir. If you are looking for my grandfather, I regret to inform you that he passed away last month during a visit back to his homeland. However, should you require assistance, I am here to help, though an appointment is necessary, Xia Yu replied. What? Nick Fury exclaimed, shock washing over him, followed by a hint of sorrow. He continued, I am truly sorry, young man. I had no knowledge of his passing. My work has kept my mind and body in a constant state of tension for years, and I would often come here for his treatments. He would frequently invite me for tea and conversation. This was my sanctuary. He was not only a skilled physician but also a good man, a friend. May I come in and sit for a moment? Thank you for your kind words. My grandfather would surely be delighted to hear them. Please come in. With that, Xia Yu graciously welcomed Nick Fury inside. Nick stepped in, his face reflecting nostalgia, clearly familiar with the surroundings. He surveyed the room before making his way to the tea table, where he took a seat. Before each of my treatments, your grandfather always invited me for tea. Young man, do you possess your grandfather's method of brewing tea? Nick inquired, mimicking a pouring gesture. As you wished, sir, Xia Yu replied, taking a seat to boil water and wash the cups. He felt a profound admiration for the system's arrangement, which facilitated such an encounter with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., intertwined with his grandfather's legacy. A powerful and fortuitous situation indeed. Observing Nick Fury casually watching him prepare tea, Xia Yu could not help but ask the system, Tmall, this is the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. While he is a friend of my grandfather, it seems rather unguarded of him to be so at ease on our first meeting. The protagonist enjoys an inherent affinity bonus towards pivotal characters in the narrative. A preparation for your eventual integration into the Avengers. The system responded, very well, if this increases the favor of narrative figures towards me. It is indeed another form of protagonist luck. Nick Fury watched in admiration as Xia Yu skillfully poured water, washed the tea, and brewed it. To be frank, I am not particularly fond of tea, yet I find great pleasure in observing your grandfather at work. It always conveys a sense of tranquility and comfort, rendering the beverage itself somewhat inconsequential. I am pleased to witness that same essence in you, young man. Xia Yu smiled softly at the compliment. With practice, one becomes adept. The art of tea is as much about meditation as it is about the beverage itself. The experience often outweighs the flavor. For instance, should you choose to fish, the enjoyment lies in the process rather than the catch. Wouldn't you agree? Exactly, Nick exclaimed. What is your name, young man? I am Xia Yu, sir. Let us not dwell on the differences in names between East and West. It shall flow naturally from here on, or it may become awkward. Good to meet you. Xia Yu. I am Nick Fury, and as you mentioned, I can reach out to you if needed. Does that mean you have acquired your grandfather's medical expertise? Perhaps that remarkable acupuncture technique? It is called acupuncture, sir. I have studied under my grandfather since childhood. The application depends on your specific health conditions and needs. I prefer you call me Nick, as your grandfather does. In the past, he would often treat my headaches with needles, allowing me to rest comfortably here for hours afterward. I swear, I have never slept so soundly. Can you assist me in the same manner? Certainly, but as I mentioned, an appointment is required, sir. Damn it. Call me Nick. My work is quite demanding, and your grandfather never insisted on appointments. Dear Xia, can you bear to watch a kind and gentle old man suffer from insomnia and headaches? He is a friend of your grandfather. As Nick Fury animatedly gestured and vociferated, Xia Yu rolled his eyes inwardly, pondering how his demeanor was far from benevolent or amiable. All right, Nick, follow me. I'll administer acupuncture in memory of my late grandfather. With that, Xia Yu rose and led Nick Fury to the treatment room. He had long since mastered acupuncture with the aid of the system, and the methods his grandfather had taught him were vividly clear in his mind. Following the familiar ritual, he lit a plate of sandalwood incense. Nick Fury reclined comfortably, and after gently massaging several acupoints on his head, Xia Yu deftly wielded the silver needles. After a thorough treatment, he picked up another needle and effortlessly lulled Nick Fury into a peaceful slumber. The notion of a restful sleep was something his grandfather had deliberately cultivated. For a patient like Nick Fury, who suffered from chronic fatigue, the optimal remedy was simply to rest well. Even sharing tea and engaging in conversation served as a form of mental relaxation. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Nick Fury before him, Xia Yu felt a wave of surrealism wash over him. Here lay a character from the movies, the illustrious director of S.H.I.E.L.D. If it had been Black Widow or Scarlet Witch, Xia Yu would have undoubtedly been more elated. Shaking his head vigorously, he reassured himself that this was indeed reality. As he stepped out of the room, a chime echoed, announcing, "Congratulations, host, for successfully treating the pivotal character Nick Fury. Reward, 30 points and 1 lottery draw." The point shop is now open. Xia Yu was overwhelmed with joy. His invincible skills were finally at hand. Upon accessing the point shop, a virtual screen materialized before him, displaying an interface reminiscent of a game store, brimming with various martial arts techniques. From the well-known to the obscure, it contained everything imaginable, including the famed dragon subduing 18 palms, I Jin Jing, and 9 Yang divine skill, among others. However, upon glancing at the prices, Xia Yu nearly exclaimed in frustration. Even the most basic foundational technique, Taizu Changquan, required a staggering 100 points. Tmall, come forth. I'm here, master. What good are these 30 points? Even a commonplace Taizu Changquan costs 100 points. Do not fret, master. This is merely the beginning. There will be ample opportunities to earn points, so take your time. Then why flood the points shop with so many items? It's exasperating to see things I can't obtain. This is to motivate you to earn points and swiftly master the divine skills to shine in the Marvel universe. Besides, didn't TI prepare a lottery opportunity for you? Xia Yu awkwardly listened as Tmall's synthesized voice methodically articulated a lengthy explanation. What can I win in the lottery? Let me see. As soon as he finished speaking, a circular spinning wheel appeared before him, showcasing 8 identical prizes, all labeled Lingbo Weibo. Xia Yu, feeling a surge of urgency, exclaimed, Tmall, what is going on? Why are all 8 options the same? Explain yourself. Although the graceful steps of the Lingbo Weibo are tantalizing, with 8 options available, one cannot help but wonder if there exists something even more formidable. Thus, Xia Yu found himself quite vexed. Indeed, master. At this juncture, the Lingbo Weibo is most suitable for you. Coupled with your exceptional physical prowess, it will allow you to embark on your noble endeavors in the streets with greater safety, earning valuable points. Upon reflection, Xia Yu acknowledged the truth in this statement. Here he was, in New York City, where many ruffians were armed. And while he felt assured in close combat, firearms posed a significant threat, making him susceptible to danger. The Lingbo Weibo undoubtedly reigns supreme in evasion techniques, and he could vividly imagine himself elegantly darting through a hail of bullets, leaving a trail of chaos behind him. That said, the fact that all 8 lottery prizes were identical was indeed frustrating. Why not simply grant me the Lingbo Weibo directly? Why the need for a lottery system, complete with a spinning wheel? It's utterly nonsensical. This is designed to infuse a modicum of enjoyment into your otherwise mundane existence and your journey to strength. Statistics reveal that the thrill of a lottery far surpasses the joy of immediate rewards. Your words are infuriating. 8 identical prizes offer no amusement. Xia Yu felt that this system would eventually drive him to madness, particularly due to that electronic voice, which made arguing feel akin to bickering with a phone, rendering him rather foolish. Nevertheless, upon glancing at the staggering price of 10,000 points for the Lingbo Weibo in the points shop, A sense of psychological balance was restored. Let the lottery commence. The spinning wheel reappeared before him, the pointer commencing its rotation. Master, simply say stop when you wish it to cease. Best of luck on your grand prize. Listening to that electronic voice made Xia Yu grit his teeth in frustration, and he weakly uttered, stop. Congratulations. You have acquired the Lingbo Weibo. Would you like to equip it immediately? Yes, equip it directly. At that moment, having mastered the Lingbo Weibo, Xia Yu's heart remained utterly unperturbed, devoid of any semblance of joy. When Nick Fury awoke, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Upon stepping out, he spotted Xia Yu, who sat there with a forlorn expression, lost in thought. Assuming he was reminiscing about his late grandfather, Nick did not dwell on it and remarked, Xia, I must say, your skills rival those of your grandfather. The results are impressive. Thank you, Xia Yu replied, finding the compliment somewhat awkward. He rolled his eyes and gestured toward the coffee table, saying, I just went downstairs for a meal and brought you a bowl of porridge. You haven't tea eaten, have you? This was not mere flattery. Xia Yu possessed an aura of goodwill with narrative characters, ensuring that as long as he did not oppose them, they would harbor fondness toward him. Bringing a bowl of porridge was simply a customary gesture among his heritage. He had just checked the records on his computer, confirming that Nick Fury indeed visited periodically for treatment and had paid for a year in advance, with an additional discount thanks to his grandfather. Their relationship appeared to be quite amicable. Nick Fury accepted the gesture graciously, consuming the porridge in quick succession and expressing his gratitude to Xia Yu before taking his leave. At this hour, just shy of 8 o'clock, Xia Yu contemplated venturing out to catch a film or perhaps explore the local bars. Ideally, he envisioned encountering a stunning blonde with an alluring figure. Suddenly, he was struck by thoughts of Tony Stark's conquests, having charmed countless cover girls. He mused on the possibility of finding a way to ingratiate himself with Stark sooner rather than later. Setting aside the matter of beauty, he was aware that the plot of Iron Man 1 would soon unfold, and he would undoubtedly need to immerse himself in it. As his mind wandered through a myriad of thoughts, a notification chimed in his mind, revealing a yellow exclamation mark in the lower right corner of his vision. Upon clicking it, a rectangular frame appeared, announcing a task. This method of task presentation was quite advantageous, sparing him the agony of listening to the system voice droning on with each word. Task: the birth of a superhero requires not only formidable abilities but also a valiant heart and extraordinary combat awareness. Within 30 days, prevent 100 criminal activities in New York City. Points will be rewarded based on the severity of each crime, ranging from 5,000 to 10,000 points. Completing the task grants an additional reward of 3,000 points and a chance to enter a lottery. Failing the task incurs a deduction of 3,000 points. Go forth and fight to become a hero, and let the ruffians of New York witness the prowess of Huaxia Kung Fu. Onward, Pikachu. Xia Yu felt his gums nearly bleed from the absurdity of the language. Where on earth did he learn this? Tmall. Yes, master. Do you sell superhero costumes? I can't just go out like this. Indeed, master. No points necessary. We have a martial arts ensemble designed for your convenience in combating crime. Complete with a one-click change feature in your storage ring. Why didn't you mention that sooner? So, if I don't ask, you won't provide, huh? Xia Yu, feeling exasperated, suppressed a snarky retort. Show me. Never mind, just help me change into it. Certainly, master. In an instant, Xia Yu's attire transformed into a traditional prairie ensemble, adorned with a fur vest, complemented by a bow and quiver strapped to his back. It was reminiscent of the attire worn by the heroic Guo Jing upon his entrance into the martial world, a timeless classic. Is there anything else? Certainly. How about the patchy rags of a beggar? The garb of the gallant Xiao Feng during his time as the leader of the beggars sect, symbolizing his indomitable spirit. Is there something more normal? A swordsman clad in white, with an aura of icy resolve, like Shimin Chui Shui. Change. Rising with the sun, I am invincible. Stop. This is New York in 2007. Do you have anything more conventional to allow you to showcase Huaxiao martial arts in this world? I have only the costumes of various heroes from novels. Do you not fancy them? This isn't a matter of preference. Ugh, never mind. Can I design my own? That is possible, master, but it must embody the essence of Huaxiao martial arts. Xia Yu found himself in a quandary. Nothing seemed suitable. Perhaps a dark outfit akin to those worn in television dramas? That seemed too dubious, though. After pondering for a while, Xia Yu suddenly slapped himself, realizing that Thanos wore armor, so what was there to be concerned about? After playing so many games, couldn't he simply choose a costume from one of them? Related to the realm of martial arts, preferably with a higher degree of safety. The beauty of possessing a system lies in its ability to materialize thoughts instantly. Otherwise, it is indeed quite challenging to articulate, especially since I lack the skill to draw. As Xia Yu reminisced and envisioned, A suit of sleek black armor from the Zhongyun sect in the game Jianwang Sin adorned his form, standing at a height of 183 meters. His tall and athletic physique, complemented by the dark armor, rendered him remarkably heroic. Xia Yu nodded slowly, secretly commending himself. Why not indulge completely? He released his hair, skillfully securing his medium-length locks with a long white faux ponytail cascading behind. A black mask completed the ensemble. After several quick changes of attire and experiencing the thrill of instantaneous transformations, he donned the Zhongyun set and practiced his most intimidating gaze in front of the mirror, ready to embark on a superhero journey. But first, he decided to change back before stepping outside. Chapter 5. Confronting the drug dealer's gunfire, he stood there, momentarily stunned. But in the next instant, he invoked the ethereal Lingbo Weibo technique. Manhattan, the epitome of global opulence, without a doubt. It is the smallest borough of New York yet the most densely populated, housing numerous iconic landmarks known worldwide, such as Wall Street, the Empire State Building, Broadway, and Times Square, not to mention the ubiquitous Chinatown scattered across the globe. Located in Lower Manhattan, Chinatown lies just beyond the Manhattan Bridge, with Brooklyn to the south and Queens a bit further north. Xia Yu resolved that his superhero journey would commence in Brooklyn and Queens, primarily because the proximity to home posed a risk of identity exposure. With his current limitations in strength, discretion was advisable. Being followed would be a considerable inconvenience. While Brooklyn and Queens are not too far apart, a river separates them, offering a convenient route in the event of being pursued. Xia Yu's first stop was Brooklyn. As the neighborhood hero in Queens was still quite young, Marvel films typically aligned their timelines with real-world dates, with the exception of Captain America, set during World War II, and the beginning of Avengers, Endgame, which unfolds in the present day before advancing 5 years. Spider-Man made his debut in Captain America, Civil War, a film released in 2016 when Peter Parker was merely 13 years old. Since Xia Yu traversed into the year 2007, that would make the young Spider just 4 years old, hardly capable of running smoothly. Thus, he decided to explore Brooklyn, perhaps to catch a glimpse of Captain America's hometown. With a combat mode minimap activated, Xia Yu strolled through the streets of Brooklyn, observing the surroundings while keeping an eye on the alleyways, wondering if he would stumble upon the very path where Captain America faced his foes in the film. The minimap proved quite handy. In combat mode, any crime occurring within a kilometer would be marked with red dots on the map. Therefore, Xia Yu simply needed to roam with his radar activated. Eager to test his skills, after a considerable walk, a red dot finally appeared on the map, not far ahead. Nestled within an alley, Xia Yu hurriedly dashed forward, and upon entering the alley, he activated his one-click outfit change, donning the black armor of the Zhongyun sect, complete with headgear and mask, exuding an air of mystery and authority under the dim lighting. In a narrow alley, a lowly street drug dealer was engaged in a transaction, exchanging illicit substances. The buyer, seemingly in the throes of addiction, hastily crouched down to consume a package of white powder he had just received, entirely oblivious to the arrival of Xia Yu. However, the dealer reacted swiftly. Upon hearing footsteps, he drew his firearm and aimed it at Xia Yu, demanding, "Who are you?" "Oh, your outfit is quite impressive. Just returned from a party, have you? What do you want?" Upon being confronted with a gun for the first time, Xia Yu, a civilian raised in a peaceful environment and having only recently begun his career, felt an overwhelming sense of confusion and shame. All notions of his physical prowess, martial arts mastery, and heroic fantasies vanished in an instant. He had entered the situation with the confidence to confront thieves and robbers. Yet the moment he found himself under threat, he felt paralyzed, unable even to hear the dealer's words. "Hey, buddy, did you not hear me asking you something? Get the hell out of here, or I swear I'll pull the trigger," the dealer warned once more. Yet, Xia Yu remained unresponsive, his mind blank. From the dealer's perspective, at that late hour, engaged in drug dealing, the sudden appearance of an armored figure, seemingly formidable, who stood silently pointing a gun at him, could only signify a turf war or a black market encounter. "Speak up or I will shoot," the dealer insisted. At that moment, Xia Yu began to regain his senses, though he had yet to react. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The dealer had fired without hesitation, the bullet aimed directly at Xia Yu's head. In that split second, Xia Yu's body instinctively reacted, and he sidestepped, evading the shot. In a seamless motion, he traversed approximately 10 meters and found himself before the dealer, who had just realized what was happening and attempted to fire a second shot. Xia Yu swiftly stepped to the right, turning his body to position himself behind the dealer. As the second gunshot rang out, Xia Yu's right hand struck decisively at the base of the dealer's skull. The impact resounded, and the dealer collapsed to the ground. The entire sequence transpired in less than 3 seconds. Xia Yu exhaled deeply, feeling the perspiration soaking his back. His earlier actions were purely instinctive, akin to flinching when threatened. Though a trained individual might have responded with immediate counteraction, this instinctual reaction, which Xia Yu had just demonstrated, was a result of the rigorous training that transforms every move into muscle memory. The proficiency he exhibited was not merely theoretical, but a deeply ingrained reflex. Congratulations, Master. You have apprehended one drug dealer. Points awarded, 20. The voice from the system echoed. Only 20 points? He was armed and nearly shot me dead. How can it be just 20 points? Xia Yu felt a surge of anger as he cast a glance at the unconscious drug dealer. A sense of lingering trepidation washing over him. After all, this was merely a street-level peddler of narcotics, and a firearm posed no threat to the Master's ethereal grace. Such petty street crime served only as a means for the Master to hone his skills. He hoped for the Master's swift adaptation. Timol, maintaining her usual monotone, continued to speak. Xia Yu had come to realize that the scarcity of points was inevitable, and the early provision of the ethereal steps seemed designed for practice. In an instant, he grasped two crucial insights. First, his own mindset was flawed. He had suddenly traversed into a cinematic realm, receiving such an extraordinary advantage right away, and had begun to treat it as a mere game. Second, this was indeed a world of film, where narratives soared to extraordinary heights. Iron Man, Captain America, S.H.I.E.L.D. Alien invasions, he had been too immersed in the protagonist's perspective, overlooking the significance of the minor characters. This was not entirely unreasonable. Akin to how we perceive characters in stories who mingle with royalty, where even the least of them are princes or high-ranking officials. A mere county magistrate or governor would seem beneath notice. Yet, from a different angle, these officials are akin to the leaders of towns or cities. Figures rarely encountered by the common folk. This was the mindset Xia Yu had adopted, perhaps akin to a gaming mentality. All of this crumbled under the threat of the drug dealer's pistol. The cinematic grandeur had transformed into stark reality for Xia Yu. Without the skills granted by the system, a mere street dealer with a small handgun could have led to his untimely demise. Contemplating the crises that lay ahead, Xia Yu finally adjusted his mindset. Regaining his composure, Xia Yu calmly inquired about the system, aware that police would soon arrive. Subsequently, he stored the drug dealer's gun and cash in his storage ring, disregarding the drug addict sprawled on the ground. Activating the ethereal steps, he swiftly vanished into the shadows of the alley. Chapter 6. The I Ching Jing and the Nine Yang Divine Skill. Throughout the night, Xia Yu roamed the streets of Brooklyn, engaging in car thefts, convenience store robberies, and even playful mischief with girls. He accomplished 10 minor missions against crime, 6 of which involved armed perpetrators. However, Xia Yu afforded no opportunity to his adversaries. He had strategically prepared and utilized the ethereal steps, often incapacitating them before they even comprehended the threat. Glancing at his points, he noted a total of 160. Assessing his own condition, he recognized his special forces level physique and mastery of various skills. With the ethereal steps at his disposal, he deemed the inexpensive items unnecessary and the costly ones unattainable, resolving instead to focus on leveling up and acquiring equipment. After a full day of traversing this new world, he finally allowed himself to rest until the sun was high in the sky. Emerging to indulge in a rather inauthentic spicy hot pot, he treated himself, then dutifully returned to his pursuits of wellness, pondering the potential encounters with more pivotal characters like Nick Fury. The system had orchestrated an excellent entry point. He could not afford to squander this opportunity. In the span of an afternoon, I received 2 appointment calls. With few clients around, I promptly arranged them. One must admire the legacy left by Xia Yu's grandfather, who managed to secure a building in the heart of Manhattan, a place where every inch is precious. The individuals arriving were elite professionals from Wall Street, initially harboring doubts about Xia Yu's techniques. However, after experiencing them, they were effusive in their praise, as one would expect from a system that produces nothing but excellence. Interestingly, among these 2 blonde, blue-eyed foreigners, one sought cupping therapy while the other opted for gua sha. Xia Yu felt an uncanny resemblance to the blind massage practitioners back home. To his surprise, the system rewarded each participant with 5 points, igniting in Xia Yu an urge to venture out and promote his services. Even if he were to engage in low-end practices, monetary gain was not his primary concern. After all, he had millions of dollars inherited from his grandfather resting in his account, not to mention a 3-story building. Xia Yu merely sought to accumulate points to empower himself sooner rather than later, but after some contemplation, he relinquished the idea, realizing the time investment was too great. It became evident that each step provided by the system was designed to foster Xia Yu's gradual growth, including the identity and clientele bestowed upon him by his grandfather. He pondered the potential consequences of chasing points and missing out on critical opportunities, such as providing treatment to Nick Fury, which had proven essential for survival. Due to Xia Yu's shift in mindset, he completed the system's tasks within just a few weeks. Each task primarily involved minor infractions and encounters with petty criminals. With no major crime incidents reported, Xia Yu mused that perhaps he lacked the protagonist's luck for dramatic encounters, or the system was deliberately orchestrating a phased training regimen. Crime locations were consistently marked by the system, yet when he inquired about this with Tmall, he received no answers. Left with no choice, Xia Yu decided to expedite his task completion. Over the course of a few weeks, he engaged in 100 crime-fighting missions, despite New York's high crime rate. He had to commend his own diligence, as evidenced by his calm demeanor when faced with firearms. His familiarity with Brooklyn had reached a point where the entire map was etched in his mind. He had traversed every street and alley. As he received a notification of task completion, Xia Yu returned home before midnight, his points tallying to 4,060. The 3,000 point reward for completing a task filled him with joy, as he could finally acquire a powerful martial art. However, he was most eager for the lottery draw. Although all prizes were the same, the guarantee of winning was enticing. With a slight sense of frustration, he spun the lottery wheel. Every segment labeled with the same prize, the attain. Xia Yu, feeling somewhat despondent, clicked the stop button. Amidst Tmall's unexpressive yet jubilant congratulatory message, he began the process of learning the attain. The system described the attain as follows: an esoteric technique not publicly shared by the Shaolin Temple, capable of cleansing the marrow and altering one's constitution, thereby enhancing martial prowess and fortifying the body beyond its limits. It promised to purify the bone marrow, boost hematopoietic functions, strengthen the skeletal and facial structures, and expand the meridians. Essentially, the attain transcended mere martial arts. It was a method for the evolution of life itself. The practice comprises 12 illustrations, commencing with physical conditioning and gradually transforming the body from the outside in, fortifying the corporeal form. The loading process this time is painfully distinct from the graceful steps of the Lingbo Weibo and the attain. Unprepared, Xia Yu eagerly awaited the completion, only to be suddenly engulfed by an excruciating sensation akin to muscle tearing, followed swiftly by agonizing pain radiating through his bones, fascia, meridians, and marrow. The torment was profound, compelling Xia Yu to repeatedly strike his head against the ground. An itch, seemingly emanating from the depths of his soul, was utterly unreachable. Gritting his teeth with such ferocity that he felt they might shatter, he finally ceased his struggle. Xia Yu resembled a tattered doll, trampled countless times in a muddy pit, expelling a torrent of impurities, blood, and sweat that mingled with the remnants of his inadvertently shredded clothing. After what felt like an eternity, he managed to utter a feeble curse. Tmall, could you provide an explanation? Why is this experience so different from the last? The voice in his mind seemed equally fatigued. Master, the practice of attain can take a decade at best, or even decades at worst. Now, compressing such extensive transformations of body and spirit into a mere 5 minutes is inevitably painful. Is this what you call a slight discomfort? Would it be too much to ask for a heads up next time? Understood, Master. However, I suggest you cleanse yourself first. Though I lack a nose, I sense your odor is scarcely more pleasant than excrement. Get lost. After regaining his composure and taking a shower, Xia Yu felt as if he might have scrubbed his skin off. Countless applications of soap and body wash finally left him feeling somewhat refreshed. The sensation of practicing attain was akin to recovering from a severe cold. Everything became vividly clear, not just his senses, but his entire physical state felt transformed, as if gravity had eased its grip, rendering him inexplicably light and liberated. Once he had tidied everything up, Xia Yu blissfully settled onto the sofa, lit a cigarette, and began browsing the points mall, where he still had several thousand points to redeem. The sheer chaos and abundance of items overwhelmed his senses, and despite his reluctance to hear synthesized voices, he had no choice but to consult the system. Tmall, given my current points, what should I do? Don't they sell any divine weapons or armor? Xia Yu inquired. Certainly, Master, Tmall replied, each word clear and deliberate. Now that you have practiced attain and Lingbo Weibo, establishing a solid foundation in step techniques, it would be prudent to select a more advanced internal skill. Your proficiency in combat techniques is already sufficient, and weaponry will become available later. There are too many options here. Please recommend one. Xia Yu urged. How about the Jiuyangxinjing? Tmall suggested. This legendary skill, when divided into 3, birthed the Yame and Wudong sects, attesting to its remarkable prowess. The original text describes Jiuyangxinjing as follows. Upon mastering this divine skill, the speed of internal energy generation is astonishingly rapid and inexhaustible. Even ordinary strikes can unleash unparalleled offensive and defensive capabilities. It possesses an automatic protective function that rebounds external attacks, surpassing all martial arts in agility, and serves as a sacred text for healing, rendering the practitioner immune to all poisons and specifically countering all cold Indian energies. The Nine Suns divine skill encompasses the profound principles of martial arts, rendering it a versatile internal power after its mastery, allowing one to utilize martial techniques with ease. Apart from lacking specific moves, it is essentially an all-encompassing internal energy system, characterized by rapid recovery of vitality and mana, while simultaneously enhancing normal attack power, agility, and defense. Indeed, the system has meticulously arranged the finest for Xia Yu, albeit at a steep price of 4,000 points, leaving him with a mere 60 points afterward. A stark reminder of his prior state. Now, every meridian within Xia Yu's body has been unblocked, enabling the Nine Suns' divine skill to integrate seamlessly, operating autonomously within him. As he meditated and attempted introspection, he discerned the reason behind the skill's remarkable versatility. Unlike ordinary internal arts, which generate internal energy stored in the dantian and circulate through the meridians to enhance specific functions such as vision, agility, and strength, the Nine Suns' divine skill possesses internal energy not only in the dantian, but throughout all major acupoints in the body. It operates continuously, akin to a vast warehouse with numerous smaller repositories scattered throughout, perpetually producing and circulating energy, truly formidable. The system informed Xia Yu that the Nine Suns' divine skill can function autonomously, and it would assist him in maximizing his daily power gains. A feature of the system that alleviates the need for him to practice diligently. He could focus on fulfilling his responsibilities as a neighborhood hero, while new tasks would be assigned in 3 days. For now, he could comfortably embrace his role as an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and acclimate to the changes in his physical strength. Chapter 7. Little Chili and the Enhanced Life and Death Talisman. After resting for 2 days and adjusting to the operation of his internal energy, Xia Yu discovered another benefit of his internal cultivation. His sensory perceptions had become significantly sharper. Whenever someone directed their gaze towards him, he would instinctively sense it, a feeling that is difficult to articulate, yet undeniably present. For instance, at the hot pot restaurant in Chinatown during lunch, he noticed the cashier had been staring at him for quite some time. Upon finishing his meal and standing up, he caught a glimpse of her startled expression as she hurriedly averted her gaze. Pretending to be oblivious, he approached the counter to settle his bill, offering her a charming smile before turning to leave. Without needing to glance back, he was acutely aware that she continued to watch him, prompting him to unconsciously straighten his posture, feeling a surge of confidence as he walked, as if the wind itself was at his back. Xia, come here for a moment. His reverie was interrupted by a middle-aged man at the pharmacy door, dressed in traditional attire with a clean-cut appearance. Waving at him with a smile. "What's up, Uncle Wong?" This man was a tenant of Xia Yu's family, running the pharmacy on the first floor. His father had originally rented the place from Xia Yu's grandfather, thus continuing a family legacy in Chinatown for 2 generations, establishing a long-standing neighborly relationship. Xia Yu approached him with a smile in response. "I hear you've started up again upstairs. Your grandfather mentioned that you've surpassed him in skill. Truly impressive. At such a young age, you've inherited your grandfather's teachings. I only managed to study under him for 6 months back in the day and couldn't even memorize all the acupoints," Uncle Wong praised fervently. "Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Wong. I've merely been observing since childhood and picked up a few tricks. I'm just managing to impress the foreigners a bit," Xia Yu replied, smiling. "If you need anything, please feel free to ask." Xia Yu humbly remarked, "You, my friend, are still so modest in front of Uncle Wong. It seems that you have commenced your work here as well, with more clients arriving. Could you perhaps prescribe some oral traditional Chinese medicine to assist in supporting Uncle's business?" Uncle Wong, seeking a favor, smiled even more sweetly. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu immediately grasped the situation. Chinatown has formed its own small society, a chaotic blend of everything that essentially caters to various life necessities. However, in recent years, many young people have ventured out for work, opting for external hospitals for any ailments, causing the pharmacy business to decline compared to previous years. Xia Yu's grandfather often recommended that patients purchase health-preserving Chinese medicine in pill or capsule form after their treatments, as foreigners are typically averse to decoctions. His grandfather's clientele primarily consisted of elite individuals, mostly from the middle class, who lacked understanding of traditional Chinese medicine and were, without a doubt, affluent yet naive, thus bringing considerable business to the first floor. Recently, shortly before Xia Yu's time travel, his grandfather had passed away, and the downstairs establishment was hesitant to inquire further. However, in the past month and a half, seeing Xia Yu occasionally brought some comfort, and today they exchanged greetings. "All right, Uncle, I must admit I overlooked this matter. Rest assured, every time someone comes, I will prescribe them a formula so they can obtain some medicine from you." Naturally, he would support the family business, and Xia Yu readily agreed. "Great, then I shall rely on you for sustenance." Uncle Wong beamed with joy. After a few pleasantries, Xia Yu ascended to continue his career as a traditional Chinese doctor. Having watched films throughout the afternoon, around 5 o'clock, Xia Yu assumed the day was over when he received a call for an appointment from a new client who had never visited before, inquiring if they could come today. Noticing that there was still ample time, Xia Yu eagerly acquiesced. After waiting for nearly an hour, a knock echoed through the door. Upon opening it, Xia Yu felt a surge of delight, Another surprise awaited him. It seemed that this old doctor would indeed need to extend his hours daily. "Hello. Was it you who made the appointment earlier? How may I assist you?" Xia Yu inquired of the petite woman clad in a crisp, white professional suit, standing at the doorway. "Indeed, I am here to see Dr. Xia. You wouldn't TB him, would you?" The petite woman, Pepper Potts, the future wife of Iron Man and currently his secretary, asked with a hint of confusion. "That would be my grandfather you are referring to. If you don't mind, may we converse further inside?" Xia Yu gestured for her to enter. Pepper followed him into the room, and Xia Yu directed her to the tea table to sit down. This had become a hallmark of Xia Yu's approach, first brewing tea and engaging in conversation before proceeding with treatment based on individual needs. As Pepper surveyed the surroundings, she remarked, "Your establishment is beautifully arranged, very elegant. I quite like it. However, to speak plainly, I am here to find Dr. Xia, your grandfather." "Thank you for the compliment. My grandfather passed away last month. If you are looking for Dr. Xia, then I am he now." Little Chili, skeptical of youthful appearances, nonetheless expressed her thoughts, saying, "A friend of mine has undergone several detox treatments here and appeared remarkably revitalized. Her skin improved significantly, far surpassing the effects of cosmetics. As you know, women cannot resist such a lure. I am eager to try it myself." Xia Yu, having prepared a pot of fine red tea suitable for ladies, poured a cup for Little Chili before responding, "I suspect your friend initially sought treatment here not for beauty, but for health. Beauty is merely an ancillary benefit. In traditional Chinese medicine, we emphasize wellness from within. When the body is harmonized, the skin naturally flourishes." Little Chili politely took a sip of the tea, her eyes lighting up as she exclaimed, "Your tea is exceptional. I once sampled tea from Huaxia, and I thought all Huaxia tea was bitter and unpalatable." Xia Yu chuckled, replying, "Those unaccustomed to coffee often share the same sentiment. If you don't mind, I would like to comprehensively understand your condition, starting with your work, if that is agreeable." As a seasoned practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Xia Yu possessed systematic and assured techniques. They conversed about Little Chili's lifestyle, work, dietary habits, and rest patterns, allowing him to glean a general understanding of her situation. Initially, Xia Yu had discerned her desire for improved skin, primarily seeking detoxification and beautification. Engaging in conversation served not only to enhance the character dynamics, but also to establish his expertise. After a semblance of pretense, Xia Yu subtly pointed out Little Chili's constipation and minor cervical issues, leaving her astounded, as she had never encountered traditional Chinese medicine before. After all, the diagnostic methods of observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking seemed no different from charlatanry in Western medicine. Were it not for the system's arrangement or his grandfather's decades-long reputation, he would only be able to treat minor ailments in Chinatown. The subsequent treatment was straightforward. Xia Yu, eager to please, even employed the recently acquired skills of the Nine-Yang divine skill during acupuncture, alleviating some of Little Chili's minor blockages and addressing common ailments associated with office workers. Naturally, the effects would not be immediately apparent. Nonetheless, after the acupuncture session, Little Chili felt a profound sense of relaxation, marveling at the miraculous nature of the treatment. They agreed to meet weekly, and Xia Yu, concerned she might not reach him by phone, left his personal number. Suddenly recalling Uncle Wang's advice, he picked up a pen and wrote 4 characters in Chinese: detoxify and beautify, confident that Uncle Wang would understand the implications. After bidding Little Chili farewell, Xia Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, pondering, "I have exerted considerable effort to provide you with the best results. You must reciprocate with significant rewards. Ideally an opportunity to encounter Tony Stark." Xia Yu understood that the system would guide him towards greater strength and deeper involvement in the narrative. However, who would he covet Iron Man's armor? It represented the quintessential dream of a man, and the more familiar he became with it, the better. Having successfully assisted a narrative character with her treatment, he earned 50 reward points and a system lottery draw. As the notification chimed, Xia Yu felt a surge of surprise. The points exceeded his previous gains. Was this due to the enhanced effects of his inner strength? After all, he had only received 30 points for treating Nick Fury last time. He decided to await the results of the lottery draw. Upon a cursory glance, Xia Yu was elated. This tool was simply marvelous. The Life and Death Talisman, Enhanced Version, a concealed weapon under the dominion of the Xiaoyao sect's Lingjiu Palace that instills an unbearable itch upon its victim. Within 49 days, the internal organs gradually succumb to decay and death. System Enhanced Version. The onset of the Life and Death Talisman is at the creator's discretion. It does not activate spontaneously. Note: it cannot be used on plot characters. Chapter 8, New Mission. Endless Slaughter. The efficacy of the Life and Death Talisman was astonishing, granting the ability to effortlessly manipulate another individual. Xia Yu understood that the system would not provide something useless without reason. After loading it, he experimented with its creation, discovering that it consumed minimal internal energy. Thanks to the inexhaustible nature of the Nine-Yang divine art, He was able to recover instantaneously. Xia Yu vaguely recalled that the life and death talisman required a special form of internal energy for its creation, yet he reasoned that the system was omnipotent. He played with a bit of water, transforming it into ice in an instant, feeling akin to an ice-making machine. As expected, the following day, the system issued a new task with the following details. After a period of rigorous training, you have preliminarily grasped several combat techniques. Now possessing multiple divine arts, you no longer require petty skirmishes to extract information from small-time thugs. Instead, seek out more formidable gangs to engage in intense battles, cultivating your aura of a master. Go forth, Pikachu. Within 90 days, thwart 15 instances of arms and drug trafficking by gangs within the confines of New York City. It is required that all parties involved in the transactions be annihilated. The rewards will vary according to the number of participants and the scale of the transaction. Completing the task will yield 5,000 points and a chance to draw from the system's lottery. Failure will result in a deduction of 5,000 points. Indeed, given the skills provided, they proved to be useful. A task of 15 gang transactions indicated that merely lingering in Brooklyn would not suffice. He needed to deploy some thugs in every district to gather intelligence. In a certain apartment near Chinatown in Lower Manhattan, 2 Caucasian men writhed on the floor, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably as they scratched at themselves with frantic hands, their faces contorted beyond recognition. Nearby, seated on a peculiar black armored sofa, was an individual clad in strange attire, coldly observing the 2 men below through a mask. With a languid gesture, he snapped his fingers. Strangely, upon the sound of the snap, the 2 men swiftly ceased their scratching, though the echoes of excruciating pain lingered, their bodies still twitching sporadically. In recent days, Xia Yu had scoured the various districts of New York City, exerting control over dozens of street gang members. Today, it dawned upon him that he should place someone at his doorstep. Should any incident arise, it would serve as an early warning. Are you ready? Xia Yu's voice bore no warmth. John Buzz felt that he had truly run afoul of fate recently. While indulging in a peaceful session of marijuana with a friend, an inexplicable stranger had barged in, demanding his allegiance and the provision of information. Naturally, he could not acquiesce. After all, he was a prominent figure in several nearby blocks. As a result, this fellow inexplicably manifested 2 blocks of ice in his hands. Indeed, there was no mistake, 2 blocks of ice. John Buzz swore he could still see the chill emanating from the ice. However, with a mere tremor of his hand, the ice slipped into his own body. Was this a scene from a film? What ensued was a hellish torment, an unending agony and itchiness, an affliction that pierced both flesh and soul. This was not a human. It was a devil, undoubtedly a devil. Did you not hear my inquiry? Xia Yu posed the question. Startled, John Buzz glanced at his dazed companion, who was barely conscious, and struggled to utter, "We agree. We will comply with all your demands. I beg you, do not treat us as you did earlier." He was truly frightened. "Very well," Xia Yu replied. "As long as you satisfy me, the entity within you shall remain dormant. Should you choose to defy me," he gestured towards John Buzz's companion, and with a resounding bang, a gaping hole the size of a fist erupted from the man's chest. Blood splattering everywhere. John Buzz initially gaped in shock, then instantly collapsed to the ground, trembling in submission to Xia Yu. Xia Yu merely nodded nonchalantly, leaving behind his contact information as he departed with a graceful air. Indeed, he departed with an elegance akin to his arrival, gracefully leaping from the 6th-floor window. John Buzz did not witness this. He dared not lift his gaze until Xia Yu had long vanished, at which point he sank to the ground, staring at the corpse beside him, speechless. This was not Xia Yu's first foray into murder. The demands of his new mission compelled him to take lives, and in the process of subduing others with life and death talismans, he consciously began to kill. This adaptation was both a necessity and a lesson to deter others. From the initial struggle against his own revulsion to now executing without so much as a blink, repeated killings had profoundly altered Xia Yu's mindset, demeanor, and aura. As he gained control over an increasing number of individuals, Xia Yu finally received intelligence regarding his first major transaction. In an abandoned factory on the outskirts of New York, surrounded by desolation and dim lighting, 2 fearsome parties prepared for a deal, each armed with firearms and accompanied by a briefcase. This was a classic drug deal scenario. Approximately 20 individuals stood on either side, poised, yet without uttering a single word of introduction. Suddenly, a series of swift sounds echoed through the air, and 3 individuals from each faction had their hearts violently ruptured by fist-sized holes, as if small explosives had been implanted within them. Blood splattered across the ground. And even these ruthless drug dealers, accustomed to taking lives, were momentarily stunned by the scene before them. Before they could react, 6 more fell. At this point, the drug dealers finally regained their senses, swiftly drawing their weapons in search of the assailant. This distinction between true gangsters and mere thugs became evident. As soon as they recognized the threat, none shouted or panicked. all responded with calculated precision. Yet, it was too late, for all lights extinguished abruptly. All fell into darkness. When Xia Yu, clad in black armor and a black mask, silently approached a drug dealer with ghostly grace, executing a single punch to the back of his heart. The inner strength of the nine-yang divine skill effortlessly shattered the dealer's vital energy. With a thud, the lifeless body collapsed. The remaining dealers, unable to contain their panic, began to call out their companions' names, some fumbling towards the exit. Yet, before they could make much progress, Xia Yu dispatched them with a swift strike. In this pitch-black environment, Xia Yu navigated as if the lights were on. 1, 2, 3. More and more dealers fell to the ground. Eventually, someone could no longer bear the pressure and began to scream, firing wildly in all directions. Such brute force could hardly threaten Xia Yu, and their erratic gunfire only served to reveal their positions more quickly. Soon, the factory floor was littered with 21 corpses. Xia Yu collected the cash from the deal, leaving the drugs for the police to handle, and departed the scene, exuding an air of bloodlust. The following day, the arriving officers gasped at the sight before them. 21 bodies, 12 of which had died from heart explosions, 8 bore no visible wounds, and 1 was a casualty of friendly fire. It appeared to be a case of black-on-black violence, yet the drugs left behind puzzled the New York police, who could only report to the media that it was a gang-related killing. However, the frequency of gang violence this month seemed excessive. In just 30 days, Xia Yu had undertaken 6 missions, personally eliminating over 100 individuals, his methods growing increasingly brutal. The death talismans were now scarcely utilized, as he resorted to raw physicality, delivering fatal blows with his fists and feet, his aura of malevolence intensifying. Even the cashier at the hot pot restaurant now hesitated to meet his gaze. Chapter 9. A ray of sunshine brought by Natasha upon returning from yet another bout of slaughter. Xia Yu had shattered the throats of 17 individuals, his gaze growing ever colder, as he regarded everyone as if they were already dead. Taking a life is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, especially in the absence of a righteous conviction. Xia Yu found himself unprepared when assigned the task, subsequently becoming ensnared in a maelstrom of violence, forcing himself into a preemptive adaptation to murder. This experience was distinct from that of battle. It was starkly visceral, with blood and flesh flying about. Most would either crumble under such circumstances or transform into a relentless killer, succumbing to the addiction of taking lives. Indeed, Xia Yu had fallen into such a precarious predicament. The absence of family and friends in this world made it increasingly easy for him to spiral deeper into darkness. As previously mentioned, his grandfather's 3-story building housed a pharmacy on the ground floor, situated on a street in Chinatown. Consequently, Xia Yu had to access his home via a back stairway, a vintage iron ladder leading to small platforms at both the 2nd and 3rd floors. Thus, he was compelled to pass through the 2nd floor before reaching his abode. Typically, after the evening hours, the studio on the 2nd floor would be locked, yet today, there was someone inside. Xia Yu, with his heightened senses, could perceive even the faintest flutter of a fly's wings within a 50-meter radius. It was no surprise that he sensed the presence of a living being within the room, and he discerned that the person was seated on the sofa, fearless and audacious. Xia Yu strode towards the door, ready to unlock it without concealing the sound of his footsteps. As he approached, he could feel the tension in the air. The individual on the sofa had already shifted to the doorway, suppressing their breath. Xia Yu feigned ignorance, naturally retrieving his keys and opening the door. In that fleeting moment upon entering, he found himself confronted by an individual wielding a handgun aimed squarely at his head. With a swift motion, he deflected the weapon with his left hand. The assailant attempted a swift kick to seize Xia Yu by the neck, but with his extraordinary reflexes, Xia Yu pushed back, sending the attacker sprawling a meter away. The aura of lethal intent surged within him. As the assailant landed, Xia Yu pivoted, stepping forward with a right fist imbued with deadly intent aimed at the person's throat. This strike, if it connected, would be fatal, capable of inflicting grievous harm even upon a figure as formidable as Captain America. Xia Yu's fist cut through the air with ferocity, and just as it was about to claim another life, he finally recognized the face before him. A wave of shock washed over him, and he halted his lethal blow mere inches from the person's neck. Unfamiliar with the concept of restraint, he inadvertently redirected his energy, causing himself to recoil from the force of his own punch, resulting in a spatter of blood onto the assailant's face. Sitting down abruptly on the floor, the rapid turn of events left the assailant in a state of disbelief, unsure of how to respond. Xia Yu, equally perplexed by her unexpected presence, found himself locked in a silent exchange of astonishment. After a prolonged pause, he finally broke the silence, suggesting, "Shall we turn on the lights?" The assailant nodded in agreement, and Xia Yu rose to activate the switch. Habitually, he gestured for her to sit at the tea table, but words eluded him as he quietly prepared tea. Xia Yu grappled with how to explain his sudden act of mercy. Should he reveal his recognition of her as Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, the embodiment of his dreams? Natasha, in turn, was at a loss for words. She had originally come to carry out a mission and gather intelligence, only to find herself pursued. With no SHIELD outpost nearby to provide support without compromising her official identity, she had sought refuge here under Nick Fury's guidance. According to Fury, this location would be deserted at night, and while it was normal for the owner to return, he had assured her that this Eastern youth posed no threat. However, the display of skill he had just shown and the palpable aura of danger surrounding him suggested otherwise. Why had Fury misjudged him? And why had he held back upon recognizing her? Did he truly know who she was? Both individuals were apprehensive about revealing their secrets, leading to a moment of silence that enveloped them in an unusually eerie atmosphere. Eventually, it was Natasha who broke the silence, tentatively inquiring, "Do you know me?" Xia Yu, pouring tea, faltered slightly, unsure of how to respond. Instead, he deflected the question, asking, "Are you injured?" Noticing a broken rib, he added, "It could be perilous if left untreated. Allow me to assist you." Natasha, a master spy of unparalleled caliber, was acutely aware that Xia Yu had indeed recognized her. And this familiarity was not newfound. Although she was inundated with questions, the sincerity in Xia Yu's concerned gaze, coupled with the memory of his earlier act of restraint despite her injury, compelled her to nod in acknowledgement. Rising to his feet, Xia Yu gestured for Natasha to remain seated, then placed a supportive hand on her back. Channeling his internal energy, he gently sensed the location of her fractured rib, using a soft strike to realign it before continuously infusing healing energy into the injured area. Given that the truth was already exposed, he felt no need to conceal his abilities any longer. Natasha was utterly astonished. Not only had he effortlessly returned her rib to its rightful place, but she could also feel a steady flow of energy coursing into her injury, causing a tingling sensation that indicated the beginnings of healing. What extraordinary power was this? Was it the fabled mystical energy of the East? Within mere minutes, Xia Yu withdrew his hand, stating, "Your rib has been rejoined, but it remains fragile and requires time to heal. If you have the opportunity, it would be prudent to stay here for a few days while I assist in your recovery. Complete healing can be achieved in that time." Natasha did not immediately respond to Xia Yu's words. Instead, she suddenly blurted out, "What about you? It seems you were injured as well. Are you all right?" Her simple expression of concern stirred an unexpected wave of emotion within Xia Yu, provoking an urge to weep. The pent-up tension and coldness he had amassed over time were suddenly shattered, and he barely managed to choke out, "I'm fine. I will recover by tomorrow." However, Natasha's next question shattered his composure completely. "You killed someone tonight, didn't you? Yet you seem rather unhappy. Would you share that with me?" For context, Natasha was a purely fictional character, born in 1984 and now 23, devoid of the rich romantic history found in comics. Her words caused Xia Yu to collapse to the ground, sobbing like a child. Natasha turned to him, gently resting his head on her lap, which only intensified his tears. The peculiar nature of their encounter that evening seemed surreal. For Xia Yu, having followed the spy genre for over a decade, many characters held profound emotional significance, particularly Natasha, the goddess who had captivated countless hearts. As a young adult orphan, having lost both parents, he had few true friends in his previous world and had never experienced a meaningful romantic relationship, leaving him fundamentally lonely. Hence the irony that his gaming companions outnumbered those in reality. Suddenly thrust into a perilous world, he was compelled to assume the mantle of a superhero and engage in combat. As the initial thrill and excitement waned, the weight of expectation bore heavily upon the shoulders of a child who had been nurtured in a tranquil environment and had only recently ventured into society. Coupled with the grim task of taking lives, he found himself unable to evade the harsh reality, forcing himself to adopt a veneer of coldness. Beneath the maternal warmth of Natasha's tender words, he crumbled under the pressure. On one hand, Natasha's growing affection for Xia Yu stemmed from the system's influence. On the other, it was sparked by his selfless act of protecting her, even at the cost of his own injury. This was a sentiment she had never truly experienced, an earnest concern that transcended camaraderie or professional ties. Most importantly, Natasha's past in the Red Room and with the KGB had instilled in her a profound understanding of the agony of being coerced into killing, ultimately leading her to adopt a heartless demeanor. This state of being was all too familiar to her. In the film, Natasha embodies the essence of maternal grace. While others regard Hulk as a mere embodiment of rage and violence, she sees him as a child in need of comfort. Her genuine concern for him leads to her affection for Banner, highlighting that, at his core, Hulk is indeed a child, a truth evident in his portrayal in Thor: Ragnarok. Amidst these complexities, and under the system's meticulous orchestration, their encounter today felt strangely surreal. Yet it managed to pull Xia Yu back from the abyss of his burgeoning path of slaughter. The existence of a dark side is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is the inability to find the light. If this pattern were to persist, Xia Yu would likely become a mere instrument of death long before completing his current mission. However, Natasha's presence that evening illuminated his spirit with a beam of sunlight, reaching the most vulnerable and helpless recesses of his heart. Xia Yu wept for over an hour, ultimately resting against Natasha, falling into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 10. Knocking on heaven's door. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, Xia Yu stirred from his sleep. Greeted by Natasha's gentle gaze and warm smile, framed by the golden light, it was an exquisite moment. Rising, he stretched luxuriously and yawned contentedly, asking, "Did you not sleep at all last night?" "I rested my head on the table for a while." "I suppose that counts as paying for the medical expenses," Natasha replied, gesturing to her thigh. Xia Yu noticed the remnants of his drool on her leg and, feeling embarrassed, turned away, saying, "I'll go upstairs and prepare breakfast for you. Please come up shortly." As he hurriedly retreated, Natasha chuckled, watching him dash up the stairs. Once she turned her gaze down, she gently assessed her rib injury. Feeling the healing process of the bone, she once again marveled at the wonders of Eastern medicine. Had she returned to headquarters for treatment, it would have taken at least 2 weeks to recover to this state. It seemed she would need to rest here a few more days. Meanwhile, Xia Yu was joyfully preparing fried eggs, his lips curved in a smile that rendered him almost foolish, reminiscent of an earnest country boy who, after a night of celebration with his enchanting bride, was now up making breakfast for her. "Is there a charge for breakfast?" Natasha asked as she entered the room. "In the bathroom, clothing has been prepared for you, my mother's, which I have kept all this time. There will be no additional charge for this." The smile on Xia Yu's face grew more pronounced, even after Natasha emerged from her bath and they sat across from each other for breakfast. Xia Yu continued to wear a silly grin. Natasha, however, paid him no mind, quietly savoring the meal. The sunlight streamed in, and beside her sat a boy beaming with a goofy smile. Natasha could hardly recall the last time she felt so at ease. Both shared an unspoken understanding, refraining from posing questions that might disrupt this tranquility. After breakfast, as Xia Yu cleared the table, he nervously asked, under the guise of casualness, "Your injuries have not fully healed. Would you like to recuperate here for a few days? I suggest you wait until you are completely well before leaving." Despite his efforts to sound relaxed, the cloth in his hands, soaked with water from his clenched grip, betrayed his anxiety. Natasha pointed to the puddle on the floor and laughed, saying, "Once you have cleaned the floor, I need you to accompany me to buy some clothes that suit me. I certainly don't wish to sleep in someone else's pajamas tonight." Xia Yu had never anticipated that his first formal outing with a girl would take place in the Times Square of the Marvel Universe. Nor did he realize that the girl beside him was the embodiment of countless otaku's dreams, the Black Widow. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of nervousness, unsure of how to carry himself, as he pondered whether to keep his hands in his pockets or let them swing freely. Natasha naturally took his hand and whispered in his ear, "If you are uncertain of where to place your hands, I believe it would be best if I held on to them." With that, she laughed heartily at the sight of his flushed cheeks. Xia Yu had never witnessed this side of Natasha before. As she donned a simple pair of jeans and a white shirt, she continuously held garments against herself, questioning their appeal, torn between two colors. Xia Yu felt the image of Black Widow in his mind gradually merge with the girl before him, becoming more vivid and tangible. Natasha led Xia Yu on an extensive outing that lasted from morning until afternoon. They enjoyed lunch, sipped coffee, and even caught a movie. As dusk approached, Natasha, still yearning for more, pulled Xia Yu out of the mall. The Times Square at twilight was even more vibrant than during the day, bustling with throngs of shoppers and street performers, magicians, clowns, and everything in between. Xia Yu followed Natasha as they paused before a street singer. The performer, a middle-aged man in his 40s, cradled a guitar and sang an American country song, narrating the tale of a rural girl who left her hometown to make her way in the big city. This melody reminded Xia Yu of David Tao's Town Girl, with lyrics conveying a similar essence and a delightful tune. Natasha held Xia Yu's hand, gently humming along, resembling an ordinary girl enjoying a day out with her boyfriend. Hearing a beloved song, a pang of sorrow struck Xia Yu's heart as he recalled the Black Widow from the films, trained from a young age as a spy and assassin, deprived of a normal childhood and friendships, until she met Hawkeye and joined S.H.I.E.L.D., finding a belief to sustain her spirit. At long last, Natasha and Bruce Banner found love, two souls burdened by insecurity and fear of both emotional pain and the prospect of causing harm to one another. They sought solace in each other's company until Natasha, mustering her courage, took the first step. Yet, Bruce lacked the fortitude to embrace her advances. Ultimately, Natasha remained without the love she yearned for. During the sacrifice for the Soul Stone in Avengers Endgame, while others were surrounded by family or friends, even Captain America managed to live the life he desired. Only Natasha stood alone. Reflecting on this, Xia Yu gazed at Natasha, who was softly humming beside him, and felt a surge of affection and protectiveness, reminiscent of the way Natasha had looked at him the night before. Gently releasing her hand, he moved toward the singer, borrowing a guitar at her inquisitive glance. Without uttering a word, he began to sing, Knockin' on Heaven's Door. This iconic piece by the renowned American band Guns N' Roses tells the poignant tale of a veteran returning home to his mother, expressing his disillusionment with metals and weapons. A weary disdain for war. Though this song may not exist in their world, the resonance of profound music transcends all realms. Xia Yu almost flawlessly conveyed the essence of the lyrics, drawing a growing crowd, many of whom found themselves teary-eyed and softly joining in. As he glanced back at Natasha, he found her standing motionless, overwhelmed with emotion. Fortunately, in 2007, communication technology was not as advanced, sparing Natasha the discomfort of having many phones capturing the moment. As the final note gently faded, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause, fervently demanding an encore. Initially inclined to decline, Xia Yu was then presented with an unexpected task from the system, to sing a theme song from a martial arts television series or film from a past life, infused with a distinctly Chinese flavor and a sense of martial arts. The reward would be a legendary weapon from that martial arts tale. Xia Yu found himself in a quandary, rapidly recalling the martial arts films and series he had watched. The first song that came to mind was the difficult-to-pronounce theme from Demigods and Semi-Devils, though it lacked a legendary weapon. Moreover, he couldn't remember the lyrics. Feng Yun featured many legendary weapons, but he hadn't watched it closely enough to sing it. He could manage Little Li Flying Dagger. But the focus was more on the characters than the weapons themselves, which were rather ordinary. Suddenly, Xia Yu recalled another song by the original artist of Difficult Sutra, which served as the opening theme for an early version of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, performed by the renowned Roaring Emperor. Although he had not seen the series, he had listened to the song numerous times, titled Swords and Sabers Are Like Dreams. Thus, under the eager gazes of the crowd, Xia Yu slowly began to sing this distinctly Chinese-themed song. My sword, where does it lead? Love and hate, emotions difficult to single out. My blade slices through the vast expanse, distinguishing right from wrong, yet comprehension eludes me. I am intoxicated, enveloped in a haze, grievances and kindness, are they illusion or void? Arriving in haste and departing just as swiftly, love too is fleeting, as is hate. Everything is carried away by the wind, a wild laugh escapes my lips. Followed by a deep sigh, I live a life of joy and sorrow, who will share my life and death? As the final notes faded, a resounding applause erupted around me. Even if the lyrics were incomprehensible, the music transcended borders, conveying an untamed spirit and the thrill of vengeance and affection, resonating within every listener's heart. Xia Yu returned the guitar to the excited elder beside him, who eagerly exclaimed, Oh, my friend, your singing is extraordinary. You must be a professional singer, right? A singer from Huaxia? Not at all, I merely sing for fun. Thank you for the guitar, my friend, Xia Yu replied hurriedly, aware that others were already taking photos. He grasped Natasha's hand, hastily departing the crowd. The elder shouted after him, You should pursue singing, you will surely become famous. I swear. Chapter 11. Coexisting with the Black Widow, the pair managed to evade the gazes trailing them as they turned into a narrow alley. Just as Xia Yu contemplated exploring the rewards bestowed upon him by the system, Natasha unexpectedly stepped forward and kissed him. Caught off guard, he leaned back against the wall, thinking, Wow, I've been pinned against the wall. His mind momentarily ceased to function. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until their lips finally parted. Thank you for that song, Natasha remarked. Still savoring the kiss, Xia Yu replied, No need for thanks. I've included it in the medical expenses. They remained entwined. And Natasha gazed into Xia Yu's eyes, stating, Since it's a paid service, I suppose I must not waste it and should indulge a bit more. As they prepared to rekindle their passionate exchange, an unkind voice interrupted them. Do you not realize how damaging such behavior is to a single wanderer like me? A homeless man leaned against a trash can, no more than 5 meters away. The couple, too engrossed in each other, had failed to notice him. The awkwardness prompted them to release their embrace. Xia Yu produced $200 bills from his pocket and tossed them to the homeless man, saying, Go treat yourself to something nice to remedy your distress. The homeless man gleefully accepted the bills, exclaiming, Thank you for your generosity, sir. Your girlfriend is quite the stunner. Just look at her figure. As he spoke, he wiped the drool from his mouth. Keep your eyes to yourself, my friend. Or I might just show you how fiery my fist can be, Xia Yu retorted, pulling Natasha away without looking back. After that encounter, their relationship had naturally progressed, particularly for Xia Yu. On their way back, he took a moment to examine the rewards he had just received. The sky-soaring sword, and the heaven sword and dragon saber. The legendary sword was forged prior to the fall of Xiangyang, utilizing the dark iron sword gifted by Yanghua, along with the gentlemen's and ladies' swords, and crafted with Western refined gold, resulting in the most formidable and sharp weapons of the time. At this moment, Xia Yu, sitting in a taxi with Natasha, inquired, Does this sky-soaring sword contain the 9 manual and the 18 dragon subduing palms? No, master, Timol responded. This sky-soaring sword possesses the sharpness and durability described in the original text, crafted according to the novel system. And its design has been curated from various online games based on your aesthetic preferences. How robust is it? Can you compare it to something from this world? Xia Yu insisted on clarity, concerned that if it shattered upon striking metal, it would be useless in battle. Rest assured, Master. How could a divine weapon from the legends of Huaxia be inferior to anything in this world? It is on par with vibranium, Team All assured him. Xia Yu nodded. Relieved to finally possess a weapon, he couldn't rely solely on his fists in battle, as he was not the Hulk. Moreover, with the system, he would inevitably master unparalleled skills. Not having a sword at that moment would be akin to Thor without his hammer, Iron Man without his armor, Hawkeye without his bow, Captain America without his shield, and the Hulk without his indestructible pants. He pondered whether future points would grant him skills for flying on a sword. After all, lightness skill was not the same as flight. Lost in thought, he chuckled, catching Natasha's curious gaze. He quickly explained, "Oh, I was just thinking about whether I would become a famous singer." Natasha shot him a playful glare. "You are not allowed to become a singer. But you must sing for me in the future." Xia Yu nodded enthusiastically, as if pecked by a woodpecker, realizing that love can render one somewhat foolish, regardless of gender. After putting their belongings away, Xia Yu took Natasha out for a meal of Chinese cuisine. Upon returning, he promptly continued to tend to her injuries. The inner strength of the nine-yang divine skill was a miraculous remedy for healing, nurturing the fractured areas daily to ensure they healed as if they had never been broken. That night, as was natural, passion overtook them, as they fervently expressed their desires and the loneliness within their hearts, culminating in a wild night. They fell into a deep slumber just before dawn. This marked the first time Xia Yu truly felt his existence in this world, and it was Natasha's first opportunity to completely relax. In the following days, Xia Yu decided to halt operations on the second floor. The couple lived like ordinary lovers, strolling through shopping districts, watching movies, and sailing on the sea. While treating her injuries, Xia Yu utilized his true energy to address her internal ailments and expel toxins. Had Tmall not mentioned that the I Jing Jing was unsuitable for Natasha and promised to recommend a more appropriate skill later, he might have nearly begun teaching her the I Jing Jing, imagining Black Widow practicing it, followed by the Arhut palm, and the Wei-Dua fist was quite thrilling. That evening, after their intimate encounter, Natasha leaned against Xia Yu's chest, gazing up at his face. She relished this sensation, the tranquility following their shared passion. Here he was, her own Eastern gentleman. Despite Natasha's youth, her life had been remarkably intricate. Never before had anyone belonged to her as he did, blushing for her, singing for her. She gently caressed Xia Yu's cheek and said, "Xia, I must leave now." Xia Yu had just lit a post-coital cigarette, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. Habitually, he flicked the ash from the end of the cigarette when he suddenly heard Natasha's declaration to depart. His hand awkwardly fumbled, inadvertently dragging the cigarette to its tip. And after a moment of clumsiness, he lamented, "So soon?" "No, in Huaxia, their essay saying, it takes 100 days to heal from a serious injury. You've barely rested for a week. This won't do. I am a doctor. You must listen to me. You are not yet well." Xia Yu pouted like a petulant child, a sight Natasha adored. With a tender kiss on his lips, she sighed, "Some things must be done, even if I've never spoken of them to you. Yet, I know you understand. I have no choice. I must go." Xia Yu, abandoning any pretense, exclaimed, "Curse that one-eyed monster. Can't they reduce your workload? You've only had a few days off. You certainly know everything." Natasha chuckled, then asked, "What else do you know?" After a brief silence, Xia Yu replied, "I am aware of certain major events, but I cannot divulge them. Natasha, some things, once spoken, may lead to unforeseen changes. And no one can predict whether those changes will be beneficial or detrimental. Trust me, I will not let you come to harm. I trust you, dear. From the moment I met you that night, I felt you understood me. I don't know how you knew, but I am willing to believe you. It's a curious feeling, I assent it. My work does not allow me to trust strangers, not even those close to me, yet I am inclined to trust you. It's odd, indeed. What is the saying in Huaxia? Destiny." Natasha pronounced each syllable of the idiom with emphasis. "Yes." Xia Yu smiled. "It is indeed fate. Fate that brought me here, fate that led me to you. Do you realize, Natasha, I had to undertake certain actions, nearly sinking into a dark mire. And then I met you. You saved me, did you know? I too have experienced that time, Xia, just like you. Though I do not comprehend your reasons for violence. Remember to never lose your own heart, understand? My dear boy." Natasha climbed atop him, lowering her head slowly to kiss him. Chapter 12. A call from Pepper ultimately. Natasha departed, and despite Xia Yu's reluctance, he recognized the inevitability of her absence. He could only pray for time to hasten, yearning for the day when he would enter the narrative of Captain America 2, when S.H.I.E.L.D. would be disbanded, and the Avengers would stand independently. Only then could they share their days together, but 7 long years lay ahead. 7 years, and the Iron Man saga had yet to commence. Xia Yu was engulfed in melancholy, consumed by longing, each day stretching like an eternity, tugging at his hair in despair, fearing he might unwittingly adopt Nick Fury's hairstyle. For over 2 months, Natasha had not returned, though she would occasionally call, her conversations brief. Xia Yu understood she was engaged in missions, leaving him helpless. Nick Fury had not visited even once, likely due to significant operations within S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Pepper had come by twice. Having initially promised to visit weekly, as she used to come to New York regularly for work. Now, her visits had dwindled to once a month. Given that Tony Stark's headquarters and residence were situated in Los Angeles, far from New York, which spanned the width of America, despite her infrequent visits, as Xia Yu's mastery of the 9-yang divine skill deepened, he found that during acupuncture sessions, he could inadvertently channel his internal energy to alleviate her minor ailments, enhancing her skin's condition. Each visit, she appeared increasingly radiant, likely due to Tony Stark's increasingly flirtatious gaze upon her. Those scoundrels. Xia Yu could only grumble in silence, unable to savor the fruits of their relationship. Mission accomplished, reward points, 5,000. System lottery initiated. The voice of Tmall resonated once more. Xia Yu deftly executed the predictable lottery draw. Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the Dugan 9 swords. Xia Yu felt no surprise, sensing that the system was progressively aligning with his needs. Tmall, it seems everything is tailored to my requirements. Thus, the marketplace seems somewhat redundant, he remarked. Indeed, Master. In the initial stages, I will judiciously utilize lottery rewards and points to provide you with essential items and skills, such as weaponry, physical attributes, and internal energy. These are the most optimal choices. In the later stages, please select skills based on your combat preferences, and the system will adapt accordingly, Tmall explained. Xia Yu nodded in comprehension, likening it to the novice phase of a game where one familiarizes oneself with the mechanics before developing a unique style. With this thought, he promptly engaged the Dugan 9 swords and began assessing his current state. 9-yang divine skill, a comprehensive internal martial arts technique that enhances attack, defense, agility, and provides health regeneration and a protective shield, akin to a formidable passive skill. Lingbo Weibo. The original text claims that mastering the 9-yang divine skill surpasses all other lightness skills and finesse. However, it seems Lingbo Weibo does not belong to this category, as the essence of lightness skill lies in leaping high, jumping far, and descending slowly. Xia Yu interpreted lightness skill as using internal energy to counteract Earth's gravity, with 9-yang divine skill proving more effective. Lingbo Weibo is a maneuver focused on evading attacks and facilitating linear acceleration. Dugu Jiujian embodies a style of martial arts where the absence of action triumphs over action itself. Scientifically, it can be elucidated as a sword fighting technique, a compendium of various swordplay skills, representing a modernized martial arts theory, albeit one that employs internal energy to manifest a greater array of transformations. Yijin Jing serves as the foundational practice, enhancing the body's adaptability to the martial arts system. The Life and Death Talisman appears to be a device for transitional tasks, with limited control over plot characters, currently serving as a makeshift long-range weapon. Taba. Considering my present circumstances and accumulated points, are there any suitable options for me? Xia Yu mused, glancing at his 455 points, accumulated from task completions and aiding others in healing. Very well, Master. Given your current situation, I recommend the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, Tabor responded, simultaneously displaying the interface for the skill to Xia Yu. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, system enhanced version. This supreme protective divine skill from Tibetan esoteric Buddhism is divided into 13 tiers, each granting formidable power. Mastering each tier bestows the strength of a dragon and an elephant. Upon completing all 13 tiers, one's physical form embodies the colossal strength of 13 dragons and 13 elephants, each possessing a force of 1,000 pounds. Price, 104,000 points. Thus, each tier augments my strength by a ton. My goodness, upon completion, I would wield a force of 13 tons, Xia Yu exclaimed. Yet reflecting on how effortlessly the new Spider-Man could intercept a speeding bus and how Iron Man in his Mark III could hurl cars, he realized that such strength might not be as extraordinary. Wait a moment, with over 100,000 points, what am I supposed to learn? This is far beyond my means. Is there an option for installment payments? Xia Yu remarked upon seeing the zeros trailing the point total. Installments are not supported, however. Tiered purchases are available. You may acquire the first 3 tiers now and gradually purchase the remaining ones as your points accumulate. Then let it be so. Without hesitation, Xia Yu clicked through, discovering a segmented purchase option. The acquisition of the first 3 tiers of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill would cost 24,000 points, leaving him with merely 455 points. After confirming the transaction, Xia Yu quickly realized that this was an external skill requiring physical transformation. He experienced profound pain as every muscle and bone in his body underwent relentless tearing and reorganization. 20 minutes later, he lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. The scene around him chaotic once more. Taba kindly reminded him, "Master, I suggest you clean yourself up. Although get lost," Xia Yu retorted as he reclined on his bed, indulging in a post-training cigarette. This time, however, post-training referred specifically to the practice of the dragon-elephant prajna skill. As he lay there, memories of all Marvel movies flooded his mind, one plot after another. He knew he had to weave these narratives together, enhancing his strength while minimally altering the storyline, ensuring a smooth transition to the moment of the snap. Most importantly, he needed to ensure he did not vanish during that event, as he was determined to keep Natasha alive. As for the events that would follow, since he was unaware of them, he resolved not to dwell on them excessively. He would simply focus on strengthening his abilities and act accordingly. It is now November of 2007, and Tony Stark is set to be abducted in Afghanistan in 2008. The exact month remains unclear, but given that the film premiered in May, the timeline should not deviate significantly. Tony spent 3 months in a cave, and he will undoubtedly engage in the conflict against Obadiah Stane, perhaps devising a strategy to infiltrate SHIELD would be prudent. The figure of Black Widow flickered in Xia Yu's mind. It seems that prior to the onset of the Avengers, there were few opportunities for interaction. It would be wise to avoid the Hulk for now, as the risks are too great. The God of Thunder also presents substantial challenges. Asgard's depths are perilous. As someone with an ambiguous background, it is essential to steer clear of Odin and the Ancient One, both formidable beings who could rival or even surpass Thanos. For the time being, Xia Yu's only options appear to be SHIELD and Tony Stark. The classic Nokia ringtone abruptly interrupted Xia Yu's reverie. He glanced at his phone and chuckled, as his thoughts had summoned a call from Pepper Potts. "Hello, Miss Potts. If I am not mistaken, it is now midnight, and I am currently not accepting any appointments." Xia Yu feigned astonishment. "Oh, Xia, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I require your assistance. Can you come to Los Angeles?" Pepper inquired. "What is the matter, Miss Potts? Are you unwell? Your voice does not suggest illness. Why the trip to Los Angeles?" "You know I do not provide home visits," Xia Yu replied nonchalantly. "No, I am quite well. Thank you for your concern. It is my employer. You are aware that I've been receiving treatment at your facility, which has proven effective. Therefore, my employer wishes for you to become his personal physician. If possible, I would need you to come to Los Angeles for an interview." "Yes, I hope you do not mind. My employer's status is somewhat unique and requires this meeting," Pepper stated cautiously. Xia Yu nearly laughed aloud, realizing that Tony Stark was being delivered right to his doorstep. However, he maintained his facade of irritation, responding, "Miss Potts, I am not a recluse. I watch television and read newspapers. I know who your employer is. Nevertheless, I have no interest in becoming anyone's personal physician, and I must firmly decline the interview, as I do not require this position, even if it were offered by the president." With that, Xia Yu ended the call. Xia Yu was gambling on the notion that Tony Stark was a proud individual. Merely being compensated for his services would not forge friendship. He needed to cultivate a favorable relationship with the characters of the narrative, rather than a mere employer-employee dynamic. In dealing with someone like Tony Stark, especially the current iteration of him, delivering a stinging rebuke might be a more effective way to leave a lasting impression. The author has a message. Starting tomorrow, for chapters will be updated daily. All settings within the book derive from the cinematic universe. Comic book fans, please bear with us. Chapter 13. The hidden ailment of Tony Stark in Los Angeles, at Malibu Beach, which stands as the pinnacle of affluence along the entire west coast of America. Numerous celebrities and wealthy magnates possess their own residences here, including, of course, Tony Stark. At this moment, the vast foyer is occupied solely by Pepper Potts, who clutches a phone in her hand, listening to the incessant busy signal. With a wry smile reflecting her frustration, Pepper opens the door to the underground laboratory and descends. "Tony, I've told you this is unacceptable. You must learn to respect those who assist you," she admonishes, directing her words towards Tony Stark, who is engrossed in his experiments, head bowed low. "Are you suggesting he decline my offer to serve as Tony Stark's personal health consultant? Does he not realize that the income from catering to my needs surpasses that of serving the esteemed gentlemen and ladies of Wall Street?" Tony responds without lifting his gaze. Aware that once he begins working, he is difficult to deter, Pepper steps forward to halt Tony's endeavors, gazing at him intently. "He knows who we are, Tony. Look at me. I've only visited him thrice, scarcely totaling 4 hours. Do you realize, Tony, that I feel as if my body has reverted to a decade ago? I have never felt better than I do now. This is not merely the result of frequenting the gym. As Xiao would say, this is about nurturing the body from within. Do you grasp how extraordinary this is? He is a genius. Tony, come with me to New York tomorrow. Let us meet and discuss this with him. I am confident that your sincerity will resonate. I concede, you do appear quite well, Tony acknowledges, casting a glance at Pepper before returning to his work. However, I shall not personally solicit a health consultant. And I am not fond of you referring to others as a genius in my presence. I believe I am the greatest genius in your eyes, not a health consultant. And surely in the eyes of others as well. I will arrange for a flight tomorrow morning. I shall pick you up. Get some rest and sleep well, boss. Pepper asserts firmly as she turns to leave. Typically, Pepper adheres unwaveringly to Tony Stark's commands, especially prior to her tenure at Stark Industries, where she dutifully tended to his every need. It is only when it pertains to Tony's health that she demonstrates unwavering resolve. Just moments ago, as Tony exhibited the faintest sign of discomfort, though not in a medically concerning manner, Pepper recalled Xia's theories on wellness and immediately felt compelled to recommend him. Disregarding the hour to make the call, having rarely encountered Pepper's insistence, Tony Stark merely shrugged in silence, feeling the weight of her concern. Additionally, Pepper's recent transformations had captivated his thoughts. Even when he had arranged for a magazine cover model, his mind was consumed with images of her. With a sigh, Tony set aside his work and obediently took his leave for rest. Xia's gamble paid off. By the afternoon of the following day, he found himself in the presence of one of the Avengers' pivotal figures, Iron Man Tony Stark, despite the initial atmosphere being somewhat strained. The prodigy of mysterious Eastern medicine you mentioned could not possibly be this young lad, could he? Pepper, are you certain you have not mistaken him for someone else? As Tony Stark entered, he immediately began his verbal jabs. Mr. Stark, Xia's clinic has been the most renowned in New York since the days of his grandfather. The most esteemed and influential figures in all of Manhattan must secure an appointment to receive treatment, Pepper informed Tony, smiling at Xia Yu. Tony Stark, clearly oblivious to Pepper's goodwill, continued his provocations. I have no doubt that his grandfather possessed remarkable Eastern medical skills, but I find it hard to believe this young boy can embody such extraordinary talents. He then turned to Xia Yu and inquired, how old are you, young man? Have you reached the legal drinking age? Xia Yu, engrossed in brewing tea at the table, replied, I am 23 years old, Mr. Stark. I heard you entered MIT at 15 and took the reins of your family business at 21. Surely, you understand that age does not equate to everything? Is it the same? I am Tony Stark, the most famous genius in the world, a billionaire, and a playboy, Tony boasted, full of self-importance. Then perhaps you should purchase a medical journal and thoroughly study it, proving to me that you can heal your own frail body. Genius, Xia Yu retorted without yielding. After speaking, Xia Yu poured a cup of tea and gestured for Pepper. Miss Potts, please do taste your favorite black tea. Pepper expressed her gratitude as she accepted the cup, while Tony naturally sat down to pour himself a cup. Your tea is quite good, though I usually prefer coffee. Boy, do you realize whom you are provoking? My genius is in creating the world's most advanced weapons, not intending to a mere health practitioner. And I hardly believe that being a good health doctor requires much genius. Xia Yu graciously refilled their cups, but shot back, so, the great Mr. Stark can create weapons capable of destroying the earth yet is unable to mend his own frail and aging body? May I, rather impertinently, inquire how old you are this year? Let me guess, 45? Xia Yu is indeed being deliberate, as Tony Stark was born in 1970, making him only 37. And he appeared even younger than his cinematic portrayal. Damn it, I am nowhere near 40. I work out 4 times a week. My body is in peak condition. How dare you describe me as frail and aged? I despise that term. Goodness, you have enraged me. Do you have boxing gloves here? I must show you what strength truly is. Tony exclaimed, flailing his arms in frustration. Xia Yu, feigning surprise, turned to Pepper and asked, Miss Potts, are you certain this Mr. Stark is under 40? Oh my, he resembles your father. Ignoring Pepper's reaction, he continued to address Tony. You claim to work out 4 times a week? I apologize, sir, but I must say, the best maintained part of you appears to be your beard, which, though utterly mismatched with you, at least seems to have been meticulously groomed. With a huff of indignation, Tony Stark downed the tea in his cup and remarked, I cannot believe I have encountered someone even more insufferable than myself. My father once described me as acerbic the more of a genius I became, and now I bestow that acerbity upon you, eager to witness your genius unfold. After this, he turned to Pepper and said, Pepper, please run downstairs and fetch me a cup of coffee. I cannot abide tea. While you're at it, see if the corner shop has any concentrated sulfuric acid. If the situation does not improve, I may just splash it in this lad's face. Pepper, smiling as she watched the verbal sparring, relished the rare sight of Tony being bested. She understood him well. If he held disdain for someone, he wouldn't waste a breath on them. The young man, Xia, exuded a remarkable charm that she found instantly likable, and it seemed Tony also held a favorable impression of him. Once Tony's words reached her ears, Pepper nodded with a smile, offering Xia an apologetic glance before making her way downstairs. It was only after the sound of Pepper's footsteps faded that Tony turned sharply to Xia, saying, "Listen here. I rose early to leave my laboratory and endured several hours of flight. You had better make this worth my while. I require the kind of comprehensive care that Pepper provides. Do you grasp my meaning?" Xia chuckled. "Mr. Stark, if you are concerned about wasting time, a little blue pill could remedy your predicament. They sell it at the pharmacy downstairs, and if you mention my name, you may even receive a discount." Upon entering, Xia had quickly discerned the core issue. It was evident why Tony Stark had flown over so hastily. It was a matter of a man's most essential functionality being compromised. "Damn it. How did you figure that out? I need to restore my body. Fix it. Do you understand? It's akin to an engine running at low RPM. I need you to repair or upgrade it, not overload it. You see, that would shorten the engine's lifespan. What I meant to convey is that I have been working excessively without adequate rest, thereby affecting the functionality of my body. However, I do not have the luxury of time for rest. Hence, I require your unique medical expertise to help my body recuperate and regain its proper functions." "Yes, that is precisely what I mean," Tony Stark explained earnestly. "I completely grasp your intentions and understand your needs. I assure you that I will not disclose any specifics of your treatment to anyone. However, to achieve optimal results, I will need you to come twice a week and commit to this regimen for no less than 3 months. During this period, you must refrain from any intimate relations with women and, of course, with men as well," Xia replied with equal seriousness. 3 months is excessive. Do you have any idea how many temptations I face daily from alluring women? I cannot deny each and every one of them. It would be ungentlemanly to reject a lady, particularly a beautiful one," Tony Stark countered, attempting to negotiate. "Then you should procure those blue pills. I cannot assist you. But it is imperative that I inform you that your engine has traversed an excessive distance. Forcing further acceleration will inevitably lead to its demise. Admittedly, I possess a method to achieve the effects of those blue pills without rendering it inoperative, yet this would result in your engine becoming irreparable, leaving you with no choice but to maintain your current horsepower." Xia Yu shrugged, expressing his helplessness. "Damn it, have you perused Maxim magazine? I mentioned my intention to try for their cover girl every month this year, yet I missed the model for February. I had despaired of any hope. But lo and behold, next month's cover features a pair of twins. I perceive this as a divine opportunity that I must seize. Thus, by next month at the latest, I must restore myself to a condition that allows me to engage with both simultaneously and without any side effects. You must assist me in devising a solution." "The price is of no concern," Tony Stark asserted. "It's not a matter of cost, but rather the requirement of nearly a month's time. I will need to oversee your sleep and diet daily, providing treatment each day. Do you have the luxury of spending a month here with me?" Xia Yu responded. "Cohabit for a month? I cannot manage that. In truth, I wish for you to become my personal health consultant. I must admit, I genuinely admire the transformation you have brought to Pepper, so natural and radiant. Wouldn't you agree? If you are willing, accompany me to Los Angeles. And the terms are yours to dictate." Tony Stark extended the invitation. "I'm afraid I have little interest in being anyone's personal health consultant. In fact, I do not intend to remain in this profession henceforth. I can assist you in resolving this issue, but you must guarantee, Mr. Stark, that you will adhere to my directives until your treatment is complete," Xia Yu replied. Author's note, Chapter 14, Rooftop Hot Pot System Task. Utilize your medical expertise combined with the inner strength of the Nine-Yang Divine Art to remedy Iron Man Tony Stark's minor ailments. Showcasing the remarkable power of Chinese martial arts to one of the 3 titans of the Avengers. Task reward, 10,000 points. Without hesitation, Xia Yu accepted the task and followed Tony Stark and Pepper to Los Angeles. JARVIS. Grant this young man access. He will be residing with us for the next month, Tony Stark declared upon entering. "Yes, Mr. Stark. The basic database has been established. Welcome, Mr. Xia." JARVIS responded. JARVIS is my artificial intelligence butler. He can monitor the entire house at any time and effortlessly retrieve your records from government databases. You may inquire about anything within the home, even the necessary temperature for your shower. He is omnipresent, and for any other needs, seek Pepper, as she will be with us this month. I have no desire to cohabit with a male, even if he is my physician, Tony Stark informed Xia Yu. "Let us commence our treatment tomorrow. On the first day of residing in such a splendid abode, I believe we should indulge in a sumptuous dinner together. Tonight, I shall prepare an authentic Chinese meal for everyone. Pepper, would you mind accompanying me on a shopping excursion?" Xia Yu proposed. Pepper smiled in agreement and led Xia Yu out of the house. "Damn, I somewhat regret bringing this kid into my home," Tony Stark muttered with a tinge of jealousy. A gathering of 3 naturally called for a hot pot, and Xia Yu was pleasantly surprised to discover an old-fashioned copper pot in Chinatown, Los Angeles. However, he could not find any genuine sesame oil, so he settled for mixing up some sesame paste instead. The living room of Tony Stark featured a window that opened to a balcony with railings, overlooking the vast sea. Xia Yu found that the balcony led directly to the rooftop, and eagerly moved tables and chairs up there. In a flurry of activity, Xia Yu busily washed vegetables and sliced meat, while the cheerful little Pepper enthusiastically assisted him. She truly cherished this familial atmosphere, as Stark's house felt rather desolate. No nation in the world possesses the innate ability that the Chinese do. Just a single meal can fill an entire home with warmth and liveliness. After much effort, they finally completed the preparations. Tony Stark carried a small box filled with ice and beer. Everything was ready. When Xia Yu lifted the lid, a wave of steam infused with the fragrance of chili wafted into the air. I'm curious to see what's so remarkable about this hot pot you've worked on for so long. Isn't it merely boiling water to cook the ingredients and pairing it with dipping sauces? Barbecue is far superior, Tony Stark grumbled. Earlier, as Xia Yu and Pepper busied themselves like a couple, he felt a twinge of envy. Those familiar with the films know that Tony had long harbored feelings for Pepper, even if he himself didn't fully realize it. He was like a big boy, easily prone to jealousy. Xia Yu smiled in silence. The allure of hot pot is irresistible to ordinary people. Observing Tony and Pepper each adding slices of meat to the pot, Xia Yu chimed in. The meat is sliced very thin. It will be cooked in just 10 seconds. Overcooking it will diminish its flavor. Wow. I must say, this is quite decent, better than I anticipated, Tony Stark remarked. Xia Yu ignored his stubbornness and turned to little Pepper, asking, What do you think, Miss Potts? With her mouth full, Potts could hardly respond, but she nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. Although Tony Stark verbally acknowledged the meal as decent, his actions betrayed him. His chopstick skills were lacking, and he resorted to using a barbecue tong to indulge heartily. That evening, the trio consumed several dozen beers, primarily downed by Xia Yu and Tony Stark. As Tony became mischievous, he began to pour shots for Xia Yu, who, even without the legendary 9-yang divine skill, could hold his liquor quite well. Naturally, Tony ended up intoxicated, yet he remained undeterred, boasting that he would challenge Xia Yu to a whiskey contest the following day. After a night of revelry, the bond between them deepened significantly, and their addresses shifted to Xia, Pepper, and Tony. Throughout the evening, Xia Yu was in awe of the advanced technology within Tony's abode. The bathroom walls could transform into screens at will, simply by uttering a command to J-A-R-V-I-S. Xia Yu couldn't help but internally scoff at the capitalist nature of it all. He had once thought himself financially savvy, particularly with his own assets and the substantial cash hoarded within his spatial ring, a fortune amassed to thwart gang transactions. Yet witnessing Tony's lifestyle ignited within him the desire to earn more. The following morning, Xia Yu rose at 7. Tony Stark had granted him access to the laboratory, which, fortunately, housed no clandestine projects at the moment. Tony was primarily engaged in crafting an engine for an antique car, and the spectacle was far more breathtaking in person than it had appeared on screen. The laboratory, once a garage, sprawled over 1,000 square feet, accommodating a dozen vehicles and several motorcycles, trivial for someone of Tony's stature. It was adorned with various screens and control panels, high-precision lathes, and even a small bar replete with drinks and a fitness area furnished with an array of exercise equipment. Clearly, apart from sleeping, Tony spent most of his time here. Xia Yu remarked, Tony, it's a sheer waste for a genius like you, engrossed in your experiments, to reside in such a picturesque beachfront villa. Tony chuckled heartily. Seeing your gloomy demeanor first thing in the morning is undoubtedly the highlight of my day. Now come, Xia, let me witness your extraordinary medical skills. The system tasked Xia Yu with utilizing his medical expertise combined with the 9-yang divine skill to treat Tony Stark. Deciding to embrace the challenge, he resolved to perform a thorough cleansing of Tony's meridians. Just sit back and face away from me. I'll first assess your physical condition and then provide comprehensive care. It may hurt a bit, but you must endure, Xia Yu instructed. Pain is trivial as long as it leads to healing. Bring it on, Tony replied confidently. J-A-R-V-I-S. If Pepper brings breakfast, please ask her to refrain from interrupting us, Xia Yu added, settling into a lotus position with his hands resting on Tony's back. What's this? Are we doing yoga? I thought you were going to give me acupuncture or something. What is happening? I feel a warm current flowing through me. What have you done? Tony exclaimed as Xia Yu gradually channeled his inner energy. Quiet, Tony. I need to control the energy within me to cleanse and repair your body. If you wish to avoid an energy explosion within you, keep your mouth shut, Xia Yu retorted. Reluctantly, Tony suppressed his curiosity and began to quietly experience the sensations of energy coursing through him. The approach taken with Tony Stark was far from the gentle care afforded to Natasha, while Natasha patiently nurtured and eased his condition. Summer Yu exerted maximum force on Tony without causing physical harm. It was akin to the rigorous stretching of the leg muscles during exercise. The gradual pressure applied by others evokes a distinct sensation. Soon, Tony emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Had it not been for Summer's internal energy firmly restraining him, he would likely have been writhing in agony on the ground. Summer's force surged violently through Tony's meridians, as long as it did not shatter them. Even the appearance of minor cracks did not concern him. After all, the nine-yang divine art could mend them. Unable to endure Tony's incessant screams any longer, Summer diverted his focus to incapacitate him momentarily. With patience, he methodically unblocked the various meridians within Tony's body while simultaneously guiding the nine-yang divine art to circulate, solidifying and cleansing the system. Eventually, he used his internal energy to levitate Tony, suspending him in midair. Summer began to circle around Tony, continuously striking him with open palms, aiming to shatter the stubborn toxins and impurities embedded in his marrow and flesh. As his hands moved with increasing speed, they left visible afterimages in their wake. After delivering over 200 strikes in quick succession, Summer positioned himself behind Tony and shouted, "Here we go," before delivering a powerful blow to Tony's spine. At that moment, every pore on Tony's body erupted, expelling dark blood that sprayed several meters away. The author has a note. 2 more chapters will follow in the afternoon and evening. Chapter 15. Tony Stark's dilemma. Just in time to witness the final blow, Pepper Potts let out a thunderous scream, disregarding Jarvis's attempts to intervene, and rushed toward Tony Stark. At that moment, Tony's appearance was more disheveled than when Summer first completed the Jing. His body was covered in a dark, grimy mixture of blood and toxins. Some of it had been expelled earlier, while others emerged from the final strike, leaving some substances stuck to his clothing, with hair and beard stained as well. "Oh my God, Tony, what have you done to him?" Pepper shouted at Summer, her composure slipping as she saw Tony's condition. "Calm down, Pepper, calm down. Tony is fine. He merely looks a bit worse for wear. I will wake him up, and you can ask him yourself," Summer quickly assured, reaching out to rouse Tony. "Oh dear, Tony. Are you all right? Is there anything bothering you?" Pepper asked anxiously as she embraced him, her worry evident as he opened his eyes. "What the hell happened? What is all over me?" Tony exclaimed, bewildered. "I'm fine, darling. Please don't cry. I'm all right." The sight of Pepper's distress sent him into a momentary panic. "I merely assisted Tony in cleansing his internal system. To help you understand, some impurities will emerge through the pores. I recommend that you both take a shower before we discuss what transpired over breakfast. To be honest, the two of you embracing like this is hardly romantic. Pepper, can't you smell Tony? He currently resembles a recently unsealed sewage pipe," Summer remarked with a smile. It was only then that little Chili realized the scent that lingered around her, leading her to exclaim in shock before fleeing in haste. Tony, furrowing his brow, tossed out a remark, "Xia, I will settle this with you later," and hurried off. As the wealthiest man in America, and indeed the ostensible richest individual globally, it was only fitting that Tony Stark's bedroom was equipped with a lavish ensuite bathroom. He had just spent a good 30 minutes in the shower, cleansing his body thoroughly, particularly his hair, of the unsightly residue that had clung to him. Presently, he reclined, entirely unclothed, in a round bathtub measuring a generous 4 to 5 square meters. "Jarvis, play the footage from the laboratory," Tony Stark instructed the heir. "Yes, sir," Jarvis replied. With that, a crystal-clear screen rose from the back of the bathtub, displaying the earlier scene of Xia Yu performing a treatment on Tony in the lab. "Wow, this is incredible. What is this? Some sort of superpower?" Tony exclaimed dramatically, particularly captivated by the moment when Xia Yu levitated him using his internal energy. "Check my physical condition," Tony commanded once more. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of light swept across the entire length of the bathtub, penetrating the water's surface. After a brief pause, Jarvis's distinctly human voice resonated again. "Sir, the scan results indicate that while your body strength remains unchanged, the condition of all your organs and muscles is remarkably perfect. To put it simply, your body is as pristine as that of a newborn." Tony Stark comprehended the implication of this statement. As one ages, the body gradually succumbs to oxidation, and the intake of air and food inevitably introduces various impurities into the organs and even the bone marrow. For Jarvis to claim his body was as clean as that of an infant was indeed an exaggeration. "Additionally, sir, your metabolic rate is approximately that of an average 16 to 17-year-old, Jarvis added. Ignoring Jarvis's comment, Tony inquired, "Was there any detection of Xia's physical condition?" "The laboratory lacks specialized detection equipment, sir. I could only ascertain that during Mr. Xia's treatment of you, there was a significant density of energy activity within his body, of a type not recognized by current science," Jarvis responded. This situation contrasts sharply with what Pepper described, Tony murmured to himself. He held an unwavering trust in Pepper. Yet he found it perplexing that someone possessing extraordinary abilities would exhibit no hint of concealed power while treating him for the first time. What was his true intention? With a system at his disposal, Xia Yu possessed a remarkable 30-point affinity boost towards narrative characters. This was not a percentage, but a flat score of 30. A feature Xia Yu himself might not fully grasp. To clarify, a maximum affinity score of 100 between two individuals is exceedingly rare. as it implies an unreserved admiration for every aspect of the other person. This is particularly improbable between two relatively independent human beings, where typically, the affinity between infatuated couples ranges from 70 to 85, a figure that becomes increasingly difficult to attain, as one invariably discovers flaws or disagreements in the other. For instance, when two strangers first encounter one another, a mere smile can yield a mutual affinity score of 10. Sharing a meal and engaging in delightful conversation over drinks might elevate this score to 30. However, even after dining together for an entire month, spending every day in each other's company, the affinity may still struggle to surpass 50. Thus, the standard becomes increasingly challenging as time progresses. Yet, the system bestows upon Xia Yu a unique advantage. For example, upon meeting Natasha, he instantly receives a commendable 30 points in affinity from the system. If Xia Yu then enjoys a pleasant meal with her, the score remains at 30. In the case of an ordinary individual, attaining 30 affinity points from a single gathering with a new friend is quite commonplace. However, with Xia Yu's additional system-enhanced 30 points, the total can soar to an impressive 60, which is remarkable. To put it bluntly, even some couples with less than ideal relationships might only achieve a score of 60 in affinity. Therefore, when Xia Yu dined with Tony Stark and shared a drink, the affinity reached an exceptionally high level. Although Stark sensed something amiss, he harbored no suspicions regarding Xia Yu's intentions. The trust conferred by the affinity score played a significant role in this, as did the visuals displayed by Jarvis. Given Xia Yu's capabilities, if he harbored any desire to inflict harm, he would not have waited until this moment. As for whether his intentions were ulterior, the affinity score influenced Stark's perception, and he could not fathom any ulterior motive at this time. If it were about money, Stark would be indifferent. He could afford to act recklessly, a trait he exhibited even before becoming Iron Man. For these reasons, during breakfast, Stark showcased footage of their time together in the laboratory in front of Xia Yu. Pepper Potts gasped in astonishment upon viewing it, her mind filled with images of Stark covered in blood when she entered the lab, completely overlooking the fact that he was levitating in the air. Perhaps the numerous tables in the lab obscured her view of his legs, making it less apparent. What is this? A superpower? Or some form of extraordinary ability? Stark inquired directly. Xia Yu remained unfazed. Having seen the films, he was well aware of Jarvis's capabilities, especially since Stark had elaborated on them the previous day. This forthrightness reassured Stark, who appreciated Xia Yu's directness. It is a form of traditional Chinese martial arts, known as Kung Fu. Are you familiar with the term? It involves cultivating an internal energy, Xia Yu explained. I certainly know of Kung Fu. I even practiced Wing Chun for a time. However, it didn't seem that extraordinary to me. I regarded it merely as a combat technique, Stark replied. This references a scene from Avengers, Age of Ultron, where Bruce Lee appears on a t-shirt worn by Iron Man. Wing Chun is a martial art that Robert Downey Jr., the actor portraying Iron Man, practiced in reality. That is but the rudimentary phase, focusing on techniques and muscle power. The more advanced level involves absorbing energy from food and the air, transforming and enhancing the body, storing energy for various uses. You may understand this as akin to magic, albeit expressed differently, making it more comprehensible for you. Tony nodded in response, saying, your description is quite detailed, and I completely understand your point. However, I must inquire why you choose to display such a rare ability before me so freely. Although our conversation has flowed effortlessly, I must admit I feel a distinct fondness for you, though not in that way, so please do not misunderstand. I still prefer beautiful women. What I mean to convey is that despite our compatibility, it does not alter the fact that this is our first encounter. It seems rather inappropriate for you to unveil such capabilities in my presence. As far as I know, you did not employ these so-called martial arts when treating Pepper or others. The author interjects, in a moment, at 11 o'clock. There will be another chapter, Chapter 16, The Invincible Stark. In truth, I have utilized my abilities in treating others, albeit primarily through acupuncture with silver needles. So no one has noticed. The reason for such a conspicuous display this time is twofold. Firstly, due to the urgency of your situation, I needed to act swiftly to achieve results. Secondly, as you mentioned, there is a certain connection between us. This applies equally to you and Pepper. Although you initially appeared rather disagreeable, there was an inexplicable sense of trust between us during our first meeting. I cannot speak for both of you, but I certainly felt it. Xia Yu's response was quite astute. He understood the system's bonus for affinity, prompting Tony and Pepper to nod in agreement. Observing their consensus, Xia Yu took a sip of coffee and continued, in the language of Huaxia, we refer to this as fate. The people of Huaxia hold this belief dearly. The most crucial point is that this world does not permit me to wield my powers indiscriminately, while I aspire to continually explore martial arts, including the intricacies of my own body and the energies within it. However, I lacked the necessary detection equipment and technology until I encountered you, and the connection was so profound that I decided to reveal my abilities directly. Tony Stark and Pepper exchanged glances, nodding in understanding, and Pepper, filled with curiosity, asked, Xia, why didn't you just say this from the beginning? Xia Yu laughed heartily, pointing at Tony. You should ask this guy if I would be deemed insane for revealing such abilities right away. Had I showcased them during our initial meeting, he might have called the authorities, or at the very least, he would have prohibited you from seeking my treatment in the future. Tony Stark pondered for a moment before chuckling. You know, I quite like this annoying persona of yours. It reminds me of my younger self. Pepper chimed in at the perfect moment. Well, Tony, you still are. The breakfast concluded amidst laughter and joy, establishing a preliminary sense of trust among them. However, Tony Stark was not one to remain idle. After finishing his meal, he eagerly urged Xia Yu to demonstrate his abilities. Anxious to discern what equipment and apparatus might be necessary, as he was eager to delve into this uncharted territory, Xia Yu dared not showcase his full prowess but merely demonstrated the various applications of his internal energy in front of the two, such as the force of his palm imbued with internal strength, augmenting the hardness of objects through energy extension, and briefly defying gravity with acrobatics in the air. As Xia Yu descended slowly as if weightless, Tony and Pepper Potts applauded enthusiastically, with Tony Stark munching on snacks while observing the spectacle, which left Xia Yu feeling somewhat disheartened, akin to a performer in a circus. After gauging the situation, Tony hurriedly placed an order for various materials and equipment for the renovation of his laboratory. At noon, Xia Yu displayed a glimpse of his culinary skills, preparing a soup and several traditional Chinese dishes. This home-cooked meal prompted Tony to express his intention of hiring a Chinese chef in the future. To thoroughly assess Xia Yu's abilities, Tony ordered numerous high-end materials, many of which would take several days or even a week to arrive. During this week, Xia Yu procured various medicinal herbs and prepared numerous medicinal dishes to gradually enhance the physical condition of Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, treating Tony's ailments that he could not disclose to Pepper. Over these days, Tony exhibited considerable interest in Xia Yu's display of Chinese martial arts, though his pride prevented him from voicing it. Observing this, Xia Yu decided to take the initiative and teach him directly. To be honest, even if Xia Yu were to cleanse Tony's meridians at his age, the martial arts achievements would not be substantial, lacking a system as a cheat. Tony sought merely to strengthen his body. Xia Yu pondered over what to teach him, and ultimately, the system provided a simplified version of the I Ching. Unlike the original, this version contained only 6 simplified illustrations, reminiscent of Hua Tuo's 5 animals play, but with slightly better efficacy, costing Xia Yu 800 points. Tony, I know you have a keen interest in my martial arts. Truthfully, I wouldn't mind teaching you. But there are traditions in China that generally prohibit the dissemination of such knowledge. I must adhere to these customs. So I've contemplated a solution for several days. You could join our sect, which would lift these restrictions. This was a spontaneous suggestion from Xia Yu, designed to appear mysterious while establishing a deeper connection between them. I'm aware of that. I've seen some films. However, are there any limitations? You know my identity. I cannot casually join any organization, Tony Stark replied, being the world's foremost weapons expert and a prized asset of the U.S. government, thus mindful of his affiliations. Xia Yu smiled mysteriously. You need not worry about that. Long ago, we were the foremost sect in China, but now it is just my grandfather and me. With my grandfather's passing, I am the last remaining member, with no constraints, save for a simple initiation ceremony and an oath. Intrigued, Tony immediately asked, what is the name of our sect? Sun, Moon, Divine, Sect. Xia Yu pronounced each character slowly in Chinese. With a playful spirit, Xia Yu, eager to learn martial arts, saw Tony's enthusiasm and even drove him to Chinatown to buy an abundance of incense and offerings. Returning to Tony's villa, they set up the incense altar, lighting candles. Xia Yu even found a piece of wood, carved into the shape of a tablet, prominently inscribed with the name of the venerable old Master Jin. They placed several fruits upon it, and, taking Tony by the hand, bowed in reverence. After 3 kneels and 9 kowtows, Xia Yu whispered softly to Tony, Shi Yongong, Mianjiang, Lan Yanjiang. Those who sing aloud should give a good review. After reciting a theme song from Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, Xia Yu declared loudly, the ritual is complete. He then grasped Tony's hand, tears brimming in his eyes, and said, from this day forth, we are brothers of the same sect. Initially meant in jest, Xia Yu spoke with a hint of genuine emotion, having been lonely and isolated, while now having a super spy girlfriend who was elusive. Spending these days dining and chatting with Tony and Pepper felt genuinely like a home. Pepper, who had been watching with great interest, found the Chinese ritual refreshing and intriguing. However, upon hearing Xia Yu's words, she stepped forward and gently embraced him, saying, Xia, we are your family. This time, Tony did not feel jealous. He regarded Xia Yu, who was over a decade younger than both him and Pepper, as a younger brother. Yet, Tony was not skilled at expressing his feelings, and merely said, Xia, if you keep holding my secretary without letting go, I want to pay your medical bills. Xia Yu laughed heartily. throwing his arms around Tony and giving his back a hearty pat, then said, "There remains one last step. Every new member of our sect receives a title, which has been predetermined by the previous leaders. It's optional to use it, but I must tell you, my title is Shimen Chui Shui. You are fortunate. Your title is the most formidable of all, known as Dong Fong Bu Bai. The author has a message. If you have any opinions, please express them in the comments, and I will do my utmost to accommodate everyone." Chapter 17. Yacht Party. This treadmill can achieve a maximum speed of 800 kilometers per hour, automatically adjusting to your pace with absolutely no noise. It's no exaggeration to say that with sufficient materials, I could make a high-speed train run in place on this treadmill. Under the formidable hands of Dong Fong Bu Bai, Tony Stark, a plethora of materials that Xia Yu could not comprehend were swiftly assembled into a 10-meter-long treadmill. Over the past few days, Tony practiced a simplified version of the I Jing Jing under Xia Yu's relentless teasing. Now, finally back in his area of expertise, Tony was eager to boast. "Why make it so long?" Xia Yu inquired curiously. "That's to give you some leeway for sudden acceleration, you fool," Tony replied without looking up. Busy assembling a power testing machine. Maximum speed, 231 kilometers per hour. Acceleration from 0 to 100 kilometers in 0.7 seconds. Vertical jump height, 213 meters, tested outside the house. Right punch force, 312 tons. Left punch force, 307 tons. Aside from speed, all these figures were recorded without the aid of inner strength. With the first 3 levels of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill mastered, Xia Yu could hold his own against genetically enhanced heroes like Captain America and Winter Soldier, even without relying on inner power. Regrettably, Tony's device could only detect the immense energy within Xia Yu's body, yet it failed to trace the pathways and intensity of his internal force. In the words of Jarvis, "Sir, I am unable to locate the meridians and acupoints you mentioned. Do such organs exist within the human body?" After completing the preliminary data analysis, Tony eagerly inquired of Xia Yu when he might reach such a level. Xia Yu, with a wry smile, explained that the entirety of his internal force was bestowed upon him by his grandfather before his passing, and that the physical strength required for such proficiency must be cultivated from a young age. He suggested that they could discuss it further once Tony had perfected the 6 diagrams. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Tony quickly retreated to the laboratory. Refusing to believe he could not uncover the secrets of the human acupoints and meridians, he was convinced that science would ultimately provide the answers. And he felt that once he deciphered the mysteries of these pathways, he could swiftly grasp how the human body absorbs and stores energy. Xia Yu could only respond with a rueful smile, much like the world's greatest physician who might struggle to comprehend even the simplest principles of foot massage in Chinese culture. Martial arts, to some extent, require a certain idealistic support. For instance, Xia Yu had attempted to teach Tony and Pepper the fundamentals of meditation and energy cultivation, such as directing energy to the dantian and envisioning it circulating within their bodies, yet they were utterly incapable of achieving it. It was perhaps best for Tony Stark to focus on practicing the simplified version of the I Jing Jing, specifically designed for his needs. In the following days, Xia Yu dedicated himself to assisting Tony in restoring and enhancing his vigor. In truth, if Tony diligently practiced the I Jing Jing, he would have no issues. However, his fixation on the upcoming December date with the twins, coupled with the absence of Xia Yu's training aids, necessitated his reliance on Xia Yu to daily channel his internal energy for support. Indeed, this was the unspoken thought of Xia Yu's support. After diligently nurturing Tony's energy day after day, Xia Yu finally received a notification from the system, delightfully earning 10,000 points. However, upon attempting to purchase the 4th level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, he lamentably discovered that he could only acquire the 3rd level in tandem with the others and would have to await further tasks from the system. Upon being informed that his treatment had concluded, the jubilant Tony exclaimed his desire to throw a party. In a rather cunning move, he arranged for Pepper to be assigned a business trip through the company. Although they were not yet officially together, under the influence of Xia Yu's subtle machinations, the two had begun to engage in flirtation. Unlike before, when Tony would carelessly leave behind the aftermath of his romantic encounters, he was now somewhat hesitant around Pepper. Typically, such business trips would require Tony's presence. However, Xia Yu shamelessly fabricated an excuse in front of Pepper, claiming that Tony was occupied with crucial matters. Once Pepper was deceived, Tony boasted about giving Xia Yu a taste of a luxurious yacht party. Xia Yu scoffed at this notion, questioning whether he had never seen a film or experienced such extravagance before. In his past life, Xia Yu had witnessed countless subpar online films, characterized by 3 essential elements: yachts, beautiful women, and extravagant displays that had become tiresome. How unimaginative you are. Setting sail with a fleet of bikini-clad women sunbathing beside you. What's so entertaining about that? Xia Yu disdainfully remarked to Tony. As it turned out, Xia Yu's self-critique proved to be more potent than Tony's indulgence in hot pot. Was this truly a yacht? It resembled a floating villa on the sea. Xia Yu stood at the edge of a yacht club in Los Angeles, gazing in awe at the colossal 120-meter yacht. Tony burst into laughter, wrapping an arm around Xia Yu as they boarded the vessel. What does it mean when poverty constrains the imagination? The yacht boasted 3 magnificent decks, with 2 additional levels below, featuring 5 suites and 10 standard double rooms, its opulence far exceeding Xia Yu's wildest dreams. There were 3 swimming pools. This was a yacht, not a cruise ship. A dance floor, a cinema, a gymnasium, a dining room, a medical room, and 5 lounges completed the extravagant layout. In that moment, Tony Stark made Xia Yu acutely aware of the feelings Lu Lao must have experienced while exploring the Grandview Garden. With an air of smugness, Tony led Xia Yu on a tour of the yacht, eventually bringing him to the top deck. Pouring a glass of red wine, he handed it to Xia Yu and said, "My friend, the main attraction has yet to arrive. Let us set sail once the ladies are here." Xia Yu looked at Tony earnestly and replied, "Tony, I now understand why so many people dislike you. I have an overwhelming urge to strike you down." Tony laughed heartily, reveling in Xia Yu's discomfort, and provocatively remarked, "This yacht was custom-built for me in Germany, costing a staggering $800 million. My initial vision was to create a small island at sea, but the timeline proved too lengthy for my patience. Now I truly want to strike you down. You make me feel utterly impoverished," Xia Yu thought, glancing at the over $100 million within his spatial ring. Tony Stark intended to thoroughly unnerve Xia Yu. He gestured toward the shore and said, "Stand up, my friend, and welcome the ladies." As Xia Yu rose, he nearly dropped the wine glass on his own foot. 3 large tour buses, yes, those kind of tourist buses, came to a halt beside the yacht. The doors swung open, revealing a parade of beautifully clad women in bikinis of various skin tones. Indeed, that wretched capitalist Tony Stark had summoned these beauties by the busload, 3 at a time. Once the ladies boarded the yacht, the crew began to prepare food and drinks. At the foremost end of the deck where they stood, a stage was set up. Tony had invited the finest entertainment from the entire western region of America. As night fell, the yacht slowly departed, and after a brief passage, an array of fireworks erupted from the stern, accompanied by cheers from the enchanting ladies aboard. Tony seized the microphone and announced loudly, "The party has begun. Let the festivities commence, ladies." The music started, and the entire yacht transformed into a joyous sea of revelry. The author has something to say. Chapter 18. Tony, someone has defiled your pool. The party commenced in earnest, a mischievous grin gracing Tony's lips as he pulled Xia Yu to the edge of the stage. Standing at the highest point of the yacht, signaling for the music to cease, Tony took the microphone and boomed, "Allow me to introduce tonight's star. The handsome young man from the East, Xia. He is accomplished at a young age and my dearest friend. As tonight's main attraction, he wishes to express his gratitude for your presence by serenading you all. Ladies, let your cheers resound. Tony, you scoundrel." Xia Yu turned to Tony Stark, who was on the verge of fleeing. "Do not be shy. Tonight, my friend, you are the star of the show." With a hearty laugh, Tony dashed away, eager to meet the lovely ladies. Xia Yu felt as though he had been thrust into the spotlight. Fortunately, having traversed many experiences since his arrival, having personally taken the lives of more than 100, his mindset had transformed significantly. Otherwise, with over 100 pairs of eyes fixed upon him, Xia Yu would have found it difficult even to utter a word, let alone sing. Yet, singing was inevitable. As he quickly searched his mind for an appropriate song, he began, "Hello, ladies. It is well known that Tony Stark is a scoundrel, arrogant, sharp-tongued, and insufferable. However, the vast wealth of this detestable rogue makes him appear rather charming. Tonight, I wish to express my gratitude to this delightful miscreant for allowing me to witness the world's finest spectacle, a bevy of bikini-clad beauties." Xia Yu paused for a moment before continuing with a grin. "Of course, if you were to shed your bikinis, I believe the view would be even more splendid." Laughter erupted throughout the crowd. When the laughter subsided, Xia Yu suddenly raised his voice and declared, "The next song is dedicated to all the beautiful ladies here. Please, puff out your chests and sway to my rhythm." As the music began to play, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Tony Stark, watching Xia Yu sing passionately from below, muttered under his breath, "Damn it, I was hoping to see him make a fool of himself, but this guy is so talented. I might just start to envy you." Xia Yu's performance ignited the party's climax, and he soon found himself immersed in a sea of enchanting women, each more alluring than the last, with a delightful variety of shapes, colors, and types. The yacht was vast, and the number of beauties overwhelming. That night, neither Tony nor Xia saw each other again, each lost in their respective oceans of charm. The following morning, Xia Yu was awakened by the sound of a ringing phone. He lay in the yacht's lavish suite, a super king-sized bed accommodating at least 7 or 8 naked beauties. Gently, he picked up an arm and a leg that did not belong to him, a somewhat eerie thought, and hurried to the bathroom with his phone. Upon answering, Tony's voice boomed, "Xia, how many did you conquer?" Yesterday was truly magnificent. I feel like I could stay awake for a day and a night. Ha ha ha. Damn it, Tony. Last night was the wildest of my life. I was once a pure-hearted youth. If my grandfather knew I had befriended someone like you, he would rise from his grave to kill me, Xia Yu replied. I see you are becoming increasingly shameless, Xia. Hurry to the dining room for breakfast. Tony concluded before hanging up. As Xia Yu made his way, he noticed the yacht was spotless, with not a trace of the previous night's revelry visible. Not even the ladies themselves. Upon inquiring, he learned from Tony that aside from the ones they had taken to their rooms, the others had been whisked away in the night by a crew specifically assigned to return them home. Xia Yu marveled at the extravagant cost of Tony's parties as he buried his head in his meal, feeling genuinely famished after such an exhausting day. Xiao Lajiao was away on business for 5 days, hence this gathering extended over 3 consecutive days. During midday, several boats arrived carrying numerous lovely ladies. Though not as extravagant as the previous day, there were at least 30 or 40 in total, including the December cover girl from Maxim magazine, the pair of twins. Eager to fulfill his 12-kill targets, Tony impulsively whisked the twins into a room during daylight, emerging only by evening. Upon his exit, he accompanied Xia Yu to a rather intimate lounge. Tony retrieved a cigar from a small temperature-controlled box beside him and offered it to Xia Yu, inquiring, "Have you contemplated your future? I am aware that you do not relish the idea of remaining a health practitioner in Chinatown indefinitely. What are your plans?" "I am uncertain," Xia Yu replied. "In New York, I occupy myself with various tasks. To be honest, I am not sure what I should pursue. The inheritance from my grandfather suffices for my sustenance." At this point, Xia Yu raised his gaze to Tony, adding, "When I say I am comfortable, it certainly does not align with your unscrupulous standards." Tony let out a hearty laugh, encouraging Xia Yu to continue. Taking a puff from the cigar, Xia Yu let it linger in his mouth, slowly exhaling a few smoke rings before continuing, "Your sudden inquiry suggests you have something in mind? Pepper had mentioned to me that she initially sought your services through a friend who had visited your grandfather a few times. This friend maintained her figure and youthful skin through the treatments provided by your grandfather. Do you realize what that implies? It signifies the most effective weight loss and beauty regimen in the world. Women globally would go to great lengths for such a remedy." When Tony addressed serious matters, he did so with utmost sincerity. Xia Yu, having seen films and spent over a month with Tony, understood him well. He was typically engrossed in his laboratory work, scarcely attending to company affairs. His perception of money was rather indifferent, primarily due to his affluence. He was content with his current material conditions and lacked the ambition to further accumulate wealth. By providing some technology to Stark Industries, a continuous stream of dollars flowed in. He had no desire for monetary gain, and his efforts to establish a company were largely for Xia Yu's benefit, which Xia Yu found quite touching. After pondering for a moment, Xia Yu spoke up, "Are you suggesting I provide the formula for a business venture? I am not particularly fond of engaging in pointless socializing and networking, Tony. No, my friend, I merely require you to present the formula. I will establish a separate company to produce the finished product. I will employ specialists to manage it, and should you wish to have an office within the company, the opportunity will be yours. If not, that is perfectly acceptable. You would hold a 70 stake. What do you think?" Tony proposed. Xia Yu could not refuse this kindness. He too needed to earn more to realize a small ambition that required significant financial backing. Thus, he readily nodded in agreement, but suggested a 50-50 split. After some negotiation, they settled on Xia Yu receiving 60, both reluctant to demand more. Thus unfolded one of the most amicable business negotiations in history. After the serious matters were concluded, Tony's expression transformed into one of mischief. He retrieved a holographic keyboard from the table and casually tapped a few keys. The ceiling above them gradually faded away, ultimately becoming transparent, revealing the largest swimming pool on the deck. The lights at the bottom of the pool allowed the two brothers below to see the surface clearly. Tony wrapped an arm around Xia Yu's shoulders and exclaimed, gazing up from the pool, "The view remains unchanged. Isn't it splendid? This lounge has only welcomed 2 guests. And you're one of them. Nobody else knows. This is truly the most picturesque spot on my ship. Ha ha ha." Tony began critiquing the various beauties swimming in the pool. "Look at those thighs. Absolutely perfect. Tonight, I shall caress her. And this one here. Oh, look at that. Huh. The dye on those swim trunks has faded. Ha ha." Xia Yu glanced at the laughing Tony and replied coolly, "Tony, it appears she is relieving herself in your pool." Tony stood up, scolding him. Chapter 2. Afternoon and evening each have their own chapter. Chapter 19. Tony Stark's Valentine's Day gift with Pepper Potts returning from her business trip. Tony began delegating the establishment of the new company to her. True to her future role as the head of Stark Industries, Pepper meticulously handled the selection of the location, interior design, and staffing. After much deliberation, the trio was at a loss for a name, until Pepper decisively suggested, "Since Xia Yu's formula is derived from herbs, let us simply call it Herb." Tony Stark's extravagant nature resurfaced as he waved his hand grandly and purchased a 20-story office building in the name of the new company. This meant that even before production had commenced, Xia Yu had already earned a substantial stake in the building. Xia Yu, unfazed by this, wished to contribute financially but found himself unable to. Consequently, he accepted the situation with grace. The development of the pharmaceuticals was in full swing, thanks to Tony's advanced technology. The entire production line was automated, requiring only someone to classify the herbs upon their arrival in the warehouse. As time flew by in their busyness, despite Xia Yu being a hands-off manager, Pepper reported daily on their progress and occasionally dragged Xia Yu to observe the developments, ensuring he felt fully engaged. For over a month, Xia Yu assisted Tony in training each morning and spent his days in the laboratory, either supporting Tony as an aide or serving as a research subject for martial arts studies. After more than a month of diligent work, the company was finally ready to launch. Tony announced that the new product was the ultimate Valentine's Day gift for women and set the opening date for February 14th. The products had already begun to be listed earlier, but this date was designated for the official move into the office, allowing the two owners, Tony and Xia Yu, to make an appearance and meet all the employees. In truth, the principal manager, Xia Yu, had met most of the staff before. Today marked a modest luncheon intended for Tony and Xia Yu to make their appearance before the entire team. The employees had learned early on that Tony Stark was one of the owners, but for many, today was their first encounter with Xia Yu. Upon discovering that he was the largest shareholder, they were taken aback. It was astonishing that such a young man from the East could partner with Tony Stark in business, especially as a major stakeholder. Paying no heed to their whispered speculations, Xia Yu exchanged a few pleasantries. Pepper Potts, with her characteristic thoughtfulness, had prepared Valentine's Day gifts for each employee. Afterward, the three departed, and once downstairs, Tony and Pepper, in a conspiratorial manner, led Xia Yu to the rear of the building. "What are you two up to?" Xia Yu pondered, their enigmatic behavior reminiscent of matchmakers. "Are you trying to introduce me to someone? I already have a goddess," he mused. The company building boasted 20 floors, a considerable height in Los Angeles. Though quite adequate for their needs, the 16 lower floors had been entirely leased out, while the upper 4 were reserved for their own use. At that moment, numerous companies that had rented space were beginning to move in, resulting in a bustling scene outside the back entrance with many moving trucks and workers. Arriving at a corner of the rear entrance, Pepper smiled at Xia Yu and said, "This is Tony's Valentine's Day gift for you, and I'm merely facilitating. Now, let me show you." With that, she produced a key card and swiped it against the wall, revealing an additional door at the corner of the building. "Is this an emergency exit?" Xia Yu inquired, perplexed. Without responding, they opened the door and ushered Xia Yu inside. What lay beyond was a modest elevator lobby of several square meters, featuring a single elevator. Curious, Xia Yu followed them inside, only to discover that there were no buttons. Pepper once again produced the key card, swiping it on the right side of the elevator, prompting it to ascend. "What on earth are you two up to?" Xia Yu exclaimed loudly. "Shh, keep quiet. We're already in the elevator. There's no need to rush. As the big boss now, you must learn to remain composed, my friend," Tony admonished, shaking his head. Rolling his eyes, Xia Yu chose to ignore him. The elevator soon arrived, and as the doors opened, they revealed a living room. Directly opposite the entrance, behind the sofa and television, was a beautifully crafted wooden partition in traditional Chinese style, flanked by space for passage. To the right, a floor-to-ceiling glass window offered a view, while to the left, another pane of glass stood adjacent. Beyond lay a grand swimming pool, with a wall covered in lush greenery directly opposite. "Is this the rooftop?" Xia Yu gasped, hurrying to the right window for a closer look. Indeed, it was the rooftop. As he moved into the living room, he noticed a Chinese tea table beside the right window. Adorned with numerous jars of tea leaves, he could discern at least 7 or 8 different varieties at a glance. Beyond lies the restroom and the bedroom, the latter of which is complemented by an en-suite bathroom and a walk-in closet. Within the closet are several tailored suits and casual attire, an array of shoes, belts, and ties, and even a few exquisite timepieces and sunglasses. Upon exiting the bedroom, Xia Yu noticed, directly opposite where he had emerged from the elevator, a small loft above featuring an open kitchen and dining area. As Xia Yu took a moment to survey his surroundings and arrived in the living room, Little Pepper spoke up, "Happy Valentine's Day. Do you like this gift?" From the moment the building was purchased, Tony had meticulously planned to construct a penthouse for him atop the roof, a quintessentially Tony Stark gift. Before Xia Yu could respond, Tony interjected, "To be honest, I was mainly concerned about this kid lingering in my home indefinitely." Xia Yu's eyes glistened with emotion as he forced a calm demeanor and replied, "Tony Stark, I would adore you more if your words were less foul. I do not require your affection. Come over here. Let me introduce you to the most remarkable feature of this house, the home control system designed personally by Tony Stark." As Tony spoke, he casually tapped the coffee table, and a control interface materialized on the glass surface. Every table in this home can function as a computer, including the leisure table by the poolside. I've installed a smart butler system for you. It may not be as sophisticated as JARVIS, but it allows you to input various voice commands to control all household appliances. Remember, all of them. This includes the pool's water exchange and temperature. The pool's drainage pipe is a substantial 50 centimeters in diameter, and I've equipped the plumbing with a filtration system. As the water drains, impurities such as human hair will be filtered out and automatically routed to the building's sewage system. Thus, should you wish, you can conveniently relieve yourself in the pool in the morning before refreshing the water. Tony elaborated on the myriad functionalities of the house. Once he had finished, Tony rose and stated, "All right, Pepper and I have a meeting at Stark Industries this afternoon, followed by dinner together tonight, so you'll have to entertain yourself today." Xia Yu felt genuinely happy for the couple and asked, "When did this come about?" Little Pepper replied with a smile, "It's merely our first date. Congratulations." Xia Yu beamed, embracing Little Pepper warmly. After seeing them off, Xia Yu settled onto the sofa, gazing at his new abode. Compared to Chinatown in New York, this place exuded a more homely aura. Although it bore resemblance to his former home, it was ultimately not the same. It was a configuration of the system, yet here, he experienced a sense of belonging to a space that was truly his own. Valentine's Day, a moment when Xia Yu attempted to call Natasha, only to find the line unreachable. Having spent the last 2 months in the company of Tony and Little Pepper, he suddenly felt lost in solitude. Just then, his phone chimed with a message. "Cinder, Tony Stark. Xia, as a friend, I cannot bear the thought of you spending Valentine's evening alone in such a beautiful house, especially on its first night. I've left a car key on the sofa. Why not visit a nightclub and charm a lovely lady? Of course, 2 would be fine as well. The bedroom has quite a spacious bed. Wishing you a joyful Valentine's Day. A friendly reminder, I have left you 15 different brands of safety supplies in the nightstand, all in the smallest size, which should fit your needs. No need to thank me. Damn Tony Stark," Yusha cursed with a smile on her face. The author has something to say. Chapter 21, the plot begins. "Damn it. Tony, it's 4 in the morning. What do you want?" Yusha roared into the phone. "I just conquered a female journalist yesterday during our interview. She called me a war profiteer, and I ended up engaging her in a full-blown war. Clearly she was utterly defeated." Tony's lively voice came through the phone. "So, you disturbed my sweet dreams just to flaunt your sexual prowess? You are a complete jerk, Tony." Yusha's voice grew louder, causing Natasha, awakened by the phone call, to stifle a laugh. "For heaven's sake, I am your business partner. I designed the most dazzling house in Los Angeles for you. And what about you? 10 days ago, you stormed into my home, tossed over $100 million in cash onto my floor, specifically $100,235,000, asking me to help you deposit it into the bank. Then you silently ran back to New York. And here I am, cleaning up your mess. If it weren't for my remaining assets and reputation, they would think I am a drug dealer or money launderer. Do you have any idea how much effort it took to convert your cash into the lovely digits in your bank account? In comparison, I merely called you in the middle of the night. You are the real jerk, Xia." Tony began a series of complaints. "It's 4 in the morning. Not the middle of the night," Yusha corrected. "It's the dead of night on my end. Thank you. Los Angeles and New York have approximately a 3-hour time difference. You should learn to show me a bit more respect. There's an old saying in Huaxia, respect the elders and love the young. You should respect me, my dear you," Tony mumbled, sounding as though he was either drinking water or alcohol. "Fine, you win this round, buddy. Just wait a moment." Yusha was fully awake now, rising to grab a cigarette, and she leaned over to give Natasha, who was wide-eyed, a quick kiss. Lighting a cigarette, she took a deep drag and exhaled heavily before addressing the phone again. "So, what is the purpose of this late-night call? Surely, your health isn't at risk, right?" "That's impossible. My health is better than you can imagine. I found a piece of land in Los Angeles that I intend to use for cultivating herbs for our company. The land is crucial, but it's not my forte. I need you to assess whether it is suitable for herb cultivation. As long as the land is fine, we'll purchase it. Weather and temperature considerations are irrelevant." "I can handle that," Tony stated. "No problem. I'll come over tomorrow." Yusha replied, then reconsidered and asked, "Why not contact me tomorrow morning instead?" "Because I just remembered, and I can't sleep. Arrive in Los Angeles before 3 in the afternoon. Pepper will be looking for you." After saying that, Tony hung up the phone. "That jerk," Yusha muttered, tossing her phone aside. "I can detect a hint of flirtation in that exchange. I'm starting to feel jealous of Tony Stark." Natasha joked, "Allow me to demonstrate how unwavering my sexual orientation has remained." Xia Yu lifted the covers and burrowed beneath them, while Natasha chuckled softly. In the early hours of 4 o'clock in New York, some were playing basketball, and others were reveling in the springtime. The following morning, Xia Yu boarded an early flight, leaving Natasha behind, as her holiday was nearly at an end, and she needed to remain in New York. As she put it, there was a general in the government recently embroiled in some troublesome human augmentation experiments, and they were keeping a close watch on it. Xia Yu was aware that the plot of the Incredible Hulk was unfolding, but the S.H.I.E.L.D. was merely playing the role of an observer in this affair, which put her mind at ease, though she still cautioned Natasha to be careful. Upon landing, Pepper Potts was already waiting. Xia Yu was intrigued, as she had intended to contact Pepper after disembarking. Pepper smiled and informed Xia Yu that she had just dropped off Tony and decided to wait at the airport, as the timing was quite convenient. Although Tony Stark was not directly involved in the day-to-day operations of Stark Industries, as the largest shareholder and CEO, his schedule was still quite demanding. Recently, he had spent a considerable amount of time at home due to some difficult health issues. Thus, when she heard that Stark had left, Xia Yu thought little of it. Following Pepper, they ventured to a farm on the outskirts of Los Angeles. The land was promising, and Xia Yu felt optimistic, suggesting that the company send a representative to negotiate the price. After a busy afternoon, under Pepper's enthusiastic recommendation, they dined at a Mexican restaurant in Hollywood. Did you know that your company's products are primarily sold to Hollywood stars? Selling to them not only yields excellent advertising benefits but also allows for significantly higher pricing. Pepper remarked. Is that so? The prices are quite high? Xia Yu responded. The costs are average. Xia, you are undoubtedly the most indifferent CEO in the world. My goodness. You don't even know the pricing of your own products, Pepper exclaimed in astonishment. Embarrassed, Xia Yu scratched his head and replied, I'll gradually learn more. You know. That rascal Tony called me at 4 in the morning to inform me about today's events. He was undoubtedly being mischievous. Pepper covered her mouth and laughed, saying, You could call him now. He should have just arrived. It's morning there, so it's the perfect time for you to get your revenge. Oh. Xia Yu's interest was piqued. As he reached for his phone, he inquired, Where did he go? The time difference is quite significant. He went to Afghanistan to promote missiles to the local U.S. military, Pepper replied. Xia Yu halted his actions, pondering Afghanistan. This meant that the plot had indeed begun. Tony Stark would be confined in a cave for 3 months, a period that would transform him into Iron Man, a mortal soaring to divine heights. Their essay saying that excessive concern leads to chaos. Despite knowing Tony should be fine, Xia Yu felt anxious, fearing that if his butterfly emerged, it might alter the course of events. Look at how Tony and Pepper had begun their flirtation far earlier than in the film. Xia, are you all right? Pepper's voice brought Xia Yu back to reality. I'm fine, just reminiscing. This wrap is quite good, Xia Yu said absently. During the meal, Xia Yu appeared lost in thought, prompting Pepper to assume he was reminiscing about some sorrowful event. Thus, she decided to take him home early. Upon returning to his residence, a house designed by Tony, memories of his time with Tony flooded his mind. Spending over a month in Tony's villa alongside Pepper truly felt like being part of a family. Having only been in this world for a little over 6 months, he had formed a brotherly bond with Iron Man and even embarked on a romantic relationship with Black Widow. 2 of the Avengers who perished in Endgame were no longer around, yet he found himself reflecting, mocking his own choices. He sat alone in his home, lost in thought until the late hours of the night. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Natasha. Xia, Tony Stark is in trouble, she said. What happened? Xia Yu asked. Though he already had an inkling, his tone charged with urgency. He was attacked by a missile in Afghanistan. The scene was littered with soldiers' corpses, but there were traces of his blood. He must have survived, but I am unaware of his current condition, Natasha reported, showcasing her access to first-hand intelligence as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Are they terrorists? Xia Yu inquired. The situation is chaotic over there, and it's unclear which faction is responsible. However, rest assured, his unique status has mobilized almost all intelligence agencies. We should have results soon, Natasha reassured him. I understand. Please inform me immediately of any updates, and stay safe, Xia Yu concluded, ending the call and sinking into deep contemplation. The author has something to say. Chapter 22. The Rescue of Tony Stark System Task. After creating an armor for Tony Stark, assist him in his escape. Task reward, 30,000 points. Failure results in a deduction of 30,000 points. Insufficient points will result in negative points, with a principal of 50 and annual interest. Tony Stark could escape on his own. Why issue such a task with such a high point value? What changes have I brought to the narrative? Team All, enlighten me. Xia Yu addressed the system. Master, you may not grasp my meaning. You have not yet altered the storyline. Even if you decline the task, Tony Stark will escape along his predetermined path. However, by accepting the task, the narrative will shift, increasing its difficulty, hence the reward of points, Team All elucidated. Xia Yu began to comprehend. It seemed that remaining inactive would have no repercussions. Then I shall simply decline. Earning points later, he remarked to Team All. All future system tasks will be closely tied to the plot, meaning the master must accept tasks to advance the narrative and enhance their strength. Only with sufficient power can the master partake in the ultimate battle and save those destined to perish. Tmall's voice remained electronically synthesized. Yet this revelation sent a chill down Xia Yu's spine. Is everything predetermined, forcing me to alter the outcome? Provide me an explanation. Why? Xia Yu's frustration was palpable. Rest assured, Master, the system exists to assist you. Some matters cannot be elucidated at present. After the Civil War, everything will become clear. Please engage with tasks to strengthen your abilities, Tmall responded. Xia Yu fell silent, regardless of the nature of the system's existence. One thing remained unequivocally true. Enhancing one's strength was paramount. It was akin to playing a game. One must first complete the main quest to level up. Thus, it became imperative to thoroughly investigate the situation in Afghanistan, beginning with locating the area itself. Xia Yu recalled films from his previous life, particularly the one depicting Tony Stark's captivity in a cave. The film contained several crucial details: Gulmira, the Ten Rings organization, an abandoned Soviet factory, and a desert. With these clues combined, the task became significantly simpler. Since Tony was undoubtedly safe, Xia Yu had the opportunity to execute his original plan, capitalizing on Stark industry stock plummet to buy at a low. 10 days later, having arranged everything meticulously, Xia Yu embarked on his journey to the Gulmira region of Afghanistan. Many place names in the Marvel Cinematic Universe are fictional, such as Gulmira and Sokovia. Xia Yu had never visited Afghanistan in his previous life. He had only heard of its chaos. However, upon arriving, he discovered the extent of the turmoil, particularly in Gulmira, where only a handful of small towns remained, while the rest were largely under the control of the Ten Rings, reportedly conscripting the local populace. After several days of reconnaissance, Xia Yu settled on a town called Miano, primarily because it housed a tavern. The uniqueness of this Afghan tavern was that, like his previous life, it was situated in an Islamic country where finding such establishments was challenging, especially in small towns. Even if non-Muslims existed, in a nation perpetually ravaged by war, few could afford the luxury of taverns. Consequently, Xia Yu ventured inside to probe further, only to discover a Ten Rings tattoo on the tavern owner's neck, who also spoke English, an invaluable asset, as Xia Yu required a translator. Without further ado, he employed a life and death talisman to exert control over the owner, revealing that this was indeed a Ten Rings stronghold. Several nearby towns were covertly dominated by the organization, and all resources within this tavern catered primarily to the Ten Rings members stationed at the local base. After spending over 10 days there, Xia Yu gleaned information about Tony Stark's current circumstances and precise location. Now, all that remained was to await Iron Man's emergence from the chrysalis. The Marvel films hinted at a concealed narrative involving the Ten Rings. For instance, in Iron Man 3, the disguised Mandarin was killed by genuine Ten Rings operatives after his imprisonment, and in Ant-Man, individuals from the Ten Rings were present among those purchasing suits from PIM Technologies. Thus, the Ten Rings organization appeared to be immensely powerful within the Marvel Universe. In the following days, Xia Yu gradually gained control over more than a dozen Ten Rings members who frequented the tavern, four of whom were imprisoned at the same camp as Tony Stark. Regrettably, the intelligence extracted from them was scant, as they were mere foot soldiers and lacked substantial information. Xia Yu, already aware of Tony Stark's predicament without needing to inquire, realized that his priority was to establish contact with Stark and synchronize their plans. At long last, 2 months after Tony's disappearance, Xia Yu managed to control a minor leader, granting him direct access to Tony Stark. In the secluded cave of the Ten Rings, Tony Stark has now been imprisoned for 79 days. The terrorists have grown increasingly impatient, and Tony realizes that he can no longer afford to delay. He must expedite the creation of his armor in order to seize even the slightest opportunity for escape. On this particular day, a terrorist with yellow hair approaches. Tony recognizes him as an associate of the bald leader, likely a subordinate of some significance. This individual strides directly towards Ethan, and when Tony attempts to intervene, he is swiftly thrown to the ground. The yellow-haired terrorist pins Ethan against the table, brandishing a handgun at his head, and loudly demands, "Tell me, how much longer do you need?" 15 days, at least 15 days. The equipment here is far too rudimentary. Tony responds. The terrorist forcefully nudges Ethan's head against the table with the gun, stating, "You have 1 week at most." Upon releasing Ethan, he grabs the schematics from the table and gestures for Tony to explain. He then pulls out a sheet of paper and inquires about the specific component of a missile. Waiting until Tony is close enough to speak in a hushed, hurried tone, Mr. Xia sends his regards. Tony is momentarily taken aback, unable to directly deny it, and simply gazes at the terrorist in bewilderment. Noticing Tony's silence, the terrorist continues, "There is $100 million on the floor, and you are nothing but a lecherous old fool." Tony's heart races with exhilaration as he suppresses his excitement and quietly asks, "Why not alert the military to rescue me?" The terrorist dutifully relays Xia Yu's message. "Your itinerary is classified. He does not trust the government or your company. Mr. Xia is in a nearby town and wishes to set a time to assist you. After a moment's contemplation, Tony replies, 1 week. What assistance can you provide? I need to meet Mr. Xia first. I cannot linger for long. I will come to find you in 3 days, and we can discuss the details then. The terrorist departs hastily, and Tony turns to Ethan, declaring, our chances have improved. We must hasten our progress. Time is of the essence. Shortly thereafter, the yellow-haired terrorist meets with Xia Yu. I need you to take me inside on the day of the operation, ideally close to your leader, Xia insists. That's impossible. I am not among his closest confidants. Getting you into the camp will be exceedingly difficult. Your face is simply too recognizable, he replies. Is that so? Xia's expression darkens. The yellow-haired man, having experienced the life-and-death desperation of the situation, feels a chill run down his spine. He bravely suppresses his fear and pleads, Mr. Xia, you must grant me a chance to survive. If I am doomed regardless, I might as well end it now. Moreover, bringing you in directly will certainly compromise your plan and complicate your rescue efforts. Xia chuckles, appreciating the cleverness of the young man. Keeping him as a mole within the 10 rings is not a bad idea. In truth, Xia has a rough plan in mind, but needs to ascertain the extent of Tony's progress. The sentinels guarding Tony's cave are primarily the loyal subordinates of the bald leader. Leaving little recourse for Xia Yu, he instructs Huang Mao to pose a single query to Tony. Can he ensure his safety within the cave, or at least secure the entrance against intruders? Xia Yu is already privy to the answer. Tony merely needs to execute his plan and break free. Over the next few days, Xia Yu intends to gather the forces of the 10 Commandments gang under his control, ideally bringing along additional reinforcements. Once they establish dominance, they can launch an assault on the enemy camp, diverting a significant number of adversaries to assist Tony, while Xia Yu monitors the battlefield to avert any unforeseen variables. The author wishes to express, this chapter is unsatisfactory, the narrative feels contrived and lacks natural flow. Future efforts will aim for improvement. Chapter 23, Masterman, the long-awaited day has finally arrived. Xia Yu has prepared his team not far from the location, while Tony anxiously awaits in the cave. It must be noted that the plot possesses a considerable inertia. The bald leader of the 10 Commandments gang senses something amiss and dispatches a subordinate for reconnaissance. In a scene reminiscent of a film, Tony urgently activates his armor, and the terrorists attempting to force their way in are obliterated by a small bomb crafted by Tony. Meanwhile, Ethan seizes a weapon and rushes out to buy time. At this juncture, Xia Yu is leading around 20 members of the 10 Commandments gang towards the camp when they hear an explosion followed by gunfire. Left with no choice, Xia Yu decides to take matters into his own hands. His initial plan was to park a kilometer away and launch a surprise attack on the camp. But just after parking and taking a few steps, the confrontation erupts. Disregarding the potential chaos, Xia Yu instructs Huang Mao to bring the vehicle closer, while he employs his agile footwork to advance towards the 10 Commandments camp. The remaining 20 members are left astonished, witnessing Xia Yu vanish into the desert with a swift motion, while Huang Mao quickly regains his composure and drives towards the camp. Upon arrival, Xia Yu is greeted by the incessant sound of gunfire from within the cave, where a group of 10 Commandments members stand guard with firearms aimed at the entrance. Utilizing a long-neglected outfit change feature, Xia Yu dons a sleek black armor, wielding the legendary sword. Yet this time, he does not wear a mask. The outside contingent, numbering merely 30 individuals, cannot withstand even a minute against Xia Yu, who dispatches them effortlessly. After eliminating the external threats, he hastily gathers the majority of the amassed weaponry and rushes into the cave, where he finds Tony crouched beside Ethan, who appears to have succumbed to his fate. Tony, we must leave, Xia Yu implores, fearing any unforeseen developments. Can we take him with us? Tony gestures towards Ethan's lifeless body. Not a problem. Your mobility is hindered in that armor. Remain still, and I shall assist you, Xia Yu replies, swiftly using the legendary sword to release Tony from his armor, which is primarily secured with belts and easily undone. Xia Yu secured Ethan's lifeless body under his arm, while his other hand grasped Tony Stark's pulse point. A steady stream of chi from the 9 Yang divine art flowing into him. As they emerge, Huang Mao and his entourage approached in 5 vehicles, a formidable sight. Initially, the group regarded Xia Yu as a devil due to the death talisman, but after witnessing his earlier display of power, their fear deepened. Xia Yu and Tony took a ride in Huang Mao's vehicle, heading towards the heart of the desert. The area remained perilous. However, Xia Yu possessed a satellite phone, a gift from Pepper before his journey to Afghanistan, along with Colonel Rhodes' contact details. He planned to venture further away before calling for assistance. While boarding the vehicle, Xia Yu noted a red dot on the minimap, recalling that a bald man likely lay nearby when they entered the cave. In the original narrative, he had survived, only to be killed later by Obadiah Stane. He pondered the implications. Without that bald man, how could Obadiah Stane have transformed into Ironmonger? Thank you, Xia, Tony remarked. Let's save the chatter for a safer location. You actually managed to craft that armor in the cave. That's impressive, Tony, albeit rather unsightly, Xia Yu replied. Having transferred a bit of his chi to Tony earlier, the latter appeared more alert, yet the death of Ethan weighed heavily on him, rendering him somewhat reticent. Upon hearing Xia Yu's comment, Tony opened his mouth, but ultimately could only manage. Your appearance isn't much better. Xia Yu, disinclined to engage in banter at that moment, noticed Tony's lethargy and felt a pang of discomfort. Seeking to lighten the mood, he produced a satellite phone and said, when I arrived, Pepper informed me that I could seek Colonel Rhodes' assistance. I know he's a good friend of yours. I trust him, though I hold little faith in the American military here. However, we should be safe enough for him to come to our aid. You should make the call. Despite his reassurances, unease lingered within Xia Yu, for the system had yet to indicate the completion of his mission. As if summoned by his thoughts, 2 vehicles ahead were suddenly struck by a massive surge of electricity, instantly transforming them into fireballs. It was evident that the occupants would not survive. The remaining 3 vehicles screeched to a halt, and all, including Xia Yu, stared in shock at the blazing wreckage. What kind of lightning could strike in this desert? Then, from ahead, a figure clad in a black robe descended slowly, revealing only hands adorned with rings on each finger. Xia Yu's keen eyes recognized that this was not the imposter from Iron Man 3, but rather the true leader of the 10 rings. Suddenly, the reason for the 30,000 points required to complete the mission became clear. Tony, call Rhodes immediately. Do not stop the vehicle. Huang Mao, when I exit, drive at once. Remember, if Tony dies, you will not survive either. Xia Yu whispered urgently. What are you planning? We leave together. Tony insisted. Tony, if I cannot prevail, we will perish if we stay. If you leave, I may still have a chance to escape, so stop your hesitations, Xia Yu replied with a serious tone. As Tony remained silent, the figure known as Masterman slowly descended and cast a glance at the vehicle occupied by Xia Tian and his companions. He opened his mouth and declared, Tony Stark remains, the rest shall perish. With the finality of his words, he waved his right hand, and the ring adorned with a yellow gem on his right ring finger gleamed ominously. A beam of light swept across, cleaving the 2 nearby vehicles in half, instantly severing the occupants within. At that moment, Xia Yu patted the shoulder of the blonde-haired companion and shouted, Go. He then leaped forward, landing directly before Masterman. Wielding the heavenly sword, which he aimed diagonally from left to right toward Masterman's head, Xia Yu moved with remarkable speed. While Masterman had just finished severing the second vehicle with his right hand, Masterman's reflexes were indeed remarkable. Even before Xia Yu could strike, he instinctively stomped his right foot into the ground and floated backward. A flash of light emanated from his left index finger, conjuring a fiery explosion in front of Xia Yu, which effectively blocked his sword strike and propelled Masterman further away. In the span of their confrontation, from the moment Xia Yu urged them to flee until their first exchange, the blonde-haired companion had merely maneuvered the steering wheel, the front of their vehicle having barely passed the scene. The explosion sent a shockwave towards Xia Yu's upper body. Utilizing the force, he performed a backflip, landing firmly atop the rear of Tony's vehicle. Harnessing his internal energy in conjunction with his physical prowess, he propelled the car forward with a sudden burst of speed, racing toward Masterman at an even greater velocity. Seeing Tony Stark escape, Masterman roared in fury, You seek death. This time, it was the small finger of his left hand that activated. Xia Yu clearly observed the white light shooting forth towards him, with no means to evade midair. He raised the heavenly sword to block the attack, a chilling energy coursing up his arm. Before the cold could reach his forearm, the 9 yang true chi surged from the acupoints throughout Xia Yu's body, dissipating the frigid energy. The 9 yang divine art was impervious to cold, a natural counter to all forms of chilling energy. However, Masterman's rings were numerous, as the ring on his right middle finger flashed. A 2-meter-wide whirlwind materialized before Xia Yu, the fierce wind producing a cacophony of sound. The concentrated force was as tangible as substance, barely lifting a few grains of sand from the ground. The benefit of the system-loading martial arts was that once completed, each technique was inscribed into Xia Yu's very marrow, allowing him to instinctively utilize the most effective countermeasures. Suddenly, the heavenly sword in his right hand emitted a resonant hum, vibrating at a high frequency due to Xia Yu's internal energy. He then extended his right hand forward. The vibrating heavenly sword pierced through the whirlwind, executing a horizontal arc that disrupted the cyclone with a decisive strike, an application of the Dugu 9 swords technique to break through. The author has a note. Another chapter will follow tonight. Chapter 24, Gatling, Rat-a-tat-tat. Boy, who on earth are you? Masterman growled, eyes narrowing as he realized Tony Stark had already distanced himself. Shimin Chue Shue, Xia Yu remarked. Only a fool would divulge their true name. Who knows what curses they may possess? Masterman, indifferent to the veracity of the statement, inquired, What is your connection with Tony Stark? That you would go to such lengths to protect him? Masterman felt quite helpless. The influence of the 10 Rings gang was pervasive, both overt and covert. Across the globe, he had merely passed through this area, only to witness chaos unleashed upon his territory, prompting him to pursue the source of the disturbance, ultimately stumbling upon Tony Stark. In the film, Obadiah Stane merely employed the Ten Rings gang to assassinate someone, only to discover, upon engaging, that Tony was not dead, which ignited his greed to exploit Stark for weapon production. Masterman might truly have been unaware of Stark's significance among his subordinates. Initially, he presumed that he could easily handle a few ordinary individuals, but then an unexpected youth emerged. Masterman did not fear Xia Yu, but his ring's powers came with numerous restrictions, and he bore recent injuries that rendered several of his rings inoperative. In a straightforward contest of skill, he knew he was no match for Xia Yu. Thus, he opted to engage in conversation, assessing the situation while waiting for the cooldown of several ring abilities. Xia Yu, of course, was eager to cooperate. Once the system indicated task completion, signifying Tony's safety, he could swiftly depart, a wish he fervently desired. Therefore, Xia Yu boldly plunged his sword into the ground, declaring, "It's nothing personal, it's merely a transaction. I accepted a payment of $10 million to rescue this individual." Upon hearing this, Masterman chuckled, realizing it was a matter of hiring. He promptly offered, "I will give you $30 million if you help me retrieve him." That won't he do? I made a promise to save him. Unless, of course, you offer me $100 million, I cannot agree to that. My master taught me that when money is exchanged, one must fulfill their promise. Unless someone offers 10 times the amount. Xia Yu presented a haughty demeanor, filled with a sense of pride. Masterman thought to himself, so this mercenary would betray his employer for a price. What audacity. Yet, this young man has a master, a hidden figure of considerable stature. Perhaps it's best to avoid conflict. Very well, $100 million it is. Allow me passage, Masterman resolved, feeling quite pleased. Little did he know. Xia Yu swiftly sheathed his sword and pointed it at Masterman, stating, "Enough with the pleasantries, pay me first." "All right, provide me with your account details, and I shall transfer the funds," Masterman replied, satisfied that $100 million for Tony Stark was a worthy exchange. Xia Yu extended his hand behind him, retrieving a notepad and pen from his spatial ring, quickly jotting down the details of an anonymous Swiss bank account, arranged with Natasha's assistance prior to his arrival in Afghanistan. His own $100 million resided within, intended for purchasing Stark Industries stock through Natasha's help. Masterman's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering how he had failed to notice that the armored youth had no visible pockets. Unfazed by his thoughts, Xia Yu tore off a sheet of paper and urged, "Hurry and transfer the money. If he slips away, it's no longer my concern." With that, he tucked the notepad and pen back into his spatial ring, causing them to vanish. As Masterman fumbled with his phone to initiate the transfer, he found himself momentarily stunned. The speed of Masterman's subordinates was astonishing. Within 2 minutes, Masterman concluded his phone call and stated, "The money has been transferred. I can come over now, correct?" However, to everyone's surprise, Xia Yu swiftly drew his sword and pointed it at Masterman, who retorted angrily, "What do you mean, kid? Don't think I can't handle you." Xia Yu responded, even louder, "What do you mean? I'm asking you what you mean. You casually make a phone call and claim the money is sent. How can I trust that you weren't just putting on a performance for me? We are in the desert. Where's the signal? You must be deceiving me." Masterman was nearly amused by the absurdity of the accusation. "What kind of person would I be, with my status, to deceive you for money? Can't you see this is a satellite phone? You could verify it yourself." Xia Yu reached behind him and waved, revealing a Nokia phone in his hand. Masterman thought to himself, "Oh dear, where did that phone come from?" He was too preoccupied to inquire further, as Xia Yu thrust the Nokia almost into his face, exclaiming, Look, where's the signal? You are definitely lying to me, you old fraud." Feeling aggrieved, Masterman wiped his mask, which felt as if it had been splattered with Xia Yu's words. He knew he could not delay any longer. If he did, Stark would truly be lost. Resigned, he said, "My satellite phone works. Why don't you use it to check?" Xia Yu eyed him warily and replied, "Don't try to deceive me. You aren't plotting to ambush me, are you?" Upon hearing Xia Yu's words, Masterman felt a strong urge to pull his hair out and shouted, "If I wanted to ambush you, I would have done so when you gave me your account details. Why wait until now, when you provided your account? Did you fear I would ambush you then? Kid, will you check or not? If not, I might just leave you here today." Xia Yu chuckled inwardly, as the system had just notified him that Tony Stark was safe. Elated yet feigning annoyance, he muttered, "Fine, I will check. Why are you shouting? Hand me the phone." He took a step closer to Masterman. They were merely 6 or 7 paces apart when Xia Yu approached, brandishing his sword, then tucked it behind him, only to reveal that it had vanished. Masterman thought, what on earth happened to it? He reached for the phone in his hand, expecting Xia Yu to take it, while still pondering where the sword had gone. Suddenly, Xia Yu produced a Gatling gun with a belt of ammunition. Masterman was bewildered, struggling to comprehend how Xia Yu had pulled off such a feat. his mind simply not processing the situation in that direction. Clearly, Xia Yu was not about to grant him the opportunity to understand, nor would the Gatling gun. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, and the powerful impact caused Master Man to spit out blood. Already injured, this fresh wound forced him to stagger backward. However, that was all, for a crimson light had appeared before him, fiercely protecting his body. Xia Yu, unaware, did not notice that one of the 4 rectangular red gems on Master Man's left index finger had shattered. Under the immense physical prowess exerted by Xia Yu, the Gatling gun seemed devoid of recoil, each bullet striking the crimson aura enveloping Master Man. Although Master Man was adept in martial arts, he was no match for Xia Yu's formidable strength. His expertise lay in mental power, which he relied upon to activate his ring. Consequently, all of Master Man's focus was devoted to resisting the ferocious onslaught of the Gatling gun. Soon, the ammunition belt was nearly exhausted, and Xia Yu had already spotted the protective red light. At this moment, Tony was safe, leaving no reason to continue firing. Once the belt was empty, Xia Yu hurled the Gatling gun towards Master Man and took off, not looking back. Just as the crimson light began to fade, a whistling sound heralded the descending Gatling gun, which struck Master Man and sent him flying several meters away. Fuming, Master Man felt as though his head might explode. He had never suffered such a significant setback, particularly from someone like Xia Yu, who could seemingly conceal anything behind him. They had agreed upon a price, only for Xia Yu to launch a surprise attack. It was one thing to ambush. He could have at least used his sword against him. But to suddenly produce a Gatling gun was bewildering. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, ultimately attributing the incident to his own foolishness. Why had he engaged in conversation while fighting? Had he remained silent, none of this would have transpired. Overcome by rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Shimen Shui Shui, I will surely kill you. In a fit of madness, disregarding his injuries, Master Man forcefully activated the ring on his left thumb and, leaving behind a lingering shadow, pursued Xia Yu with a speed exceeding that of Xia Yu's escape using the wave-running step technique. The author interjects, rat-a-tat-tat, I shall slay you. You wretched scoundrel. Master Man was undoubtedly blinded by rage. In Chapter 25, the enraged Master Man, as soon as Xia Yu initiated his attack, Tony began dialing Rhodes. At that moment, Rhodes was aboard a helicopter, scouring the desert for a target. Upon receiving Stark's call, within 10 minutes, a helicopter appeared above Tony's vehicle. Once aboard, Tony felt an overwhelming urge to turn back and check on Xia Yu. However, recalling Xia Yu's words, he realized that returning would only make him a burden. He pondered the adversary that could effortlessly control lightning and lasers and wondered if Xia Yu was a match for him. This was all to buy time for his sake. Reflecting on the already lifeless Ethan, Tony Stark fell into a deep state of guilt. News of Tony Stark's return swiftly reached the mainland of the United States. The leaders of several intelligence agencies in the region quickly converged at the military base. Faced with Tony's insistence on locating Xia Yu before returning, the heads of various departments and local military officials demonstrated an unprecedented level of cooperative efficiency, forcibly sending Tony Stark back home. Who would dare to leave this elder here? If anything were to go awry, this group would spend a lifetime eating sand. Of course, before Tony boarded the plane, several officials fervently assured him that they would exert the same effort in locating his friend Xia Yu as they did in searching for Tony himself. Natasha remained in New York, where the battle between the Hulk and the Abomination had nearly devastated half of Harlem. SHIELD did not extend a helping hand to the U.S. military, but instead monitored Bruce Banner's movements closely after his escape. Natasha found herself momentarily idle. And upon hearing the news of Tony Stark's safe return, her spirits soared with joy, for her beloved boy was coming back. She contemplated whether to visit Los Angeles for a rendezvous, hoping to avoid trailing Tony Stark to parties where indulgence awaited. Yet, her elation was short-lived as Xia Yu's watch transmitted a location. The automatic positioning feature of the watch signified but one grim reality. Xia Yu's life was in peril. To understand the unfolding drama between Xia Yu and the Abomination, one must consider that Xia Yu's reckless actions had provoked the Abomination to unleash his ring's powers in a relentless pursuit. The two raced through the desert, stirring up clouds of golden sand in their wake. Xia Yu, realizing the urgency, felt that sprinting too swiftly could be detrimental. Visibility in the desert was already limited. And with the swirling sand trailing behind him, he felt as conspicuous as a target. Moreover, the Abomination's speed was astonishing. Those rings on his fingers were not mere adornments but conduits of formidable abilities. As the Abomination closed the distance, Xia Yu swiftly produced a box of grenades. Indeed, a whole box. Assessing the gap between them, he removed one, pulled the pin, and counted silently before hurling the entire box backward. The Abomination, engrossed in his thoughts of how he would dismember Xia Yu upon capture, suddenly found himself under assault as a flurry of shadows descended upon him. What was happening? Boom. The first grenade detonated mid-air, followed by a series of explosions. Xia Yu had not thrown them haphazardly, he controlled their trajectory with precision. Not only did several grenades explode in front of the abomination, but an additional cascade erupted on either side, catching him off guard once more. The force of the blasts propelled him onto a nearby sand dune, causing the ruby on the ring of his left index finger to crack once more. His face flushed with fury, for these rings were vital for his survival, and each use diminished their power. Throughout his long years of perilous adventures, he had never before resorted to such measures. In an anguished roar, the abomination lamented his plight, vowing to slay that insufferable brat today at any cost. Yet, at that very moment, Xia Yu's voice echoed mockingly in his ear. What are you shouting about in broad daylight? Did you suffer a fissure from hemorrhoids, or did someone blow your backside apart? You old fool? Xia Yu unleashed his insults through an extraordinary ability akin to the transmission of sound across vast distances. However, Masterman, upon hearing this, suddenly regained his composure and contemplated. Transmitting sound from an unknown distance is indeed a unique power, and the sheer volume of items he conjures suggests that this young man harbors secrets. Capturing him would allow for inquiries followed by thorough torment. This time, Masterman exhibited shrewdness, choosing not to pursue Xia Yu directly, but rather at an angle behind him, maintaining a distance that allowed him to observe the yellow sands, which appeared as two parallel lines separated by 10 meters. Should he draw closer, he could activate the skill of his ring to ensnare Xia Yu. Xia Yu, feeling the urgency, noticed that the cunning old fox was trailing him from about 10 meters to his left. With the threat of being outmaneuvered, he pondered his next move. Suddenly, his spirits lifted as he beheld an abandoned village ahead, in the barren desert, devoid of any cover. The presence of buildings provided him the opportunity to engage in guerrilla tactics. Armed with an arsenal from his ring, he knew that despite its vast capabilities, there were limitations to its use that could wear him down. Masterman, having noticed the village as well, displayed a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. With Xia Yu's myriad of chaotic weapons and elusive abilities, entering the village would pose a significant challenge. The thought of a potential defeat ignited a fierce glint in Masterman's gaze as he glanced at the ring on his right-hand index finger. As Xia Yu approached the village, perhaps due to the insufficient range of the ring on his right index finger, Masterman first unleashed a beam of white cold light towards Xia Yu with the ability from his left pinky. Xia Yu had already experienced this attack, which posed no real threat, yet it could still hinder his speed. He attempted to evade, but was swiftly pursued. In a desperate bid, Xia Yu enveloped his left hand with the internal energy of the 9-yang divine skill and faced the beam of white light without looking back. The moment he engaged, his speed decreased slightly, and this minuscule delay allowed Masterman to seize the opportunity to activate the skill of his right thumb. Xia Yu felt every hair on his body stand on end, a wave of dread flooding his senses, a primal reaction to imminent peril. Though nothing was visible to him, his body instinctively reacted, and the internal energy from all his meridians surged toward his left side. The protective quality of the 9-yang divine skill was now fully realized. With a resounding crash, Xia Yu was propelled horizontally over 100 meters before landing heavily on the scorching sands. He coughed up a mouthful of blood that sprayed several meters away, his internal organs severely injured, and the left side of his body rendered numb, with cracks appearing in his arm and ribs. This was Masterman's most powerful direct attack, capable of generating a shockwave with a force of up to 350 tons. However, he was unable to exert such full strength at this moment, nor did he intend to kill Xia Yu with this strike. Coupled with the protective traits of the 9-yang divine skill, the physical fortitude bestowed by the dragon elephant prajna skill, the foundation laid by the easing muscle scripture, and the mitigating effects of traveling over 100 meters in the desert, all these factors combined allowed Xia Yu to withstand Masterman's formidable assault. Xia Yu's injuries were indeed severe, yet his robust physique combined with the healing properties of the 9 Suns divine art allowed him to recover significantly after just a few hours of rest. Masterman was unaware of the full extent of the situation. He feared that a heavy-handed approach might lead to Xia Yu's demise, especially since there were numerous secrets yet to be uncovered, including the unresolved vendetta against Gatling. In Chapter 26, titled Give Me Another Billion and I'll Tell You. Upon confirming that the person was still alive, Masterman attempted to extract information from Xia Yu. However, the profound impression Xia Yu had left on him previously rendered him hesitant to approach within 10 meters, apprehensive of another unexpected Gatling incident. In truth, Masterman harbored a strong desire to eliminate Xia Yu, his inner fury unexpressed. Nevertheless, the various methods at his disposal were genuinely appealing to him. Although the 10 Rings gang was formidable, Masterman had numerous adversaries in Asia, and the 10 Rings were not invincible. Thus, despite his anger, he found himself coveting the techniques possessed by Xia Yu. Xia Yu was not an adversary to be taken lightly. His lips bore no truth. Masterman was torn. Should he kill him, or was it wiser to take him back for interrogation? He dared not approach Xia Yu, resulting in a prolonged, silent standoff. As each minute passed, Xia Yu's condition improved slightly. Master Man, unhurried, observed in silence while Xia Yu discreetly concentrated his internal energy to facilitate his own healing. An unusual scene unfolded in a desolate village on the outskirts of the desert, where a young man clad in black armor lay at the foot of a small hill. His head facing the village and his feet in the sand, occasionally expelling small amounts of blood. Opposite him, about 10 meters away, stood a cloaked figure shrouded in darkness. Neither spoke, they merely stared at each other, locked in a silent confrontation. Xia Yu coughed up another mouthful of blood. Observing this, Master Man remarked, "You are gravely injured. If you wish to live, answer my questions honestly. I will not only spare your life but will also summon aid for your recovery." Unbeknownst to him, Xia Yu was merely expelling the congealed blood from his internal injuries, although he had trained in martial arts in a mysterious locale. The concept of Qi in the Marvel Universe was entirely different from the internal energy Xia Yu wielded. Master Man could not fathom that Xia Yu was healing. He believed him to be on the brink of death. "What is your name?" Master Man inquired. "Nan Gong Fei Yun," Xia Yu replied. "Isn't it Qi Min Shui Shui?" Master Man's temper flared once more. "Ah, I was merely jesting. Now that my life is in your hands, I shall speak truthfully," Xia Yu said with earnestness. Master Man remained non-committal and pressed on. "Tell me, what happened to the sword you had earlier? How did the Gatling appear in your hands so suddenly?" "Actually, I have a large pouch behind me. The sword is in there, and the Gatling was pulled from the same pouch. It was simply too swift for you to notice." Xia Yu fabricated. "You speak nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? There is no pouch behind you. Madam Man is on the brink of madness. Your armor. Where are the pockets? Where are the pockets? Even after I tell you, you still don't believe it. If you don't, come and see for yourself. I am not deceiving you." Xia Yu waved at Madam Man, beckoning her to approach. Madam Man, infuriated, unleashed a burst of flames beside Xia Yu, sternly warning, "Do not think I cannot kill you. Speak recklessly again, and I will have you chopped into pieces. I believe. Please refrain from violence. You merely wish to know where I retrieve my belongings, correct? Allow me to show you." As Xia Yu spoke, he plunged his right hand into the sand and retrieved a box of cigarettes, lighting one as he continued. "Truthfully, I extracted everything from the sand. The desert holds all sorts of things. Care to try?" When Xia Yu produced the cigarette, Madam Man's heart skipped a beat, fearing he might unveil a weapon. Only after Xia Yu finished did she forcibly suppress her fury and solemnly address him. "Nangong Feiyun, I grant you one last opportunity. My patience is wearing thin. Do you see this ring on my right thumb? It possesses a small function that can release toxins, leaving you in a state of unbearable agony, unable to live or die. When the poison strikes, it itches excruciatingly, causing your body to rot and ooze with pus. Would you like to experience that?" Upon hearing the words excruciating itch and body rotting, a flicker of surprise crossed Xia Yu's eyes as he asked, "If I reveal everything, will you truly let me go?" Xia Yu was stalling for time, communicating with the system. "Of course, I always keep my word," Madam Man replied. "I have a minor request," Xia Yu continued. "Speak." Madam Man gestured nonchalantly. "Could you possibly wire me an additional 100 million? Ha! Xia Yu could not help but burst into laughter after saying this. "You dare to mock me?" Madam Man was infuriated, smoke billowing from her 7 orifices as she unleashed a poisonous ray, a minor skill from her right thumb. Instantly hitting its target, Xia Yu began to tremble violently, gritting his teeth and letting out a low growl. His face contorting in agony as black liquid began to seep from his body. This reaction was quite different from what Madam Man had previously observed when using this skill. Others would immediately develop festering skin. However, this confusion was fleeting, as it became evident that Xia Yu was in extreme pain, veins in his neck bulging dangerously. The absence of immediate festering could be attributed to bodily or internal energy reasons. Xia Yu emitted a muffled cry, drool escaping from the corner of his mouth. As he truly felt the pain, he had completed a task and earned 30,000 points, currently loading the 456th layer of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Just moments ago, the information system had received 2 crucial pieces of news. First, the characteristic of the 9 Yang Divine skill, which renders one immune to all poisons, applies here as well. Second, the loading of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill not only enhances the body, but also comes with self-repair capabilities, allowing it to heal injuries. Loading the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill equates to a temporary process of shattering and reconstituting your entire muscular and skeletal structure multiple times. Xia Yu was indeed in excruciating pain. Such extensive bodily enhancement naturally caused impurities and blood to seep from his pores. Once again, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air, as blood seeped from Xia Yu's eyes, creating a terrifying sight in broad daylight. He clenched his teeth with great effort. Trembling as if he had expended every ounce of his strength, he gasped, "Kill me, I cannot bear this. I must speak the truth." Another convulsion seized him. Master Man, fully aware of the torment inflicted by such poison, understood that every victim yearned for death. Thus, Xia Yu's reaction was anticipated. Urgently, he urged, "Tell me what it is. Speak quickly. Once you do, I shall end your suffering." Summoning all his strength, Xia Yu finally managed to utter, "It is this precious baby." As he spoke, an ancient jade pendant appeared in his right hand, trembling as he held it aloft. Masterman, having fortuitously acquired 10 rings, was more inclined to believe in such artifacts than most. Coupled with Xia Yu's ghastly condition, he could not avert his gaze from the pendant, firmly convinced that this artifact must possess even more capabilities, perhaps not all of which had been harnessed by Xia Yu, an insight born from his years of experience with the rings. His eyes followed the jade pendant as Xia Yu hurled it with great effort, landing just short of Masterman, who hastily stepped forward to retrieve it. In that moment, a large box materialized in Xia Yu's right hand, which he flung fiercely towards Masterman. As he did so, a riot shield appeared in his right hand, while a weapon manifested in his left. Xia Yu's journey to Afghanistan was primarily a transit from Huaxia, aimed at procuring various Huaxia delicacies to transport back to Afghanistan within the rings. The jade pendant was purchased at a Huaxia airport, while the riot shield had been taken from a drug dealer's trunk during a mission in New York. As for why the drug dealer possessed such a shield, one might as well watch Lucy. No further questions. The box, once used to save Tony, contained 3 small missiles. No further explanation necessary. Let us pause for clarity. Xia Yu sat on the ground, the riot shield covering his entire body, while he aimed his weapon directly at his adversary. Set against the backdrop of an abandoned village, engulfed in swirling yellow sands under the blazing sun, Masterman, having just grasped the jade pendant, wore a faint smile. But upon hearing a whistling sound, looked up to see a shadow hurtling towards him. His eyes widened in surprise, and had he not been wearing a mask, one could have seen that his smile had yet to fade. The narrative continues, rat-a-tat-tat. The author interjects, rat-a-tat-tat, it's awkward not to emit blue light. Chapter 27, Salvation. Xia Yu, having cultivated the dragon elephant prajna skill to its 6th level, possessed 6 tons of strength. Yet, as he wielded the riot shield, the force of the missile's impact shattered his bones, fracturing his arms significantly and displacing his internal organs. The riot shield was nearly torn apart in an instant. One must commend the formidable arsenal of Tony Stark. The shockwave from the missile propelled Xia Yu to the far side of the village. With his remaining strength, he staggered into the cellar of a nearby home, a refuge in a land ravaged by perpetual conflict, where every household boasted a cellar. Then he collapsed onto the ground. Utterly motionless, sustained only by a solitary breath of life, he could do nothing but lie there, waiting for the internal energy of the 9 Suns' divine skill to gradually restore itself. However, the injuries he sustained were grievous, and he had no idea how long it would take to heal. Yet, Xia Yu was not overly anxious. After being propelled through the air, he had executed a swift change of attire, discarding his tattered armor and donning the watch that Natasha had gifted him. With the last vestiges of his strength and internal energy, Xia Yu still sought refuge in the cellar, fearing the relentless pursuit of Masterman. He knew that Masterman could not possibly be dead. Most of the treasures in the Marvel Universe were embodiments of rules, formidable and unreasonable. While the films imposed limitations on their users, in the comics, wielding all 6 Infinity Stones could enable an ordinary person to slay gods. Xia Yu's intuition was correct. Thanks to the automatic protection of the ring on his right index finger, Masterman indeed survived, though the force of the impact nearly claimed his life. He fared slightly better than Xia Yu, but could only activate one of the functions of the ring on his right thumb to forcibly suppress his injuries for 10 hours. He had to hurry back to his lair to recuperate. There was no time to pursue Xia Yu. Masterman had suffered greatly during this encounter with Xia Yu. He had lost 3 of the protective charms from his index finger, leaving him with only 4. Having squandered 3 on Xia Yu, he was already injured and had forcibly activated several powerful ring skills, depleting his mental energy and risking harm to his very essence. In comparison, a loss of $100 million seemed trivial. Their first confrontation had left Masterman, who possessed 10 rings and was far more powerful than Xia Yu at this stage, with a lasting shadow of fear regarding Xia Yu. In contrast, Xia Yu had saved Tony, earning 30,000 points, which translated into the formidable 3rd tier of the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, leaving him with a substantial reserve of points. He had also acquired $100 million and gained a tangible sense of Masterman-esque strength, reaping considerable rewards. Yet, in this moment, Xia Yu, unable even to move a finger, cursed the powerful missiles that Tony Stark had designed. After lying still for over 8 hours, Natasha arrived. There were no tears of despair. She simply sat beside Xia Yu in silence, her eyes reddened as she observed him. "Do not be sad. I am merely temporarily immobilized. I shall recover soon. Look. Although I cannot move, and you cannot touch me, my handsome face remains intact. You may caress my face, or better yet, allow me to kiss you. It has been several months since we last met, And I have missed you, Xia Yu teased her. At the sound of his voice, 2 tears slipped from the corners of Natasha's eyes. Lowering her head, she gently licked his lips and uttered a line that was quintessentially Black Widow. Promise me that in future encounters, you will allow me to fight alongside you. There were no objections or pleas for him to avoid danger. Instead, she wept, requesting to stand by him in battle. If it were possible. Xia Yu longed to embrace her, but in his current state, he could only resolutely assure her, one day in the future, we shall fight together, always. Xia Yu now finds himself in a dire predicament, resembling a mere puddle of mud. Even the act of lifting him could potentially displace his internal organs. Consequently, Natasha chose to stay with Xia Yu in the cellar for a full 3 days. Their surroundings were cluttered with a haphazard assortment of items. Yet they found no significant inconvenience. However, Xia Yu required Natasha's assistance for all his basic needs, which felt somewhat awkward. As Xia Yu's internal organs gradually stabilized, he focused his internal energy on mending the bones in his right hand, allowing him to smoke and drink independently. It was time for them to leave. Both were keen to keep their relationship concealed from prying eyes, particularly from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Tony Stark. So they ultimately decided that Xia Yu should call Tony to arrange for his departure. Meanwhile, what was Tony Stark occupied with? Influenced by the flutter of Xia Yu's butterfly effect, Tony refrained from immediately holding a press conference upon his return. Instead, he anxiously coordinated resources to search for Xia Yu. Additionally, under Xia Yu's influence, he found himself in an earlier romantic entanglement with Pepper than before. In the film, Tony Stark had discarded his old reactor after installing a new one, but thankfully, Pepper salvaged it and crafted a beautiful glass dome inscribed with the words, "Tony Stark has a warm heart." Now, however, Tony had not disposed of the old reactor. Instead, he had etched 3 Chinese characters onto it. Xia's heart. Xia will be fine, Tony. He will surely return, Pepper reassured him. Tony placed the engraved reactor on the table and turned to Pepper, saying, I too hope he is safe, but it has been 3 days. Pepper, you have not witnessed the immense power of that cloaked figure. Ethan died trying to save me, while Xia stayed behind to fend off that monster, allowing me to escape. I could only watch helplessly. And all of this was due to the weapons I created to protect us. As he spoke, Tony cradled his head in his hands. Pepper rose and embraced Tony, sharing in his hope for Xia Yu's safe return. However, truth be told, both felt a creeping despair after 3 days. Otherwise, Tony would not have engraved Xia's heart on the reactor, which carried an almost tombstone-like connotation. Mr. Stark, Ms. Potts, though it may not be an opportune moment, I must inform you that a call has come in, requiring Mr. Stark's attention, Jarvis announced with a human touch. Jarvis. Tony has indicated that he wishes to avoid contact with anyone outside for the time being, Pepper replied. Ms. Potts, this call is connected through Mr. Stark's private satellite signal, originating from the satellite phone he provided to Mr. Xia, Jarvis clarified. Tony lifted his gaze to meet Pepper's, both filled with uncontainable joy, and nearly in unison exclaimed, Put it through. Tony, it's me, Xia Yu's weak voice resonated. I knew you were okay. Where are you? We'll come to get you. Tony expressed his excitement with fervor for the first time. Xia, it's a relief to hear you're unharmed. You have no idea how worried Tony has been. He intended to remain in Afghanistan waiting for you, but was forcibly returned by the government, Pepper added to reassure him. Greetings, Pepper. It is indeed a fortuitous decision for Tony to return. Please do not take offense. Xia Yu inquired after Pepper and continued, I am uncertain, but I have already provided you with one. I am currently in a cellar of an abandoned village, not far from where we parted ways. Oh, and by the way, there was a missile explosion here 3 days ago. While Xia Yu was still speaking, Tony Stark was already using his computer to pinpoint the location. As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, Tony interjected, No need. I have already locked onto your position. I will send Rhodes to retrieve you. No, Tony, my bones are shattered. I have been lying here for 3 days just to call you. I can manage my own recovery. I do not require a doctor, especially not a military one to examine my condition. Do you understand? You had better send Rhodes with a stretcher to carry me back, Xia Yu urged. Upon hearing Xia Yu's lament about his broken bones and his solitary 3-day ordeal in darkness, both Tony and Pepper felt their eyes redden with emotion. Tony, suppressing his voice, replied, I understand. You will return at the soonest possible moment. I have prepared a hot pot for your arrival. After hanging up, Pepper could no longer contain her tears and choked out. Oh my God, Tony, what has poor Xia Yu endured? He said he was unable to move, lying in a dark cellar for 3 days. How utterly horrifying. Tony's eyes glistened with tears as both of them involuntarily envisioned Xia Yu lying alone in the dark for 3 days and nights, utterly helpless, deprived of food and water, engulfed in anguish and despair. Unbeknownst to them, during those 3 days, Xia Yu was well taken care of, with someone attending to all his needs. And Natasha even assisted him due to his immobility. Chapter 28. The birth of 2. Xia Yu spent 3 entire days recuperating in bed. focusing particularly on regaining use of his left arm, as he could no longer endure having others manage his bodily functions. Tony Stark crafted a wheelchair for him, enabling him to care for himself at last. Since his return, Xia Yu had been residing at Tony's home, where he recounted everything that had transpired after their separation, sharing all except for Natasha and the system, referring to the space ring merely as a family heirloom. Tony, brimming with enthusiasm, took the ring to study it. But to no avail. It was, after all, a prop provided by the system. Despite employing numerous methods to detect energy fluctuations, Tony Stark could not ascertain the material of the ring. This setback deeply affected him, yet he soon threw himself into the design of his Iron Man suit. Are you certain you do not require my assistance in designing a suit for you? Look, I have even prepared a reactor for you. Tony pointed to the Xia of Heart resting on the table. Focus on your own suit first. That is your path. I have my own way of fighting. I will leave the Xia of Heart with you for now. It is safe here, and losing it would be a significant problem, Xia Yu replied, knowing that, according to the trajectory of events, this Xia of Heart could potentially save Tony's life. Tony smirked, saying, when the time comes, do not expect me to provide you with another. By the way, accompany me to the press conference tomorrow. I have already planned to hold it upon your return. As your situation has been delayed, and the public believes I am in the hospital receiving treatment. Xia Yu shook his head in refusal, stating, what am I to join the excitement in a wheelchair? I shall not go. Tony inquired, do you genuinely support my decision to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division? Xia Yu responded, why would I not support it? You are choosing to do what is right, Tony, and I am genuinely pleased that you have found your own path. Tony Stark felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, Xia. You should know that Pepper believes I am acting too hastily and advises me to take my time. You are the only one who fully supports me. Xia Yu shrugged. When you went missing, Stark Industries stock plummeted. I invested my entire fortune in your company's stock. Soon, I will sell it all, and after your press conference, I will buy back in. My wealth has multiplied significantly this time. Thank you, Tony. Tony Stark's press conference indeed caused a global sensation. The world's largest arms manufacturer suddenly ceased weapon sales, a revelation that many found ludicrous. Certain television segments even mocked the situation, suggesting that if Stark Industries continued down this path, bankruptcy was imminent. Regardless of public opinion, Tony remained focused at home, diligently working on the Mark II armor. Jarvis, you handle the data calculations. Dum-Dum, you manage the fire extinguishing for any experimental failures. Xia, well, you can just sit there in your wheelchair. Tony donned only the arm and leg armor to commence initial experiments. With the power adjusted to 10, he declared, commence. Instantly, an immense force surged through his legs, toppling Tony over, his head colliding with the wall. Whoosh. The robot affectionately known as Dum-Dum rushed over, spraying Tony with fire retardant, despite no flames being present. Ha ha ha. Tony, are you performing for my amusement? I should have recorded that. Damn it, Jarvis. Could you send a copy to my computer later? Xia Yu mercilessly mocked Tony. Having seen this scene in the film, Xia found it even more humorous in person. Amidst the laughter, witnessing firsthand the prowess of Iron Man, Xia Yu realized why the character was so formidable in the movie. Tony Stark's dexterity and inventive genius were simply extraordinary. Practically anything he envisioned could be brought to fruition. Observing Tony meticulously refine his armor in the laboratory was a uniquely profound experience, akin to witnessing history in the making. With the Marvel Cinematic Universe officially beginning, Xia Yu eagerly anticipated joining the Avengers in their first grand battle, a thrilling prospect that stirred his blood. Before departing from his wheelchair, Xia Yu resided in Tony Stark's home, seemingly to fully witness the birth of Iron Man. On the day Xia Yu finally left the wheelchair, Tony achieved success. As he donned the unpainted Mark II with mechanical assistance, Xia felt a twinge of regret. What man could resist the allure of such armor? Tony soared out in a swift motion before Xia Yu's eyes, and he did not return for over 10 minutes. Xia Yu contemplated returning home for the day, but soon realized he lacked any means of transportation. Thus, he began to peruse Tony's collection of sports cars in the garage, selecting one to drive away. After careful consideration, he settled on a 1967 Shelby Cobra, a classic beauty that he found undeniably appealing. It would do nicely. Satisfied, he patted the car's hood and prepared to climb in when, suddenly, a loud crash resounded. Fortunately, Xia Yu quickly withdrew his foot just in time, as Tony Stark plummeted down from above, crushing the very Shelby Cobra he had chosen. Clumsy rushed over, dousing the wreckage with fire extinguisher foam. Xia Yu cautiously approached Tony, glancing up at the gaping hole above, astonished that it had penetrated 2 layers. Tony, Xia Yu remarked, nudging the fallen Iron Man with his foot. I dare say your impact is more destructive than your weaponry. With a resigned sigh, Tony stood up and, removing his armor, replied, the materials are too heavy. I'm planning to switch to a titanium alloy used in the Seraphim combat satellites for the shell. What do you think? In response, Xia Yu dramatically drew the heaven-slaying sword from his ring and pointed it at Tony, retorting, And what do you think of my sword? Forget I asked. J. A. R. V. I. S. Order the materials. We still need to decide on a color, Tony instructed. I think gold would be splendid, symbolizing Mr. Stark's wealth. What do you think, Mr. Xia? J. A. R. V. I. S. inquired. Not wishing to disrupt Iron Man's classic color scheme due to his own mishap, Xia Yu casually suggested, how about red and gold? Flashy yet affluent, quite fitting for Tony's persona. Though I'm not particularly fond of your suggestion. I must admit I have an inexplicable affinity for this color scheme, Tony remarked, eyeing the design J. A. R. V. I. S. had instantaneously crafted on the computer. At that moment, the television broadcasted a charity gala for the families of firefighters, sponsored by Stark. Suddenly intrigued, Tony turned to Xia Yu and said, "There's a gala I'm sponsoring tonight. Let us go have a drink. Afterward, I can consider giving you a ride home. I don't have an invitation." Big boss, Xia Yu joked. J. A. R. V. I. S. Have we received an invitation? Tony inquired. Sir, we have not received any form of invitation, J. A. R. V. I. S. replied. You see, I also lack an invitation. Come on, my friend, Tony said, rising to his feet. Since they were attending the gala, the two changed into more formal attire. It was the first time Tony had seen Xia Yu in a suit, standing at 6 feet tall. He was by no means short among Westerners, with a tall and lean physique complemented by his increasingly heroic eyebrows. Even the notoriously sharp-tongued Tony Stark found himself at a loss for words, mumbling under his breath, "Damn, isn't a person of Huaxia descent supposed to be shorter?" Xia Yu laughed heartily. You should thank me. Since you started training, you've grown at least 3 centimeters. You're doing much better now. On his inaugural appearance at such an event, Xia Yu and Tony Stark stepped out of the car, instantly making Stark the focus of the reporters. Xia Yu's captivating demeanor, coupled with his association with Stark, drew the attention of journalists at the entrance, who eagerly snapped photographs, with some even contemplating headlines suggesting that Stark had brought a male companion to the gala. The author mused, "It seems that being the Iron King is not as challenging as it appears." Chapter 29. The gaze of Stan Lee upon entering. The duo encountered an elderly gentleman with silver hair engaged in conversation with 3 lovely women. Tony approached him, playfully patting the old man's shoulder and remarking, "You certainly possess an impressive vigor," before proceeding further inside, appearing quite familiar with the man. The old man turned, trembling slightly, and upon seeing Xia Yu follow Stark, he paused, seemingly in disbelief. Suddenly, his gaze became piercingly profound, leaving Xia Yu feeling as though he were under the weight of a colossal mountain, unable even to breathe. Drenched in cold sweat, this venerable figure was none other than Stan Lee, who scrutinized Xia Yu for several seconds before the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, making Xia Yu feel as if centuries had passed. The pressure lifted, yet Stan Lee's expression morphed into a complex tapestry of emotions, joy, disappointment, and contentment intertwined. Xia Yu had never encountered such a multifaceted gaze and stood frozen, speechless. Stan Lee approached Xia Yu, gently resting his hand on his shoulder, and spoke. "This is quite splendid, indeed. Remember, do not overthink. Follow your heart, young man." With that, he disregarded the women and ambled toward the exit, still displaying a slight tremor. It was only then that Xia Yu regained his composure, questioning in his mind, "Tianmao, what just transpired? Is that truly Stan Lee? Wasn't he merely a cameo?" "Master, my current permissions are insufficient to provide an answer. However, rest assured, it is not a negative occurrence," Tianmao explained, falling silent thereafter. Xia Yu, feeling a surge of anxiety, hurried to the bar, ordering a full glass of beer, which he downed in one gulp, feeling slightly relieved. "Hey, relax, Xia. We're here to enjoy ourselves, not to sulk." "Waiter, bring my friend something with a smoother taste," Tony said. "Tony, who was that old man you greeted at the entrance?" Xia Yu inquired. "What old man? What's the matter, Xia?" "I might have been photographing the ladies," Tony replied. "The moment we entered, you acknowledged an elderly man, white hair, a cigarette in hand, and dressed in a bathrobe, surrounded by 3 women." Xia Yu gestured animatedly. "You must be mistaken, Xia," Tony insisted earnestly. A chill crept up from Xia Yu's feet as he pondered who he had actually encountered and what role that individual played in this world, along with the significance of their brief exchange. While Xia Yu was lost in thought, Tony was about to inquire if he felt unwell or had not fully recovered when a voice interrupted them. "Good day, Mr. Stark and Mr. Xia. I am Agent Coulson from the Domestic Strategic Intervention Department of the Strategic Enforcement Military Supply. I would like to ask both of you for detailed information regarding Afghanistan," Coulson stated. "You might want to consider changing your names," Tony remarked. "That seems to be a common sentiment," Coulson replied. Coulson nodded in agreement, remarking that such a lengthy name made introductions rather cumbersome. "I have a few matters to attend to. Let us schedule another time. You may first converse with Mr. Xia to gather the necessary information," Tony said before making his way toward Pepper within the crowd. Xia Yu found himself in accord with Tony's somewhat callous behavior. He would have acted similarly if it were Natasha present. Speaking of Natasha, she was a colleague of Coulson's, thus deserving of additional respect. With a smile, Xia Yu turned to Agent Coulson and said, "Very well, the important figure has departed. If you do not mind, I could assist you in understanding the situation." "Not at all. In fact, we hold a greater interest in Mr. Xia than in Tony Stark. I hope you do not mind my interrupting your soiree this evening." Coulson replied earnestly. Observing Coulson's earnest visage, one of the most sincere faces in the Marvel Universe, Xia Yu mused that such honesty was indeed an asset. It was difficult to perceive malice from one so forthright. "I am even less concerned. Aside from Tony and Pepper, I know no one here. Had you not approached me for conversation, I would have surely succumbed to boredom." Xia Yu shrugged. "That is for the best. However, discussing matters here may be inconvenient. If you do not mind, shall we relocate?" Coulson suggested. Xia Yu glanced at Tony, who was engrossed in a lively dance with Pepper. Concluding that lingering as a mere observer was unwise, he seized the opportunity presented by Coulson and proposed, "Let us converse at my residence. The wine there is from Tony's collection, quite exquisite, and I would appreciate a ride home." "It would be my pleasure," Coulson smiled, gesturing for Xia Yu to lead the way. The two embarked on their journey to Xia Yu's home, during which Xia Yu's mind was preoccupied with the final words spoken to him by Stan Lee. Upon arriving at his abode, Xia Yu retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet but reconsidered and ultimately selected a bottle of whiskey instead. He procured 2 glasses and a bucket of ice. "I prefer to sit outside. I hope that is agreeable to you." Xia Yu invited Coulson to join him by the poolside. "What would you like to know regarding the situation in Afghanistan?" "I have no reservations," Xia Yu stated candidly. Deciding to be forthright about certain matters, he recalled the words of the elder he had just encountered. There was no need for excessive caution, and he would follow his instincts. Starting with S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson was somewhat taken aback by Xia Yu's openness and directly inquired, "Mr. Xia, you are more forthright than I anticipated. I had intended to discuss your residence first, but I will proceed with my inquiry. We wish to know who the figure in the black cloak you encountered in the desert is, and who exactly is Mr. Xia." Noting the look of puzzlement on Xia Yu's face, Coulson produced his phone and displayed a photograph, handing it to Xia Yu. Upon inspection, Xia Yu recognized it as an image captured during his initial confrontation with the Mandarin. The photograph was somewhat blurred and taken from an aerial perspective, rendering the individuals indistinct. "Is this all the evidence you possess to identify me?" Xia Yu inquired with curiosity. A satellite from the Department of Defense fortuitously captured this image. "In truth, we only disowned Tony Stark seated in the Jeep. When we reached this conclusion, Stark was in Afghanistan, requesting military assistance to locate you," Coulson elucidated. As Xia Yu nodded, Coulson continued, "In fact, the following day, we dispatched a team of experts to the site of your encounter, where we discovered traces of energy fluctuations. This is our area of expertise. We also located the wreckage of the 4 additional Jeeps. Subsequently, Stark brought you back home to recover from your injuries." At this point, the implications became quite clear. S.H.I.E.L.D. had deduced from the battle's aftermath that it involved superhuman strength. As Coulson pointed out, they're indeed proficient in this field. Since the time of Captain Marvel, Nick Fury has been dedicated to establishing an organization of superhumans to safeguard Earth. And who knows how many secrets lie buried within S.H.I.E.L.D. Xia Yu recalled watching the Iron Man movie, particularly the post-credit scene where Nick Fury visited Tony's home to inform him that he was not the only superhero. The emergence of the Hulk and Tony Stark likely prompted him to hastily initiate the Avengers initiative. It seemed that he had already caught S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention, which was fortuitous, as he was preparing to make his own revelations. "I have no idea who that cloaked figure was. He appeared suddenly. I merely wished to rescue Tony. As for my identity, I doubt you can uncover it," Xia Yu remarked. "We certainly know your name, social security number, and even your academic performance throughout your life, including the girls you had crushes on. Yet, it is evident that we still do not know you well enough," Coulson replied. Xia Yu shrugged, rising to his feet and addressing Coulson. "People tend to believe only in what they can witness with their own eyes, do they not?" With that, Xia Yu leisurely approached the edge of the pool and struck the surface with his palm. An invisible wave of energy surged forth, crashing violently against the water, sending a column of water soaring 3 to 4 meters high. With a resounding splash, the water cascaded down, drenching the entire courtyard. With his arms crossed behind his back, the falling droplets were deftly deflected by his deliberately released inner strength. The wind from the rooftop tousled his hair, exuding an air of mastery. Having watched numerous martial arts films in his youth, Xia Yu had longed to experience the sensation of creating such a water column with a single strike. And fortune had granted him this opportunity. Coulson remained silent for a considerable time, while Xia Yu anticipated his inquiry. "Has my display left you speechless?" Xia Yu mused inwardly. Turning to glance back, he noticed Agent Coulson thoroughly drenched, still holding a wine glass, which had transformed from half full to brimming. My apologies, I forgot you were behind me. I'm so sorry, Xia Yu exclaimed, hurriedly rushing to fetch a towel. Chapter 30. Tony Stark's troubles having briefly showcased his abilities. Xia Yu merely conveyed to Coulson what he had observed regarding the Mandarin. As for the inventions Tony Stark crafted in the cave, that was a matter for him to inquire directly from Tony. Coulson refrained from mentioning the Avengers initiative, and Xia Yu understood that he would need to consult Nick Fury again. It seemed that during their next encounter with S.H.I.E.L.D., he would be facing Nick Fury directly, who was still his client, and it appeared he still owed him a few unfinished tasks, which could lead to an awkward situation. In Avengers Endgame, it is explicitly stated that the Battle of New York occurred in 2012. Now, having just passed the midpoint of 2008, Xia Yu recalls that Iron Man 2 premiered in 2010, while Thor was released in 2011. However, from a narrative perspective, Iron Man 2 directly follows Iron Man, occurring 6 months later, and Thor aligns chronologically with Iron Man 2. It is only after the events of the Avengers that the timeline becomes increasingly clear. Initially, Marvel seemed to lack confidence, with resources and talent not fully in place. They began their groundwork, but struggled to keep pace. However, having now entered this world, it appears that adhering strictly to the film release dates may not be feasible. It is likely that immediately following the defeat of Obadiah Stane, Iron Man 2 would commence swiftly. It seems prudent for Xia Yu to join S.H.I.E.L.D. as soon as possible to position himself strategically. When the Avengers operate independently in the future, he certainly does not wish to be overshadowed by any World Security Council or the United Nations. Having decided to join S.H.I.E.L.D., Xia Yu recalls Natasha and leaves her a message requesting that she come find him when she has the time. The reasoning behind the message: his beautiful agent girlfriend's phone frequently finds itself out of service. After 3 days of waiting without Natasha's arrival, he is instead visited by Tony Stark. That afternoon, after a leisurely swim and basking in the sun by the pool, Xia Yu sees Tony descending from the sky. Upon noticing the numerous scratches on Tony's armored suit, he sits up and inquires, "Where have you been? Did you engage in battle with some military forces?" Tony Stark remains silent for a moment, pouring himself a generous glass of whiskey from Xia Yu's cup, downing it in one gulp before finally addressing him. "I was in Afghanistan, taking out several members of the Ten Rings terrorist group who were slaughtering civilians. I discovered that someone in the company has been secretly selling weapons to terrorists. You should report it to the authorities, Tony," Xia Yu advises. "I suspect Obadiah," Tony continues. "All signs point to him. He has vehemently opposed my decision to shut down the weapons division and used my health as a pretext to have me removed from my position. I even suspect he orchestrated my kidnapping. He was one of the original founders of Stark Industries, and after my father's passing, he helped me establish my footing in the company. I regarded him as an uncle." "Xia, do you understand?" Tony exclaims passionately, pouring a bit of whiskey for Tony. Xia Yu takes a long sip directly from the bottle and responds, "Tony, I have heard of your father's stick theory. Peace only exists when one wields a stick larger than others. It is a rather intriguing metaphor. Your father lived through World War II, and his choice to manufacture weapons was a decision he believed to be right. Your current choice to close the weapons division holds the same weight. Obadiah Stane is the uncle of the weapons genius Tony Stark, not the peacemaker. You are no longer on the same path, Tony. But I had not yet considered shutting down the weapons division when I was kidnapped." "Why would he?" Tony retorts. "Before you, only Pepper and 2 others had access to my home, one of whom was him. Do you realize that?" Tony Stark asserts, having long since come to terms with the truth, albeit reluctant to accept it. Xia Yu initially intended to rise and embrace Tony, but upon seeing him clad in his formidable iron suit, he opted instead to pat him on the shoulder and remarked, "Although you are a super millionaire, at your core, you are not a businessman, Tony. However, Obadiah Stane is. He is a man who prioritizes profit. Stark Industries is an enormous entity of interests, and his assistance in solidifying your position within the company is not due to your identity as Tony Stark, but rather because your technology can transform the company into a behemoth. Are you familiar with pig farming, Tony? Of course, one must fatten them up before slaughtering them. Only then will there be sufficient meat." Tony Stark remained silent, and Xia Yu recognized that he comprehended the situation, albeit struggling to accept it internally. Thus, Xia Yu accompanied him, occasionally sharing a drink together. After 2 or 3 glasses, he sighed and spoke, "I will not relent until I see evidence. I wish to send Pepper to the company to search for records of illegal arms trading, but I am concerned for her safety. Would you accompany her?" "Of course," Tony replied. "Do you recall that blonde fellow who drove you out of Afghanistan? What was his name?" "Oh, never mind. Where did you say you sent him?" "You might inquire with him regarding your abduction. It could yield fruitful results." I sent him to Iceland, Tony stated. I purchased a house for him there and provided him with 5 million euros. I will find a way to contact him. Tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon. At the entrance of Stark Industries, Pepper will be waiting for you. With that, Tony took off into the sky with a whoosh. That's drunk driving. Xia Yu shouted from the rooftop. He understood that the climax of the story was about to unfold. While he accompanied Pepper, it was likely that Tony was still being outmaneuvered by Obadiah Stane for the arc reactor. However, it was of little concern. There was still the heart of summer. And the system assured him that his absence would not alter the narrative. He would simply await the emergence of Ironmonger to engage. The following day, Xia Yu arrived punctually at Stark Industries, and indeed, Pepper was already waiting at the entrance for him. Upon seeing Xia Yu approach, she smiled and embraced him, saying, I initially wanted Happy to accompany me, but Tony claimed that Happy was too handsome and that he was uncomfortable with him around. He said he found me the most unattractive bodyguard in all of North America, and I can only guess he was referring to you. Xia Yu felt a surge of indignation, thinking, Sister, what does that imply about me? He retorted playfully, Tony has been jealous for quite some time. You should know. I shall accompany you. From this moment forward, I am your personal bodyguard. After you, Miss Potts. Leading the way, Pepper, dressed in professional attire and high heels, exuded an impressive aura, truly embodying the future CEO. Xia Yu donned a black suit and sunglasses, adopting a stoic expression as he followed closely behind her. Pepper held the position of executive assistant at Stark Industries, though most of her responsibilities revolved around being Tony Stark's personal life assistant. Everyone within Stark Industries recognized her significance in Tony's life, and as Xia Yu followed her through the hallways, employees greeted her with nods and salutes. Pepper maintained a poised demeanor, acknowledging their greetings with subtle nods, which compelled Xia Yu to straighten his posture, striving to match the formidable presence of this powerful female CEO. Upon arriving unimpeded at Tony Stark's office, Xia Yu cooperatively rushed ahead to open the door for her. Once inside, Pepper Potts made her way directly to Tony's desk, utilizing a device Tony had provided to infiltrate the company's server. Within, she uncovered a clandestine drive. Opening 2 folders revealed documents pertaining to weapon development and trade. The third folder was labeled Sector 16. Upon entering, Pepper discovered blueprints detailing the transformation of Stark 1 into Ironmonger, along with a video. To her astonishment, it was footage of terrorists who had kidnapped Tony, sent to Obadiah Stane. Chapter 31. Obadiah Stane. Xia, come over and take a look at this. Pepper beckoned. And Xia Yu, already aware of its contents, approached and exclaimed, Goodness, Tony's suspicions were indeed correct. It truly is him. I need to preserve this evidence. I must make copies of all the documents. Xia, could you keep an eye on the entrance for a moment? Pepper stated. Before Xia Yu could respond, Obadiah Stane forcefully pushed open the door. Pepper, visibly startled, composed herself, while Xia Yu adopted an expressionless demeanor, stepping forward to obstruct Obadiah's path, coldly asserting, Please leave. Having been at Stark Industries for decades, Obadiah had become the de facto authority during Tony's absence, treating the company as his domain. He ignored Xia Yu's intervention and attempted to push past him. When his efforts met with resistance, he questioned, What do you mean? Is there a part of this company I am not permitted to access? This is Mr. Stark's office. Sir, regardless of your identity, please exit without Mr. Stark's consent. Xia Yu replied coldly. Wary of arousing Obadiah's suspicions, Pepper interjected, This gentleman is one of the founders of Stark Industries and Tony's uncle. Let him in. Obadiah glanced at Xia Yu but chose silence, moving to the liquor cabinet to pour 2 glasses of wine, remarking, Tony never lacks for fine wine. He then raised a glass as if to offer one to Pepper. Those familiar with the film would recognize that Obadiah, observing Pepper's unnatural behavior, grew suspicious and approached her under the pretense of pouring wine, hoping to glimpse the computer screen. Quick-witted, Pepper switched the display to a screensaver. Yet Xia Yu was determined to prevent this awkward charade, swiftly positioning himself before Obadiah. I can deliver the wine to Miss Potts. You may remain here, Xia Yu stated. Pepper, what is the meaning of this? Does Tony fear I might encroach upon his secretary? This is my designated office for Tony within the boardroom, Obadiah bellowed. I apologize. I am uncertain how this transpired. Mr. Stane is entering, Xia. Pepper feigned anger toward Xia Yu. I sincerely apologize, Miss Potts. Mr. Stark has tasked me with ensuring that no male entity approaches you, as he wishes to avoid any trace of male hormones in his girlfriend's vicinity, save for myself. Your bodyguard. Xia Yu stated earnestly. Oh my goodness, congratulations to you both. When did this transpire? You should have informed me sooner. I am genuinely happy for you. You are a wonderful woman, Pepper. Obadiah Stane remarked as he attempted to congratulate Pepper, only to be ruthlessly pushed aside by Xia Yu. I said, Keep your distance from Miss Potts. Obadiah staggered back several paces, his expression faltering as he prepared to retort. At that moment, Pepper rose and directed her ire towards Xia Yu. You would do well to be more courteous to Mr. Stane, Xia. As she spoke, she seized a newspaper from the side of her computer, utilizing it as a means to discreetly extract the disk. Xia Yu observed the entire exchange, aware that she had successfully completed the duplication. I apologize, Miss Potts, but this is my duty. Please understand, as long as he remains at a distance from you. Xia Yu asserted. My apologies, Obadiah. I will speak with Tony regarding the bodyguard matter upon my return. You know how he can be. Pepper offered Obadiah an apologetic glance. I understand. I am merely pleased for you both. Inform Tony that I will be at the office awaiting his return, and I will communicate with the board. Provided he refrains from his usual obstinacy, Obadiah replied. The two exchanged a few inconsequential remarks before Xia Yu followed Pepper out. He recognized that, akin to a scene from a film, she had successfully duplicated the data and discreetly removed the disk. Obadiah had undoubtedly witnessed the successful duplication interface. The lone difference from the cinematic portrayal was that with Xia Yu present, Pepper did not exhibit the same level of panic. Nor did Obadiah seize the newspaper from her grasp. Next, the awaited system task arrived. System task: assist and protect Pepper Potts while following her. After Ironmonger and Iron Man commenced their battle, aid Iron Man in defeating Ironmonger. Task reward points, 8,000. An additional reward of a system lottery chance will be granted if Ironmonger is defeated personally. Xia Yu accepted the task, contemplating that he would need to compete with Tony for the kill. However, judging by the reward, Ironmonger appeared to be of average strength, resembling his portrayal in the film. Had it not been for the theft of Tony's arc reactor, which rendered Tony's energy supply insufficient, Ironmonger would have been vanquished long ago. Upon exiting, he indeed encountered Agent Coulson, who was seated and appeared rather earnest as he awaited Pepper. It seemed Tony had yet to meet with him. Coulson, upon seeing Xia Yu, appeared momentarily taken aback, then greeted him with a smile. Xia, you're here as well. Miss Potts, do you have a moment? I had arranged to speak with you. Pepper grasped Coulson's arm and hurried away, needing to present evidence to government officials and arrange for the apprehension of Obadiah Stanning. At this juncture, without the Avengers and with superheroes still concealed, the proper course of action was to contact the police first, rather than relying solely on the adept Xia Yu. Xia Yu accompanied Pepper as she showed Agent Coulson all the documents and video evidence, while he, in front of her, dialed Tony's number. Tony, you guessed correctly. We have uncovered evidence linking your uncle to terrorists. He is indeed the one who kidnapped you, along with documents concerning the illicit arms trade. Xia Yu conveyed over the phone. I am already aware that the blonde fellow does not recognize Obadiah, but upon showing him a photograph, he identified this individual as having visited their base several times, providing them with weapons. Are you preparing to come here? Tony inquired. No, Tony, we encountered Agent Coulson. Pepper is currently delivering the evidence to him, and soon someone will apprehend him. It would be best for you to remain at home. After all, I know you do not wish to confront him, Xia Yu concluded before hanging up. Obadiah is no mere figure. He is not someone who can be apprehended simply because Coulson reviewed evidence and sought out leads. The situation has been reported to the Bureau, involving several departments and even a high-ranking government official to successfully obtain the arrest warrant. Even if he is captured, should he possess the technology for a miniaturized arc reactor, he is likely to be exonerated. In such high-stakes confrontations, the charges themselves often become trivial. Tony Stark is a formidable individual, a fact that may not be readily apparent in films. Yet Xia Yu is acutely aware that Stark Industries' annual political contributions represent a staggering figure. This is why Tony Stark dares to publicly refuse government requests while mocking legislators. Despite this, in the end, Tony contrived to gift Colonel Rhodes a suit of armor, not solely because of their friendship, but as a strategic concession to the government, an agreement both parties could accept. After the events of Avengers: Infinity War, the Avengers gained a formidable presence. However, with Xia Yu's emergence, particularly following the transformation in his mindset, the landscape may soon shift dramatically. What the future holds remains uncertain, especially regarding the system within Xia Yu and the truth of the world as revealed by Stan Lee at the gala. Chapter 32. The battle against Ironmonger. While Xia Yu awaited Agent Coulson to navigate the chaotic bureaucratic procedures, Tony Stark had already fallen victim to an ambush by Obadiah Stane. True to the film's narrative, Stane succeeded in extracting the miniaturized arc reactor from Tony's chest. He had utilized the design schematics to construct a larger Ironmonger suit, now only requiring this arc reactor for power. Having incapacitated Tony with a form of ultrasonic control for 15 minutes, Stane departed. Exhausted, Tony managed to crawl to the laboratory. Gazing at the heart of Xia on the table, he remarked, I never expected that this time it would be you to save me. Compared to the film, Tony's physical condition had markedly improved, eliminating the clumsy heroics from the plot. Fortunately, just as in the film, Rhodes arrived in the nick of time, and Tony requested his assistance before soaring towards Stark Industries. As Tony sped towards his destination, Xia Yu and Agent Coulson's team finally arrived. Pepper led the group to Obadiah Stane's concealed research facility 16, where they encountered a massive iron door. After swiping her card, Pepper discovered it was invalid. Is my card no longer valid? She questioned. Corson stepped forward, producing a small bomb, poised to place it on the door lock when Xia Yu interjected. There's no need for such complications. With that, Xia Yu executed a powerful roundhouse kick, sending the heavy iron door flying inward for several meters before it crashed to the ground. In the midst of the stunned onlookers, Xia Yu shrugged and remarked, I may have overexerted myself. I presumed it would be more robust. Leading the way, Xia Yu was acutely aware that Obadiah Stane was inside, preparing to don his armor. Corson followed closely behind, while the others drew their handguns to encircle Pepper. The last member of the group, passing the previously mentioned iron door, gave it a light kick. Having initially believed it to be a mere faade, as they searched the interior, they discovered a replica of the armor, albeit one significantly larger than anticipated. It was evident that Obadiah Stane had been clandestinely conducting research for quite some time, having even produced a prototype. At that moment, two beams of light, reminiscent of automobile headlights, illuminated the darkness ahead. Xia Yu recognized that it was Obadiah Stane emerging in his ironmonger suit. He shouted, "Be careful," as he shoved the dazed Pepper aside. Just as he pushed her out of harm's way, a colossal iron fist descended between them. Missing its target, Obadiah Stane stepped forward, commanding the immense suit that towered over 4 meters in height. From within the ironmonger, Obadiah's voice emerged, laced with menace. I recognize you, Stark's bodyguard. Did you not advise me to keep my distance from Pepper? Go ahead, try to stop me again. No sooner had he spoken than a massive fist came crashing down towards Xia Yu, remaining rooted in place. Xia Yu was eager to test the might of the ironmonger. As the fist descended, seemingly as large as Xia Yu's upper body, a terrified Pepper screamed, "Ah!" Meanwhile, Corson and his team futilely fired their weapons at the ironmonger's head. The shots produced a muted sound, devoid of gore or carnage. As Xia Yu calmly caught the descending fist, apart from Pepper and Corson, the others stared in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Even having witnessed Xia Yu's earlier display of strength in kicking down the iron door, the sheer size of the ironmonger was utterly astonishing. Had the ground beneath Xia Yu not cracked under the strain, they might have believed the suit to be an empty shell. I stopped it. What now? Xia Yu said coolly as he looked up at Obadiah Stane. Impossible. This must be fake. You will pay for this. Obadiah, unable to accept that his meticulously crafted ironmonger could be so easily thwarted, unleashed a flurry of punches towards Xia Yu. Concerned about inadvertently harming Pepper and the others amidst the chaos, Xia Yu deftly evaded the ironmonger's attacks, gesturing for Pepper and the others to retreat swiftly. The graceful technique of the Lingbo Weibu is inherently ethereal, while the Iron Overlord is rather cumbersome, striking with each punch yet failing to land a hit on Xia Yu, who leisurely strolled within a few meters, exuding an air of composure. Before departing, Coulson cast a glance at Xia Yu, recalling the sight of him shattering the water of a swimming pool with a single palm strike. Suddenly, a Chinese idiom emerged in his mind: extraordinary demeanor. Unbeknownst to Xia Yu, his display of agility had garnered high regard in Coulson's eyes. While evading the Iron Overlord's fists, he mockingly addressed him. Does it not infuriate you? Do you not feel like a fierce tiger, only to discover you are but an adorable kitten? Forgive my overly refined description. Let me rephrase. Do you not feel a sense of humiliation, as if you were 2 meters tall, only to find you possess the stature of a mere toothpick? Hello. I'm speaking to you. Can you respond? Such rudeness, and yet you claim to be a major shareholder of a public company. As he spoke, Xia Yu spat disdainfully on the ground. Obadiah Stane was thoroughly enraged. The Iron Overlord's right arm elevated, revealing a heavy machine gun that unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Xia Yu. Xia Yu swiftly dodged, the bullets trailing closely behind him. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Obadiah, exasperated, exclaimed, "What business do you have engaging in hand-to-hand combat with me, a technological marvel? I will kill you." Amidst the gunfire, his furious roar echoed. "You can hit me first. To suddenly pull out a machine gun while we were fighting is quite beneath you." Xia Yu continued to taunt, seemingly forgetting how he had dealt with Mandarin in the desert. After toying around for a while, he mused that perhaps Little Pepper and the others were safe by now. Seizing an opportunity, Xia Yu dashed toward the exit. It was perilous to remain inside, especially with a large arc reactor on the first floor. Should it explode, it would spell trouble. Obadiah followed closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance, Xia Yu was astonished to find Little Pepper still standing there. Despite their close relationship, he felt an urge to scold her. "I've been stalling inside for ages, and you haven't left yet. What were you thinking? Are you planning to join me?" Just then, Tony Stark arrived, telling Xia Yu, "Leave it to me. You take Pepper and go." He then soared toward the Iron Overlord. Without hesitation, Xia Yu scooped up Little Pepper and utilized his agility to fly out, setting her down several streets away. "I'm going to assist. You be careful and don't wander off," he instructed, before rushing back toward the battlefield, disregarding anyone else who may have been present. As he approached the scene, he spotted Tony Stark ascending into the sky with the Iron Overlord. Frustrated, Xia Yu slapped his forehead, realizing he could not afford to offend someone who could fly. It appeared he too would need a suit of armor. What to do? I shall wait atop Stark Industries, since the plot dictates ascending to the skies. It surely follows that it will dictate a descent as well. With renewed determination, Xia Yu made his way back to Stark Industries. The author has something to say, just grabbing your sofa. La 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 la. Chapter 33, The Death of Ironmonger, Part 1. Due to the limitations of Summer's energy, Tony Stark ultimately ascended with Ironmonger into the skies. Two long trails of fire streaked across the air, and countless spectators witnessed the two armored suits soaring into the heavens. With only 7 units of energy remaining, Tony Stark was finally caught by Ironmonger at the peak of their ascent. Obadiah Stane, momentarily stung by Summer's previous taunts, seized the opportunity to manipulate Ironmonger, tightening its grip around Tony's neck, boasting, "What can you do now, Tony? I'm stronger and mightier than you. And how did you resolve the freezing issue?" Tony calmly retorted, "The freezing issue?" Obadiah Stane suddenly realized that due to the extreme altitude, Ironmonger had begun to ice over, its propulsion system failing, and the lights in its eyes extinguishing. "Let me assist you." Tony Stark mischievously tapped Ironmonger's head, shattering a small section of ice encasing it. Ironmonger released Tony, beginning its descent. However, Tony's suit, now devoid of all energy, could only rely on a fraction of its reserve power, sporadically firing its limb thrusters to slow its rapid fall. After several shaky bursts, he finally landed on the rooftop of Stark Industries, just as Summer was stepping into the elevator. "Tony, are you all right?" Upon landing, Tony connected with Pepper over the phone. "I'm fine." Before he could finish, he was suddenly seized by Ironmonger, which had regained its power during the descent. "Tony, are you okay? Tony?" Pepper anxiously called out. At that moment, Tony Stark found himself firmly gripped by Ironmonger, his powerless suit resembling a mere toy being viciously toyed with, as Ironmonger's hands contorted the exterior of his armor. If this continued, Tony would likely be crushed into a pulp. "Launch incendiary devices." Unable to escape, Tony commanded Jarvis. The suit unleashed a barrage of small incendiary devices that struck Ironmonger's head, effectively damaging its targeting system, which finally compelled Ironmonger to loosen its grip. Seizing the opportunity, Tony ducked behind a stairwell exit on the rooftop and whispered to Pepper, who had yet to hang up, "Pepper, I need help. Where's Summer? He wouldn't have find you. I don't know where he is. I'll call him now." Pepper panicked, hastily ending the call to reach Summer. Unfortunately, Summer's phone had already been damaged in District 16, rendering it unreachable. As Ironmonger inched closer, the rooftop felt increasingly constricted, leaving Tony with no place to hide. With no alternatives, Tony took advantage of Ironmonger's momentary distraction and dashed forward, reminiscent of a cinematic hero. He climbed atop Ironmonger's head, striving to inflict as much damage as possible to the armor and circuitry at the back of its head. However, ultimately, the Ironmonger captured him with a swift motion, slamming Tony Stark onto the glass roof of his Stark industrial building. This structure was encircled by tempered glass, directly above a large arc reactor on the first floor, crafted by Tony's father, Howard Stark, in collaboration with Anton Vanko. In the original storyline of the film, Tony Stark and Pepper Potts worked in tandem to utilize this reactor to vanquish the Ironmonger. Yet, this time, Pepper was several blocks away, leaving Tony without an opportunity. Chapter 34, The Death of the Ironmonger, Part 2. The Ironmonger unleashed a barrage from the machine guns mounted on his arms, shattering the glass of the roof. Tony Stark, gripping a beam for dear life, faced a harsh lesson as he had only just donned the mantle of Iron Man. In the realm of enmity, mercy was a luxury he could not afford. As he watched the Ironmonger raise his left arm, revealing a mini-missile launcher, Tony closed his eyes in despair. Ironically, that very missile was a product of his own invention. "Excuse me, I don't wish to interrupt, but might I suggest that your company could install an elevator directly to the rooftop? You have no idea how long I searched for a way up here." Simply because the two major shareholders of this company decided that flying suits took precedence over the convenience of others, came a voice from behind the Ironmonger. "Once again, it's you," Obadiah Stane growled, maneuvering the Ironmonger to face Xia Yu, who was gritting his teeth. Xia Yu disregarded Stane's words, addressing Tony Stark instead. "For the sake of your own safety, you ought to design a suit of armor for me as well. At the very least, it should be capable of flight." "Listen, I am speaking to you, and you would do well to pay attention," Obadiah Stane seethed, his fury palpable as he aimed the missile launcher at Xia Yu. "It is quite impolite to interrupt others, you turtle hiding in your cumbersome shell. Had it not been for the fear of collateral damage, do you truly believe you would have the opportunity to stand atop this building and bully your unfortunate nephew?" Xia Yu retorted, casting a glance of pity at Tony Stark. Tony felt his face flush with embarrassment, about to retort when Obadiah Stane could no longer contain himself. "You will pay for this," he bellowed, launching a missile. Xia Yu's greatest concern lay with the remote, high-impact strike. Should the ironmonger take to the skies and unleash modern weaponry upon him, he would be forced to flee. However, at ground level, especially at such close proximity, this clumsy, massive armor was akin to a living target for Xia Yu. With a few nimble dodges, he swiftly approached the ironmonger, his right hand flipping, conjuring the heaven-exalting sword. Xia Yu began to circle the ironmonger at a rapid pace, each strike of the sword dismantling the joints, circuits, and weaponry of the armor. The reinforced steel of the ironmonger felt like wood against the blade, though the wood was somewhat thick. Iron shavings filled the air as Xia Yu moved with an ease reminiscent of tending to greenery. No matter how powerful a weapon may be, it serves no purpose if it cannot strike its target. Soon, the Iron Tyrant's armor became pockmarked and riddled with damage, revealing frayed wires sparking beneath the surface. Obadiah Stane was unable to keep pace with Xia Yu's speed. By the time he managed to react, Xia Yu had already ceased his assault, leaving the Iron Tyrant entirely immobilized, rendered a mere shell of its former self. Xia Yu shrugged apologetically at the Iron Tyrant and remarked, "I've seen the blueprints for Mark I from Tony. While I lack the skill to construct it, I certainly know how to dismantle it. My apologies, Mr. Stane. By the way, are you trapped in there? Allow me to assist you." With a fierce glint in his eyes, Xia Yu approached the Iron Tyrant, wielding the heavenly sword. "Wait, Xia, don't," Tony Stark exclaimed from the edge of the skylight, unable to bear the sight of Xia Yu poised to strike down Stane. He felt a pang of empathy. Disregarding Stark's pleas, Xia Yu thrust the sword through the Iron Tyrant's thick armor, piercing Obadiah Stane within. Mission accomplished. Congratulations, Master. You have earned 8,000 points. One system lottery draw available, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Chapter 35, The Avengers Initiative Part 1. Tony. Do you not understand that sparing him poses a significant threat to you and those around you? I am unafraid, but what about Pepper? This is war, Tony, not a business game, Xia Yu declared as he withdrew his sword. Tony Stark merely bowed his head in silence. Xia Yu sheathed his sword in his ring and sat beside him, lost in thought. After a few minutes of silence, Xia Yu suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "At this juncture, the protagonist should have triumphed, with the heroine rushing in to bestow a passionate kiss. Why am I left sitting on this rooftop with you, old man? After defeating the villain? That is because you tossed Pepper several blocks away. It should have been a moment of our fervent embrace. I am the protagonist here," Tony replied. "Indeed, capitalists are often ungrateful. I am the one who vanquished this foe. It was I. When I arrived, you were trembling with that iron rod." Resembling a pitiful little rabbit, Xia Yu pointed at the beam above them. "That was due to the summer heart I bore, utterly inadequate. That was my equipment," Tony retorted as he moved to detach the small arc reactor from the Iron Tyrant. "I never asked you to bring the summer heart. It was your own foolishness that led to its theft," Xia Yu said as he unsheathed the heavenly sword once more, methodically reducing the Iron Tyrant to a heap of scrap. By the time Agent Coulson and government officials arrived, the arc reactor had been removed by Tony, leaving the Iron Tyrant a mere pile of scrap metal, with Obadiah Stane's lifeless body nearby. It was a joint operation that night, and among Coulson's team was even a member of the U.S. military, seeing that they had nothing to show for their efforts. The team regarded Xia Yu and Tony with confusion. Given his familiarity with Xia Yu, Coulson inquired, "What happened here, Mr. Xia?" "Oh. A meteor fell from the sky and reduced this scoundrel to this state," Xia Yu replied with utmost seriousness. Matters concerning the government are naturally left to Tony Stark, for his elevated status grants him the confidence to avoid petty disputes with bureaucrats, even dismissing them with the excuse of not having had dinner yet. Thus, accompanied by Pepper Potts, the three of them ventured to Xia Yu's abode for a hot pot feast. Originally, Xia Yu intended to invite Coulson as well. However, he was preoccupied that evening with cleanup duties and had no time to spare. Consequently, Xia Yu found himself alone as the third wheel, only to be greeted by an unexpected surprise upon returning home, another unwelcome guest, albeit one that appeared rather ominous and unilluminated. "Did you presume that only you two superheroes existed in this world?" were the first words spoken by Nick Fury as Xia Yu flicked on the light. To be candid, Xia Yu was taken aback. The moment the elevator halted, he had sensed the presence of someone in his home, initially suspecting it to be Natasha, only to discover it was this individual. "Of course, we are not alone. There is also a monstrous green giant capable of transformation, wreaking havoc in half of Harlem. I happened to see the footage online before the government managed to suppress it. Did you think I would fall for the lies they concocted afterward?" Xia Yu retorted fiercely, questioning Fury's audacity to lurk in his home uninvited. "Xia, you were far more amiable the last time we met. I recall you even brewed me some tea," Nick Fury remarked. Xia Yu rolled his eyes and countered, "Last time, you were my client, Nick. Today, you were trespassing in my residence. I possess the right to eliminate you on the spot. The author has a note. The morning was chaotic. Let us revise this." Chapter 36, The Avengers Initiative, Part 2. Observing Xia Yu's familiarity with Fury, Tony pulled Pepper onto the sofa and inquired, "So, Who exactly are you? Before Nick Fury could respond, Xia Yu replied to Tony, he was a client of my grandfather's. Later, I treated him once. He is quite decent. But it appears he is now affiliated with a government agency, perhaps something strategic. It has since been renamed S.H.I.E.L.D. I am Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I am baffled as to why a healthcare professional I encountered in New York has suddenly become a friend of Tony Stark, a major shareholder in a herbal conglomerate, and possesses enigmatic superhuman abilities, Nick Fury stated as he settled onto the sofa. Xia Yu was busy preparing in the kitchen, as he favored dining out. He responded to Fury, "We've clocked out, Nick. Let us address any matters tomorrow. Moreover, I do not possess superpowers, I merely practice martial arts." Nick Fury stood, shouting toward the loft, "Damn it, you still owe me several treatments. I paid for them in advance. If you cease your practice now, I haven't received any refund. Do you wish for me to take you to court?" "Xia, I am still a friend of your grandfather S, carrying a hefty load of ingredients." Xia Yu smiled and said, "Guests are welcome. Stay for a meal, Nick, my friend." Amidst the chaotic assembly of the dining table, the four gathered around the copper pot, indulging in a delightful array of meats and vegetables. The Marvel superheroes gathering took on the air of a Hong Kong film where gangsters divided territory. All orchestrated by Xia Yu. Especially during the meal, Nick Fury animatedly recounted the plans of the Avengers to Tony Stark and Xia Yu, occasionally pausing to devour a slice of succulent beef with a grin. Xia Yu sat beside him, staring blankly, feeling as though the atmosphere was somewhat amiss, much like a past encounter with a smooth talker at a dinner party, who, while stuffing his mouth with vegetables and pickled garlic, would inquire, "My friend, I have an 80 million project that will break even in 2 years. Are you interested?" Yet, there was an undeniable sense of authenticity to it. In life, one cannot always remain shrouded in darkness, standing in another's abode, waiting for them to return home only to perform a slow turn and deliver a pretentious rhetorical question. "Nick, may I pose a question?" Xia Yu ventured. "Go ahead." Nick Fury replied readily. "Have you been standing with your back to the door in my home, without turning on the lights? Isn't that rather dull? What if we don't return for 3 hours, or engage in conversation downstairs for half an hour before coming back? Wouldn't that be awkward? Don't you need to use the restroom? Or were you secretly peeking through the window, turning off the lights and striking a pose when you saw us come in?" After previously lounging on the sofa watching stand-up comedy, Xia Yu bombarded him with inquiries. Nick Fury, adroitly sidestepping the rather uncomfortable topic that could embarrass the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., redirected the conversation back to the Avengers. However, it was evident that Tony Stark was not particularly interested. There was no extraterrestrial threat at present, and peace prevailed within the Earth, with even Hydra remaining beneath the surface. Xia Yu expressed his willingness to accept involvement, but only within the confines of the Avengers, as he preferred to maintain his freedom and had his own plans. Yet, Nick Fury's next statement left Xia Yu restless. "Since you seem uninterested in joining S.H.I.E.L.D., I shall prepare to assign Natasha more perilous missions abroad. Given the current shortage of personnel within S.H.I.E.L.D., it is rare to have an agent as exceptional as Natasha Romanoff." True to form, Nick Fury struck at Xia Yu's vulnerability. The clandestine romance between Xia Yu and Natasha, which they believed to be well-kept, appeared as transparent as a fluttering fabric in the wind before Nick Fury. Chapter 37, The Avengers Initiative, Part 2. Xia Yu sprang up like a monkey with its tail on fire, brandishing his chopsticks in a stance reminiscent of the Duga Nine Swords, and exclaimed at Nick Fury, "You shameless old rascal. What kind of device have you implanted on Natasha? A listening device or some sort of implanted camera?" Tony Stark chimed in, fanning the flames. "Xia, while I am somewhat hurt that you didn't inform me about your girlfriend, I must admit that every head of an intelligence agency is an unabashed scoundrel. They would prefer to monitor the entire world, even in the shower, while sleeping or dining." Nick Fury's face flushed, if one could discern it. "I began to regret persuading you both to join the Avengers. I never imposed such actions on my subordinates. It was Natasha's schedule that betrayed her. Have you forgotten your first encounter? She was injured, and it was I who directed her to you. My intention was for her to seek refuge in your studio, yet she ended up lingering in Chinatown for a full week. Later, when you were in Los Angeles, she followed, and when you went to New York, so did she. Do you take me for a fool? I at least keep track of where my subordinates go." Xia Yu, picking up a meatball with chopsticks, slowly settled into a chair and remarked, "You shouldn't have used her to coerce me into joining S.H.I.E.L.D. You are a government official. Nick, how can you be so shameless? You still owe me a refund." Nick Fury replied with a stoic expression. "Fine, I will join. But on my terms. I won't partake in any daily affairs, nor do I wish to report to work. Just inform me when there's a mission." Xia Yu stated. Tony, incredulous, responded, "While I understand your motivation is your girlfriend, Why did you go silent when he mentioned money? Are you in dire need of funds? Didn't you swindle 100 million while in Afghanistan? Xia Yu felt even more embarrassed, scratching his head and saying, when you went missing, I purchased stocks in your company. Upon your return, the stocks rose, and I sold them. However, when you announced the closure of the weapons division, your stocks plummeted by $56. I invested my entire fortune, leaving only $3,000 on hand, waiting for you to develop a new project and the stocks to rise again. After this, Xia Yu sheepishly glanced at Tony and continued, if it weren't for the company's bylaws prohibiting arbitrary dividends, I would have considered reallocating funds from herbal medicine to buy Stark stocks. Xia, you are becoming quite the rogue, Tony Stark concluded. Nick Fury's visit bore fruit. At least the Avengers gained a new ally. Regrettably, Tony Stark did not join, but Fury anticipated this outcome. There was no rush. This plan had been years in the making, and a moment's delay was inconsequential. After the meal, Nick Fury departed first, leaving Tony Stark and Pepper Potts behind in unspoken understanding. Xia, care to share what transpired? Pepper inquired with a cheerful smile, irrespective of the universe. Women are invariably more invested in such gossip than men. With nothing to conceal from them, Xia Yu recounted the story of their acquaintance. As Nick Fury had already exposed it, Pepper found it quite romantic, the enchanting agent singing to her in Times Square, reminiscent of a film. Tony scoffed, you're incredibly fortunate to have attracted a beautiful agent, but then again, it makes sense. You know me, Tony Stark. Xia Yu chuckled, Tony, you might be the shameless one. The lucky one is undoubtedly you. I just saved your life once again today. Knowing me is certainly the most successful venture of your life. Think of the number of issues I can help you resolve. Like the shrapnel lodged in your chest, are you still unwilling to have it removed? For once, Tony spoke earnestly. Xia, do you know? At the tender age of 4, I designed my first circuit board. By 6, I had created 8 engines. I graduated from MIT at 17 and took the reins of Stark Industries by 21, propelling the company to unprecedented heights. The weapons I crafted were unparalleled and might across the globe. I adhered to my father's stick theory, believing I had fashioned the greatest stick to ensure people's safety. Yet, I was mistaken. The world did not require the former Tony Stark, but rather a man clad in an iron suit to rise and protect them. Chapter 38. Tony patted Xia Yu on the shoulder and continued, I may not possess your formidable martial prowess, but I wield my intellect and technology. I have ceased attending meetings and signing research papers. Henceforth, my sole mission in life is to don the iron suit and safeguard those in need. He pointed to the arc reactor embedded in his chest, adding, this serves as a constant reminder of my purpose. Without it, I would lose my life, and thus, I can never forget my mission. Tony Stark's words were imbued with sincerity, reflecting why Xia Yu had always admired Iron Man in his previous life. Despite his acerbic wit and arrogance, Tony was perpetually evolving. When aliens invaded, he sought to arm the entire Earth with his armor. When Rhodey was mistakenly injured by Vision, he equipped Spider-Man's suit with a parachute. Xia Yu, momentarily at a loss for words, rose and approached Tony, placing a hand on his shoulder. The internal energy of the nine-yang divine skill swiftly coursed through Tony's body before Xia Yu gently patted his back. With a splutter, Tony expelled a silvery liquid. What is this? Both Pepper and Tony inquired simultaneously. Having recently installed the arc reactor, coupled with Xia Yu's presence enhancing Tony's physical strength and resistance to toxins, he remained oblivious to this issue. I don't know. You should ask yourself. I merely felt that having such an object within your body couldn't be entirely clean. So I conducted a check, Xia Yu replied. Tony quickly deduced, this must be palladium poisoning. He then turned to Pepper, reassuring her, don't worry. I will find an alternative element to replace it. Early the next morning, Xia Yu was summoned to Stark Industries. Today, Tony was to hold a press conference regarding the events of the previous night. Coulson and Rhodes had meticulously prepared Tony's statements, laden with elaborate fabrications. Coulson also handed Xia Yu a mobile phone and ASHIELD badge. Gazing at the designation of Level 1 agent on the badge, Xia Yu lamented, if I'm getting a badge anyway, couldn't it be a bit more prestigious? Coulson chuckled. Director Nick said unless you are willing to accept full deployment by SHIELD, you will remain a Level 1 agent for life. With a huff, Xia Yu retorted, a Level 1 agent is fine. It won't get me discounts at the supermarket anyway. Coulson comfortingly patted his shoulder, saying, I personally envy you. You managed to win over Natasha, whose nickname is Black Widow. Xia Yu longed to convey to him that personal charisma was something he, with his receding hairline, could never comprehend. However, after some contemplation, he decided against bullying the honest man and instead inquired, isn't there a need for me to provide a personal account for receiving my salary? Nick retorted that he was a capitalist and had no need for a salary, adding that Xia Yu also owed him a sum of money. Coulson remarked, damn it. Xia Yu wanted to say something further, but at that moment, Tony was already preparing to take the stage. compelling him to abandon the thought and join the crowd outside to watch the spectacle. The battle between Iron Man and the Ironmonger was witnessed by many on the road. Xia Yu had merely escorted Pepper and went unnoticed, avoiding immediate exposure. As in the films, the journalist who had shared a night with Tony relentlessly pursued him, until Tony Stark, glancing at his speech notes, hesitated for a moment before uttering the iconic line that would launch the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Chapter 39, The 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. After the press conference, Xia Yu suddenly remembered that he had yet to draw from the system lottery. Upon opening it, he found the same meaningless 8 identical options. However, this time the result thrilled him: the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Now, Xia Yu was in dire need of a long-range attack technique. Previously, he had employed the internal energy of the 9 Yang divine art to unleash gusts of palm wind, which appeared unrefined and wasted energy. With the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, the scenario would be different. Not only was the power formidable, but the visual and auditory effects were also exceptional. The first trial startled Tony, who exclaimed that it was nothing short of magic. In truth, whether it was magic or not was of little consequence. It merely represented a different application of energy. It involved compressing and coalescing internal energy into a dragon-shaped force to strike a target, presumably modified by the system. It consisted of only 2 techniques. One could continuously unleash streams of dragon-shaped internal energy for area damage, while the ultimate technique involved condensing 18 dragons into one for a powerful release. This was particularly suited for extensive damage, though on a single target basis. It did not match the energy density of Tony's chest reactor unleashing a laser. Nevertheless, Xia Yu was thoroughly satisfied with the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. He was confident that the 6 Meridian Sword would eventually follow, and there was no need to rush. After joining S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury seemed eager to court Xia Yu, perhaps as compensation for his lack of salary. He generously assigned Natasha to remain in Los Angeles, with the official task being to facilitate Xia Yu's close interaction with Tony Stark, subsequently providing an objective assessment to invite him to serve as a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D. Notably, in Xia Yu's recollection, Natasha was supposed to undertake a mission in Iran during this period to escort scientists. Details can be found in Captain America, the Winter Soldier. However, she was not dispatched for that mission, indicating that with his involvement, some less central plot lines were gradually being influenced by his presence. Recalling the words of old Mr. Lee at the charity gala for the families of firefighters, which had instilled fear in Xia Yu regarding the truth of this world, he resolved to embrace his second chance at life. With the system at his disposal, he intended to follow his heart and pursue his desires freely. Tony was resolutely determined to become Iron Man, thus entrusting the management of his company to Pepper Potts ahead of time. Each day, Xia Yu accompanied Natasha to Malibu Beach to seek out Tony, guiding him in the practice of a simplified version of I Ching Jing, while also providing Natasha with regular massages to invigorate her. With Natasha's extensive combat experience combined with Xia Yu's guidance, Tony Stark's personal combat prowess was incomparably superior to that depicted in the films. While Tony diligently researched the Iron Suit, he also assisted Xia Yu in developing a suit of armor tailored to his needs. Unlike the standard systems, Xia Yu primarily requested a flight capability. And in light of his unique combat style and abilities, this new type of armor, humorously dubbed by Tony as the male bikini, was added to Stark's development agenda. Due to Xia Yu's influence, Tony also created a profile for Natasha on his server, indicating that she would soon acquire numerous combat gadgets produced by Stark Industries. This news delighted Nick Fury, who, upon hearing Natasha's report, became even more resolute in his intention to recruit Tony Stark into S.H.I.E.L.D. With Tony and Xia Yu, one enhancing Tony's physical capabilities and the other tailoring equipment to individual needs. It was akin to having 2 fathers in a game, one leveling up and the other providing gear. They were indispensable. Thus, under Nick Fury's subtle encouragement, Natasha inadvertently revealed during a lunch with the 3 of them that one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. was, in fact, Howard Stark. Subsequently, Nick Fury gestured grandly for Coulson to deliver items that Howard had left behind at S.H.I.E.L.D. This action prompted Tony Stark to develop a new element before the events of Iron Man 2, leading to the birth of a new arc reactor. The ramifications of this were significant, as Tony Stark became a consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D., accelerating his company's transition to renewable energy. The Stark Tower in New York was now on the agenda, and a series of research and development initiatives gained considerable momentum. These past few months had been some of the most comfortable for Xia Yu, as he spent every day in close company with Natasha. His 2 strategic investments in Stark Industries stock had transformed his initial $200 million into nearly $800 million, yielding both wealth and beauty, a true bonanza. With the Stark Industries Expo on the horizon, Xia Yu anticipated a further dramatic surge in his stock value. This expo was not only pivotal for his financial growth but also marked the commencement of Iron Man 2. However, this shameless exploitation of Tony's predicament to bolster stock prices inadvertently provided Tony Stark with an opportunity, compelling Xia Yu to serve as the opening act for his expo. Initially resistant, Xia Yu found himself threatened by Tony, who warned that refusal would result in the withdrawal of his herbal group's shares and talents, which would then be absorbed into Stark Industries for redevelopment. With the formula already in hand, Tony suggested that Xia Yu could contest this in court. But Stark Industries' formidable legal department would undoubtedly demonstrate the futility of such an endeavor. Under such blatant coercion, Xia Yu had no choice but to bow to the whims of his capitalist overlords. You see, Xia, this is the power of capital, Natasha remarked. Chapter 40. The opening performance at long last, the eagerly awaited day has arrived, the Stark Industries Expo. Outside, a throng of eager attendees has already gathered. The Stark Industries Expo boasts a rich history. As far back as World War II, Captain America and Bucky strolled through the expo before the latter's transformation into a super soldier. As the world's foremost technology company, Stark Industries consistently showcases the trajectory of future technological advancements, attracting individuals, enterprises, and even government representatives from across the globe to observe and learn. This grand event has garnered immense attention, and this year, following Tony Stark's audacious revelation of his identity as Iron Man, the expo has reached unprecedented heights of excitement. Damn it, I don't know why I agreed to come here, murmured Xia Yu, disheartened by the thunderous cheers for Tony Stark emanating from outside. Natasha meticulously adjusted Xia Yu's attire, as he was to take the stage shortly. Upon hearing Xia Yu's complaints, Natasha gently pressed her lips to his, smiling as she remarked, "You have amassed hundreds of millions in the stock market. This should be the highest appearance fee in the world." After a moment's thought, she leaned in closer and whispered in his ear, "Or perhaps you envy the multitude of girls outside calling Tony's name, wishing they were chanting yours instead?" Over the months of their close companionship, Natasha's demeanor towards Xia Yu has shifted significantly, particularly after he resolved her inability to conceive. Thus, Xia Yu treaded carefully around the sensitive topic. "Absolutely not. I merely find it excessively noisy. I need only you as my audience for my song, even if the crowd shouts my name to me. They are no different from the flowers and trash along the roadside. My eyes are solely on you, my dear," Xia Yu replied earnestly, leaving no room for doubt. "Are you serious?" Natasha inquired skeptically. "More genuine than diamonds. Look into my eyes. They are as clear as the melted snow from the Alps," Xia Yu declared while gazing at Natasha. "You've passed the test. It's time to prepare for your performance. I'll be down below to cheer you on," Natasha stated. Before Xia Yu could respond, Tony Stark's call came in. "How's it going, Xia? Are you ready? Are they chanting my name outside? Don't be nervous. Just sing casually. Your role is to energize the atmosphere before the main act, so no need to feel anxious, all right?" Tony's voice was laced with mischief, accompanied by the sound of the wind. "Just focus on yourself, Tony, and be careful not to crash down on me later," Xia Yu retorted, hanging up sharply before Tony could respond. "You'll break your phone at this rate. I'm heading down to be part of the audience now, my superstar. Remember, I'm here to see you," Natasha reassured him once more. Xia Yu had chosen to perform the song, as he did not wish to bring forth songs from his past life, especially not in front of the public, as he was not there to become a pop star. As anticipated, when he took to the stage and the prelude began, the audience erupted in boos. "Get off the stage, kid. We want to see Tony Stark. Let us proceed. We are not here to listen to music, but to witness Iron Man." The audience erupted in a chorus of discontent. Natasha, seated among them, couldn't help but chuckle at Xia Yu's grimace, her heart swelling with affection for her charming boy. However, Xia Yu's mood was anything but delightful. As he cursed Tony Stark under his breath, after taking a few deep breaths, he smiled and addressed the crowd. "I understand that everyone is eager to see Tony Stark. After all, he is Iron Man, isn't he? But the entrance of such a prominent figure requires a moment of preparation, especially for someone like Tony, who needs a bit of time to adjust his height-enhancing insoles. Therefore, allow me to serenade you with a song titled." The author notes, "At last, things are back to normal. Today's chapter is lengthy, yet the word count remains the same." Chapter 41. The Senate hearing. With that, Xia Yu, undeterred by the growing boos from the audience, began to sing. Although the crowd's enthusiasm for Iron Man was palpable, the enchantment of the classic song gradually silenced their discontent. Some even began to hum along in rhythm. As Natasha watched Xia Yu grow more engrossed in his performance, she reminisced about their first encounter in Times Square when he sang for her. From that moment, her life transformed into something akin to normalcy, filled with a home shared between them, not just missions and battles. As Natasha's thoughts drifted, Xia Yu's performance drew to a close, and at long last, Tony Stark made his grand entrance amidst the adoring crowd. A streak of red and gold soared through the air, as Tony, adorned in his newly unveiled armor, elegantly knelt upon the prepared landing platform, eliciting a thunderous wave of applause and cheers. Xia Yu cast a sidelong glance at the flamboyant Tony, quietly descending the stage, but Tony had other plans. He gestured for silence from the audience and proclaimed, "I extend my gratitude to this unidentified singer for his heartfelt performance. I must say, it served as a splendid introduction for my entrance." Xia Yu rolled his eyes and exited the stage, while Tony, after a brief dance with a troupe of backup dancers, commenced the opening remarks of the expo. Once the opening concluded, the departing group encountered a beautiful law enforcement officer delivering a subpoena, just like in a movie. Happy accepted the subpoena, while the officer displayed a newfound interest in Xia Yu. "Your song on stage was delightful. I have never heard it before. Did you compose it yourself? Are you a friend of Tony Stark?" she inquired. "He is my boyfriend, ma'am," Natasha interjected, pulling Xia Yu into the car, leaving him no chance to respond. "But you aren't married yet," the beautiful officer called after the departing vehicle. Unlike in the films, this time Tony did not depart in a sports car, but rather in an elongated limousine, as the expo was held in New York. Xia Yu, despite his considerable worth, found himself among the carless class in the city, while all the vehicles in Los Angeles belonged to Tony. "Haha, Natasha, are you feeling envious? Did you not claim that you would never impose restrictions on Xia?" Tony teased. "Xia, congratulations on your premature entry into married life. Why not marry each other? I shall host for you the most resplendent wedding the world has ever seen." Upon entering the vehicle, Tony jested. Natasha shot Tony an irritated glance and clarified, "I indeed do not impose restrictions, but to seduce my man in my presence is a challenge. In truth, I despise being challenged." Xia Yu interjected, "Let us discuss tomorrow's hearing instead. The military and Congress are eager for you to relinquish the Iron Man technology. The media is in a frenzy. And had you not been Tony Stark, someone else would have already had their assets forcibly taken by the government. I will not surrender it. The government and military cannot seize my personal property. Natasha, I am now a consultant for SHIELD. Surely you all could help alleviate my burden," Tony asserted. "Tomorrow's hearing poses no threat to you, Tony. The government will not pressure you unless absolutely necessary. SHIELD will provide support at the right moment. You will see," Natasha replied. "The author has a word. That will be all for today. Tomorrow, the word count will return to normal. This book is nearing the recommendation of 50 chapters and 100,000 words. I humbly request my brothers to encourage more comments and collections in these coming days. Iron Man 2 and Thor serve as a transition. We are soon approaching the era of the Avengers." Chapter 42. Heated debate in the Senate the following day, at 9 in the morning in Washington, D.C. Tony arrived at the Senate almost precisely on time. This was a meticulously orchestrated hearing, as the last-minute notification afforded him little time to prepare. The government and military sought to seize the technology directly, lest they be bogged down by the formidable influence of Tony Stark. Consequently, none of the senators present at the hearing were allies of the Stark family. The hearing commenced in a manner reminiscent of the films, with the Senate questioning Tony Stark about the creation of a weapon of immense power and demanding he relinquish the technology. However, Tony deftly and humorously deflected their inquiries, subsequently summoning Justin Hammer to testify, followed by Colonel Rhodes, who read a brief excerpt from his report. Iron Man does not belong to any government entity. Thus, it poses a threat to national security and interests, Colonel James Rhodes stated. The previous text erroneously referred to him as a full colonel. In fact, he held the rank of lieutenant colonel at that time, but that will remain unaltered. The transformation commenced at this juncture, as SHIELD began to exert its influence. An adjacent senator interjected, interrupting Colonel Rhodes, stating, "No, Colonel Rhodes, you are mistaken on one point. Iron Man is not devoid of governmental affiliation. He is an advisor to SHIELD and a combatant within its special operations team. Now, let us welcome the representative from SHIELD, a close friend of Tony Stark and a member of the organization who possesses ample authority to speak on this matter." The sudden shift caught everyone off guard, and thus, when Xia Yu, impeccably dressed, strode into the room, Tony Stark was taken aback. "You didn't mention you would be here as well last night," Tony remarked, stepping forward to embrace Xia Yu and whispering, "Indeed, Tony, are you not pleasantly surprised?" Xia Yu replied, "I represent SHIELD and can attest that Tony Stark has been part of our organization for several months, serving as both an advisor and a member of the Special Operations Team. I possess SHIELD's employee records, Tony Stark's credentials, and payroll statements from these past months, which I believe sufficiently validate Tony Stark's legitimacy as a government employee," Xia Yu elaborated. The senator seated at the center of the dais was one of the members of Hydra, whom Xia Yu recognized from his appearance in Captain America, the Winter Soldier. He was presently engaged in a hushed argument with another senator, caught off guard by the turn of events. Justin Hammer, observing the situation, was the first to pose a question. Mr. Xia, with regard to whether Tony Stark is a government employee, I believe we can revisit that later. My purpose for attending today is to demonstrate that Iron Man represents a formidable weapon. As the largest weapon supplier to the Department of Defense, I am unequivocally qualified to assert the nature of any object as a weapon. This unfortunate antagonist from Iron Man 2, a perennial second fiddle in weapon development, had spent his life aspiring to surpass Tony Stark. Having finally achieved the status of the Department of Defense's leading arms supplier after Tony shut down his weapon division, he now found himself overshadowed by Tony's remarkable armor. Xia Yu smiled faintly and retorted, as the largest weapon supplier to the Department of Defense, do you truly believe that anything can be classified as a weapon? I am contemplating whether I should surrender my kitchen knives to the government. With a subtle jab at Justin Hammer, Xia Yu continued, addressing the assembly as a friend and colleague of Tony Stark. I have witnessed the Iron Man armor firsthand and have a profound understanding of its combat capabilities. Indeed, Tony's armor is equipped with an array of weaponry, including miniature missiles and incendiary devices. These are the true sources of Iron Man's combat prowess, rather than the armor itself. You are conflating concepts, Mr. Xia. Based on my observations, Tony Stark's armor can discharge high-energy density energy beams, which constitutes a weapon, Justin Hammer insisted. It is you, Mr. Hammer, who is engaging in a fallacy. That is merely a propulsion device. Allow me to illustrate. If you were placed beneath a rocket launcher, this is merely a hypothetical scenario. You would be instantaneously reduced to a state akin to that of a roasted duck, perhaps leaving only bones behind. I apologize for my lack of expertise, but that is not a weapon. It is a propulsion system, akin to the vehicle you arrived in. I could obliterate your fuel tank with just 3 shots, yet could you claim that it is a bomb? Clearly, it is merely a fuel tank. My esteemed weapons expert, if your level of expertise merely consists of labeling anything that could inflict harm upon the human body as a weapon, then I could just as easily claim to be a weapons expert. This is precisely why, after Tony Stark announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division, you were able to become the Department of Defense's largest arms supplier. Xia Yu ruthlessly mocked him. You are engaging in a fallacy. We all understand the nature of Iron Man. He is impervious to blades and projectiles. Justin Hammer, struck at his core by Xia Yu's words, shouted in indignation. My armored vehicle is also impervious to blades, and I could even provide you with a suit of impenetrable steel armor, Mr. Hammer. This does not constitute a valid reason for it to be classified as a weapon. The accurate interpretation is that Iron Man is equipped with weapons, rather than Iron Man himself being classified as a weapon. Should you believe that weapons ought to be surrendered, I am certain Tony would willingly relinquish the missile and incendiary technologies from the armor, provided that you dispatch representatives to engage in dedicated dialogue with us at S.H.I.E.L.D. Gentlemen, Xia Yu continued. The Hydra senator, recognizing Justin Hammer's retreat, interjected, we appreciate Mr. Xia's remarks. However, seeing is believing. Here, we have a segment of footage from Colonel Rhodes' report. Let us take a look. As in the films, the footage was initially switched by Tony Stark to a video of Hammer conducting human armor experiments with the military. Today's hearing would leave the Senate and the military thoroughly humiliated, and in front of the media, Tony unabashedly approached Xia Yu, delivering a vigorous high five. The Hydra senators seated at the hearing appeared nearly green with rage. I can prevent the threat of nuclear war. Iron Man is invaluable. And I refer specifically to Iron Man equipped with weapons. We are safe, and America is safe. If you covet my products and my property, think again. However, I have also done you a significant favor, for I alone can uphold world peace. Tony's ostentatious nature compelled him to utter these words. The enraged senators on stage erupted in profanity, while Tony Stark and Xia Yu strolled out, arm in arm. Before departing, Xia Yu cast a mysterious glance back at the senator, a gaze reminiscent of one directed at a corpse, causing the senator to shudder involuntarily. This was the involuntary pressure brought forth by Xia Yu's formidable inner strength. Chapter 43. The original intent of the Avengers initiative. As soon as the two exited, they were met by S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, who escorted them to the New York headquarters. Within a small conference room at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York, Xia Yu and Tony Stark convened with Natasha, who entered the room. I have always believed that there are no free lunches in this world. Your government departments exhibit the same character. Look, Summer, they arrived just as I was settling the bill, Tony Stark remarked, glancing at the patiently waiting Nick Fury. Mind your words and actions, Tony. You are now a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. We've just defended the Senate and the military for your sake. And you can't even muster a simple thank you? Nick Fury responded. If being a part of S.H.I.E.L.D. means I am entitled to assistance, then that is to be expected. If you wish for me to express gratitude for services rendered, I must decline. I never say thank you for something I have paid for. As that is merely the service I deserve, Tony Stark retorted. Stark, what I am about to disclose pertains to the safety of billions of lives across the globe. I expect each of you to treat this matter with the gravity it deserves, Nick Fury said, casting a serious glance at everyone present. Very well, I am listening, Tony Stark replied, with Summer and Natasha nodding in agreement. This story dates back to 1995, when I was merely a level 3 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and Coulson was a fresh recruit. I was responsible for mentoring him. Nick Fury began to reminisce. At that moment, Summer interjected, excuse me. But was Coulson's hairline really that high back then? Hey, I am discussing serious matters here, Nick Fury exclaimed. Actually, I was curious about that as well. Please, continue. Tony Stark encouraged. One day, I received a mission involving a woman who descended from the sky, creating a massive hole in a Blockbuster store. I took Coulson to locate her. She donned a green jumpsuit, resembling a character from a video game. She claimed to be from a team called the Star Force. Known as VAIR, Nick Fury recounted the tale of Captain Marvel, detailing the extraterrestrial Skrull, capable of altering genes, and the powerful Kree, born as warriors. Alongside the Tesseract and Project Pegasus, Nick Fury painted a vivid picture of the grand cosmos, captivating both Natasha and Tony, while Summer feigned interest. So, you had the Avengers initiative in place long ago to prevent an alien invasion of Earth? Summer inquired. Indeed. Those lofty politicians would only agree to such a plan if aliens were already attacking. They fear the inability to control such power, and until now, there has been no suitable candidate for the initiative, Nick Fury continued, glancing at Tony and Summer. It was not until Tony was kidnapped in Afghanistan, and you, Summer, went to rescue him, that I saw a glimmer of hope for this plan, especially with the emergence of the Hulk, who managed to evade military scrutiny. Your appearances prompted me to intensify surveillance on him. Even when Bruce Banner ventured to the most remote areas of Greenland, we maintained satellite observation. He attempted to take his own life there. However, upon death, he transformed into the Hulk, ejecting the bullet and triggering an avalanche. That was when we made our discovery. Nick Fury produced a photograph from his phone to show everyone. What is this? Captain America? Natasha exclaimed in astonishment. Tony Stark interjected. Are you certain this isn't a circus performer? Nick Fury cast a glance at Tony and replied, we have located him. He remains unconscious. And it is merely a matter of time before he awakens. Therefore, let us first address the personnel issue. We have you, Tony Stark, Xia, Captain America, and two of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s finest agents, Black Widow and Hawkeye. Although Hawkeye is presently occupied with a mission. We also have a formidable green giant who can transform at will. Though he poses a significant risk, I believe we will discover a means to manage him. What say you, Xia? Why are you looking at me? I certainly cannot control that Hulk, Xia hurriedly responded. I did not imply that you could. I have faith that you will devise a solution, just as you have the ability to lull me to sleep with a needle. There will always be a way to resolve matters, Nick Fury stated. Tony Stark interjected once more. It seems you have overlooked the most pressing concern. Your plan cannot secure the approval of those politicians. Indeed, Stark, but we cannot afford to wait until a crisis strikes to act. We cannot gamble with the safety of lives. I have only encountered 2 extraterrestrial beings in my past, yet there are countless aliens beyond. And who knows what kind of species might descend upon Earth and take an interest. We must fortify our defenses. This world requires the Avengers initiative, Nick Fury asserted. Do you intend to carry out this plan in secrecy? To render us clandestine combatants? Tony Stark questioned. Not quite. I propose the establishment of an emergency response team, concealing the identities of most members from the public eye. For instance, Bruce Banner, Natasha, and Hawkeye are already S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, and they can maintain that identity. Captain America can also integrate into S.H.I.E.L.D. I will use the pretext of missions to have them train or complete tasks alongside you. Hence, we require a discreet base and equipment. I cannot make any grand moves. But with you, Stark. Oh, for heaven's sake, you should be addressing that to Xia. He has recently amassed a fortune and has become quite the stock market guru, Tony retorted, passing the responsibility to Xia. I do not possess an $800 million luxury yacht. Xia rolled his eyes in response. Ultimately, Nick Fury refrained from soliciting formal declarations from anyone, as this was not a trivial matter and required contemplation. Xia's arrival had already instigated considerable change. Captain America was set to debut at least 2 years earlier than anticipated. If all went according to plan, the Avengers would make their appearance in the Marvel Universe sooner, awaiting a significant event to showcase themselves to the public, perhaps akin to the Battle of New York. Chapter 44. Xia's Thoughts and Truth. With Natasha, Iron Man, and Xia, they now constituted a small squad within the Avengers. If that were the case, aside from the established narrative of Iron Man 2, Xia also wished to involve them in the upcoming Thor storyline. What astonished Xia Yu the most was Nick Fury's willingness to mention Captain Marvel in order to implement the Avengers initiative, signaling the magnitude of his determination. From Xia Yu's perspective, the situation seemed largely favorable. Yet the primary concern lay in the collective aversion to the Avengers becoming mere pawns in the hands of politicians, a delicate balance to maintain. In the aftermath of the battle in New York, the Avengers had inadvertently earned a debt of gratitude from the world. Following Captain America's dismantling of Hydra and Black Widow's release of classified documents, the Avengers appeared overwhelmingly powerful after severing ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. However, this also incited criticism from governments worldwide. The Sokovia Accords, signed by 117 nations, represented a significant rebuke of the Avengers' overreach. This dissatisfaction had long been brewing. No nation wished to be overshadowed by a group of self-proclaimed guardians who, under the banner of justice, sought to eradicate threats such as Hydra. It was not that the Avengers had erred, but rather that every nation harbored its own secrets, and the Avengers' abrupt interventions often left governments feeling undermined. While the global community hesitated to voice their grievances due to the Avengers' past heroics, the situation escalated following Scarlet Witch's tragic incident that resulted in civilian casualties in Wakanda. The Wakandan king, the previous Black Panther, took the initiative to propose the Sokovia Accords, leading to widespread governmental support and extensive media coverage. It was during this tumultuous period that a fundamental rift emerged between Captain America and Iron Man. Iron Man advocated for signing the Accords, believing it essential to earn the public's trust over time. His argument suggested that by initially complying with the agreement, they could later amend it once they had established their credibility, a strategy marked by pragmatism and sophistication. Captain America, a quintessential soldier, resisted the notion of allowing his weapon to be controlled by those in power, which lay at the heart of the civil conflict. The Winter Soldier incident merely served as a catalyst. A skirmish for Tony to vent his frustrations would suffice, and clarity would eventually come. While watching the film, Xia Yu found himself increasingly supportive of Iron Man's approach. Facing global scrutiny, there was little room for resistance. Such is the tragic reality of being a superhero. Performing countless good deeds can be overshadowed by a single misstep, inviting skepticism and scorn. This predicament persisted until the arrival of Thanos, when the Avengers finally liberated themselves from all constraints. This shift was attributed both to the impending catastrophe and the formidable entry of Wakanda, a nation endowed with wealth, land, and advanced technology. In this regard, Tony Stark could not compete. Frankly speaking, the combination of Wakanda and the Avengers rendered them more powerful than any nation on Earth. Thus, for Xia Yu, the prospect of joining the Avengers was contingent upon their establishment as a formidable force, not merely in individual prowess, but as a collective entity. With the technological alliance of Wakanda deemed unrealistic at present, Xia Yu saw only one path forward, leading the Avengers beyond Earth, broadening their horizons and enhancing their strength to assert dominance overall. Thus, Xia Yu's preliminary plan was to utilize the narrative of Thor to establish an initial connection with Asgard, or rather, to embark on a preliminary exploration of realms beyond Earth. However, this endeavor hinged upon the pivotal Battle of New York. The Avengers needed to attain substantial renown on Earth. Otherwise, even possessing the power to annihilate the planet would not suffice to elevate them above all else. The Avengers are champions of justice, not tyrants or rulers. With a comprehensive understanding of these dynamics, Xia Yu began to orchestrate the early formation of the Avengers. Yet, the foremost priority was the narratives of Iron Man 2 and Thor, as the plot was about to unfold. Why, you may ask? Because Tony Stark had received an invitation from the Monaco Racing Club to attend the race. Chapter 45. You were never attractive before heading to Monaco. Tony Stark had finally completed the suit of armor designed for Xia Yu. The exterior was largely inspired by Xia Yu's original armor, adorned entirely in black. The ability to fly was Xia Yu's paramount desire. However, due to the gauntlets on his hands, propulsion devices could not be installed there. Hence, Tony ingeniously affixed two jet thrusters to Xia Yu's back, complemented by two small auxiliary wings capable of automatically adjusting their angles in response to Xia Yu's movements. Additionally, each of Xia Yu's calves bore a jet thruster that would also adjust its angle for flight assistance. The arc reactor in the chest was uniquely designed with lighting, inspired by Xia Yu's dragon subduing palm technique, projecting the image of a soaring eastern dragon when viewed from the outside. Xia Yu was immensely pleased with this detail. He mused, could his future moniker be Dragon Knight? At last, the day arrived. Xia Yu, accompanied by Natasha, boarded Tony's private jet, alongside Pepper Potts and Happy. After spending considerable time together, Happy and Xia Yu had grown quite familiar. Xia Yu reminisced about the events of Iron Man 2, recalling how Natasha had appeared in Morocco as Pepper's assistant, arriving early to prepare. Yet now, she was traveling as Xia Yu's girlfriend. A smile crept onto Xia Yu's face as he glanced at Natasha, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Pepper, eagerly discussing their upcoming adventures. Thanks to Xia Yu's involvement, Natasha had begun to exhibit more behaviors typical of an ordinary girl, which brought Xia Yu great comfort. On board the aircraft, Tony discreetly revealed to Xia Yu that he planned to personally participate in the race. Xia Yu was astonished by the compelling inertia of the plot. He had not anticipated that, free from the affliction of poisoning, Iron Man would still engage in such reckless behavior. Yet, this was indeed the true Tony Stark. Was it not? It seemed destined that Tony Stark would inevitably confront Whiplash. However, with Xia Yu's presence, Whiplash was fated to face a swifter defeat than in the film. Moreover, with Tony having upgraded his arc reactor and not suffering from palladium poisoning, it was likely that Ivan Vanko, Whiplash, would find himself utterly frustrated. Upon entering the club, before encountering Whiplash, they were greeted by Justin Hammer, a man who aspired to surpass Tony Stark, having continually attempted to emulate him. In a certain light, one could say that Tony was his idol. Oh, who do we have here? Is this not the sharp-tongued S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Mr. Xia? Why are you here as well? Has S.H.I.E.L.D. sent you to serve as Mr. Stark's bodyguard? Please, Iron Man certainly does not require protection. Justin Hammer's irritation flared upon seeing Xia Yu. He could concede defeat to Tony Stark, but could not bear being silenced by an obscure Eastern youth at the hearing. Before Xia could retort, Tony interjected, "In fact, Xia is my dear friend and a business partner. The Herbal Group is our collaborative venture, and he is the true mastermind behind it." Initially, Justin Hammer presumed Xia Yu to be a mere subordinate assigned by S.H.I.E.L.D. to assist Tony Stark, but he soon realized that Xia was the owner of a prominent company. The Herbal Group was soaring in popularity, and its restorative beauty products yielded remarkable results. To compound his discomfort, Xia was youthful and strikingly handsome, unexpectedly encountering the enigmatic CEO of the Herbal Group. "I have longed to interview you, Mr. Xia. Greetings, I am Christine, a reporter from the glamorous world." Upon hearing Tony's introduction, a beautiful reporter emerged behind Justin Hammer, her gaze fervently fixed on Xia Yu. "Ah, Xia, she is an exceptionally talented journalist. Last year, we had an in-depth discussion. Do you recall the late-night phone call? Her report left a profound impression on me. I recommend that you accept her interview," Tony remarked to Xia Yu. "That lecture," Xia thought, while donning a warm and polite smile. "I appreciate your invitation, lovely reporter, but perhaps we should schedule a time, as your colleague, the arms expert, seems rather impatient," he suggested, gesturing towards Justin Hammer. Upon concluding his statement, he turned to leave with Tony. "I will seek you out promptly," Christine called after them. "Hey, shouldn't you be interviewing me first?" Justin Hammer muttered behind them. At that moment, Xia Yu abruptly turned back and addressed Justin Hammer. "You know, Mr. Hammer, if you aspire to transcend legend or become a legend yourself, you must forge your own path rather than merely imitating others. Otherwise, you will only appear as a jester, though. I must say, you already possess that quality. I recommend you purchase our company's beauty products. At the very least, they could make you seem a touch more youthful. Come on, Xia, let us not disturb this rare interview," Tony added, swiftly ushering Xia Yu away, leaving no room for Justin Hammer to respond. Chapter 46. The first public appearance. Ignoring the visibly fuming Justin Hammer, the two made their way to join Natasha and Pepper, settling at a table by the window, offering a perfect view of the racing cars on the track. After a brief moment, Tony excused himself to the restroom, and Xia Yu discerned his intent to rush to the racetrack. Sure enough, a short while later, he spotted Tony Stark on the television, clad in racing attire and being interviewed. "Ah." Little Pepper was furious. After a sharp scream, she turned to Xia Yu and asked, "Xia, are you aware of this matter?" Xia Yu certainly could not take the blame and earnestly replied, "I am unaware. I am equally astonished." "No, I cannot allow him to act recklessly. It is far too perilous," Little Pepper declared. "Pepper, he has already entered the arena. Let him proceed. With me here, no danger shall befall us," Xia Yu confidently asserted. Indeed, Tony had already entered the field, and with Xia Yu's assurance, Little Pepper reluctantly accepted the situation, though her anxious demeanor revealed her deep concern. Finally, the race commenced, and dozens of racing cars roared around the circular track. Suddenly, a staff member clad in an orange work uniform leaped onto the track, prompting screams and shouts of warning from onlookers. It was exceedingly dangerous. System task: defeat the Scourge, reward points, 3,000. Eliminate the Scourge, reward points, 5,000, affect subsequent tasks. It was time to showcase his prowess before the public. It was time to don the new uniform, Pikachu. "What do these two options mean?" Xia Yu inquired. "Master, at this moment, the Scourge is in an incomplete state. Eliminating it will affect the task of defeating the complete Scourge later," Team All responded. Xia Yu understood that directly killing the Scourge now would end the subsequent tasks. If he merely defeated it, Justin Hammer would likely orchestrate a way to extricate it from prison, subsequently utilizing Hammer's funds and resources to create a plethora of unmanned mech suits, even crafting a new battle armor for himself. At that point, he could still reap a bounty of points, and perhaps even a system lottery. Thus, defeating it was the preferable choice. Casting a glance at Natasha and Little Pepper, who were engrossed in the race on the television, Xia Yu quietly slipped away. Just as he departed, Natasha noticed and silently followed, while Little Pepper remained wholly focused on Tony, oblivious to the duo's exit. Xia Yu reached the spectator stands, and Natasha, having trailed behind, asked, "Is something amiss?" Xia Yu affectionately took her hand and said, "Do you see that individual who entered the arena? There is something very wrong." "What is that? Is that an arc reactor on his chest?" Without needing Xia Yu to elaborate, it became clear the Scourge, Ivan Vanko, had activated the reactor, with 2 energy lines on his back beginning to charge, incinerating his clothing. "That must be the case. Wait for me here. I will stop him," Xia Yu declared. "Be careful," Natasha replied with concern. No sooner had Natasha finished her sentence than Xia Yu instantly changed into his gear. With a leap, he soared over the spectator stands, directly above the track. For such a short distance, he did not employ the flight capabilities of his armor, but instead began to descend slowly using his internal energy. At that moment, the Scourge had already severed a racing car with a whip. The high-pressure energy enveloping the whip instantly sliced through the entire chassis, leaving behind remnants of the car's body, still glowing with intense heat. The surrounding audience erupted into screams, though some remained composed, merely spectators of the spectacle. Among them, Pepper Potts and Justin Hammer noticed the unfolding scene. Concerned for Tony's safety, Pepper rushed to the stands in search of Xia Yu, while Justin watched the chaos on television, a grin spreading across his face as he beheld the small reactor embedded in the chest of Whiplash. The atmosphere was somewhat chaotic, yet the audience felt secure, as the danger had not yet reached them. This sense of safety intensified as Xia Yu dashed forward, gracefully descending from the heights. In stark contrast to Iron Man's thunderous approach, his entrance captivated the entire arena. Chapter 47. Defeating Whiplash. Xia Yu's appearance not only astonished the audience, but also instilled fear in Whiplash. "Who are you?" he demanded, cracking his whips against the ground. "Your tattoos are quite unappealing," Xia Yu retorted, seemingly unfazed. "Step aside, or perish." His arrival was undeniably striking, leaving Whiplash hesitant to engage. "That should be my line." Whiplash shot back, "Surrender and drop your whips," or, before he could finish his sentence, Xia Yu raised a hand, unleashing a golden dragon-shaped energy that surged toward him. The audience erupted into gasps. "What is this? Is it magic? Has he conjured a serpent?" "It resembles a dragon from Eastern folklore, but where are its wings?" "Nonetheless, it's quite captivating." Whiplash's face reflected sheer astonishment, yet he did not falter. He swung his whips to disperse the golden dragon. "Is that a reactor in your chest? Is this energy emanating from it?" he questioned, bewildered. "Well, that is more impressive than I anticipated. Let us see if you can withstand this." Xia Yu disregarded Whiplash's inquiries, concluding his statement with a flourish of his hands, launching multiple golden dragons at him. Whiplash's expression shifted to one of alarm as he frantically wielded his whips to block the onslaught. He managed to deflect 2 dragons and evade 3, but the remaining one struck true. Those familiar with the films would recognize Whiplash's robust physique, impervious to impacts, yet Xia Yu had shown restraint, for he could not kill him due to the mission's constraints. Thus, Whiplash was left bloodied and incapacitated on the ground. The hero had emerged, the villain lay defeated, and the audience reveled in the spectacle, especially with the dazzling display of lights and sounds, rising to their feet in a fervent cheer. At that moment, Tony's vehicle arrived, and without hesitation, Xia Yu stepped forward, forcefully halting Tony's car with his bare hands until the engine began to smoke and the rear wheels spun in place. Only then did Tony realize the situation, quickly stopping the car. He gazed at Whiplash's reactor, speechless with shock. Xia Yu produced a briefcase-like device from his ring and tossed it at Tony's feet. "Put this on and go inquire," he instructed. Tony began to don the armor, and once more, the crowd erupted in applause. Today, both reporters and spectators felt they had made the right choice in attending, for the events unfolding were far more thrilling than any race. Having completed his transformation into a stunning heroine, Tony Stark followed Xia Yu to stand before the defeated Whiplash. "You have lost, Tony Stark," Whiplash shouted from the ground. "Lost? He hasn't even fought you," Xia Yu interjected. "Nevertheless, he is defeated. He will perish from palladium poisoning, enduring immense suffering before his demise." "Ha ha," Whiplash cackled maniacally. "His poison has been neutralized," Xia Yu pointed out, indicating Tony's chest. "Impossible. He must be poisoned," Whiplash insisted. "It is true," Tony replied, surprisingly serious, as he removed the arc reactor from Whiplash's chest. "You are Ivan Vanko, are you not? Anton Vanko is your father, correct? I am indeed not poisoned. I synthesized a new element to replace palladium. This device is well crafted, though the rotation speed could be improved." At last, the police arrived, dragging the injured Whiplash away. In a fit of rage, Whiplash shouted at Tony, "Tony Stark, your family consists of thieves and butchers. You shall face retribution. Spit. It was your father's avarice that brought about his punishment, not ours. I will send you soap in prison," Tony retorted. Meanwhile, vehicles on the racetrack pulled over, and order was restored. A throng of spectators and reporters surged towards Xia Yu and Tony Stark. Xia Yu, sharp-eyed, spotted Christine, who was supposed to be conducting an interview with Justin Hammer. "Tony, I shall handle the fighting. You deal with the reporters," Xia Yu declared before soaring into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Tony Stark glanced at the approaching reporters, gestured to Pepper Potts on stage, and then took flight himself. The reporters, left without a target, began to scan the area until they finally spotted Pepper Potts in the audience. She must know who that mysterious Eastern man is, they concluded, redirecting their pursuit towards her. "Natasha, we must leave," Pepper exclaimed as she noticed the approaching swarm of reporters. "I am already on my way," came Natasha's voice from the hallway, leaving Pepper helplessly surrounded by the journalists. Chapter 48. Teaming up. The news features Nothing But You and Tony. Last time in the Senate, Tony claimed that miniaturized arc reactors would not emerge within 510 years, yet here we are. The government will undoubtedly seize upon this and pressure Tony to relinquish his technology. "He's in serious trouble this time," Natasha remarked to Xia Yu, who was lazily reclining on the bed. "Let Tony handle his own troubles. He will find a way. We are here for a vacation, dear. This is the blue and white town of Morocco, one of the most beautiful and romantic places in the world. Why should we discuss Tony here?" Xia Yu replied, not lifting his head from the pillow. Having just finished her shower, Natasha, towel in hand and drying her hair, glanced at the news on the television, hearing Xia Yu's languid tone. "And what about you?" Natasha pressed once more. The journalist who claimed he would conduct an exclusive interview with Justin Hammer has penned an impassioned report, stating that when people find themselves in crisis, you descend from the heavens to rescue them, dubbing you the guardian of their safety and a dragon knight. "A dragon knight? Good heavens. I am neither Yonggwen nor Ian Jeeping," Xia Yu retorted. "What did you say?" Natasha inquired. "I said I shall only be your knight. I have no desire to ride a dragon. I wish to ride you," Xia Yu declared as he pulled Natasha into his embrace. Despite the immense pressure Tony Stark was under, Xia Yu joyfully explored Morocco with Natasha for an entire week, traversing nearly every corner of the country. Just as Xia Yu intended to whisk Natasha away to South Africa, a phone call from Nick Fury summoned him back to Los Angeles. Interestingly, while Nick Fury was urgent in recalling them, he arranged for their meeting at Tony's residence. "Our Dragon Knight returns, accompanied by his princess, while we are beset by troubles, and he gallivants about on holiday," Tony Stark quipped upon their arrival. "Do not call me Dragon Knight, Tony. I abhor that moniker. Compared to your Iron Man persona, I feel akin to an antiquated arcade machine," Xia Yu replied. "Xia, we indeed have a plethora of issues to address," Nick Fury stated gravely. "We?" Xia Yu glanced between Tony and Fury, then continued. "We all know that our affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D. is a mere jest. Are you saying we? As in, has Tony officially consented to your Avengers initiative?" "Yes, I have agreed to the plan, provided that the extraterrestrial claims made by this fellow are genuine. However, I have one stipulation. I may attempt to trust this bespectacled individual, but I do not place my faith in the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony Stark affirmed. "Since the financier has spoken, I have no objections. Now, let us discuss our troubles." Xia Yu poured himself a glass of wine, gesturing for them to proceed. Nick Fury began enumerating their concerns. First, there is the matter of Stark's armor. The government can no longer suppress it. But Stark has devised a mutually beneficial solution. "Colonel Rhodes?" Natasha queried. "Correct. James Rhodes is a close friend of Stark's and an Air Force colonel. Stark will provide him with a suit of armor without the accompanying technology, thus appeasing the government. At a later time, we can have Colonel Rhodes don the suit for a flight, which will also satisfy the public," Nick Fury explained. "Another issue is that Steve Rogers has awakened. This poses a challenge for me, as we cannot allow him to appear before the public just yet. We need to conduct psychological treatment and assessments to ensure he can acclimate to modern society," Nick Fury continued after taking a sip of his drink. "Lastly, Xia, I require your assistance in New Mexico to retrieve a hammer that has fallen from the sky," Nick Fury concluded. Xia Yu contemplated this predicament, realizing that aside from the Hulk, the original Avengers were now assembled. "Why must it be me? I am merely an unpaid level 1 agent," Xia Yu protested. Nick Fury tossed a new identification card towards me, stating, "From now on, you are also a consultant. Concerning the matter of the hammer, Coulson has already gone ahead. You may seek him out. It would be wise to cultivate a rapport with your future teammate, Hawkeye." "Is that all? Were we not expecting a multitude of troublesome matters?" I inquired. "Tony has resolved his issues, and the captain has entrusted you with yours. I must attend to a date with the hammer. Is there anything else?" "Some of you asked. Natasha is temporarily overseeing the selection of the Avengers headquarters and related matters. For now, that is all, Nick Fury replied. Some are you, somewhat disheartened, remarked. You speak so gravely about a plethora of troubles, yet this is it? Do you not comprehend what the Avengers represent? Why must I conceal this from everyone? Collectively, you all are akin to a cache of nuclear warheads, and I find myself holding one that may very well be beyond my control. Hence, I must be earnest. Nick Fury stated with sincerity, seriousness does not inherently demand severity. Nick, the world has changed. Look at Tony Stark. Before becoming Iron Man, he was perpetually clad in finery, mingling with high society. Has he ever engaged in any meaningful endeavors? Very well, you have swayed my perspective, Nick Fury conceded. Tony Stark, Chapter 49, The Aladdin Hammer? In a small town in New Mexico, at the outskirts, several men in black suits were loading electronic equipment, laptops, photographs, and blueprints into a vehicle. Jane Foster attempted to impede their actions, declaring, I will sue you for invasion of privacy. Coulson, with a hint of resignation, explained, we are merely requisitioning. We are the good guys. As the dispute unfolded, a shadowy figure descended from the sky. Summer Yu had arrived. Without waiting for others to speak, Summer Yu proclaimed, I concur with this young lady's assertion. These government agents are hardly virtuous. They abuse their authority and oppress the populace. Utter scoundrels. Oh, Coulson, you are robbing us, you rascals. A girl named Daisy, standing beside Jane Foster, inquired, who are you? Are you Iron Man? Surprised, Summer Yu glanced at the girl and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, I am certainly not that old man, Tony Stark. I am merely one of these scoundrels. Come on, Coulson. I do not understand why I was summoned. I am not a blacksmith, Summer Yu questioned Coulson in the vehicle. Coulson replied, the director stated that when it comes to technological matters, if the two consultants cannot resolve them, we should consult Tony Stark. If technology fails to provide answers, we turn to you. That makes me sound like a charlatan, Coulson. Summer Yu remarked with exasperation. Following Coulson and the team to the hammer's location, Summer Yu observed that SHIELD personnel had erected a massive canopy over the hammer for the convenience of using electronic devices. Surrounding the canopy, plastic passageways had been constructed for ingress and egress. Upon entering, Summer Yu briefly encountered Hawkeye, who, though somewhat reserved, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Coulson and Xia Yu stood beside the hammer. With Coulson recounting its origins, several days prior, this hammer descended from the sky like a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. The locals gathered in curiosity, yet strangely, no one could lift the hammer. As Coulson spoke, he pointed to the mound of sand beneath it, stating, observe. The sand remains utterly undisturbed, so it cannot be a matter of weight. Even a heavy-duty truck would be of no avail. Rising, Coulson approached the edge of the awning and continued, based on the impact force of the hammer's landing, we can only estimate the minimum height from which it fell. However, since we are unaware of the hammer's weight, oh my Xia, how did you manage this? Xia Yu swore he merely wished to experiment out of pure curiosity. He never anticipated he could lift the hammer. As it was said that only those with a truly pure heart could do so, individuals with a saintly disposition akin to Captain America. Initially, Xia felt a sense of pride. Thinking to himself, I knew I was pure of heart. But in the next moment, he found himself in a chaotic realm, surrounded by flashes of lightning and swirling silver serpents. Where am I? Is this the realm of Thor's hammer? Xia pondered. Young man, who are you? A voice suddenly echoed. Who? Who is speaking? Xia turned, searching for the source. After a brief scan, he noticed an elderly man behind him, with flowing white hair, golden armor, and a single eye, wielding a spear of eternity. Xia broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had unexpectedly encountered Odin. Indeed, one should never meddle with Asgardian artifacts, especially while Odin still breathed. Youth, answer my question. Who are you? Oh, wait, I should inquire where you come from, Odin said with a smile. Xia, drenched in sweat, dared not answer Odin's question. Instead, he feigned innocence and retorted, Who are you? Where's this place? What has become of the hammer in my hand? Odin maintained his kindly demeanor and replied, You are within the internal space of Mjolnir. Oh, Mjolnir is the name of the hammer you hold. Xia, bewildered, asked, Am I inside the body of a hammer? Are you the god of hammers? Suddenly elated, he inquired, Does this mean I can make 3 wishes? You must be the Aladdin of hammers, right? Surely you are. Odin, his expression darkening, sighed deeply, I am Odin, the All-Father, hailing from the divine realm of Asgard. The hammer you possess is that of our god of thunder, Thor. I cast a spell upon it, ensuring that the vast majority cannot lift it, such as yourself. This is the power of the rules, yet you have defied them. So, I ask you again, where do you come from, young man? This time, Xia was utterly flustered. Chapter 50. A conversation with Odin. TNMO, come forth, there has been a grave incident. Xia called out in his mind. Do not fret, master. This is merely a phantasm, It poses no danger, TNMO replied. A phantasm? This is Odin. I cannot endure even a phantasm, Xia Yu silently complained. Yet Tmall remained unresponsive. Noticing Xia Yu's prolonged silence, Odin smiled and remarked, It matters not, young man. Your silence speaks volumes. I discern you are not of this world. Your origins hold little interest for me. I am merely a concerned father, preoccupied with the welfare of my children. Since our paths have crossed, let us converse. My true form is in slumber, and I find it rather dull. While Xia Yu engaged in conversation with Odin within the confines of the hammer, outside, Coulson was visibly alarmed. Xia Yu suddenly froze, his grip on the hammer unwavering. Despite calling out to him, there was no response. Coulson even resorted to delivering a sharp slap to Xia Yu's face, yet still received no reaction. He summoned several medical personnel, who confirmed that Xia Yu's breathing and heartbeat were normal. In a state of urgency, Coulson initiated a lockdown of the area, leaving only Hawkeye and himself present. After reporting to Nick Fury, he was advised to wait and observe. Coulson and Hawkeye attempted to pry the hammer from Xia Yu's grasp, but it remained as immovable as it had been atop the sand pile. The two men exchanged perplexed glances, unsure of what to do next. Within the hammer's realm, Odin seemed to have not conversed with anyone for quite some time, and he rambled on to Xia Yu for an extended period. Xia Yu gathered that Odin's situation was rather dire. His eldest daughter sought independence, but was suppressed by him, while his second son, Thor, acted impulsively and carelessly, leading to the loss of his divine powers. Odin had even divided a fragment of his consciousness to monitor Xia Yu within the hammer. The third son, Loki, being a descendant of frost giants, was treacherous and resentful of his brother, rendering him untrustworthy. Xia Yu mused that were it not for Odin's status, he would have leaped up to strike him. What kind of father of the gods was he, when his parenting seemed to fail so spectacularly? Throughout the annals of Marvel cinematic history, the Odin family had caused the most disruption, all stemming from their familial disputes. On the surface, Xia Yu respectfully stated, Old man, we have a saying in my hometown. Children and grandchildren will have their own fortunes. Why burden yourself so? Odin, regarding Xia Yu with profound meaning, replied in Chinese. You also have an old saying, destiny has its benefactors. I see, young man, that you are the fated benefactor of my son. The sudden shift to Chinese startled Xia Yu. Yet there was an inexplicable warmth in Odin's words. He responded, Old man, you can speak Chinese. Indeed, the father of the gods is omnipotent. However, I do not comprehend what you mean by benefactor. You are gods, and I am but a mere mortal. How could I be a benefactor? Odin, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, retorted, What the hell are gods? Merely beings of a higher existential plane. I learned Chinese from a sorceress named Gui, and this phrase was uttered by her during our first encounter. After speaking, Odin cast another peculiar glance at Xia Yu and continued, I am not Gui. I cannot foresee the future with clarity. However, I can perceive that when Asgard faces Ragnarok, you will fight alongside my son. Xia Yu and Odin's consciousness engaged in dialogue within the Thunder God's hammer for a full 3 hours. No one knew what agreements were forged or what exchanges transpired, but both parties emerged from the conversation immensely satisfied. The recent encounter with Odin has significantly deepened Xia Yu's understanding of this world. For instance, formidable beings like Odin and the Ancient One possess the ability to perceive the subtle threads of destiny, allowing them to glimpse fragments of the future. Most importantly, Xia Yu received an invitation from Odin, requesting him to visit Asgard in the near future. Within the rain shelter, Xia Yu slowly opened his eyes, and Coulson, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Xia, you have finally awakened. Tell me what happened. How were you able to lift that hammer? Why did you suddenly become immobile? What transpired? Xia Yu scratched his head and replied, It's nothing. I was just extremely tired and took a nap. Noticing Coulson's forlorn expression, Xia Yu chuckled. I'll tell you in a moment. I need to report to Nick first. Afterward, Xia Yu took out his phone to make a call, suddenly recalling something as he turned to Coulson and asked, Did you slap my face while I was immobile? Coulson, Chapter 51. A severe beating of the Thunder God. Xia Yu stepped outside to call Nick Fury, not concealing any details regarding the hammer and Thor. He simply stated that he happened to meet the criteria to lift the hammer, thus communicating with the All-Father, Odin. However, Nick Fury remained somewhat skeptical about Xia Yu's claims regarding Earth's allies throughout history. In truth, Nick Fury has never truly believed in anything. He harbors too many secrets to place complete trust in anyone or anything. Nevertheless, with Coulson and the others present, he decided to observe the situation closely. After some contemplation, Xia Yu called Natasha to inform her that she should notify him ahead of time when Hammer Technologies prepares for their weapons exhibition. He certainly had not forgotten about the potential points he could accumulate with the zombie whip. As for Thor, Xia Yu mostly intended to watch the spectacle, while also assisting Odin in educating his brawny son. He planned to refrain from becoming too involved, especially since he might not be able to contend with the Destroyer. which Thor ultimately vanquished due to Odin's power residing within. To be honest, Xia Yu felt quite exhilarated. With the Avengers forming soon, it appeared that Thor was also on the right track, leaving only the Hulk unaccounted for. Reports from SHIELD indicated that he had successfully learned to control his anger. This realization brought a sense of excitement, yet Xia Yu understood that it was best to tackle matters gradually. After Coulson had seized Jane Foster's equipment, an irate Jane sought out Thor, who was wandering the streets looking for a ride. The two agreed to rendezvous at the SHIELD base to retrieve their respective items. Thor wanted to reclaim Mjolnir, while Jane sought her equipment. They drove to the SHIELD camp, and under the cover of night, stealthily approached the perimeter. Thor, exhibiting great chivalry, draped his shirt over Jane's shoulders and said, "I shall retrieve my hammer and then return your equipment. It is a promise. Wait for me here." Jane looked at the brightly lit camp filled with guards and questioned, "Is your plan to simply stroll in, grab what you need, and swagger back out?" With a hint of Thor's characteristic arrogance, he replied, "No, I will fly out." With that, he crouched low and stealthily made his way into the camp. Jane Foster felt an inexplicable affection for the man before her. Indeed, they were ensnared by the spell of love at first sight. Thus, amidst Thor's seemingly deranged utterances, Jane found herself harboring a glimmer of belief in his words. Despite the formidable security surrounding the area, she remained obediently stationed, her gaze fixed on Thor as he stealthily approached the encampment. After successfully infiltrating through a gap in the barbed wire, Jane silently wished him good fortune. Perhaps he could truly succeed, she mused. Yet, the disparity between aspiration and reality grew ever more pronounced. Upon breaching the wire, Thor felt a surge of exhilaration, acutely aware that he was one step closer to reclaiming his hammer. Just as he turned around, before he could even adjust his gaze, he was met with a dizzying blow, crashing heavily to the ground. Jane, helpless, cradled her forehead, having witnessed the scene unfold with clarity. Thor had been struck squarely on the right cheek by the man clad in black armor who had descended from the sky earlier that afternoon, sending him sprawling to the ground. Thor, unused to such treatment, bellowed in fury, "Who are you? How dare you, a mere mortal, lay hands on me? I am Thor, son of Odin." Crack. Just as he attempted to rise, Summer Yu mercilessly kicked him back down. "Thor, it's raining. Why don't you summon a thunderstorm for me?" Summer mocked. "Or have you become nothing without your beloved hammer? Are you truly a god, or merely the god of the hammer? Odin did not conquer the 9 realms with just a hammer. What a disgrace you are to your father." He continued to provoke. "I am Thor," the god of thunder insisted, attempting to rise once more. "You are nothing but a sniveling fool. Stay down." Summer retorted, launching a barrage of punches and kicks upon the fallen Thor. While he assaulted Thor, he muttered incantations, but alas, the thunder god could not comprehend the language. Yet, he could discern snippets of Summer's taunts. "This is your father's request. I have never received such a delightful mandate. I shall educate you on obedience." Meanwhile, Jane Foster, perched on a small hillock, had lowered her binoculars, covering her eyes. She could not bear to witness the scene, nor could she face the embarrassment of having declared her intention to intervene, only to see Thor receive such a thrashing without even making it inside. After several minutes of relentless assault, a circle of patrolling soldiers had gathered, their curiosity piqued. However, under Coulson's prior instructions, they dared not intervene, merely glancing over with lingering interest. At last, when Summer ceased his onslaught, a battered and bruised Thor managed to open his eyes, still defiant. "Once I reclaim my hammer, I shall make you pay," he vowed. Summer, amused, extended his right hand behind him. "You want your hammer? Here you go." Within moments, the thunder god's hammer pierced through the plastic shelter, landing in Summer's grasp. Thor's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted, "Impossible." "Why?" Summer tossed the hammer to the ground, declaring, "You are utterly unworthy of wielding this hammer. Why not give it a try yourself?" Thor, undeterred, rose to his feet and grasped the hammer, exerting all his strength, yet it remained immovable. With a deep sense of despair, he turned his gaze skyward, questioning Odin aloud. "Why? Why?" After this outburst, Thor resigned himself to his fate. Sitting on the ground like a lifeless figure, Xia Yu turned around, startled to see nearly everyone had emerged from within, including Coulson, who had followed the hammer's exit. Nick had tasked Coulson with overseeing Thor, and thus, when the hammer appeared, Coulson had come out as well. Upon spotting Xia Yu in the camp, he chose to remain still. Engrossed in his confrontation with Thor, Xia Yu had failed to notice the crowd that had gathered at a distance, watching him. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he muttered, "I am merely disciplining his father." He then approached Coulson, saying, "Please escort him inside. He will surely not resist any longer. Just keep an eye on him from afar." Seeing Coulson nod in agreement, Xia Yu turned and went back inside, drenched from the rain. "Hey, make sure you take the hammer in too," Coulson called after him. The author interjects, Chapter 52, The Call of the Reaper. Loki visited Thor once, his magic possessing a deceptive potency. Had it not been for Xia Yu's awareness of his return and his deliberate attention to Thor, it would have been nearly impossible to detect Loki's presence with the naked eye. He was not wholly invisible, but rather compelled one to subconsciously overlook him, a truly remarkable enchantment. As in the movies, Loki informed Thor that Odin had perished, a consequence of Thor's reckless actions and the war with the frost giants. Their mother, the goddess Frigga, had chosen to banish Thor to Earth indefinitely. Deceived and consumed by despair, Thor found himself in a state of utter hopelessness. While Jane Foster returned to plead with her father for Thor's release, in a moment of naivete, she brought false documentation to rescue him. Unaware that not only did she know her papers were forged, but that the majority of the town's inhabitants had gradually transformed into S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. After a fortuitous turn of events that allowed Thor to be freed, he embraced his mortal identity, embarking on an unabashed life with Jane Foster, even learning to prepare breakfast for them. Xia Yu, observing discreetly, remarked to Coulson, "Do you see? This is life. It can elevate your hairline and humble even the proudest of deities into the role of a breakfast chef." Were it not for the fact that he could not contend with Xia Yu, Coulson would have relished the opportunity to retaliate against him, muttering about hairlines. Eventually, after witnessing Thor's prolonged display of affection, Natasha's call arrived, informing of Justin Hammer's exhibition of his drones and weaponry at the Stark Expo that evening. Xia Yu found a suitable place to take off, relishing the convenience of flight that spared him airfare, though he mused that S.H.I.E.L.D. should be covering those costs. He first headed to Tony's house, barging into the basement. The scene was rather shocking, for Tony Stark, the illustrious Iron Man, was practicing yoga in the nude, a rather simplified version of the I Ching Ching. "Tony, do you believe that such practice aids in achieving a sense of harmony with the universe?" Xia Yu leaned against the table by the entrance, smiling at Tony. Tony Stark was taken aback upon seeing Xia Yu and casually resumed his exercises. "Xia, how did you come back? Did your date with the hammer conclude? Is the hammer well built? Is its chest ample?" Tony Stark inquired while continuing his practice. "The matter of the hammer is quite intricate. It belongs to Thor, yes. The one from Norse mythology, who was stripped of his powers by his father, Odin, and cast down to Earth," Xia Yu succinctly explained. "Are there truly gods from Norse mythology?" Tony asked, as anyone would be curious about such a revelation. "I'll discuss that with you shortly, but first, enlighten me as to why you are practicing in such a manner. Do you find yourself feeling quite alluring?" Xia Yu chuckled. Tony, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, "It's merely these movements you taught me. Practicing them periodically helps eliminate some impurities from my body through my pores. It's quite convenient for me." "Then I must insist you cease this practice. I could expel you from our sun and moon sect," Xia Yu jested, circling around Tony while preparing to take out his phone. Seeing Xia Yu's actions, Tony hurriedly donned his shirt, speaking as he dressed, "That simply won't do. While I may not possess your extraordinary prowess, I still wield several hundred pounds of force in my punch. And have you not noticed how much younger I appear? Enough about me. Quickly, tell me about that hammer and the god of thunder." Xia Yu did not withhold any details, recounting how he had lifted the hammer and shared tales of Thor and Odin. Tony scoffed. What a pathetic realm of gods. Their societal structure and systems have remained unchanged for millennia, and even the power within them is inherently bestowed. From birth, they are destined to a certain height of achievement. Such a race is bound to decline with each generation, merely deceiving the primitive with their self-proclaimed divinity. I share your sentiment. However, the power of that All-Father is indeed formidable. I find myself wanting to visit Asgard. Additionally, Tony, they are natural allies of Earth, Xia Yu remarked. Tony rose and poured 2 glasses of juice, saying to Xia Yu, "I am simply expressing my disdain. In truth, I find the primitive nature of this monarchy quite fascinating. If I were their king, I would enact a law of first night, granting all brides first nights to the king. Such a notion is very Iron Man of you." Xia Yu teased. "You've already caused enough trouble for the ladies in your lifetime, Tony. The law of first night? I cannot fathom how you conceive that. By the way, today is the Justin Hammer Weapons exhibition at your Stark Expo. Are you not inclined to attend? There's nothing worth seeing in Hammer's weaponry, believe me. My friend, the missiles I could create using my posterior would surpass his in potency. The military has dispatched Rhodey in the armor I provided to cheer him on. But I can hardly bear to witness his arrogant demeanor. Jarvis, sir, there is an incoming call. Connect it, Jarvis. Pepper, is that you?" I do not plan to. Tony was interrupted, as the voice on the other end was not that of Pepper. "Hey, Tony, how are you? I've doubled the rotation speed." It was Ivan Vanko's voice, the Whiplash. "What did you say?" Tony remarked, silencing the call to allow Jarvis to trace its origin. "You urged me to accelerate the rotation to produce greater energy output. A commendable suggestion," came the somber voice of Whiplash. "You sound rather lively for a corpse." Tony was stalling for time. "So do you. The history of the Stark family is about to be rewritten. What your father did to my family 40 years ago, I shall reciprocate to you in 40 minutes. Whiplash's tone brimmed with arrogance, and Xia Yu realized he had completed his armor. I hope you are prepared, he declared before abruptly ending the call. Jarvis managed to trace the location to Manhattan, New York. Justin Hammer, both Xia Yu and Tony stated simultaneously. Damn it. I just flew from the southernmost point of the United States to the West Coast, and now I have to head to the East Coast, Xia Yu complained. Realizing he had indeed overlooked the situation, Tony handed Xia Yu a particularly small metal piece. A miniature earpiece. Insert it into your ear, it will adhere automatically. Let's go. We have no time to lose. The system's mission announcement echoed almost simultaneously with Tony's words. System task, eliminate the complete entity Whiplash, Ivan Vanko. Task reward, 15,000 points. System lottery draw once. Chapter 53. Hammer Iron Warrior. The straight line distance from Los Angeles to New York is less than 4,000 kilometers. At the formidable speed of Mach 3 for their armors, they arrived in about an hour. In fact, Xia Yu's armor could reach a maximum speed of Mach 4, as it was unencumbered by any weaponry and was considerably lighter than Iron Man's current Mark 6. At the Stark Industrial Expo, Justin Hammer's exhibition had already commenced. Like a character from a film, Justin Hammer made a flamboyant entrance, dancing with flamboyance. As Xia Yu had observed, this man envied Tony, harbored jealousy towards him, and even possessed a tinge of admiration. He aspired to surpass Tony Stark, but merely imitated him, a complete buffoon. After his performance, he first derided Tony Stark for not sharing his technology with the public, then showcased his latest innovation, the Hammer Iron Warrior, which he categorized into 4 divisions: Air Force, Army, Navy, and Marine Corps. The final reveal was the Mark II armor, which Tony had entrusted to Rhodes, now shamelessly rebranded by Justin Hammer as a product of his own company. Just as he was preparing to elaborate, a sonic boom resonated overhead, causing the audience to turn in unison. Xia Yu and Tony Stark had arrived. Tony landed gracefully on one knee, and the appearance of Iron Man transformed the venue into a sea of cheers. Following him was Xia Yu, who descended gracefully from the sky, his aerial finesse amplifying the audience's fervor. Xia Yu's performance in Monaco had been widely reported by global media, and as one of the 2 superheroes alongside Tony, their popularity was undeniable. Their arrival ignited a frenzy among the crowd, who chanted the names of Dragon Knight and Iron Man, further humiliating Justin Hammer. He had intended to interject and redirect the conversation back to himself, but Tony Stark completely disregarded him, walking directly to Rhodes to discuss the situation. Justin Hammer cast a glance towards Xia Yu, who responded with a faint smile before swiftly grasping his neck and lifting him off the ground. Where is Ivan Vanko? Xia Yu inquired. What? Ivan Vanko? I don't know him. Let me go? Justin Hammer struggled desperately. The sudden turn of events rendered the crowd below silent. While Xia Yu searched for Natasha's figure, he addressed the audience, stating, Justin Hammer has colluded with terrorists. There is danger here. You must leave at once. Xia Yu infused his words with internal energy, ensuring that every spectator heard him clearly. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, chaos erupted on Tony's side as Colonel Rhodes, controlling his armor, locked weapons onto Iron Man. The mechanized warriors showcased earlier also targeted Tony Stark and Xia Yu. Through remote operations, the malicious Whiplash spotted Xia Yu, vowing that Tony Stark must die, and that Xia Yu, who had disrupted his plans in Monaco, should face the same fate. Tony, what do we do now? I'm being controlled, Colonel Rhodes exclaimed. Don't fight here, Xia. I'll fly away with Rhodes. You handle the situation on the ground, Tony Stark replied. Iron Man soared into the sky, pursued by War Machine, with numerous Hammer Air Force suits taking flight as well. The ground units targeting Iron Man opened fire, leading to pandemonium as the audience fled in terror. Almost simultaneously with Tony's ascent, Xia Yu enveloped Justin Hammer with his internal energy and hurled him towards Natasha. He stealthily rescued Ivan Vanko, inquiring about his whereabouts. After receiving the information, he swiftly turned and drew his sword. Seizing the opportunity while the mechanized units were still somewhat clustered, he hurriedly set about their destruction, mindful of the numerous bystanders that made collateral damage a significant risk. Fortunately, in a bid to create a spectacle for the exhibition, Justin Hammer's armored soldiers were constructed from ordinary alloys. Armed with the Sky Sword, Xia Yu swiftly dispatched them, each strike aimed at their reactor cores, allowing for a relatively rapid elimination. Otherwise, despite the sword's sharpness, Xia Yu would have found it considerably more challenging to penetrate the thick metal, as Xia Yu efficiently cut through the mechanized foes. Tony Stark was not faring any better in the air, pursued by Rhodes and a throng of flying machines. He was also under fire from numerous Army and Navy Iron soldiers on the ground, armed with anti-aircraft artillery. While Xia Yu focused on neutralizing the ground units, he prioritized those that had him in their sights. Tony flew in circles overhead, glancing down at the unfolding chaos. Xia, can you speed it up? Stop cutting them one by one. What about that technique of yours that summons mini dragons? Tony's voice crackled through the mini earpiece. Xia Yu, feeling the pressure, replied. That's a manifestation of internal energy, not a smart missile. I must ensure that each reactor is destroyed. Leaving even one operational could be lethal. Damn. You're less efficient than Jarvis, Tony retorted. Just focus on your escape, you bastard. If you want me to hurry, then be quiet. Xia Yu quickened his pace. The author has something to convey. Upon receiving an internal notification, the recommendation has commenced. The performance of this book during these days is crucial. For readers who find it worthwhile, please take a moment to rate and encourage updates. My sincere gratitude to you all, wishing you abundant success in both love and career. May fortune favor you, and may you enjoy robust health. Chapter 54. Have you ever heard of a martial art that descends from the heavens? Meanwhile, still hidden within the confines of the Justin Hammer Company, the whip of the undead observed the screen, where the words destroy flickered incessantly. With a resolute heart, it adjusted the remaining ground mecha warriors to random bombardment, curious to see how many lives could be saved. Xia Yu had just dispatched the threats directed at him when he noticed that some mechas outside had begun to fire indiscriminately. Cursing under his breath, he hurried out to rescue those in peril. There was no time for thoroughness. He wielded the 18 dragon-subduing palms alongside the skyward sword in a synchronized dance. He dared not strike too far, fearing collateral damage. Tony, don't hover above. Get away from here. That scoundrel has begun indiscriminate fire. Don't add to the chaos. At that moment, Xia Yu observed a small boy donning an Iron Man mask as a mecha halted before him, locking onto the child. The boy showed no fear, mimicking Iron Man by raising his left hand, where a laser cannon fashioned from light materialized. Xia Yu dashed behind the child, raising his own left hand, channeling a golden dragon towards the mecha-S reactor. Before departing, Xia Yu inquired about a question he had long pondered. Are you named Peter Parker, young one? How do you know my name, Dragon Knight? Peter Parker asked. I have a connection with your Aunt May. You should leave now, brave child. Go home and raise a pet snake or spider, Xia Yu's voice echoed distantly. Peter Parker stood in place, attempting to comprehend Xia Yu's words, filled with a multitude of questions. Xia, a squad of mechas has broken formation and is returning to the exhibition hall, Rod's voice crackled through the earpiece, informing him that Jarvis had connected several individuals. Understood. The ground is nearly secured. Xia Yu ascended into the air, retrieving a Gatling gun after a long interval. Sometimes firearms proved to be quite effective. Meanwhile, Natasha had also breached Hammer's company, deftly taking down a corridor full of guards. However, she soon discovered that Ivan Vanko had already departed. Fortunately, the control over the computer remained intact, and she hastily worked to disengage the control over War Machine. Tony, give me a minute to release Rhodes. Ivan Vanko has vanished. Be cautious, Xia. How are things on your end? Natasha inquired. Excellent, Natasha, hurry. I fear I might lose control and accidentally eliminate Rhodes, Tony responded. Xia Yu interjected. I have essentially regained control of the situation. He dispatched a squad of returning mechas, meticulously checking the red dots on his mini-map, as some had not been entirely destroyed despite being struck by his palm technique. Tony, did Vanko head your way? Xia Yu asked. Indeed, he has fashioned himself a suit of armor, not particularly formidable. You may come and see for yourself. Tony Stark remains obstinate in the face of adversity. As previously mentioned, the narrative momentum is substantial. Tony and Rhodes have expended a considerable amount of ammunition and equipment. In a display of prowess before Rhodes, Tony utilized the most powerful yet disposable laser to eliminate the pursuing mech, rendering them nearly defenseless when confronted by the Scourge. The whimsical flutter of Xia Yu's butterfly wings has obliterated the scene of Rhodes donning his armor to engage Tony in single combat. Thus they were oblivious to the explosive confrontation. Consequently, when Xia Yu arrived, one was kneeling while the other stood ensnared by the Scourge's two whips wrapped around his armor's neck, and given the damage sustained, it seemed unlikely they could withstand much longer. The Scourge unveiled the helmet's armor and addressed Tony. Tony Stark, I have warned you that your family shall pay the price for your father's transgressions against mine. Today, no one can save you. What of that boy from Monaco? They call him the Dragon Knight. I shall soon pay him a visit. Vank, have you heard of a technique that descends from the heavens? Xia Yu's voice suddenly resonated. Vank looked up, and a colossal golden energy dragon descended from the sky. Boom. The tremendous explosion reverberated, sending the three individuals sprawling several meters away from the shockwave. Tony and Rhodes were thus saved. Xia Yu landed at the spot where the Scourge had just been, before any of the three could utter a word. A massive whip imbued with concentrated electrical energy descended upon Xia Yu with a fierce whistle. Xia Yu deftly evaded, the Scourge having been blasted to the other side. Slowly rose, provocatively taunting Xia Yu. With this armor, your attacks are akin to mere tickles. Both you and Tony Stark shall perish today. Tony, you and Rhodes can merely spectate. I will handle him. Xia Yu declared while skillfully dodging the whip. Upon hearing Xia Yu's words, the Scourge relentlessly assaulted him with both whips, taunting, "Your attacks are ineffective. Let us see how you contend with me." The Scourge's weapons proved quite effective, particularly enhanced by the complete suit of armor, showcasing great power and speed, making it exceedingly difficult to close the distance. The author has something to say. If I receive 500 requests for updates, I will release an additional chapter at 7 o'clock. What do you say? Chapter 55, Striking the Bull from Afar. The Scourge's relentless assault with the two whips was indeed daunting. Rhodes, observing in trepidation, inquired of Tony, "Are you certain we do not need to assist?" "Not at all. Look how gleefully Xia is skipping," Tony replied. Such an attack was indeed challenging to land on Xia Yu, who could glide with the grace of a ripple. Yet, the Scourge's range was extensive, and the whips could adjust in length. After several attempts to close in, Xia Yu found himself thwarted and grew anxious, retreating just beyond the Scourge's reach. The Scourge, rather audaciously, mocked Xia Yu. "Is this all you are capable of? Come now, let us see how long you can evade." Instead of continuing to dodge, Xia Yu suddenly accelerated towards the Scourge. Xia Yu's speed startled the Scourge, prompting him to swiftly wield his whip towards Xia Yu. However, this time, Xia Yu did not evade. Instead, a sword materialized in his hand, meeting the descending whip head-on. The heavenly sword, bestowed upon Xia Yu by the system, possessed unparalleled sharpness, with its durability rivaling that of vibranium. This time, Xia Yu infused it with his inner power. The whip and Xia Yu's sword collided fiercely. Yet there was no sound or impact. The sword sliced through effortlessly, cleaving the whip in two. The severed end of the whip, deprived of its energy, flickered with electrical sparks before dimming into darkness. "Impossible! What kind of weapon is that?" the Scourge yelled, brandishing another whip, like a knife slicing through a cucumber. Sections of the whip fell to the ground. "Not only can he skip rope, but he can also sever it," Rod remarked to Tony. As pieces of the whip continued to fall, Xia Yu approached the Scourge's armor. "You claim my attacks were ineffective against you?" Xia Yu sheathed the heavenly sword. Placing a palm on the Scourge's neck, he pronounced in flawless Chinese, "Isolate. Mountain. Strike. Cow." The torrent of inner power surged through the thick armor, obliterating the Scourge's internal organs, rendering him irrevocably lifeless. "Congratulations, Master. Task completed. Reward points, 15,000. System lottery activated," announced the voice of Team All. Without glancing at the system lottery, Xia Yu turned to Tony and Rod, stating, "It's over. He is dead." Curiously, Rod inquired, "The last phrase you uttered was in Chinese, wasn't it? Was it some sort of incantation? A summoning spell?" "No. I was merely wishing him luck in finding a good tattoo artist in hell," Xia Yu replied. Rod was left speechless. Beep, 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 beep. All mechs, including the Scourges, emitted a series of beeps, their chests flashing with red lights. "Bomb!" Tony, Pepper, and Rod exclaimed in unison. Xia Yu and Rod shouted bomb. While Tony's concern was for Pepper, the three ascended into the sky, with Tony rushing to the exhibition area, ultimately scooping Pepper into his arms and soaring to the rooftop. Just like in the movies, Pepper, initially startled, settled down after a flurry of complaints. Once she was calm, Tony remarked, "After we dealt with Obadiah Stane on the rooftop, Xia told me that this is usually the moment where the male protagonist shares a passionate kiss with the female lead, and at last, we have achieved a happy ending." As Tony leaned in for a kiss, he was interrupted by Xia Yu's voice. "I told you, the male protagonist is not you, Tony. And it remains the same this time." Tony turned in astonishment to Xia Yu, asking, "How did you get here?" "And me, Tony. In fact, we arrived first." Rod chimed in, stepping forward. "Damn it, I despise seeing men at times like this, especially you two. Could you grant us a bit of privacy?" "Please leave," Tony lamented. Rod rolled his eyes, saying, "Come on, Xia. Let us grab a couple of drinks. We're not welcome here." Xia Yu fixed Rod with a steady gaze and asked, "Colonel Rhodes, do you know what the king's contempt means?" "What did you say?" Rod did not comprehend the true meaning of Xia Yu's words. Xia Yu activated his battle armor, gently lifting himself about a meter off the ground, casting a scornful gaze at Rod that was unmistakably human in its derision, and said, "Go have a drink by yourself, lone wolf. Natasha is still waiting for me." With that, he ascended into the sky, vanishing in an instant. "Damn it. I should really find a girlfriend, or perhaps even a boyfriend," Rod lamented before soaring away. "Now that is the proper conclusion, Pepper." Tony chuckled as he slowly leaned in to kiss Pepper. "Does this kiss mean you two are officially involved?" A child's voice abruptly interrupted Tony's moment of intimacy. Turning around, Tony discovered a child of about 5 or 6 years old, his face obscured by a mask. "Who are you, little one? What are you doing here?" Pepper inquired with a smile. "My name is Peter Parker. I got separated from my family. There are bad people outside, so I hid in here. It was safe below, so I came up. I heard an explosion outside and wanted to see if it was safe," the young Spider-Man replied in a sweet, high-pitched voice. Pepper comforted the child while Tony shouted towards the sky, Rod, come back. There's a little one who needs your help to get home. The author has something to say. This chapter was actually set to post automatically long ago, huh? There's another chapter at 8 o'clock. Surprised? Chapter 56. The Journey to Asgard confirmed. En route, Xia Yu clicked on the system lottery. And this time the reward was particularly special. The capacity of Xia Yu's spatial ring was expanded tenfold, granting him 200 cubic meters of space. Xia Yu mused that he could find a way to stash 2 nuclear warheads inside and see who dared to defy him. His points had once again reached 29,000, allowing him to upgrade the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill to the 9th level, though he decided to hold off on using it for now. He planned to spend the evening with Natasha, and this technique made too much noise. He would find an opportunity later. After flying to Hammer's company to pick up Natasha, he found Happy there as well. Perfect timing. Xia Yu changed his outfit and instructed Happy to drive them back since they were in New York. And he didn't want to frighten the locals in Chinatown with his flight. As they sat in the car, Xia Yu glanced at Natasha, clad in her combat attire, and suddenly recalled something, asking, did you change your clothes in the car? Natasha candidly nodded, smiling at Xia Yu without elaborating. Happy, who had been eavesdropping, felt a chill run down his spine and quickly assured Xia Yu, when we arrived, it was an emergency, and I was focused on driving. I didn't see anything. Not feeling entirely reassured, he added, I promise. Xia Yu, exasperated, turned away and silently wished 100 times, Happy, may you remain impotent forever. Upon returning to the familiar streets of Chinatown, as Xia Yu and Natasha ascended halfway up the stairs, Xia Yu's expression changed abruptly, and he exclaimed, damn it. I loathe unexpected visitors at this hour, especially when you're around. Who is it? Natasha inquired. Xia Yu replied irritably, who else could it be? Your boss. He is also your boss now. Natasha opened the door, and indeed, there sat Nick Fury, that enigmatic figure, illuminated by the glow of the television. He was watching the late-night news, which was broadcasting the events of their evening. Your escapades compelled me to fly back from the other side of the earth at this hour. What on earth were you all up to? Nick Fury remarked. Why should I care? Xia Yu retorted with irritation. Indeed, it is none of your concern, yet shouldn't you be in New Mexico overseeing that hammer? Nick Fury glanced at Xia Yu and remarked. Fortunately, I returned. Otherwise, tonight would have been quite troublesome. Nick, consider yourself lucky. I am but a free laborer. I flew from the southernmost point of America to the west coast and then back to the east coast, dispatching dozens of armored foes, and engaged in a confrontation with a tattooed maniac from Siberia. What more do you expect from me? Xia Yu lamented. Cease your complaints, while you were reveling in combat. I am the one tasked with writing reports and explaining matters to the executives in the office, Nick Fury replied, equally frustrated with the increasing frequency of such events. I'll grant you tonight off, but you must return to New Mexico tomorrow. You have established a connection with the Father of the Gods, thus. That situation requires your full responsibility, Nick Fury surmised, knowing Xia Yu would not venture out that evening. What brings you here tonight? Aren't you supposed to be babysitting Captain America? Or has Steve Rogers finally weaned? Xia Yu inquired. I am escorting him to the UK to fulfill a promise made over 60 years ago. I came here to clean up the mess, and incidentally, I wanted to discuss matters concerning Asgard with you in person. Such topics are best addressed face-to-face, Nick Fury stated. Xia Yu recounted the details of his conversation with Odin regarding Asgard, carefully selecting what he could share. After listening intently, Nick Fury promptly asked, are you saying that the father of Norse mythology informed you that Asgard is destined for what is known as Ragnarok, and that you will be present? Yes. I cannot ascertain the truth of his purported glimpses into the future, but he had no reason to deceive me, did he? Xia Yu replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. He even invited you to Asgard. I believe that once the situation in New Mexico is resolved, you should make a trip there to gain deeper insights into external matters, whether regarding Asgard, the 9 realms, or other planets and civilizations in the universe. The more detailed, the better, Nick Fury advised earnestly. Although a visit to Asgard was indeed part of Xia Yu's plans, he still expressed his dissatisfaction to Nick Fury. Why do I not receive a salary? I have the most responsibilities, and my business even takes me to extraterrestrial realms. Because you have captivated the most beautiful and capable agent of SHIELD, transforming her into your affectionate girlfriend. It has been ages since I assigned Natasha to a field mission. You must make amends, Xia. Nick Fury's reasoning was impeccable. Xia Yu resignedly nodded. He could not refute that point. Nick Fury then inquired about the details of the evening before standing up, preparing to depart. Xia Yu, ever considerate, escorted Nick Fury to his doorstep, watching him depart from his home. Suddenly, he called out to Nick, who was descending the staircase. Nick, has anyone ever informed you that disrupting another's normal romantic life can lead to increasingly brief encounters? Without turning back, Nick Fury replied, I haven't engaged in such matters for quite some time. Besides, I'm getting old. It hardly matters now. Xia Yu closed the door, nodding appreciatively at the unfeeling Nick Fury. Chapter 57. What is your zodiac sign? Back in New Mexico, Xia Yu found himself engulfed in monotony. S-H-I-D-L-D had long transformed this small town into a veritable fortress. Wherever Thor went, he was shadowed by observers. Thus, Xia Yu spent his days exchanging light-hearted banter with Coulson and frequenting the supermarket. Why the daily trips to the supermarket? The space within his ring had expanded tenfold, allowing him to acquire various sundries for future use. Driven by a peculiar sense of mischief, Xia Yu purchased an eclectic assortment of items, from food and beverages to feminine products, children's toys, and health supplements. A significant portion of the ring's interior was filled with these odds and ends, resembling a miniature warehouse. As days passed, witnessing the burgeoning romance between Jane Foster and Thor, Xia Yu found himself conversing more and more with Coulson. On one particular day, while enthusiastically recommending a hair growth shampoo he had retrieved from the ring, he extolled its mysterious Eastern formula and remarkable efficacy, claiming it was unattainable elsewhere and that he had gone to great lengths to procure it for Coulson. Coulson, exasperated, thought to himself, "You bought this for $15 at the supermarket. Did you think I wouldn't notice?" Moreover, he couldn't help but feel that his hair was thinning more rapidly than ever since spending just a few days with Xia Yu, which weighed heavily on his mind. Suddenly, a voice crackled over the radio, announcing a significant surge of abnormal energy waves 15 miles northwest. Coulson sprang to his feet, donning his coat without a backward glance, declaring, "I need to check this out." Well aware of the unfolding narrative, Xia Yu recognized that Thor's companions were arriving, and soon Loki would teleport the destroyer to wreak havoc. However, Odin had explicitly instructed Xia Yu to refrain from intervening, merely seeking an opportunity to temper Thor's exuberance, which led to the scene of Xia Yu delivering a decisive blow to Thor. Most of the town's residents had evacuated, and the destroyer was merely likely to cause further property damage. Thus, Xia Yu decided to venture into town to observe the spectacle. That cunning old fox, Odin, could have simply disciplined his disobedient children without resorting to such elaborate schemes, choosing instead to remain in the shadows. Thor and his companions truly seemed lacking in foresight. They never considered that Heimdall would only open the Bifrost at Odin's behest. Reflecting on his experience watching Avengers Endgame, Xia Yu recalled the wisdom of Frigga, the goddess, and the intelligence he had witnessed firsthand in Odin. It was bewildering how such a strong-willed child as Thor emerged from such profound wisdom. Clearly, education holds greater importance than innate talent. Lost in these musings, Xia Yu wandered toward the part of town where Jane Foster and her companions resided. "Hello, how are you all?" He greeted them with genuine enthusiasm as he entered. Everyone recognizes Xia Yu, aware of his notable standing among the local government officials. Yet they remain oblivious to the specific department he represents. As a few individuals were dining, Xia Yu's sudden arrival and unexpected enthusiasm left them uncertain of his intentions. Sol was the first to break the silence. "What brings you here? Are you here to humiliate me? I am now merely a mortal, devoid of any divine power. If your aim is to belittle me, you have succeeded. However, I must tell you, one day smack." Sol's words were abruptly interrupted by a swift slap from Xia Yu. Initially, Xia Yu believed this young man had changed, but the latter's remark clearly indicated his lingering defiance. Though Xia Yu exerted only a modicum of force, it sent Sol flying, spinning through the air. "I urge you not to act recklessly. What do you intend to do?" "I will bring charges against you," Jian Fuster boldly confronted Xia Yu, standing defiantly before him. His father and Daisy hurried to assist Sol in rising. Ignoring Jian's words, Xia Yu's gaze shifted past her to Sol, saying, "Do you feel particularly humiliated? If you still consider yourself a deity, feeling degraded by a mortal strike, then you have truly disappointed your father. No matter who you are, do not mention my father. I am the one who caused his death. He is gone," Sol shouted, struggling against his father's grip, who feared further conflict with Xia Yu. "What is the matter with you, Sol? Do you believe everything Loki tells you?" "Your father is not dead," Xia Yu asserted. "What do you mean? How do you know? Why should I trust you?" Sol had completely lost his composure, unable to be restrained, and he grasped Xia Yu by the collar. "Calm down and listen to me. Are you not curious why I can wield Mjolnir? Your father personally imposed restrictions on it. Why can I lift it? He hopes you will learn to think critically." Xia Yu began to comfort Sol. "My actions, too, align with your father's wishes. Now sit down. Does your face still hurt? Did I strike too hard? Damn. I forgot you lack divine power now. We are simply looking out for you. Please, take a seat." Xia Yu's expression was one of genuine concern. The onlookers, Jian Fuster and others, wore astonished expressions, bewildered by the rapid shift in demeanor. Sol, equally perplexed, allowed Xia Yu to pat his face as he obediently took a seat. "Everything is orchestrated by your father. Why did he exile you only to leave the hammer at your side, if not to hope you would one day mature? You are destined to be a king, not merely a warrior who relies solely on brute strength." Xia Yu conveyed with the demeanor of a mentor. Is it true that my father is not dead? Soul still grappled with disbelief. I know you may not fully trust me yet. Soon, Sif and the others will come to find you, and you will discern the truth of my words. Xia Yu remarked, having spotted the nonconformist quartet swaggering down the street. Your friends have arrived. You can ask them, he concluded, turning to exit. As Xia Yu stepped out to contact Coulson, he warned him of the imminent arrival of the destroyer, urging an immediate evacuation of the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. Coulson acted swiftly. Just as Xia Yu ended the call, the townsfolk began to emerge and retreat to the outskirts of the small town. The residence of Thor and his companions was located at the edge of the town, and when the destroyer teleported in, swirling clouds akin to a tornado enveloped the area. Not only did Xia Yu observe this clearly, but Thor and his companions inside the house also had a clear view. As the townspeople nearly completed their evacuation, Thor and his comrades were astonished and cast a glance at Xia Yu. Jane Foster's friend, Daisy, gazed at the distant sky in disbelief and asked, "Are there still others coming?" It's the destroyer. Sif, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot it. Through discussions with Sif and the others, Thor began to comprehend the situation and turned to Xia Yu, inquiring, "Who are you exactly?" "My father is in slumber. How could he have contacted you?" Looking towards the approaching destroyer, Xia Yu replied, "Once you reclaim your powers, I shall accompany you to Asgard. Upon meeting your father, all will be revealed. For now, however, let us focus on how to confront this adversary. This is a matter concerning your family. I am merely an observer." He then glanced at Jane Foster and her companions. Continuing, "Rest assured, I can watch over them. I am more than capable of ensuring their safety." Understanding that Thor had lost his divine abilities, Sif and the others insisted that he remain by Xia Yu's side while they advanced towards the destroyer. Xia Yu sighed inwardly. These four, combined, might not even stand a chance against him, let alone the destroyer, destined to be mere fodder. This entire scenario unfolded as Odin sought to teach his wayward sons a lesson. Although Odin's essence lay in slumber, he would awaken instantly should Thor find himself in peril. In the films, whenever Thor and Loki were in danger of falling beneath the Bifrost, Odin would appear instantaneously. And Xia Yu suspected he was aware that Loki would not perish. Indeed, as the four charged forward, they fell one by one under the might of the destroyer. Xia Yu pondered their intentions. If they wished to protect Thor, wouldn't it be wiser for him to flee while they engaged the destroyer? Did they truly believe they could vanquish it? Thoughts of the destroyer's origins flooded Xia Yu's mind. Forged from a mysterious Asgardian metal and imbued with magic by Odin, it was more durable than URU metal and nearly indestructible, capable of unleashing destructive beams that could obliterate anything. Thus, if Thor were to ultimately shatter the destroyer, it would likely be due to the lingering essence of Odin's spirit within the hammer. As Xia Yu contemplated this, he observed Thor being sent flying several dozen meters by the destroyer's retaliatory strike, a familiar posture that reminded him of his own earlier actions. Witnessing Thor in such a plight, Jane Foster hurried towards him, and from the distant sky came the resounding thunder and the sound of something slicing through the air. Mjolnir, embodying the might of a divine weapon, surged forth rapidly towards them. The artifact indeed recognizes its master. When Xia Yu summoned it that day, the ambience was entirely different. Now, witnessing its formidable presence, he felt compelled to play a background score to amplify its grandeur. The Meow Meow hammer returned to its rightful owner, and the power of Thor surged back into his being, erasing his previous injuries in an instant. He adorned himself with the divine armor and cape of the god of thunder. Even his hairstyle transformed to impeccable perfection. Xia Yu admired this transformation, finding it far superior to his own one-click outfit change. Meanwhile, Sif and the others wore expressions of sheer astonishment, with Jane Foster's eyes sparkling like stars, her face brimming with pride, as if to proclaim, "I knew he was deceiving me. My boyfriend is indeed the god of thunder." Just wait until you witness Thor during the events of Avengers. Endgame, Xia Yu maliciously contemplated. With the Meow Meow hammer in hand, victory was assured. Thor dispatched the destroyer with a single strike, soaring into the sky, spinning his hammer and conjuring a massive tornado. The recently downed destroyer was slowly lifted skyward by the whirlwind, only to fire a shattering laser towards Thor. However, Thor executed a hammer strike from above, obliterating the destroyer instantly. Emerging from the dust unscathed, he walked towards Jane Foster. Xia Yu eagerly anticipated this moment of grandeur, rushing into the dust to collect the scattered remnants of the destroyer with his ring. Good treasures must not go to waste. It would be beneficial to have Tony craft armor from them. Chapter 59, Departure. After savoring the remnants of the destroyer, Xia Yu emerged from the swirling dust, only to find Thor sharing a passionate kiss with Jane Foster before locking his gaze onto Xia Yu. This was slightly ominous. Thor strode purposefully towards him, fixing his gaze intently. "Do you want an autograph?" Xia Yu replied with remarkable composure. "Hey, listen, we are about to return to Asgard to handle some matters. But sooner or later, I will repay that punch," Thor declared before turning back to Sif and the others. Xia Yu chuckled upon hearing this. Indeed, once the divine power returned, Thor became merciless, but he could not simply leave after the show. Hey, I intend to accompany you to Asgard. This is your father's invitation. He gradually levitated to a height of 4 or 5 meters above the ground, pausing mid-air. Furthermore, it would be wise to temper that inexplicable pride characteristic of the Asgardian gods. Regaining your powers does not render you invincible on Earth. As he spoke, a colossal golden dragon surged from his body, soaring into the sky with a thunderous roar, employing the signature move of the dragon subduing 18 palms. When Xia Yu first acquired the dragon subduing 18 palms, he had experimented with Tony. Although the energy density of the internal force transforming into a dragon did not match the potency of Tony Stark's laser cannon, it certainly surpassed in terms of visual and auditory spectacle. All present, including the recently arrived agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., stood in stunned silence, captivated by the magnificent golden dragon erupting from Xia Yu. In their minds, a singular thought emerged. Compared to this, Xia Yu seemed more like a deity. The Earth has never been without resistance, regardless of the extraterrestrial threats or the so-called divine beings you speak of. You are still young, and it appears there are matters your father has yet to reveal to you, remarked Xia Yu as he completed his transformation and slowly descended towards the astonished faces of Thor and his companions. His assertion bore no semblance of pretense. Simply the presence of the Ancient One could subdue the 9 kingdoms. Uncertain of who was stronger between the Ancient One and Odin, he discerned from Odin's words that he regarded the Ancient One as an equal. Now, hasten to bid farewell to your girlfriend. Any further discussions can await us in Asgard. Xia Yu advised Thor, striding towards Coulson and the others. I intend to visit Asgard. Nick and I have already conferred in New York. With matters here concluded, you should swiftly join your idol. Previously, Coulson had confided in Xia Yu that Captain America was his idol, and he eagerly anticipated working alongside him once events here reached their conclusion. Having finished his conversation with Jane Foster and the others, Thor turned to Coulson and declared, Asgard can serve as your ally on Earth, but only if you return Jane's equipment. Xia Yu, tapping his forehead in exasperation, interrupted Thor's discourse. In certain respects, we are already allies. Do not continually regard yourself as a king. There remains much you do not know. Coulson, return Jane's equipment. Coulson nodded with a smile in agreement. Thor's gaze was filled with dismay. Was he to be denied even a moment to speak before the fairer sex? He truly wished to confront Xia Yu, or at the very least, deliver him a sound thrashing. Yet, this individual appeared formidable and continually invoked Odin's name. Thor felt uncertain. Most importantly, the enchanted hammer could be wielded by Xia Yu as well. How could he possibly contend with him? Disregarding Thor's mournful expression, Xia Yu urged, let us depart swiftly. Your brother awaits your return to discipline him. The group arrived outside the town, and reminiscent of scenes from the movies, Thor summoned Heimdall multiple times before succeeding. Xia Yu understood that Loki had ensnared Heimdall in ice with the frost box. Before their departure, Coulson exchanged a knowing glance with Xia Yu, who comprehended his intent not to forget the mission bestowed upon him by Nick. He slightly nodded at Coulson, and the group quickly vanished into the Rainbow Bridge. Asgard, among the races known to Xia Yu, is one of the most formidable warrior nations, having transcended the constraints of biological existence. Compared to most races in the cosmos, they possess extended lifespans and exceptional physical prowess. In his prime, Odin was celebrated throughout the universe. Even now, as Odin begins to wane, no entity dares to challenge the 9 realms, including Earth. Early on, Thanos sought the Space Stone, the Tesseract, and dispatched the Chitauri alongside Loki to Earth. Little did they know, they would fail to acquire the Space Stone and lose a Mind Stone in the process. The gem atop Loki's scepter is the same as the one later found on Vision's forehead. It is essential to recognize that, during that period, Thanos had already annihilated half the population of countless planets. Each of these civilizations was more advanced than Earth, underscoring Odin's illustrious reputation in the cosmos. A continent adrift in the universe, renowned as a paradise beyond the reach of the ordinary world, could be likened to the happiest place in the universe today. Xia Yu harbored considerable anticipation. Asgard, I have arrived. Chapter 60. The tragedy of the Bifrost. The sensation of traversing the Bifrost was extraordinary. Akin to every pore of my being tugged by an unseen force, drawing me toward a singular direction. Earth and Asgard, both part of the 9 realms, appeared before them in mere seconds, as perceived by Xia Yu, who found himself in the grand hall of the Bifrost. As in the film, Heimdall lay injured on the ground, his sword embedded in the activation platform of the Bifrost. Take him to the infirmary. I will confront my brother, Thor declared urgently, leaving little time for Xia Yu as he soared ahead. Naturally, Xia Yu followed Thor, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. His armor activated as he pursued Thor toward the Golden Palace. The scene mirrored that of the film, as Loki, exploiting his identity as a frost giant, conspired with them, leading them through a secret passage to Asgard. Seizing the moment when Lao Fei aimed to kill Odin, Loki ambushed and eliminated Lao Fei. Subsequently, Loki activated the Bifrost. Not as a mere conduit for transportation, but keeping it perpetually open. The Bifrost's nature, when left open, transformed it into a formidable energy weapon, capable of obliterating a planet. Xia Yu watched in astonishment as this sequence of events unfolded. Firstly, Odin's eldest son, Thor, the god of thunder and future heir to the throne, was arrogant, conceited, and lacking in wisdom. The incursion of the frost giants into the Golden Palace, seeking to reclaim their ancestral artifact, the casket of ancient winters, led to a reckless endeavor to teach them a harsh lesson. They ventured into the realm of the frost giants with a handful of companions, only to find themselves on the brink of disaster. It was Odin who intervened, descending like a divine warrior to rescue them, as the frost giants threatened war. To discipline Thor, primarily to encourage him to think more critically in the future, Odin stripped him of his powers and exiled him to Earth. This act resembled a wealthy magnate freezing his son's credit card and casting him into the countryside, instructing him to learn the prudent use of his wealth before regaining access to his funds. The eldest son was thoughtless, while the second son, not his biological offspring, possessed a dark intellect. Odin revealed to his second son that he was, in fact, a descendant of the frost giants, whom Odin had taken in, feigning a deep slumber while observing as his second son collaborated with the frost giants and ultimately killed Lao Fei with his own hands. Indeed, Loki was Lao Fei's son, who orchestrated the death of his biological father to prove his superiority to his adoptive brother. His adoptive father, the illustrious All-Father Odin, effortlessly vanquished the frost giants who posed a threat of war, employing nothing but their own offspring as instruments of destruction. How cunningly ruthless. In stark contrast, Loki, the god of mischief and deceit, appeared as innocent as cream. Thor, in a frantic rush, hurried to the place where Odin lay in slumber, only to be sent sprawling by Loki's intervention. Subsequently, Loki dashed towards the Rainbow Bridge, intent on annihilating the frost giant clan. Too preoccupied even to spare Xia Yu a glance. He was determined to prove his superiority over his brother in Odin's eyes, as Xia Yu had anticipated. The moment Loki departed, the previously flustered Frigga regained her noble and elegant composure. With a smile directed at Xia Yu, she remarked, "You must be Xia, right? Odin mentioned you would come. I apologize for the scene. They are still young and must experience certain trials to mature, wouldn't you agree?" What could Xia Yu possibly say? He could retort that the two sons combined were nearly 3 millennia old, while he himself, in the prime of youth at under 25, was the true infant here. Instead, he offered a knowing smile and replied, "You must be Thor's mother. It is a pleasure to meet you. You are truly radiant. How should I address you?" "Your Majesty." "Perhaps. According to your traditions, you may call me Auntie, and in return, you may simply refer to me as Uncle Xia," Odin interjected, sitting up and speaking in fluent Chinese, nearly leaving Xia Yu in disbelief. "Auntie, are you certain you are not a deity from the northeastern forest of our homeland?" Xia Yu internally scoffed, finding the term far too familiar for the Nordic gods. "I must commend you. Your grasp of our language is truly profound and exceedingly colloquial, my Uncle Odin," he managed to say, steeling himself. Odin erupted into hearty laughter, rising to escort Xia Yu outside. A passage opened automatically in the wall of the Golden Palace, revealing a balcony adorned with gilded railings, overlooking the Rainbow Bridge. Together with Frigga, the trio stepped onto the balcony, just in time to witness the fierce battle between Thor and Loki. "Do you think I am being excessive?" Odin inquired of Xia Yu. Noticing Xia Yu's silence, he continued with a smile, "Though I feigned sleep, my strength is waning rapidly, and I cannot endure much longer. If we do not eliminate the frost giants, particularly Lao Fei, my demise will precipitate war throughout not only Asgard but all 9 realms. Therefore, races like the frost giants must be eradicated. And I have already granted them a sliver of mercy, have I not?" Odin gestured towards Thor, who was poised to shatter the Rainbow Bridge with his hammer. Xia Yu recalled the entirety of the Thor saga. It seemed even the Dark Elves had been dealt with, and indeed, prior to Odin's passing, Asgard had nearly subdued all warring factions across the 9 realms. Just as Xia Yu was about to speak, a resounding crash echoed as Thor completely obliterated the Rainbow Bridge. In an instant, Odin flickered to the bridge, catching the 2 brothers as they began to plummet. Chapter 61. Odin's scheme. The Rainbow Bridge shattered, and Loki willingly plummeted into the abyss. Meanwhile, Thor reveled in jubilant festivities with his companions, while Xia Yu found himself summoned by Odin to a private chamber. To his astonishment, Odin waved his hand and conjured a quintessential Chinese tea table, beginning to prepare tea for Xia Yu. The tea leaves were exquisite, a decades-old puwa cake, aged and mellow. It was unclear how Odin had procured such a treasure. His tea brewing skills were remarkable, fluid and graceful, clearly the result of dedicated practice. "Old man, your skills are truly impressive," Xia Yu exclaimed, giving Odin a thumbs up. Odin lifted the teapot and poured the tea slowly into a fairness cup. With a smile, he remarked, When one's lifespan stretches into millennia, being versatile becomes rather natural. After all, one must find various interests to occupy the vast expanse of time, wouldn't you agree? And remember, call me Uncle. Xia Yu's lips twitched slightly. Very well, Uncle Odin. You summoned me to Asgard for a reason, did you not? In response, Odin sidestepped the question and inquired, do you understand what it means to be a god? Those of a higher existential tier, this is your assertion, and I find it quite reasonable, Xia Yu replied. Odin waved his hand dismissively, continuing, in my youth, I conquered the 9 realms, establishing Asgard's reputation across the cosmos. I believed myself to be a god, and that our Aesir lineage embodied divinity, wielding dominion over all things. However, I gradually came to grasp a profound truth. A god is merely a tool, an instrument created by the will of the world. Just as I require a teacup and teapot to enjoy tea, or as I bestowed a hammer upon Thor, perhaps he does not yet possess the strength of that hammer. It remains just a tool. Do you comprehend? Odin inquired. Somewhat. Xia Yu replied honestly. Odin smiled and pointed at Xia Yu. Do you perceive the distinction between us? Xia Yu chuckled. I am well aware. There are countless differences. I am younger, more handsome, taller, more popular with the ladies. In my eyes, Odin interrupted with a wave of his hand. Oh, you child, always trying to jest. The true difference lies in the limitations of my power, a defined ceiling. I, Odin, the Allfather. Odin lifted a fairness cup as an illustration. Like a large vessel. My capacity is finite. When I pour my essence into a smaller vessel, such as Thor, my own level diminishes slightly, never to return unless I reclaim Thor's divine power. The same applies to others, and in the process of transferring my essence, unavoidable waste and evaporation occur. Odin pointed to the cup of justice and remarked, this is what you call divinity. This is the role I play. The term God has never been a commendatory one. As for you, humans, you possess no limits. You continuously transcend your own boundaries, engage in self-cultivation, master technology, and grasp the truths of the universe. We, however, are bound. In my youth, I believe my power was ever increasing year after year, thinking my reservoir was rising, when in reality, I merely learned to utilize the water within this cup more effectively. Consequently, we find ourselves growing weaker. Even if all the water were contained within a single vessel, it would inevitably evaporate over time. Odin paused to sip his tea before continuing with Xia Yu. Thus, we are merely tools created by certain existences. I know not when I shall be discarded for my obsolescence, much like the destined twilight of the gods. I understood this truth long ago, after conquering the 9 realms. You, humans, are the favored children of the Creator. In your own language, you embody the fortune of heaven and earth. You are the heart of the 9 realms. The core itself. Therefore, if the Aesir do not wish to vanish from this universe, we must ascend to Midgard, transforming from gods into men. Odin stated with a calm demeanor. Xia Yu, who had been quietly listening, could not restrain himself any longer and posed a question. How does one become human? And what does this have to do with me? Odin smiled at Xia Yu and replied, do not be hasty, allow me to elaborate. Due to the inevitability of destruction, I devised a scheme thousands of years ago. I intend to orchestrate an artificial twilight of the gods to utterly annihilate Asgard. For this is the wellspring of my divine power, which I aim to obliterate. Odin lifted the cup of justice and smashed it violently to the ground, then pointed at the teacup, saying, by destroying the great, the small shall remain unscathed. The lineage of the father of gods shall be severed, and Asgard shall cease to exist. The people of Asgard, deprived of divine sustenance, will gradually transform into ordinary humans. Xia Yu was taken aback, his mind racing through scenes from various Marvel films. Odin in Norway speaking to Thor, this too can be Asgard, the emergence of Hela. Thor's avoidance of the twilight of the gods by slaying the fire giant Surtur, and ultimately, the downfall of Asgard. What a cunning fox, what a grand design. Xia Yu thought to himself, regaining his composure and pointing at himself. What about me? Odin indicated Xia Yu and said, you are the variable. Before encountering you, you were absent from the fragments of my future. We have discussed certain matters previously within the confines of the hammer, so your surprise is unwarranted. What does my future entail? Odin replied slowly. As I mentioned earlier, the so-called fortune resides on Earth for a considerable time, tethered to certain individuals. Thor and Loki, due to my recent exile of the Thunder God, have also become entwined with this fortune, which is indeed a positive development. Later, I discovered you. You do not belong to this world, thus fate bears no relation to you. Yet, curiously, those who possess fortune seem to accumulate even more of it the closer they are to you. As we might say, they are increasingly favored by the universe. It seems that being close to me is akin to being near a pile of dog excrement. The closer one gets, the more they stink. Xia Yu chuckled heartily. The author remarked, in this final chapter of the day, I find myself quite dissatisfied with this segment. Let me ponder it carefully. And tomorrow I shall welcome the arrival of the Avengers. Chapter 62. Is it delicious? Conversing with Odin is quite pleasant. He openly engages with you, clearly stating what he requires and why, establishing business before fostering friendship. Moreover, the essence of this transaction is indeed camaraderie. Odin's request is straightforward. He wishes for Thor to accompany Xia Yu, and he will ensure everything is arranged, including their return to Earth. Odin suggested that Xia Yu enjoy a few days in Asgard, understanding that he needed time to organize certain matters, especially since the Rainbow Bridge has been shattered. Returning to Earth now relies solely on Odin or Heimdall employing dark magic. Odin promised to present Xia Yu with a gift, the nature of which remains unknown to Xia Yu for the moment. However, as a civilized, polite, and respectful individual from Huaxia, he naturally understands the principle of reciprocity. Uncle, I see you are in relatively good health, and Annie appears quite youthful. It is indeed a laborious task to be a parent, and even more so to be a parent to a god. I have something of great value that may alleviate your future concerns in this regard. Consider it a token of goodwill for my visit. Xia Yu sincerely placed a small cardboard box wrapped in plastic before them and turned to follow the attendant. Odin had arranged for someone to attend to Xia Yu's needs during his stay in Asgard. Although Odin can glimpse fragments of the future, he has never encountered certain items from Earth. Curiosity compelled him to open the box, revealing a dozen or so packaged square bags. Puzzled, he opened one and blew into it, wondering why it was so oily. The father of all gods could not comprehend its purpose until he glanced at the instruction manual. Half of Asgard heard Odin's furious roar, and many presumed it was due to his loss of Loki, yet only Xia Yu had an inkling of the truth. That old fellow wouldn't think it was a balloon, would he? Xia Yu mused inwardly. Blow up a big balloon for fun. Standing at the edge of the fractured Rainbow Bridge, Xia Yu admired the scenery as Odin's emissary delivered the gift. It was a golden rune, a legacy of the god of war in Asgard. According to Odin's theory, it was as if he had poured a cup of tea from his own chalice for Xia Yu. This represented the mightiest divine position in Asgard, one that Odin had not bestowed for thousands of years, unexpectedly granting Xia Yu a windfall. Master, energy absorption detected. Shall I proceed with immediate absorption? The voice from Timol inquired. Xia Yu hurried back to his chamber and opted for absorption. Congratulations, Master, your Dragon Elephant Prajna skill has advanced to the 10th level. Congratulations. Master, your Dragon Elephant Prajna skill has advanced to the 11th level. Congratulations, Master, for elevating the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique to the 12th tier. Congratulations, Master, for attaining the pinnacle of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. This time, the absorption of energy has surpassed the limits of the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique, resulting in its automatic advancement to the Xuanwu Golden Body technique. Congratulations, Master, for advancing the Xuanwu Golden Body technique to the 1st tier. Congratulations, Master, for elevating the Xuanwu Golden Body technique to the 2nd tier. Congratulations, Master, for enhancing the Xuanwu Golden Body technique to the 3rd tier. At last, the energy from the war god's legacy has been completely absorbed by Xia Yu. Compared to before, this experience was akin to being relentlessly hammered by an enormous, formidable mallet, causing Xia Yu immense discomfort. With the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique evolving into the Xuanwu Golden Body technique, Xia Yu tested his newfound strength, estimating it to have increased approximately threefold, equating to a colossal force of around 30 tons. This power is indeed formidable, surpassing that of the current Thor. Yet it remains uncertain against the rampaging Hulk. However, the point requirements for advancing the Xuanwu Golden Body technique are astonishing. Each tier demands a staggering 100,000 points. Furthermore, upon completing the absorption of the war goddess energy, the system issued a task. Absorb a portion of the eternal flame to purify the 9 Yang divine powers' internal energy. This simple sentence bore no rewards or penalties. The task itself served as a reward, more like a prompt. Why did you not suggest I absorb the eternal flame when I arrived in Asgard? Xia Yu inquired curiously. Because your previous physique could not withstand the eternal flame, Timol replied. While Xia Yu felt somewhat hesitant to request complete absorption of the eternal flame, he found no issue with a partial absorption. Consequently, Xia Yu approached Odin, expressing his desire to visit the treasury of Asgard. Odin not only welcomed him warmly but also instructed Thor to escort Xia Yu through the treasury and generously offered that if Xia Yu fancied anything within, it would be gifted to him. Xia Yu expressed profound gratitude for Odin's generosity and suggested gifting Odin some local specialties from Earth, which Odin promptly declined. Had it not been in Thor's presence, Odin might have cast Xia Yu out of the Golden Palace. Aside from various weapons and equipment, Odin's treasury contained little of value, a replica of the Infinity Gauntlet, the Frost Giant's Icebox, and the Space Stone. The Cosmic Cube was not yet in Asgard. It would only return after the Avengers' first encounter with Thor and Loki. The Bifrost was repaired using the Cosmic Cube. Thor, what is this? Xia Yu inquired, pointing to a basin of flames. This is the Eternal Flame, originating from the realm of fire ruled by Surtur, the Fire Giant. He is quite formidable. Yet my father has deprived him of the eternal flame, rendering him significantly weaker, Thor explained to Xia Yu. The eternal flame never extinguishes, does it? Xia Yu feigned curiosity as he reached out. Wait, Thor exclaimed, but it was too late. The power of the eternal flame is immense. And he dared not touch it lightly. Thor initially believed that Summer would sustain injuries, yet the eternal flame was firmly grasped in Summer's hand, without the slightest sign of burns. How could this be? How did you accomplish that? Thor inquired. Indeed, it burns endlessly and appears quite amusing. I merely took it in my hand. Why don't you give it a try? Summer offered it to Thor. Thor shook his head repeatedly. Summer was a peculiar being, and he dared not touch it. He thought he had seen enough astonishing feats from Summer, but the next statement nearly frightened him to death. It looks quite delectable, doesn't it? I've never tasted fire before, Summer remarked, his gaze fixed intently on the eternal flame in his hand. Hey, you're joking, right? Put it back. That thing shouldn't be taken outside. It could cause a lot of trouble if it catches fire, Thor warned, concerned about Summer's recklessness. To Thor's horror, Summer actually opened his mouth and swallowed the eternal flame. Thor nearly struck him with a hammer, utterly astonished that Summer had truly consumed it, seemingly unfazed. Will it not burn you? Thor cautiously asked from over a meter away. Is it tasty? Chapter 63. The Oath of the Peach Garden. Odin had not disclosed many matters to Thor, leaving him perplexed as to why Odin treated Summer with such favor. Surely it could not be merely because Summer had aided Odin in a scuffle. Deep down, Thor remained unconvinced since he had never truly battled Summer at full strength. The last time he was knocked down by Summer, he hadn't even employed his Mjolnir or summoned any lightning. However, Summer's act of swallowing the eternal flame genuinely shocked Thor. He appeared entirely human, not a fire giant. This behavior caused Thor to refrain from leaving Summer's side for several days, fearing that Summer might unexpectedly expel flames from his mouth. Summer, however, had no time to ponder Thor's thoughts. The small orb of eternal flame settled directly within Summer's dantian. The internal power of the nine-yang divine skill was refined and compressed by the eternal flame dozens of times, greatly amplifying the potency of his techniques, such as the 18 dragon-subduing palms, increasing their power manifold. This journey to Asgard had bestowed upon Summer benefits beyond mere points. All he had sacrificed was the early recruitment of Thor into the Avengers. Could this truly be considered a sacrifice? Odin mentioned that using dark magic to send the two of them to Earth would require some preparations, though Summer did not inquire about the specifics. Odin assured him it would be quick and that he should wait a few days. The scenery of Asgard was quite pleasant. As Summer walked, he felt as though he were immersed in a virtual game, reminiscent of a Western medieval fantasy. Along the way, there were armored guards wielding great swords, blacksmiths, tailors, and taverns. It felt as though a few career mentors should be waiting at a corner or building, and perhaps a village chief to issue quests. An idyllic new adventurer's village. One day, as Summer was recommending an eye drop to Heimdall, Odin's emissary sought him out. Upon returning to the Golden Palace, Summer discovered that Thor was also present. Odin was conversing with Thor. Thor, my child, you have now become a competent warrior. During your last exile to Earth, you learned to relinquish your arrogance and embrace compassion. However, you still have a considerable journey ahead before you can be deemed a worthy king. Therefore, I have decided to send you back to Earth for further training. At that moment, she entered the room. Odin smiled gently at she and continued speaking to Thor. This time, she will arrange everything for your stay on Earth. But you must comply with his directives. Thor, having just begun a romantic relationship with Jane Foster, found the prospect of returning to Earth quite agreeable. Yet, he bristled at the idea of following She's arrangements, questioning, why must I heed his instructions? He is a monster. I witnessed him consume a ball of eternal flame. Odin had already received a brief explanation from She regarding the matter of the eternal flame. With a forceful strike of his eternal spear against the ground, Odin exclaimed in anger, what monster? He is merely harnessing the power of the eternal flame for his training. If you refuse to follow his guidance, what purpose will your journey to Earth serve? How will you sustain yourself? Do you possess the ability to live independently? Shall my son resort to thievery to survive on Earth? I can seek out Jane, Thor retorted. Silence. Is the thunder god of Asgard to depend on a woman for support while on Earth? Odin chastised. However, Thor remained obstinate. There are no buts. Otherwise, I shall strip you of your divine powers once more and forever banish you from Earth, Odin declared. Understanding his father's wisdom, Thor, with his thoughts solely on Jane Foster, reluctantly nodded in agreement. To ensure your compliance with She's instructions while on Earth, I shall establish a pact. Follow me, and you too, She. Odin had prepared a contingency. She and Thor followed Odin to a small room where she was taken aback by the decor, an incense altar, incense burners, offerings, and candles lit on either side. The stark white of the candles being particularly jarring. Behind the incense altar hung an image of a deity, which was unmistakably a portrait of Odin himself. Uncle, I do not comprehend your intentions, she inquired. This is a ritual I discovered in a book, a process for brothers to unite. Since you are the Huaxia lineage, I deemed it fitting to adhere to your customs. What do you think of my arrangement? Odin remarked. It's remarkable. She gritted his teeth while gazing at Odin's portrait and the white candles. Now I shall commence. You both must follow my commands, especially you, Thor. Odin emphasized to Thor. As both men nodded in agreement, Odin produced 2 sticks of incense from seemingly nowhere, lit them, and placed them in the hands of she and Thor. Kneel, Odin commanded. The 2 complied, kneeling before him. Odin then produced a piece of paper adorned with several passages, each marked with the order of who should speak which line. Recite as instructed. She began. I, she, am 24 years old. Thor followed. I, Thor, am 1,532 years old. Together they proclaimed, today, under the witness of the All-Father Odin, we voluntarily pledge to be brothers in this life, to fight together, to face challenges together, to assist one another, and to never betray. She declared, at 24 years, I shall be the elder brother. Thor concluded, at 1,532 years, I shall be the younger brother. Odin drew forth a small dagger and gently made a cut on each of their arms, collecting their blood in a wooden cup, which he then filled with a beverage resembling beer. Xia Yu nearly burst into laughter at the sight. As the 2 shared the drink, Odin erupted in hearty laughter. Addressing Thor, from this moment, Xia shall be your elder brother, Thor. You are still young and lack understanding. Remember to heed your brother's words. Tears welled in Thor's eyes as he nodded in agreement. Odin then turned to Xia Yu with utmost sincerity, saying, Xia, you must take care of Thor from now on. Understanding his intent, Xia Yu nodded earnestly, assuring, rest assured, I will look after my brother as best as I can. They then placed the incense, signifying the completion of their ceremony. Thor swore an oath in Odin's name, a matter of great significance, and Xia Yu had already consented to Odin's request, having reaped the benefits of this absurd brotherhood. Subsequently, the 2 prepared to embark on their journey to Earth. Just before their departure, Xia Yu could no longer contain his curiosity and asked Odin, which ancient Chinese text describes this brotherhood ritual. Is there something amiss? Odin inquired. Xia Yu quickly waved his hand. No, I simply found it amusing and wanted to learn more. I can't recall the title, but I remember that this segment is called the Peach Garden Oath. Odin reminisced. Uncle, you are impressive. Chapter 64. The base. Evidently, Odin had not chosen their coordinates wisely. As the 2 returned to a small town in New Mexico, Xia Yu, having spent only a few days in Asgard, was surprised to find Jane Foster still in the town. Upon seeing Jane, Thor was reluctant to leave. With no pressing matters at hand, Xia Yu allowed him to stay with her, running off to buy him a mobile phone. This is my number, 598231759. Have Jane teach you how to use it. I will take care of a few things. If you need anything, just call me, Xia Yu instructed. Before departing, he pondered for a moment, realizing that Thor was now his brother, and handed him $10,000. After reaching out to Nick Fury, he considered it a business trip and felt it necessary to report back. Coincidentally, both Natasha and Fury were in New York, so Xia Yu flew directly there in his armor. The Stark Group skyscraper was rapidly under construction in New York, and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters was also situated there, indicating that he would be spending more time in the city. Xia Yu had anticipated this, though he felt a twinge of reluctance to part with his residence in Los Angeles. Following the address provided by Nick Fury, he discovered that it led to the Avengers later base, located on the outskirts of New York, formerly a Stark Industries facility. Eventually, he arrived at this place. Are the beauties of Asgard truly stunning? Natasha inquired after embracing him, whispering in his ear. Each one resembles a robust cow. Strength is abundant, but beauty is subjective, especially when compared to you, my Natasha, Xia Yu replied sweetly. Natasha shot him a knowing glance, fully aware of his playful banter, yet she affectionately kissed him. Seeing my beautiful agent with you gives me the feeling that a daughter is being deceived by a rogue, Nick Fury remarked, having appeared unnoticed. Xia Yu rolled his eyes, remarking, could you not emerge a little later, allowing 2 young lovers to embrace a while longer? I understand that your age has rendered some functions obsolete, yet I must express this. Nick, if you continue to interrupt our moments of intimacy, you may soon find yourself squatting to relieve yourself. The trio entered together and sought a place to sit. Xia Yu began to recount his experiences in Asgard, omitting his conversation with Odin, instead stating that Odin wished for Thor to undergo training on Earth, thus assigning him as Thor's guide. Are you telling me that you've brought the god of thunder back and he has become your brother? Nick Fury inquired. Xia Yu nodded, producing several books to hand to Nick Fury. These contain fundamental information about the universe and several major civilizations, including but not limited to the 9 realms. However, I must caution you that the people of Asgard can be somewhat insular, so this information may be somewhat outdated. Nick Fury waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he did not mind. After all, it was merely to gain a general understanding, as our technology had yet to reach the point of direct contact with extraterrestrials. With the location chosen, the Avengers initiative could commence. By the way, you'd best assist Thor in obtaining a legitimate identification document. He needs to appear as a human. I certainly do not wish for him to be flying around in a cape every day, as I would then have to clean up after him. Xia Yu said with exasperation. Having such a brother is quite a burden, you know? The documents will be ready in a few days. Coulson will handle it. Hawkeye's mission will conclude shortly, and everyone can meet up. Steve Rogers is also good to go. Stark, you handle the communication, Nick Fury replied. So, that means there's nothing pressing in the next few days? Xia Yu asked. Oh, our hero has just returned from an extraterrestrial assignment. I must grant him a few days of respite to enjoy time with his girlfriend. I certainly do not wish to find myself squatting to relieve myself in the future. Having already lost my woman, I cannot afford to lose the urinal as well, Nick Fury exaggeratedly declared. Xia Yu pulled out an item from his spatial ring and placed it on the table, stating with conviction, "You are out of touch, old man. Women can also have urinals." Upon seeing what Xia Yu had produced, which was a female urination device, Nick Fury was left utterly speechless. Waving his hand in resignation as he left, fearing he might be driven to madness by Xia Yu. How do you even possess such a thing? Natasha teased, pinching Xia Yu's waist. I was merely preparing for my journey to Asgard, so I bought a variety of peculiar items to store in my ring, Xia Yu shrugged, contemplating whether to mention the inflatable doll he had stashed away. Never mind that. I did not expect the base you selected to be so expansive. I was thinking that if I were to reside long-term in New York, staying in Chinatown would not suit me. This is perfect. Since it's just the two of us now, let us choose the largest and finest room, Xia Yu urged Natasha as they set out to explore the entire base. Tony Stark had purchased the facility in his personal capacity from his company. It had originally been a large warehouse used to store weaponry materials and small arms, and had housed numerous security personnel, thus featuring a well-developed living area. After a preliminary transformation, it was finally ready for use. Given that the initial Avengers team consisted of only a few members, Xia Yu decided to generously fund the purchase of daily necessities for everyone, treating it as a casual outing with Natasha. Chapter 65. A disagreement leads to combat. This was the first occasion that Xia Yu and Natasha had decorated their shared living space together. Initially, they intended to merely acquire some basic supplies, but as they shopped, they began to feel as though they were creating their love nest. The items they purchased accumulated, bringing them increasing joy. However, upon returning home, Xia Yu realized a significant issue. In order to maintain confidentiality, they had decided not to recruit any support staff. How would they manage the cleaning of such a vast space? The security system would be manageable, as Tony Stark had certainly considered that, and Jarvis could handle it. While Natasha was busy with the new coffee machine, Xia Yu quickly called Tony. Have you managed to conquer any goddesses? Tony inquired upon answering. Not quite. But I did attempt to relieve myself from the Rainbow Bridge, and I felt as if I conquered all of Asgard, Xia Yu replied candidly. How could he confess to bringing back a thunder god? After some banter, Xia Yu finally revealed his purpose. Tony Stark had overlooked this detail as well, indicating that his company possessed similar semi-finished products that could be modified for use. Tony had been in Los Angeles for the past few days, but planned to come to New York shortly to attend the Avengers' first assembly. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the Avengers gathering arrived. Nick Fury had meticulously arranged everything. He assigned Jane Foster and her team roles related to their expertise, and even Jane's father had been recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D. Xia Yu was aware that he was going to study the Tesseract, but chose not to expose this fact. At least now, with Thor coming to New York, Xia Yu could feel a little more at ease, having informed them that a designated person would soon be sent to escort them. The first to arrive was Tony, who was already familiar with Xia Yu. After exchanging greetings, they were soon joined by Hawkeye and Coulson. Coulson tossed Xia Yu an identification card, which he opened to find it was Thor's ID. To his surprise, it read, Thor Xia. Xia Yu wondered if Nick was humorously labeling the Thunder God as his younger brother, as the identity documentation indicated that he was adopted by Xia Yu's grandfather. I just wanted to get him an ID for normal social interactions. Is this really necessary? Xia Yu remarked to Coulson. Fakes are fine, but for a genuine one, I need the full set of documentation. I can't just label him as an immigrant from Asgard, Coulson explained. Coulson, Nick, didn't he mention that you were also joining us? Xia Yu said, puzzled. In fact, I am here to coordinate your personnel relations and handle some logistical communications. I am essentially your caretaker, Coulson self-deprecatingly replied. This seems unnecessary. Jarvis is sufficient for communication. What do you mean by coordinating personnel relations? Are we expected to come to blows? As soon as Xia Yu finished speaking, dressed in his battle armor, Tony Stark soared in, crashing through the floor-to-ceiling windows and penetrating 2 walls in the process. Xia Yu, with keen eyes, distinctly observed a hammer lodged against Tony's abdomen, evidently hurled by Thor. You see, this was quite necessary, Coulson remarked, spreading his hands towards Xia Yu. A glance at Hawkeye revealed his cunning presence, lurking in a corner to relish the unfolding drama. With a hint of exasperation, Xia Yu shouted towards the gaping hole in the wall, Tony, if you're going to fight, do so, but please refrain from demolishing our base on the very first day. Are you not going to intervene? Coulson inquired, watching Tony soar back through the wall. Isn't that your role? To mediate relations? Xia Yu pointed outside, where Tony, now propelled by Thor, had ventured into the nearby woods, uprooting trees as if a bulldozer were on the loose. At this moment, I cannot coordinate anything, Coulson replied. Then let us enjoy the spectacle, Xia Yu said, producing 2 bags of chips from his ring and handing one to Coulson. What transpired? Natasha had just descended from the upper floor. Iron Man versus Thor. It's quite the spectacle, Coulson answered, feeling reassured as Xia Yu remained unfazed. Even sharing chips with Natasha. How did it all begin? She queried. I'm not entirely sure. 2 minutes prior, having finished a conversation with Xia Yu, Tony Stark noticed that others had yet to arrive and decided to check on the construction progress of Stark Tower, a symbolic edifice of his new energy initiative and a cornerstone of Stark Industries' transformation. Still clad in his armor, he took to the skies, only to encounter Thor, who had recently arrived in New York alongside Jane and others. Upon their arrival, they had separated. Thor was heading to the Avengers base for a meeting while Jane and her companions were off to their future workplaces, having been abruptly separated from his romantic interest. Thor felt a childlike petulance. While not angry, his mood was less than joyful. As he reached the entrance, he spotted Tony emerging in his battle suit. That armor looks rather unattractive, Thor muttered under his breath. This casual remark, a mere jest regarding the stark contrast between Tony's armor and Asgardian aesthetics, did not go unnoticed by Tony, who was never one to take such comments lightly. Are you Thor? Tony inquired. I am Thor, god of thunder, son of Odin. Future king of Asgard, and Iron Man, Thor corrected him. Ah, the god of thunder, son of Odin, future king of Asgard. Tony exaggeratedly imitated Thor's grandiloquent speech before challenging him. So why is that? Because you pilfered your mother's cloak and your father's hammer? Is your mother aware of this? In response, Thor unleashed Mjolnir, leading to the chaotic scene that Xia Yu and the others had witnessed. Chapter 66. This is my brother Xia Yu, Hawkeye, Natasha, and Coulson, each with a bag of chips, sat on the steps at the entrance of the base. Not far from the raucous clash between Iron Man and the God of Thunder. Upon their initial encounter, it was evident that neither party was willing to yield, a scenario anticipated by Xia Yu. However, he was taken aback when a skirmish erupted almost immediately. While a brawl might seem unfortunate, Xia Yu, emboldened by his prowess, remained unconcerned, confident that their clash would not end in ruin. In fact, a confrontation could foster mutual recognition of their strengths, thus facilitating communication. With a light-hearted demeanor, Xia Yu observed the fray while offering his commentary. Behold, the process involves artificial intelligence analyzing the adversary's attack patterns, complemented by remote laser cannons and various forms of firepower. Tony's armor is commendable, yet it has its shortcomings. Against a formidable opponent like Thor, the energy consumption and wear on the suit are critical vulnerabilities, Xia Yu remarked, gesturing towards the battlefield. As he continued to critique the unfolding drama, he was interrupted by Nick Fury. What transpired here? Can anyone elucidate why this conflict has arisen? Fury inquired as he approached, accompanied by none other than Captain America. The onlookers, indulging in their snacks, turned their attention to the duo. Coulson, rather than reporting to Fury, hurried to greet Captain America, who had long been his idol since childhood. I cannot fathom why an altercation has erupted outside, Director, Hawkeye stated to Nick Fury. At that moment, Thor delivered a powerful blow, sending Tony crashing several meters away, just outside the base, perilously close to the spectators. Thor then lunged forward, raising his hammer high in preparation to strike down. Suddenly, Captain America sprang into action, sprinting to Tony's side. He crouched low, hoisting his shield to meet Thor's descending hammer. The impact resonated like a great bell tolling, leaving the crowd momentarily deafened by the force of the collision, which unleashed shockwaves that reverberated outward. Except for Xia Yu, who remained unfazed, the others struggled to maintain their footing as the shockwave nearly toppled them. The glass panels facing them shattered into a myriad of fragments. Thor was also propelled backward by the rebound from Captain America's shield. Cease this conflict. We are allies and should stand united, Captain America declared with righteous authority. Having reviewed the profiles of those present, Xia Yu silently admired the enduring admiration Captain America commanded, even after decades of being frozen in time. His status as the first widely recognized superhero in human history, coupled with his striking appearance, undoubtedly earned him significant favor. Unfortunately, the heated Thor and Tony did not appreciate Captain America's sudden intervention. This is our battle. We do not require your interference, old man, Tony retorted. Thor was even more direct, rising to confront Captain America. Your opponent is me, he declared, as Tony charged forward as well. As it appeared the situation was spiraling into a chaotic free-for-all, Xia Yu, with a sense of exasperation, stood up. He had no desire to mediate, fearing that their tussle might reduce the base to ruins. Thus, channeling his inner energy, he unleashed a powerful strike, invoking the 18 dragon subduing palms. A shimmering golden dragon, tinged with red, surged forth towards the trio. Boom. Despite Xia Yu's repeated efforts to moderate his strength, he still sent the three individuals flying far away. The captain wielded a shield, Thor possessed rugged resilience, and Tony's armor boasted commendable defense, so none of them sustained injuries. However, Tony was nonetheless propelled into the base, crashing through a wall yet again. Observing the scattered shards of glass, several collapsed walls, and the sizable hole at the entrance created by his own explosion, Xia Yu helplessly tapped his forehead. He shouted, "Stop fighting. Everyone s here. Let us convene. Let us convene." After this series of events, both Tony and Thor had significantly reduced their firepower, and they were inclined to show Xia Yu some respect. At that moment, the captain approached, commencing a righteous admonishment directed at Xia Yu. "When I arrived, I saw you all merely spectating. Nick informed me you were the first to join. You should have intervened from the start instead of munching on chips on the sidelines." Xia Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "I thought our initial meeting was a fine way to get acquainted." The captain remained serious, stating, "When I lost consciousness, the world was at war. Upon awakening, I was told we had won. Though I do not grasp the reasons, I understand a principle that has remained relevant for decades. Unity is essential for victory." Xia Yu, having seen the films, recognized that while later on, the Avengers developed their own humorous traits, Captain America included, who occasionally let slip some profanity, initially, especially upon his revival. The captain's mindset lingered in the World War II era, rendering him somewhat antiquated yet entirely well-meaning. However, Xia Yu could hardly tolerate the elder's authoritative tone. If he wished to reason, he should do so without referencing decades past. Thus, Xia Yu loudly addressed Thor, "Thor, come over and tell this elderly gentleman from World War II how old you are." Thor, brandishing his hammer, flew straight over and stood beside Xia Yu, declaring, "I am 532 years old. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but it's approximately correct." Xia Yu provocatively stared at the captain, turning away to ask Thor, "What's our relationship?" Thor blurted out, "I am your brother, big brother." The entire room fell silent. Author's note: many readers have urged me to create a group. After some contemplation, I decided to establish one. However, sharing numbers is not permitted in the comments or the main text. Nevertheless, you might try using the phone number Xia Yu provided to Thor in Chapter 64. It could be a QQ group number. Chapter 67, the founding meeting of the Avengers on the day of the Avengers establishment. The inaugural meeting convened in a friendly and harmonious atmosphere, surrounded by shards of broken glass, collapsed walls, and bags of half-eaten chips strewn across the table. Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say next, creating a moment of awkwardness. Xia Yu retrieved several pull-tab cans from his spatial ring, the legendary Happy Water, and distributed one to each person across the table. Remarkably, they were still chilled. "That's amazing," exclaimed Tony Stark. "Of course, there's nothing I cannot produce," Xia Yu boasted. "I don't believe you. Do you have bananas?" Tony challenged. Bang. A banana appeared in front of Tony Stark. Tony, holding dried blueberries, continued. Bang. The Captain America card. "This is Coulson." Bang. A thick stack of cards. The director's eye patch, Hawkeye, was astonishing. Bang. A golden metallic monocle. "It appears to resemble that of my father." Thor, intrigued by the monocle, reached out to grasp it. Summer quickly retracted it, stating, "You are mistaken, Thor. I did not produce the monocle, especially not your father's. I cannot believe you would extract anything at all." Tony Stark mused before exclaiming, "Jericho missile." Bang. A Jericho missile was suddenly presented by Summer, standing upright on the conference table. The room was filled with high-ranking operatives, heads of intelligence, world-class magnates, and even superhuman heroes who had participated in World War II. Yet at the moment Summer unveiled the missile, everyone sprang from their seats, save for Thor, who remained oblivious to its significance. The missile's sudden appearance was overwhelming for all. "Where did you acquire this?" Nick Fury inquired. "I brought it back from Afghanistan," Summer replied nonchalantly. "Hey, what's the matter? Is a mere iron pillar enough to intimidate you all? Watch me smash it with my hammer," Thor declared, standing up with his hammer in hand. "Hey, stop," the group shouted in unison. "Summer, quickly put away the missile," Nick Fury urged. "You should inform me of the heavy weaponry you carry on your person," he added, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Following Summer's jest, the atmosphere lightened slightly, prompting Nick Fury to commence his address. His solitary eye scanned the conference table, as the Avengers initiative had finally begun to take shape. This was his dream team. Nick Fury, slightly exhilarated, recounted, "Since 1995, I have envisioned the Avengers initiative, aiming to gather the world's most formidable individuals to protect it during times of crisis or danger. Although most present were already aware, he reiterated his motivations for establishing the Avengers, mentioning Captain Marvel, the Skrulls, the Kree, and even referencing the incident involving Thor's exile to Earth. In the vastness of the cosmos, we are exceedingly insignificant. Numerous civilizations far surpass us in advancement, as well as advanced combat races like Thor, referred to as the Asgardians. This world is fraught with peril. Nick Fury resumed his impassioned discourse. Do you wish to end war? Captain America interjected. Whenever someone seeks to terminate conflict before it begins, sacrifices are made. I do not wish to end war. I merely desire that when conflict arises, we possess at least a shield to protect ourselves. You have a fine shield for your own defense, Rogers. But this world lacks one. I want you to become that shield for the world, Nick Fury asserted, his fervor evident. Is there currently a threat of war on Earth? Thor asked, intrigued. The danger of control has never rested in our hands, Prince of Asgard, your brother, in a desperate quest for a modicum of paternal affection before your father, has obliterated one of our humble towns and is rumored to have decimated half of the realm of the frost giants. Nick Fury fixed his gaze upon Thor and continued. The universe extends far beyond Asgard. There are myriad races and planets beyond your kin. Just consider your own family. Should another sister or brother emerge to vie for your father's favor, what then? Will you annihilate half of Earth? In his heart, Xia Yu silently commended Nick Fury, thinking to himself that he was but a step away from becoming a soothsayer, albeit with one eye closed. Thor, oblivious to the existence of his warlike sister, retorted, I have no sisters or brothers, and Asgard stands alongside humanity. We shall protect you. But I cannot entrust the fate of the entire world to the protection of others, Nick interjected. Do you comprehend? We need not wield swords, but at the very least, we should possess shields to defend ourselves when others strike. With that, Nick slammed his hands on the table, invoking silence among the attendees. His sentiment resonated. One must always remain vigilant against potential threats. Seeing the room enveloped in quietude, Xia Yu took the initiative to speak. I was the first to join, so allow me to express my thoughts. Those who wish to join the Avengers undoubtedly align with Nick's perspective. Our overarching goals are in harmony. In Chinese, there's a saying that one should speak the unpleasant truths up front, so I shall do just that. He nodded towards Nick Fury, continuing, as I previously mentioned, I trust you, Nick, but I harbor doubts regarding the director of SHIELD. You are correct. The Avengers serve as a shield to protect the world, and we do not wish to become instruments of certain politicians. Thus, whether it be SHIELD, the government, or the World Security Council, we prefer to remain unencumbered by their influence. Even you, Nick, may oversee us, but as you stated, we are akin to nuclear warheads when united. I understand your concerns, yet I believe the Avengers should maintain a degree of autonomy. That is my proposition. What are your thoughts? Xia Yu inquired of the group. Tony Stark naturally raised his hand in agreement. Thor, still somewhat oblivious, followed suit. Captain America pondered for a moment before also expressing his support. Natasha Romanoff similarly voiced her approval. With only Hawkeye remaining silent, all eyes turned toward him. He sat solemnly in silence, prompting concern among the others. Hey, Clint, speak up, Natasha urged. Oh, what is going on? Hawkeye replied, clearly distracted. We're asking for your opinion. What are you thinking? Focus, Natasha said. Oh, sorry. I was contemplating the destruction of half the Frost Giants' planet. Did it lose its upper half or its side? Would it resemble an apple that had been bitten into? And can a planet still rotate after losing half of itself? Chapter 68, Bruce Banner in Truth, as long as a team shares a common overarching goal. The finer details can be refined over time. Thus, the inaugural meeting of our collective was, on the whole, quite successful. All that needed to be said has been said. So on this first day, let us take some time to become acquainted. Given the earlier altercation, it is indeed necessary to engage in a team-building activity to foster camaraderie. Thus, Xia Yu enthusiastically extracted a plethora of items from his spatial ring, and everyone gathered for a barbecue to commemorate the establishment of the Avengers. There remains a multitude of tasks ahead, but that is a matter for another time. With thoughts of future endeavors, Xia Yu cast a glance towards Tony Stark and Captain America. The Winter Soldier, Bucky, is undoubtedly a volatile element, and a prudent approach must be devised for the future. Captain America was conversing with Nick Fury, suggesting that now that the alliance has been formed, they should embark on a mission together to familiarize themselves with each other's combat styles. Nick Fury clapped the captain on the shoulder, saying, Patience, Rogers. Your primary task at present is to integrate into this world. You should engage more with your teammates and explore. The pace of change in this world is beyond your imagination. Captain America gestured towards the assortment of items Xia Yu had produced, remarking, I am no longer surprised, sir. Nick Fury chuckled. I'll wager $10 you're mistaken. Suddenly, Xia Yu chimed in. I'll raise the stakes to $10. You are wrong, Captain. After saying this, Xia Yu retrieved an inflatable doll, still in its packaging, from his spatial ring and handed it to Captain America, along with a manual. A minute later, Captain America produced two $10 bills, giving one to Nick Fury and the other to Xia Yu, who winked at him. With a hint of mystery, Xia Yu remarked, Captain, did you know that the item I just gave you is the top-selling product on a certain website, modeled after your likeness? Purchase it, and you even receive a shield. Ultimately, the first mission was confirmed, though it could hardly be termed a mission. It merely involved recruiting a certain individual who posed significant risks. Indeed, it was Bruce Banner, the Hulk. General Ross from the military was searching for him worldwide, unaware that Bruce had been under the surveillance and protection of S.H.I.E.L.D. All along, behind the scenes, S.H.I.E.L.D. had thwarted many who sought to exploit Bruce or his transformation. Given the uncontrollable variables associated with Bruce's transformation into the Hulk, S.H.I.E.L.D. had to maintain constant oversight. With the Avengers now established, Nick Fury believed it wiser to keep this ticking time bomb close at hand rather than risk it being unleashed upon the world. At least now there were Thor, Xia Yu, Captain America, and others who could temporarily restrain him if necessary. Thus, the invitation was extended, as it was the first mission after much deliberation. It was decided that all members would be involved. In a slum in India, Bruce Banner had been in hiding for over 6 months, having gained substantial control over his anger and remaining in a state devoid of transformation. As the saying goes, the bold are often the skilled, in the movies. It was Natasha who lured individuals to less populated areas, while S.H.I.E.L.D. dispatched a team of elite agents as a precaution. However, this time, Xia Yu boldly ventured to the residence of Bruce Banner, entirely unaccompanied, while the others remained at a distance. After assessing their collective strengths, it was determined that Xia Yu could engage in dialogue with Banner. Even if chaos ensued, Xia Yu would not be crushed by the Hulk, and Thor, too, could manage to extricate himself from a confrontation with the Green Giant, though it was best for him to refrain from initiating discussions. Approximately 10 minutes after Xia Yu settled in at Banner's home, Bruce Banner returned. Who are you? He inquired, maintaining his composure. Guess, Xia Yu replied, disregarding conventional approaches. As Banner was notoriously wary of government personnel. I remember now. I've seen you on television. They call you the Dragon Knight. You're with S.H.I.E.L.D., aren't you? Why send someone with superpowers to confront me? Banner remarked. Xia Yu nonchalantly tossed his S.H.I.E.L.D. identification towards him, stating, take a look. I'm merely an advisor in name. In truth, I'm not a government agent and have no interest in assisting them. And what, pray tell, is your purpose in seeking me out? I'm perfectly well as I am and wish to be left undisturbed. You are bound to be disappointed, Banner replied, preoccupied with organizing his medical kit. With unwavering confidence, Xia Yu responded, I trust one shall not be disappointed. Dr. Banner, you have consistently regarded the Hulk as a malady. You resist and suppress him. Allow me to inform you that such methods are futile. The more you attempt to contain the Hulk, the greater the chaos he will unleash upon his emergence. You cannot suppress him indefinitely. What you perceive as evading disaster is, in fact, the accumulation of catastrophe. In a fit of frustration, Banner slammed his hands down on the table, glaring down at Xia Yu as he shouted, do you possess any viable solutions? Damn it. I've even tried to take my own life, yet nothing works. Tell me, aside from suppression, what alternatives do I have? Xia Yu remained unperturbed, fully aware that Banner was feigning anger to gauge his reaction, reminiscent of Natasha's approach during their initial encounter in the Avengers. Xia Yu had indeed come alone and was unafraid of the Hulk's emergence, thus he took it all in stride. You need not test me, I genuinely arrived alone. And I do not represent the government. I come on behalf of a newly established organization, the Avengers, to extend an invitation for you to join us, Xia Yu declared. The Avengers? Not a government entity, but a terrorist organization, perhaps? What are your intentions? I have no interest whatsoever, I'm afraid, Banner retorted, unequivocally declining. This is somewhat complex. You may understand us as a collective of superheroes tasked with combating crime, terrorists, and saving the world, among other responsibilities. Xia Yu then elaborated on Nick Fury's explanation and detailed the Avengers' current relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as their personnel composition. Bruce Banner fell silent, and it was evident that he was contemplating seriously for a moment. He finally spoke. I must decline your invitation, Mr. Xia, or should I say, Dragon Knight. Although your reasons are noble and your endeavors commendable, I find myself disinterested. I am a scientist, possessing 7 doctoral degrees, and I have grown weary of combat. I harbor no desire to engage in battles, let alone transform into the Hulk for such purposes. You seem to have overlooked my earlier words, Dr. Banner. Suppressing the Hulk is not a sustainable solution. I am aware of your research aimed at preventing your transformations, and we shall not impede your efforts. On the contrary, if you accompany me, you will have access to superior facilities and laboratories, as well as funding provided by Stark. Xia Yu gazed into Bruce Banner's eyes and continued. Before that, should you transform into the Hulk, it would assist you in controlling him. I cannot place my trust in you. The last time I appeared in New York, I ravaged half of Harlem. I cannot gamble on the devastation that the Hulk's emergence would bring. You claim you can control him, but I cannot believe that anything can restrain the Hulk. Are you intending to cage me? Bruce Banner retorted. You may wish to test that theory, though not here. Come with me. Let us venture to the largest desert in the world. Transform there and see for yourself. Trust us, Dr. Banner. We have reviewed footage and data of the Hulk in combat, and we are confident that we are stronger than you might presume, Xia Yu urged repeatedly. Bruce Banner shook his head resolutely. No, I cannot acquiesce to your request. Xia Yu smiled, and suddenly a Gatling gun appeared in his hands, its muzzle aimed squarely at Bruce Banner. I fear you have no choice, Dr. Banner. Chapter 69. The Hulk Transformation. Bruce Banner chuckled in response. If you have indeed reviewed the Hulk's data, you should know that such a weapon is ineffective against me, though I am quite curious about its source. With a rapid series of gunfire, Xia Yu fired several rounds into the ceiling, causing Bruce Banner to nearly succumb to the urge to transform. Xia Yu then aimed the weapon back at Bruce Banner and declared, I do not intend to threaten your life. What I mean to convey is that you must either transform here, allowing us to demonstrate our capabilities, or accompany us to the Sahara. With another burst of gunfire aimed at the ceiling, he continued, You see, I possess ample means to render you unable to resist. Come now, Dr. Banner. With your 7 degrees. Bruce Banner was taken aback. He had not anticipated Xia Yu's audacity in firing a weapon, even if it was directed at the ceiling. Did he truly have no fear of Bruce transforming into the Hulk? This seemingly reckless behavior of Xia Yu paradoxically instilled a measure of confidence in Bruce Banner. It is often said that great skill begets great courage, unperturbed by the prospect of transformation. However, the Hulk's destructive potential was undeniably immense, particularly towards ordinary individuals such as Hawkeye and Natasha, who possessed no superhuman abilities. Therefore, they prepared meticulously, with 2 Quinjet fighters arriving. Hawkeye piloted one, accompanied by Captain America and Tony Stark, while Natasha flew the other, joined by Xia Yu and Thor, and, of course, Bruce Banner. This way, even if Bruce Banner were to transform mid-flight, Xia Yu could ensure Natasha's escape, while Thor could momentarily shield them from the Hulk's wrath. The Sahara Desert stands as the largest desert in the world, nearly enveloping the entirety of North Africa and accounting for 25 of the continent's total area, spanning approximately 4,800 kilometers in length from east to west, and between 1,300 to 1,900 kilometers from north to south. It covers an area of around 9,065,000 square kilometers, sufficient to comfortably contain the entirety of the contiguous United States. Such vastness provides ample space for the Hulk to unleash his might at will. The fighter jets arrived at the heart of the desert, both hovering at an altitude of no less than 500 meters above the ground. For the Hulk's remarkable leaping ability posed a significant threat. Descending lower would risk being caught in his grasp. After all, the difference between him tearing apart a plane and an adult shredding a cardboard box is negligible. We have arrived, Dr. Banner. Prepare yourself, Xia Yu communicated to Bruce Banner. I am quite curious as to how you intend to manage the Hulk. How shall we commence? Bruce inquired. Xia Yu gestured to Natasha while observing the slowly opening cargo door. Suddenly, he turned to Bruce with a smile. How shall we begin? Naturally, by transforming first. With that, Xia Yu delivered a forceful push, propelling Bruce out of the aircraft. Natasha, ascend a little higher and ensure safety. I will descend first, Xia Yu instructed. Understood, Xia. Do take care, Natasha responded. This was Xia Yu's devised plan, to find a secluded location and release the Hulk. He intended to engage in conversation with him first. The common perception of the Hulk is that of a beast. Those who have seen the films know he is akin to an unruly child, fueled by long-standing anger. Yet Banner has kept him confined for far too long, exacerbating his fury. Viewers of Thor, Ragnarok are aware that in that film, Thor and the Hulk not only communicate effectively, but the Hulk even engages in jest with the god of thunder. Thus, Xia Yu concluded that the Hulk is merely a mischievous child at heart, warranting attempts at dialogue and understanding. However, it was crucial to ensure that he was sufficiently tempered before release. Xia Yu decided to descend and converse with him first, and if necessary, attempt to subdue him with pressure points. Despite the Hulk's formidable exterior, Xia Yu's internal strength had significantly intensified over time. If all else failed, he could always join forces with Thor to subdue him. Nevertheless, it was imperative to allow the Hulk to vent his pent-up energy first. The only deviation from the original plan was that Bruce Banner was directly pushed out by Xia Yu. As Xia Yu leapt from the aircraft, he observed Bruce transforming into the Hulk, his form gradually increasing in size. Indeed, the trousers remain intact. I wonder what brand they are. With a thunderous roar following his transformation, the Hulk released a primal howl. Xia Yu, suspended at a height of over 20 meters, retrieved a 10-liter plastic bottle from his spatial ring and, descending slightly, hurled it towards the Hulk from a distance. Hey, Hulk, would you like some juice? Xia Yu called out in a friendly tone. With the spirit of experimentation, Xia Yu was taken aback when the Hulk, after a moment of confusion, actually picked up the bottle and began to drink. The onlookers aboard the aircraft were left in stunned silence. Was it truly that simple? Xia Yu descended gracefully and approached Hulk, attempting once more to initiate a conversation. Hey, Hulk, may I have a word with you? I bear no ill intentions. I merely wish to befriend you. Hulk, engrossed in his juice, paid no heed to Xia Yu's overture. Xia Yu stood there, watching as Hulk finished his drink, only to crush the bottle and toss it carelessly to the ground. Undeterred, Xia Yu pressed on. Hulk, let's talk. Is the juice to your liking? I have more. If you converse with me, I could treat you to another bottle. The response came in the form of Hulk's massive fist. With a single blow, Xia Yu was sent hurtling 100 meters away. With a thunderous roar, Hulk let out a primal scream before lunging towards Xia Yu. Xia, are you alright? The concerned voices of his companions echoed in his earpiece. Xia Yu rose, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. It appears this won't be easy. I'm fine. I will engage with him for a bit. No sooner had he spoken than Hulk leapt beside him, his right fist descending like a colossal hammer. Xia Yu, unwilling to take chances, braced himself with all his might. Upon contact, Xia Yu discovered that Hulk was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Thor, there's no need for you to descend yet, and Tony, you need not intervene either. I can manage for now. With that, Xia Yu struck a blow toward Hulk. Having absorbed the legacy of the Asgardian god of war, Xia Yu's strength was on par with Thor's, and given that Thor could hold his own against Hulk, Xia Yu felt confident. Caught off guard, Hulk staggered back several steps from Xia Yu's powerful strike before collapsing onto the sand. Hulk, why must we fight to be friends? Xia Yu began to boast. Enraged, Hulk rose and leaped forward, delivering a punch. Xia Yu, eager to test his own prowess, stood firm and met Hulk's fist head-on. The collision produced a tremendous shockwave, visible ripples disturbing the air in all directions. Observers on the aircraft gasped in astonishment, while they were aware of Xia Yu's strength. They had seen Hulk's destructive potential, akin to an enormous, unstoppable juggernaut. The fact that Xia Yu could stand against him was remarkable. Xia Yu noted that Hulk's strength had increased slightly since their last encounter. As their right fist remained locked, Hulk's left hand reached out to grasp Xia Yu. This time, Xia Yu deftly dodged and leapt onto Hulk's left arm, delivering an uppercut to his chin. Hulk fell backward, but when he rose again, fury ignited within him as he charged at Xia Yu. Xia Yu sidestepped the impact, but Hulk swung his powerful arm horizontally in an attempt to strike. In a moment of panic, Xia Yu raised his forearms to defend himself. Hulk's strength seemed to have intensified once more, and Xia Yu's makeshift defense was no match for Hulk's might, sending him flying several meters away, mouthfuls of sand filling his mouth. The Hulk lunged once more. Xia Yu increasingly felt something amiss, although he relied on his agility against the hulking behemoth. It often seemed as if he were striking a massive truck tire. His fists met with utter resistance, leaving his arms tingling from the impact. He dared not unleash his full inner strength. This was a battle against the Hulk, not a desperate fight to the death. Striking lightly proved futile. The Hulk's skin was far too tough, while heavier blows or techniques akin to striking a bull from afar posed the risk of injuring the Hulk's internal organs. Initially, he could match a single punch from the Hulk with one hand, but now, a full-force blow from the Hulk required Xia Yu to use both hands to withstand. Suddenly, a thought crossed Xia Yu's mind. One of the Hulk's characteristics is that his strength increases with his anger. Though this was the cinematic universe, and not the comic book version of the Hulk, where fury knows no bounds, one comic even depicted the Hulk's rage reaching such heights that he shattered the universe with a single punch. He was not in a position to withstand that kind of power. Moreover, Xia Yu sensed that the Hulk's strength was steadily rising. Stop it, Hulk. It was I who pushed Bruce Banner out of the airplane and released you. You should be thanking me. Bang. Xia Yu was sent flying. Hulk, enough already. We've been at this for quite some time. How about taking a break for a drink? Once again, Xia Yu was launched through the air. Hulk, shall we become friends? Bang. 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 Xia Yu, now enraged himself, thought, you're not done yet. Are you? Are you forcing me to use acupressure techniques? He began to circle around the Hulk, seizing a rare opportunity to leap and jab his fingers sharply at the area just behind the Hulk's earlobe. In retaliation, the Hulk swung back, and Xia Yu felt as though his fingers nearly snapped. Xia, are you alright? Perhaps we should have Thor come down to assist you. Natasha's voice rang out once more. Wait, let me try again, Xia Yu insisted, refusing to give up. Despite the Hulk's massive size, he was remarkably agile and quick. The acupressure point known as the onion point in traditional Chinese medicine was situated just behind the earlobe, making this task exceedingly challenging for Xia Yu. After managing to seize 3 or 4 opportunities, Xia Yu increased the output of his inner strength, nearly causing his fingers to split with each attempt. Yet each time he was met with the Hulk's dismissal, sent flying without effect, Xia Yu began to contemplate giving up. Perhaps it would be better to call for assistance and deliver a thorough beating to the Hulk, which might suffice to subdue him. Xia, has your plan failed? Does the Hulk even have the acupressure points you mentioned? Tony inquired. I don't know. I've struck that spot several times, and my inner strength has penetrated. But for some reason, it has had no effect. My fingers are nearly broken. Tony, his skin is too resilient. Xia Yu shouted as he evaded another of the Hulk's attacks. Xia, given his massive size, could it be that your fingers are simply too slender? Why not try using your fists? Tony Stark suggested. Xia Yu's eyes lit up. Tony was indeed a genius. You're absolutely right, Tony. Let me give it another shot. He exclaimed with renewed enthusiasm. Engaging in conversation with the Hulk arises from the necessity of having a Hulk who can collaborate effectively during battles. Although, in the film, Hulk ultimately distinguishes between friend and foe amidst combat, it is still prudent to attempt communication, reminiscent of the approach in Thor, Ragnarok. The technique of acupressure is certainly worth a trial. Xia Yu is keen to avoid the previous scenario where she had to rely on Natasha's so-called lullaby to soothe the Hulk, an endeavor fraught with danger and potential jealousy. Thus, it is imperative to master a method that yields swift results, a suggestion prompted by Nick Fury. Having strayed somewhat, Xia Yu repeatedly targeted the area behind her ears, provoking an unusual wrath in the Hulk. Not only did his strength amplify, but his defenses over his ears also became increasingly formidable, rendering it quite challenging for Xia Yu to maneuver behind him. The Hulk, having transformed, is still a man. Does it truly delight him to be poked at his earlobes by Xia Yu's delicate fingers? Several attempts to circumvent the Hulk's back were thwarted, and in a moment of urgency, Xia Yu evaded a punch from the Hulk, leaping to somersault over his head in an attempt to land a blow on his earlobe while airborne. However, she was caught by the Hulk's other hand and flung away like a mere sandbag. Xia Yu was genuinely infuriated. She had yet to muster the courage to wield the heavenly sword or even unleash her internal energy. This relentless assault was intolerable. Deciding to hold nothing back, she prepared to unleash her ultimate technique. As the Hulk lunged at her once more, Xia Yu seized a handful of sand and flung it into his eyes, turning swiftly to flee. Her nimble steps on the desert kicked up a long trail of yellow dust, and she shouted towards the aircraft above, "Brother, save me. Damn it. Thor, hurry down and smash him with your hammer." Chapter 71. Endurance against the Eagle Boom. Thor arrived just in time, tackling the Hulk to the ground. The Hulk's ire swiftly redirected towards Thor. As the battle intensified, the Hulk grew increasingly formidable, and it seemed unlikely that Thor could withstand for long. It became evident that they would need to collaborate. If necessary, they should find an opportunity to incapacitate him, using Thor's hammer to subdue him temporarily. Xia Yu was genuinely hesitant to employ the heavenly sword, as it was of vibranium caliber, and she could not ascertain if a strike would provoke an immediate regeneration. Many plot details in the film remained ambiguous, as Thor and the Hulk battled further away. Primarily due to the Hulk hurling Thor farther, Xia Yu prepared to assist when Hawkeye's aircraft hovered above her. Tony and Captain America descended from the craft. "We're here to help restrain him. You find an opportunity to knock him out with your fists," Tony indicated towards his own earlobe. Since they had already arrived, it seemed prudent to delay the knockout. Bruce Banner was amicable enough, but it would be wise to converse with the Hulk first. Captain America, wielding his shield, could provide significant distraction, while Tony could disrupt him from the air with firepower, searching for a chance to bring him down and allow Thor's hammer to pin him. Xia Yu articulated her strategy. Including Xia Yu, the 4 key Avengers assembled against the Hulk formed a coalition more splendid than the trio that faced Thanos. However, the current Iron Man and Thor paled in comparison to their later prowess, and even Captain America had secretly mastered the hammer-shield combination by that time. The situation became simpler with the presence of 4 individuals. Captain America's shield provided impeccable defense, complemented by its shock-absorbing properties, while Tony's firepower created a diversion. Seizing an opportunity, Xia Yu summoned all his strength and delivered a fierce blow to Hulk's head, causing him to crash to the ground. "Thor, the hammer!" Xia Yu shouted. Thor promptly leaped onto Hulk's abdomen, placing the hammer on his chest. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Thor pointed at Hulk, exclaiming, "This fellow is stronger than a fire-breathing dragon." Hulk, though immobilized, still had the use of his arms and grabbed Thor by the ankle, flinging him away. Xia Yu, Tony, and the captain swiftly retreated 3 large steps, escaping Hulk's reach. "I don't think he's in the mood for a conversation," Tony remarked, gesturing towards Hulk, who was raging while gripping the hammer tightly. "Let us settle down, folks. It seems we might be here in the desert for a while." Recognizing that they couldn't leave immediately, Xia Yu quickly signaled Hawkeye and Natasha to descend. Although the hammer provided a secure hold, the group prudently stationed one plane at a distance while another faced Hulk, about 10 meters away. The rear cargo door of the plane formed a ramp to the ground, and the 6 of them arranged themselves in a pyramid formation, Iron Man, the captain, and Thor at the top, with Xia Yu and Natasha nestled in the middle, while Hawkeye, embodying his archer persona, sat at the forefront. For over an hour, they sat there, watching Hulk, who was persistently struggling and ignoring their attempts to communicate. Though unable to lift the hammer, his flailing arms and legs posed a considerable threat. Fortunately, they were in the desert. Otherwise, even steel would have succumbed to his fury. Is he not exhausted yet? Natasha poked Xia Yu's abdomen with her finger. I'm thirsty. Xia Yu, now a veritable mobile market, produced an assortment of drinks and beers from his ring. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a bucket of ice, as the beer was not cold upon purchase. Despite the plane shielding them from the sun, the desert heat was oppressive. As Xia Yu unveiled an array of refreshments, each member hurriedly grabbed a bottle. Thor rushed forward, guzzling half a bottle of beer with satisfaction, letting out a hearty belch as he glanced at Hulk, suggesting, should we offer him some? He must be thirsty too. The others exchanged glances at the still-roaring Hulk, and in unison, they replied, if you want to, go ahead. Captain, don't you often say you could fight for an entire day? Can you really compare with him? Tony pointed at Hulk with his drink. The captain shook his head, admitting, I merely rely on my indomitable spirit to persevere. He seems entirely oblivious to the concept of fatigue. I concede defeat. But how do you know this phrase? I haven't spoken it to anyone since waking up. My father used it to teach me. He occasionally reminisced about the past, including moments shared with you. Though not too frequently, perhaps just over 1,000 times, Tony remarked with a nonchalant expression. Upon mentioning Tony's father, Howard Stark, Captain America's face was filled with reminiscence. I remember just before my crash, I had a conversation with your father, Tony. He was quite the daredevil in his youth. There was this one time he piloted a plane, taking Agent Carter and me deep behind enemy lines. Hey, Cap, those stories are all in the museum. Share something we don't know, like that unfinished date of yours, Natasha interjected with a laugh. The others joined in teasing. Even Hawkeye turned around, his face alight with curiosity directed at Captain America. A rare blush crept onto Cap's face as he chuckled sheepishly, casting a glance at Tony. Well, that takes us back to the Stark Expo. I was rather scrawny back then. With a sweet smile, Captain America began recounting his story with Peggy Carter. Tony Stark, seated among them, had heard his father speak of it, and Xia Yu had watched the film. Yet, hearing the tale unfold from the captain's lips, especially accompanied by the backdrop of Hulk's thunderous roar, lent it a unique charm. As Captain America narrated his encounter with Howard Stark for equipment, how he was unexpectedly kissed by a lady at the lab entrance, only to be discovered by Peggy Carter, a collective chorus of hisses erupted from the group. When he recounted the moment, he picked up his shield, and Peggy, without hesitation, shot at him. Tony exclaimed, I like this girl, Cap. She is cool. As the narrative reached the poignant moment of the dance he missed, Natasha asked, Cap, if you had the chance to complete that dance, would you pursue it at all costs? Absolutely, Captain America replied without hesitation. The author noted, Chapter 72, the formation of the original Avengers. The Avengers, amidst the desert and contending with Hulk's restlessness, found themselves drawn closer than ever through Captain America's stories. You humans are so fragile. It's been over 60 years since then. My father once embarked on a campaign that lasted a full century, and I was merely 7 at the time. Thor, falling into his old habit, was about to elaborate on Asgard when Xia Yu, with a swift motion, unsheathed the heavenly sword and fixed his gaze on Thor, prompting him to wisely cease his chatter. I'm hungry, Thor lamented, casting a pleading look at his elder brother. As the sun began its descent, the temperature in the desert steadily dropped. Thus, Xia Yu decided to dine outdoors. His ring never failed to impress. A long table appeared, laden with an array of fruits, beverages, cakes, desserts, steaks, lamb chops, and savory pork knuckles. The spread resembled that of a high-end hotel buffet. Within Xia Yu's spatial ring, time stood still, allowing him to stockpile an abundance of food and drink from both Earth and Asgard, with some items freshly cooked, such as Asgardian roasted lamb chops. The aroma wafted through the air, and as the group began to eat, a thunderous growl echoed, halting their movements as they turned to the source, Hulk. With everyone's gaze upon him, Hulk attempted once more to push the hammer away, but it remained immovable. Hulk hungry, he declared. A hint of shyness lingered in the voice. At last, words were spoken. To be honest, Xia Yu had already prepared for camping here. He picked up a large roasted lamb chop and approached Hulk, extending it towards him from a slight distance. Here you go. Hulk, unabashed, accepted it and promptly stuffed it into his mouth, crunching even the bones, and swallowed it in mere moments. A single piece barely sufficed to satiate him, and the growling from his stomach grew louder. Hulk was still hungry. He strained to look up at the table. Xia Yu chuckled, stating that communication was now feasible. I can remove the hammer to allow you to rise, but under one condition. You must not engage in combat with us. Feel free to eat as much as you wish. However, I still have more, and you cannot lay a hand on any of us. We simply wish to befriend you. First, fill your belly. Who claimed Hulk was simple-minded? He surprisingly refrained from answering the question directly. No, you must agree first, or I shall withhold your food. Xia Yu countered. Hulk yielded, insisting that the hammer must not press upon him any longer, now or in the future. He began to negotiate terms. Very well, I agree. Xia Yu exchanged glances with the others. Thor and the captain positioned themselves protectively in front of the group. Xia Yu nodded and summoned back the hammer. Hulk sprang up suddenly, startling everyone. He dashed to the table in 2 strides, seizing a lamb chop and shoving it into his mouth, causing the group to gradually lower their guard. Except for the stout Xia Yu and Thor, the others remained vigilant, cautiously retrieving their food from the opposite side of the table. Even the captain managed to hold food in one hand while grasping his shield with the other. With the arrival of this voracious eater, Xia Yu had no choice but to present a plethora of grilled meats and large barrels of beer, which he had collected aplenty in Asgard. Hulk devoured the food with remarkable speed, clearing the table of all its offerings. You are Hulk's friend. Hulk plopped down onto the sofa, pointing at Xia Yu. Since we are friends, let us converse. We come to invite you to join us, the Avengers. We will provide you with everything you need, but we require you to fight alongside us, Xia Yu stated plainly. Hulk relished battle, asserting, do not press the hammer upon me again. It was evident that Hulk had developed a certain aversion to Mjolnir. Xia Yu smiled reassuringly, promising, I will never press the hammer upon you again, but we do have one condition. When not engaged in combat, you must revert to Dr. Banner. Not Banner, only Hulk. No Banner. Hulk slammed his hands forcefully against the ground, erupting in fury. Xia Yu quickly gestured for calm, urging, calm down, Hulk. Hear me out. Your strength is immense, and you could inadvertently damage things or hurt others. It would be easier to live as Banner most of the time, with Hulk only responsible for battle. Isn't that agreeable? No Banner. I said no Banner. Hulk bellowed. However, Hulk often wreaked havoc, frightening others in the process. Xia Yu summoned the patience he had developed in dealing with unruly children in his past life. Hulk does not mean to cause chaos. He is often very angry. We can help you manage your anger and channel it, Hulk. We can assist you, the captain interjected. Tony remarked, however, we must proceed with caution. Here, in the desert. It matters not. You can unleash any fury without consequence. Yet, when we return to New York, a city brimming with skyscrapers and throngs of people, it will be different. A group began to chatter excitedly, attempting to persuade Hulk, and after considerable effort, they finally convinced him to revert to Banner and accompany them back to New York, with the agreement that Hulk could emerge periodically for fresh air. As a precaution, they decided to have Xia Yu experiment with a pressure point technique. After a lengthy discussion with Hulk, they finally received his consent for Xia Yu to deliver a test punch. Hulk sat on the ground, and Xia Yu carefully targeted the Onmian point located behind his earlobe. Focusing his internal energy, he struck with precision, relying more on the internal force than physical strength to affect the acupoint. The punch landed squarely. Bang! Hulk retaliated with a swift punch, sending Thor, who stood beside him, flying. You wanted to restrain Hulk with a hammer, Hulk declared, slowly collapsing to the ground, his form gradually shrinking until he transformed back into Bruce Banner. It was astonishing. He appeared almost like a color-changing sea sponge. Tony expressed his admiration with a series of clicks. Thor returned, puzzled. What is a sea sponge? The author notes, there are no drafts available. I am hurriedly typing. Today's posting schedule is uncertain. I will release chapters as they are completed. Chapter 73. The 7 Wonders of New York System Task. The original Avengers have assembled. Please assist each member in purifying their bodies and teaching them a simplified version of the I Ching Jing to enhance their strength and your influence over the Avengers. Task Reward, Elixir of Youth. Xia Yu stared blankly at the task reward. Whether it was purifying their bodies or teaching them I Ching Jing, he had no qualms. But the reward was strikingly specific. He glanced at Captain America, who was outside practicing combat coordination with Thor. The intention was glaringly obvious. Xia Yu recalled the conclusion of Avengers Endgame, where Natasha and Tony sacrificed themselves, and Captain America returned to 1945 for a date, ultimately leading a reclusive life, becoming a frail old man. Upon entering this world, his closest relationships had been with the 2 who had perished. Coupled with this reward, it was clear the system intended for him to alter something. Xia Yu recalled the words of the elderly, do what you wish, follow your heart. Cursing inwardly, he decided not to overthink it and resolved to seize the reward first. He made his way towards Thor and Captain. After Bruce Banner's arrival, Tony discovered common ground with the genius scientist and promptly arranged for an array of equipment to be brought in, establishing a laboratory. Xia Yu handed over the remnants of the destroyer for their research, requesting Tony to upgrade his armor. The rest was left to their creative whims regarding equipment. Each day, he guided everyone through a gradual process of body purification, leading them in the practice of the simplified I Jing Jing, even including Coulson. Despite Nick Fury's intent to keep him under surveillance. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that they are indeed akin to comrades. Moreover, within the cinematic realm, both S, H, I, L, D, and the Avengers exhibit a latent inclination towards altruism, often taking it upon themselves to safeguard all of humanity. This sense of responsibility transcends national boundaries and ethnic divisions, reminiscent of the profound love for the world articulated by Tang Xing in Journey to the West. Aside from Tony and Natasha, who are exempt from the rigors of spiritual cleansing, Thor's being is also brimming with vitality. As Odin proclaimed, the limits of the divine lineage have been predetermined, the vessel cannot be enlarged. However, the simplified version of the I Jing Jing unexpectedly proves beneficial for everyone. The difference lies in the fact that while this practice serves as a foundation for others, for Thor, each session of training significantly enhances his capacity to absorb the energy within him. Though the progress is slow, if this continues, Thor will awaken his thunderous powers far earlier than depicted in the film. Yet, due to the nonsensical teachings imparted by Xia Yu to Tony previously, this session cannot escape the ritualistic trappings, 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations before the incense altar. The only distinction this time is that Xia Yu stands beside them, reciting, "For the revolution, to safeguard vision, I exercises," while Tony, standing aloof, exudes the aura of a senior disciple. Naturally, the titles of their sect are inescapable. Xia Yu as Shimin Shui Shui, Tony as Dongfeng Bubi, Thor as the thunder god wielding the hammer cursing the heavens, Captain America as King of the Golden Wheel, Banner as Invincible Fist, Natasha as Red Lotus Fairy, and Hawkeye as Eagle-Shooting Hero. Although Banner, Hawkeye, and Natasha can articulate a few Chinese phrases, their understanding is limited to basic communication. The significance behind these 4 character combinations, be they names or nicknames, eludes them. This is merely a ceremonial aspect of Xia Yu's mysterious inheritance, and each face bears a solemn expression. Xia Yu internally finds it amusing. This is no Avengers alliance, but rather the 7 heroes of the Sun and Moon sect in New York. Ultimately, Xia Yu approaches Coulson, pats his shoulder, and declares, though the teachings are the same. As an outer disciple, your title differs from ours. Observing your integrity and righteousness, henceforth, your title shall be Gentleman's Sword, Yu Buchuan. Coulson, with utmost seriousness, silently repeats the title several times before nodding to Xia Yu, signaling that he has memorized it. The division of labor within the Avengers seems to have reached completion, with Tony and Bruce Banner assuming the roles of laboratory scientists, tasked with researching and developing equipment and attire for the team. Xia Yu takes on the role of instructor, dedicated to enhancing everyone's physical capabilities, particularly for Captain America, Natasha, and Hawkeye, who predominantly rely on martial prowess. The augmentation of their physical strength elevates their combat abilities to new heights. Surprisingly, Captain America reveals his knack for coordinating team operations and developing tactical synergy during training. It appears that the title of Captain is well-deserved. In the movie, Captain America embodies far more than a mere altruistic heart. He is a leader in every sense. Gradually, everyone immerses themselves into their roles, training, exercising, and researching. With Xia Yu's successful guidance in refining their inner energies, the system finally acknowledges the completion of its tasks. Congratulations, Master, for completing the mission. You have been awarded a youth restoration elixir. Xia Yu disregards the chattering team all and instead focuses his attention on the elixir of rejuvenation. The rejuvenation pill, upon consumption, it swiftly restores the user's bodily functions and appearance to the prime of their 20s, with noticeable effects manifesting within an hour. This pill is ineffective for individuals over the age of 35. After much contemplation, Xia Yu resolved to utilize this wondrous elixir to aid Captain America in achieving his aspirations. Particularly since Peggy Carter was still alive, Captain America should be in hiding beside her in the timeline of Avengers Endgame. Given his arrival, it was evident that history had already been altered. However, for the sake of prudence, it would be wise to meet Peggy Carter first. If his assumptions proved correct, he could present Captain America with a delightful surprise. Chapter 74. The Stuck Club. Everyone had experienced Xia Yu's remarkable abilities, yet when he unveiled the rejuvenation pill, jaws collectively dropped in astonishment. Do not inquire about its origins. I am equally in the dark. It has been passed down through generations, and the source has long been forgotten. We adhere to the natural order, and our ancestral teachings dictate its prohibition. Had Captain America not recounted his tales with Peggy Carter, I might have entirely forgotten about this artifact, Xia Yu stated with mock seriousness. In the realm of Marvel, principles are generally respected, as evidenced by Doctor Strange and others' oaths regarding the Time Stone in Avengers Endgame. So, You intend for Carlson to summon the captain so we can deliberate on this matter? Tony inquired. Precisely. Nick informed me that upon awakening after more than 60 years, the captain's first words were, "I have a date. Now." We have the opportunity to assist him in fulfilling that promise. What say you? Xia Yu posed to the group. There were no objections to this notion. However, Tony and Dr. Banner diligently analyzed the rejuvenation pill with no fruitful conclusions, acknowledging that it was a product of a system not easily deciphered. This realization instilled a profound sense of pride within Tony and his companions, as disciples of the Sun and Moon sect, for having created such a potion in antiquity, the composition of which modern instruments could not fully analyze. Friends, one crucial aspect remains. If we are to surprise the captain, should we not recreate the original setting? Dr. Banner suggested. It would be best to do so in the same location. Does anyone recall where that may be? Hawkeye inquired with enthusiasm. Naturally, Natasha, being a woman, remembered it clearly. The Stuck Club, located in London. Please hold on. I shall check. Damn it. This place has been transformed into a boutique, Natasha exclaimed, slamming her hands on the keyboard. Then let us acquire the rights to this establishment. Find out who the owner is, Xia Yu commanded without hesitation. For he was now a man of considerable means. Dr. Banner shot Xia Yu a surprised glance. I thought Tony Stark was the only affluent individual here. Xia Yu shrugged. He is indeed the sole one. In his presence, I am merely comfortable. It seems this may prove challenging, folks, Natasha said, turning her computer screen towards them. As you can see, an entire bank from Paris has purchased this entire street, and they have future plans for it. It is unlikely they will sell this building to us. Xia Yu, feeling anxious, urged, make a call and negotiate. I will offer 5 times the price for that building. Banner and Hawkeye gave Xia Yu a thumbs up, bold indeed. Natasha, a seasoned spy fluent in numerous languages and adept at infiltrating major corporations, swiftly clarified the timing over the phone. After hanging up, she turned to Xia Yu with a hint of exasperation, stating that the bank had made it clear they were not in need of funds. In fact, they expressed willingness to repurchase the building at 50 times the price should it be in his possession. So, they effectively rejected my offer? Xia Yu responded with displeasure. Indeed. Dear. They even scoffed at your 5 times offer, Natasha said, hands raised in resignation. They indicated that if the building were yours, they would gladly offer 50 times the value. Xia Yu slammed his fist on the table, indignantly questioning whether having wealth made one superior. Do they believe I wouldn't fly a plane and push Banner off that street? Let's see how they plan then. The others hastily sought to console Xia Yu, particularly Banner, who urged him to calm down. As the saying goes, one should not resort to violence over trifles. Unleashing the Hulk was unnecessary. Xia Yu was determined to execute this endeavor flawlessly, feeling it necessary to live up to his rejuvenation potion. 50 times. I merely suggested 5 times. And they countered with 50. Truly, banks are affluent. I shall remember this one. Who can rival a bank's wealth? As he spoke, his gaze suddenly shifted to Tony Stark. The group followed his line of sight, realization dawning upon them. Who could outmatch a bank's financial prowess? This was merely a bank in Paris, not the Federal Reserve. Thus, they collectively turned their attention towards Tony Stark, fixating on him. Tony, initially lost in thought about repurposing the remnants of the destroyer and enhancing his armor, was jolted back to reality by the silence. What is going on? Did I miss something? He inquired, bemused. Xia Yu sprang up, wrapping his arms around Tony's neck. Oh. Tony, my friend, I just faced disdain from a modest bank in Paris, which happens to own the old address of the Stuck Club. He tightened his grip and continued in an exaggerated tone. I offered 5 times the price for that building, and guess what they said? They claimed the bank isn't short on cash and would gladly pay 50 times the price to reclaim it, thus completing the street. Do you grasp my predicament, Tony? Your brother, Xia, your business partner, has been belittled by a mere bank. What say you, my friend? Tony Stark, momentarily bewildered, began to comprehend the implications. I will arrange to acquire that bank immediately. Silence enveloped the room. The group had anticipated a mere high-priced acquisition of the street. Yet the prospect of financial power was indeed formidable. Chapter 75, Peggy Carter in a secluded estate on the outskirts of London. Peggy Carter, a legendary figure of World War II and one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., resides in retirement. Few are aware that such a remarkable individual, once the girlfriend of Captain America, lives in solitude just outside the bustling city. Each of her identities is legendary in its own right, yet despite her extraordinary life, she harbors an irreplaceable regret, the inability to meet Steve Rogers once more in her lifetime. Forever haunted by their date over 60 years ago. At this moment, Xia Yu and Natasha, through their connections with S.H.I.E.L.D., have the opportunity to meet the illustrious Peggy Carter, now in her 90s. Even the simple act of lifting a cup to drink water proves to be a formidable task for her. Nevertheless, as Xia Yu articulates his intentions, Peggy Carter's mind remains remarkably sharp. Xia Yu reveals everything without reservation: the formation of the Avengers, Captain America's involvement, their shared regrets, and the elixir of youth he possesses. After listening in silence, Peggy Carter ponders deeply. Natasha, sensing the gravity of the moment, interjects, "Rest assured, we are not here to harm you. Although this potion may sound miraculous, I have faith in Xia. He always possesses remarkable things." Peggy Carter smiles and gazes at Natasha. "You misunderstand me. Throughout my life, I have encountered many extraordinary events. I harbor no doubts about you. At my age, what is there to fear from poison? I merely contemplate whether my actions would be fair to Steve, who deserves the chance to embark on a new chapter in his life." Xia Yu's heart races at her words. His greatest fear is that Captain America might still be accompanying Peggy Carter in her twilight years. This notion not only concerns Captain America, but also suggests a future reminiscent of the films, an idea he cannot accept. "Miss Carter, we have heard Steve recount his story with you. Perhaps you understand him better than we do. He is a man who wishes to assist others and make the world a better place, which is integral to his character. However, he often reminisces about the past, not just the era itself." Xia Yu pauses before continuing. "He is a remarkable individual, always looking forward. In that time, he had everything. And now, here, he has learned to work, to aid the world, and to forge new friendships. He has not stagnated nor closed his heart. Yet he still yearns to return to the past, to that Saturday, to the club where you were to meet. He would go to any lengths for that. For while this era has much to offer, it lacks you by his side, which is what he truly desires." Peggy Carter, trembling, attempts to sit up, prompting Natasha to rush forward and support her, placing 2 pillows behind her for comfort. Peggy gently caresses Natasha's hand, saying, "You are quite eloquent. You have a wonderful boyfriend. I thought I would be content with merely seeing Steve once more, yet here I am, granted a second opportunity. Thank God, and thank you both." At last, Xia Yu breathes a sigh of relief. "Shall we begin? Once you reclaim your youth, there are countless endeavors awaiting your attention. The restoration of the Stork Club depends entirely on you." Peggy Carter, without a moment's hesitation, reached out and seized the rejuvenation elixir from Summer, promptly swallowing it whole. "Natasha, I have assumed a new identity. Inform Nick Fury that apart from you all, I wish for no one else to be privy to this matter." No sooner had she spoken than Peggy's body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Her once brittle white hair quickly regained its lustrous fullness, reverting to a deep chestnut hue. The changes in her physique were even more astonishing, akin to a deflated balloon being rapidly inflated to a round, plump form. "Oh my God," Natasha exclaimed, grasping Summer's hand in astonishment. "Don't just marvel at God. This is the doing of your man," Summer replied. The miraculous metamorphosis of Peggy Carter swiftly ignited the enthusiasm of everyone present. All were abuzz with excitement. Stark Club, along with the bank behind it, was transformed into Stark Industries property. However, the house was designated under Peggy Carter's new identity. She accepted this with delight, as Howard Stark was a dear friend of hers. Summer felt a twinge of embarrassment, having suggested the arrangement, and offered to cover the costs of the building to Tony, only to be met with Tony's merciless jest regarding his financial prowess. With a slight lift of his chin, like a proud rooster, Tony quipped to Summer, "Forget it. You should save that little money for a yacht." Thus, the proceedings officially commenced. Coulson summoned the captain back to the SHIELD training facility to assist in training the new operational team members, leveraging the captain's iconic stature. Summer concocted an excuse to take Natasha on a covert mission to Iran, while Thor declared his intention to return to Asgard to attend to certain matters, and Banner planned to accompany Tony to the laboratory in Los Angeles to research new equipment. Although the captain expressed skepticism at the simultaneous engagements of so many individuals, under Coulson's meticulous orchestration, the captain found himself so occupied with little more than eating and sleeping that he had no time for further contemplation. After a thorough investigation of photographs, Peggy Carter's memories, and Tony's formidable financial backing, the Stark Club was finally restored to its former glory as remembered by Peggy. On that day, Summer contacted Coulson. "Everything is prepared. We can commence operations. Remember, Saturday night at 8. Chapter 76. A delayed rendezvous. Finally, the day arrived, at the familiar venue, the old club, adorned with vintage decor. This endeavor stirred the compulsive tendencies of both Summer and Tony. They meticulously replicated the attire, liquor bottles, and even the matchsticks and cigarettes of that era. In Peggy Carter's words, "I cannot say if it is accurate, but it certainly appears not out of place." Apart from Coulson accompanying the captain, the entire Avengers assembly was present, all attired in period-appropriate garb, perfectly complementing the evening's planned rendezvous. "Why aren't we taking a car?" the captain inquired of a young man beside him on the streets of London. A newcomer to the SHIELD operational team hails from London. and he recounts that his grandfather was rescued from a Hydra base by Captain America during World War II. Regrettably, he did not participate in the Howling Commandos. Now, with his grandfather gravely ill and limited time remaining, his sole wish before passing is to meet Captain America. The captain cannot refuse this request, as few of his contemporaries are still alive. Thus, he resolutely accompanies the young man to London, donning the military uniform of the era as requested. However, he feels a twinge of embarrassment as he steps out onto the streets of London in this attire. Yet, having come this far, and with assurances that they are close, he decides to take a few steps forward. As they walk, the captain senses something amiss. The street is eerily quiet, devoid of both people and light. Suddenly, he turns around to find himself alone. Alarmed, his first instinct is that he has fallen into a trap. Abruptly, all the streetlights flicker to life, illuminating the signs of the shops lining the road. A throng of people dressed in World War II attire emerges from the alleys, including several young newsboys who rush forward, brandishing newspapers and shouting, "Victory! Germany has surrendered! Captain America has defeated Hydra! The war is over!" Everything around him, the signs, the people, the lights, the shops, feels hauntingly familiar. Although perplexed, the captain does not sense any threat from the crowd. The uncanny familiarity of the street and its inhabitants compels him to move forward. At some point, a newspaper flutters down from the sky. He picks it up to find it emblazoned with headlines celebrating victory and his triumph over Hydra. The date boldly reads May 12th, 1945, a Saturday. Captain America remembers this day vividly. It is Nurse's Day, the date he had arranged to meet Peggy Carter. Yet, hadn't he piloted his plane toward the Arctic Circle, crashing in Greenland? He had slept for 60 years and awakened to a victorious world. While Peggy Carter would be over 90 now. At this moment, Steve Rogers finds himself devoid of rational thought, instinctively moving forward until he catches sight of a neon sign, the Stuck Club. Upon seeing this sign, his heart seems to skip a beat. The notions of victory, sleep, reality, none of it matters now. Those who wish to save the world may do so, but he has a date to keep, no matter the cost. Glancing at his watch, the time is approaching, 7:56. Boom, 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 boom. Steve Rogers feels as though he can hear the pounding of his own heart. Even more so than when he had ventured alone with a bomb into the Arctic Circle. He takes a deep breath to steady his nerves, thinking to himself that Bucky would surely find this amusing. Finally, he takes a hesitant step toward the entrance of the Stuck Club. One step, two steps, and at last, he reaches the door and enters. The bartender, a band playing nearby, and a table of soldiers enthusiastically singing with their bottles in hand created a lively atmosphere. The stage, adorned with a banner proclaiming the end of the war, seemed to be at rest. Steve Rogers felt a slight tremor in his hands, anxious about the possibility of not meeting the person he had been eagerly awaiting. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. The soft notes of a saxophone began to play. It was a melody Steve recognized, one he had envisioned for his date. A spotlight illuminated the center of the stage, revealing a beautiful woman in a red evening gown, her back turned towards Steve. The silhouette was familiar, and he opened his mouth, attempting to call out Peggy Carter. Yet no sound escaped. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the woman slowly turned around. In Steve's eyes, the scene flickered like frames of a film as he fixated on the face of the girl before him, taking in the gentle curve of her hair, her brows, nose, lips and eyes. Yes, it was her, Peggy Carter, looking even more youthful than he remembered. Peggy turned to Captain Rogers and smiled. Her smile was captivating, rendering him utterly spellbound. "You are over 60 years late, Steve. So, have you learned to dance now, my hero?" With a turn and a single phrase, Steve Rogers' entire world lit up. Though the song was not from Captain Rogers' era, it was indeed the same melody from their dance in Avengers Endgame. To his surprise, the elaborate setup was not merely a street but a grand design, complete with extras, eliciting laughter. As the 77th chapter unfolded, one by one, the attendees departed, until finally, Xia Yu pulled Bruce Banner, who had been playing the saxophone on stage, away. Under the dim lights, the two appeared to lose all awareness, simply swaying gently, oblivious to the world around them, where only each other existed. A group exited the venue, and the street's extras dispersed as well. "I bought a bank for this street and meticulously arranged everything, yet I am not the star of the show. I should change my name to Philanthropist," Tony remarked. "Are we just leaving them like this? Shouldn't we check on them?" Banner inquired, gesturing towards the inside. "Relax, my friend. Those two combined are nearly 200 years old. They can take care of themselves. I even prepared a double bed for them in the office upstairs, complete with safety measures," Tony assured Banner, signaling him to stop worrying. Upon hearing Tony's words, Xia Yu chimed in curiously. "Is it the trumpet again? Just like last time?" "Indeed," Tony replied. "Oh, yes." The two exchanged a hearty high-five in celebration. The group, having accomplished their mission, returned to New York. Xia Yu left a message on Steve's phone, suggesting that everyone refrain from visiting New York for a week, allowing the couple to relish their sweet moments together before their return. In the vast cosmos, within an unknown star region, a fragment of land, no more than 20 kilometers in diameter, floated aimlessly through the universe. In the cosmos, fragmented landmasses or meteors are ubiquitous. Yet what is truly remarkable is that this particular landmass harbors life. I am prepared, my lord. As long as the Chitauri forces are reliable, I shall undoubtedly present the Tesseract before you, spoke Loki. You would do well to accomplish your mission. Remember, it is your master who has granted you a chance at redemption. You pitiful, defeated wretch, a figure cloaked in black admonished Loki. Do not remind me. I will retrieve the Tesseract without fail. I am the king of Asgard. Loki retorted, his voice tinged with anger. Maintain your humility in the presence of your master. Wretched creature, the cloaked figure warned. Tend to your own affairs. Let us hope your forces do not disappoint me. Loki shot back defiantly. How dare you question the might of my kin? The cloaked figure's ire was palpable. Cease your bickering and fulfill your assignment, Asgardian. I sense the Tesseract has manifested. You must depart for Earth immediately. Above them loomed a floating throne, upon which sat none other than Thanos. With a casual gesture, he thrust a gem-encrusted scepter into the ground before Loki. Take this and go, Thanos commanded. Loki bowed slightly and departed. My lord, this Asgardian is not worthy of trust. The cloaked figure stated to Thanos. Odin still lives, albeit in a weakened state. However, none can fathom the depths of his remaining power. He is the All-Father. There is no better candidate than Loki. Let him take his chance, Thanos replied, his regard for Odin unwavering even in his frailty. My lord, I too wish to go to Earth. Please grant me an opportunity. A shadowy figure emerged before the floating throne, kneeling before Thanos. You? A trace of amusement graced Thanos' features. I offer you a chance to redeem yourself. Accompany Loki with the Sanctum too. Assist him if necessary, but should all go well, do not act rashly. Thank you, my lord. In a clandestine research facility beneath S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury stood silently behind a table, seemingly awaiting someone. Upon the table rested a white box, which Fury regarded with intense focus, hinting at its significant importance. At last, two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents escorted a man down, his head shrouded in a hood. With a wave of his hand, Fury instructed the agents to remove the hood, revealing an older white male, Dr. Eric Selvig, Jane Foster's father. I thought they were going to kill me, Dr. Selvig remarked, now aware that a covert government entity sought him for research purposes. Fury approached. I've heard of the events in New Mexico. Your research has garnered admiration from many brilliant scientists. I have much to accomplish. The Foster theory and the portal to alternate dimensions are uncharted territories in research. Dr. Selvig declined the invitation subtly. Fury turned back to the table, stating, legends and history often diverge significantly, yet if one possesses the acumen to discern, one may uncover elements that resonate within both realms, beyond mere myths. Nick Fury spoke as he opened the box. Inside lay a square object radiating a blue glow, the Tesseract enveloping the space stone. Dr. Selvig gazed curiously at the Tesseract, questioning its nature. Power, strength, energy, it's all in how you perceive it. Nick Fury continued, fixing his gaze on Dr. Selvig. If we can harness it properly and unveil the means to access its energy, we could possess an inexhaustible source of power. I believe this warrants thorough examination, Dr. Selvig replied. Nick Fury nodded with satisfaction, confident that the doctor would stay to assist in its development. However, he remained oblivious to the ethereal figure of Loki materializing behind the doctor. Chapter 78. The Singleton Banner. Upon returning to New York, the group swiftly resumed their previous routines of training and research. Tony Stark, however, was preoccupied, seemingly lost amidst his busy schedule, as Stark Tower had recently been completed. This monumental structure represented a decisive move following Tony's announcement to close the Stark Weapons division. The entire building was independently powered by a reactor of his own design, symbolizing Stark Industries' position as a leader in the renewable clean energy sector and heralding its resurgence. To counter the media's disparaging remarks about the impending downfall of Stark Industries, Tony boldly illuminated his surname in lights atop the tower, further reserving several floors for his personal research and living space, rather than merely a building. It could be described as an aerial villa, rendering the rooftop abode of Xia Yu from the Los Angeles Herbal Group as trivial in comparison. No wonder Xia Yu lamented that, next to Tony, he was merely scraping by. In his endeavor to establish the tower's energy supply independently, Tony also partnered with Pepper Potts for various promotional events and engagements, leaving little time for his presence at the base. Consequently, Bruce Banner found himself alone in the laboratory, engaging in occasional conversations, yet inevitably succumbing to wandering thoughts, especially after returning from London, where he had indulged in a surfeit of romantic displays, only to witness Xia Yu and Natasha flaunting their affection. Hawkeye? He was busy with his wife and children. Thor? He spent his leisure time wielding his hammer, soaring through the skies to gaze at the moon and stars. Even Coulson had recently met a talented cellist, often chatting about her artistic flair and exceptional cello performances. Dr. Banner felt the pangs of loneliness and melancholy, losing strands of hair each morning, pondering, where's Tony? Yet, even if Tony Stark were to return, he was no longer single. He had a formidable female CEO by his side. Poor Dr. Banner remained unaware that without Pepper, the impact on him would have been far more profound. Human nature often reveals itself in peculiar ways. Dr. Banner, having evaded military pursuit, found himself contemplating his existence after a failed suicide attempt. He resigned himself to the notion that seeking a partner was beyond his reach. He would consider himself fortunate merely to lead a stable life. At that time, his singular focus was on mastering his rage, wishing merely to avoid transformations. Even after being brought back to New York by Sam and joining the Avengers, he felt a semblance of stability, content to collaborate with esteemed scientists like Tony Stark. The thought of pursuing a romantic relationship never crossed his mind. The potential for losing control and causing calamity loomed large. Therefore, the earnest Dr. Banner believed that seeking a girlfriend would only bring misfortune to others, and he had long since banished such thoughts. In the base, aside from Sam and Natasha, who were a couple, he found himself alone. Aware that others had partners, he generally chose to overlook it, as he felt disconnected from those experiences. However, after returning from London, Banner found his mental state in disarray. He began to quietly assess the relationships around him, only to realize he stood alone. The more he attempted to comfort himself with thoughts of being prepared for a solitary fate, the more he fixated on it. For instance, during a meal, when Sam inquired about Coulson's girlfriend, Banner felt a pang of discomfort. Why must such topics arise in his presence? He knew no one intended to target him. Yet once one's mindset falters, it is a struggle to regain equilibrium. In recent days, he had begun to suffer from insomnia, haunted by memories of his time with Betty Ross. Each night, he engaged in self-hypnosis, delivering psychological affirmations. He was unworthy of such thoughts, a bringer of disaster, unqualified to lead a mundane existence, and so forth. Such sentiments are not uncommon. Many would resonate with Dr. Banner's plight. However, as an outsider, one could easily discern that this approach would yield counterproductive results. Dr. Banner's temperament is a stark contrast to that of Tony Stark. Yet they share a commonality. Both conceal their inner struggles deeply, rarely confiding in others. Consequently, in recent days, none of the team had noticed any change in Banner's demeanor. The captain inquired whether there were any significant matters at hand, expressing a desire to retrace his steps through Europe with Miss Carter, an endeavor that might require considerable time. Natasha, lifting her phone, remarked to the group, "Go on, Captain, you no longer belong to America. Is this a honeymoon?" Others teased, celebrating an event they had all played a part in facilitating. Everyone felt genuine happiness for the captain and Peggy Carter. Peggy had waited a lifetime for Steve Rogers, and as she approached her twilight years, she finally beheld the love of her life, who remained youthful in spirit. Sadly, she was unable to rise from her bed. Yet a single pill from Sam restored her youth, allowing her lifelong dream to blossom into reality. Such a love story merits the blessings of all. Thus, Xia Yu genuinely felt joy for them. Tell the captain that no one will exploit the labor of the two centenarians. The Avengers won't, and neither will SHIELD. He can rest assured. I hope to see news of the centenarians expecting a child. Ha ha ha. The group laughed at the captain from afar, oblivious to the fact that Banner had already risen and left the room. Chapter 79. Following and wall-slamming Dr. Banner hurried back to his room. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, his abdomen rising and falling with each breath. Unfortunately, he had learned to control his anger rather than his emotions. The more one suppresses feelings, the more lethal they become. That evening, Banner took a cold shower, standing by the bedroom window, his thoughts consumed by Betty Ross, an unshakable presence in his mind. He was in New York, so close to Betty. Should he sneak a glance at her, to see if she was doing well? Once this thought emerged, it became impossible to suppress. Why haven't we seen Banner lately? Is he out every day? Xia Yu inquired during another dinner with Natasha. He must have his own life. Xia, we're just an emergency team, hardly busy when Tony is away. He can't remain alone in the lab all the time. You should be happy for him that he can venture out. It's not easy for him, Natasha responded. But why hasn't Coulson been around lately? Xia Yu remarked, sensing a dwindling number of people. Nick called him back to SHIELD due to a manpower shortage. Thankfully, there are no field missions. Or else Hawkeye and I might have been reassigned, Natasha indicated, gesturing towards Hawkeye. Oh, it seems I am the only one idle. Perhaps I should return to Los Angeles to manage my company properly, Xia Yu sighed. And what about me? Thor pointed to himself. Children should play. You're the one often busy dating. It's rare to see you here tonight. Xia Yu shot Thor an exasperated glance. Thor didn't contest this. As Odin's chosen elder brother, he felt equally helpless. Jane is on a business trip, and I have nowhere to go tonight. Thor, why not come home with me in a few days? I want my children to meet the legendary god of thunder, Hawkeye suddenly suggested, looking up at Thor. Thor beamed, laughing as he embraced Hawkeye's shoulder. Clint, I will dress appropriately for the occasion. Should I bring my helmet to appear more imposing? No need, just dress casually. I merely wish to educate my children and broaden their horizons, showing them that gods are not so extraordinary, Hawkeye continued, returning to his meal. A few days prior, Bruce Banner could no longer contain himself and secretly went to see Betty Ross. Initially, he observed her from a distance. She was still as beautiful as ever, and it seemed she was doing well. Banner reassured himself internally, silently vowing not to disrupt her life. However, such things often lead to repetition. And soon Banner found himself waiting every day after work along Betty's route home, just to catch a glimpse of her. Uncertain of the reasons, Banner felt a peculiar joy upon discovering that Betty remained single. He once again reassured himself. Betty deserves her own life, one filled with love from someone who cherishes her. He wished her well. Betty Ross was no ordinary girl. Having accompanied Banner through experiences beyond the comprehension of most, she was also the daughter of General Ross. After several days of following her, she sensed that someone might be tracking her. Casually, she picked up her phone, feigning a call, and discreetly adjusted her arm to point the camera behind her. Her finger pressed firmly on the capture button in burst mode. No one enjoys being followed, and Betty was no exception. Upon returning home, she meticulously selected the right angles from the photos, enlarging each image on her computer to scrutinize them one by one. Initially, she suspected it might be government personnel or even someone from her father's circle. Many had previously sought her out to discern Bruce Banner's whereabouts. Had her father not been a general, she might have been taken long ago. As she sifted through the images, Betty suddenly recognized a familiar figure and zoomed in. Is that you, Bruce? It must be you. You've returned. Tears streamed down her face. Despite the photo's blurriness and his hat obscuring his features, she recognized him instantly. You even tried to hide from me. No matter if you transform into a hulking green giant or something else, you won't escape me this time. Betty murmured as she reached out to touch the familiar face on the screen. Banner, unable to resist, secretly followed her on her way home, convinced of his own stealth. If Xia Yu were to discover this, he would surely chastise him for tailing her without first learning from Hawkeye or Natasha. Did this bookworm truly believe he was adept at stalking? On that day, as Banner concealed himself among the crowd, trailing behind Betty, two men suddenly emerged from a narrow alley as she passed and forcefully pulled her inside. Damn it, Betty. Banner could no longer care about hiding. He rushed after them. Upon entering the alley, he found it deserted. Without pausing to ponder, he sprinted deeper until he reached the other end, only to be violently shoved back against the wall. Before he could discern who had pushed him, a figure swiftly approached and forcefully covered his mouth. Yes, Banner had been pinned against the wall. Chapter 8. Under surveillance the instant Betty Ross kissed Banner, he knew precisely who it was without needing to look. The sensation was all too familiar. Regardless of how long they had been apart, he had revisited this moment countless times in his dreams. Time seemed to blur as the two exchanged their longing through their lips and tongues. Eventually, clarity returned to Banner, and he nervously inquired. Wasn't I just seeing you being? That was an actor I hired. Betty replied. The two of them cost me $80 just to draw you out, you persistent stalker. Betty still held on to him, her gaze fixed on Banner unwaveringly. Betty exclaimed, I can't. You know I have to go. Just then, as Banner was speaking, Betty delivered a sharp knee strike to his lower abdomen. It is crucial to emphasize that it was his lower abdomen, not his groin. This distinction bears repeating for several reasons. First, to preempt any nitpickers questioning why Banner did not transform. Second, to highlight how Betty would handle her own belongings if damaged. And third, and most importantly, to meet the word count requirement. Banner inhaled sharply, his body bending slightly at the impact. Betty Ross seized his shoulders, lifting him and pressing him against the wall, speaking forcefully. Listen carefully, Bruce Banner. Stop spouting nonsense about fearing to hurt me. If you're worried about harming others, then don't show your face in New York. Don't lurk behind me anymore. Since you're here, I don't intend to let you leave. We will face whatever comes together. I am not afraid. So why should you be? If you dare to leave me again, I will jump from the Empire State Building. Originally, she wanted to mention Stark Tower, but was reminded of Men in Black 3. Paying tribute to Will Smith, one of her favorite actors. Tomorrow, Bad Boys for Life premieres, and she hopes it does well at the box office. Bruce Banner, not particularly eloquent to begin with, found himself at a loss for words after Betty's barrage. His lips trembled, but he could not articulate anything. He could deceive others, but not himself. Thus, he simply turned to leave, unable to do so now. Somehow, he found himself following Betty Ross, not knowing how he ended up at her home, nor how he ended up on her bed. You mean to say you've joined a secret S-H-I-E-L-D team? Right here in New York? Betty asked, her excitement evident as she sat upright. Yes, it includes Captain America, Tony Stark, and others. It's an emergency team assembled by the director of SHIELD. We primarily handle significant global crises, although there's not much to do at the moment, Banner explained in detail. Betty, however, was not interested in the details and promptly asked, so, does this mean you no longer have to fear the military? I mean, my father or anyone else causing you trouble? Theoretically, yes, but they advised us to remain discreet for now. Our abilities could attract attention from various forces. And if the pressure becomes too great, SHIELD might not be able to handle everything. Unless a global crisis arises and we manage to save the world, thus gaining immense prestige. However, the feasibility of that is quite low. That is a significant improvement compared to before. Listen, Bruce, I was not joking. If you disappear from my life again, I will jump from the Empire State Building. Betty issued another stern warning to Banner. As their conversation progressed, Betty's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. She embraced Banner, her voice thick with emotion. I have considered starting anew, but I simply cannot. Your image fills my mind. I don't care if you become a great green giant or anything else. Please don't leave me again, all right? Through a blend of firmness and tenderness, Bruce Banner, who had been preoccupied with thoughts of others, found himself unable to resist when he saw Betty Ross in tears. Lamenting her plight, softening, he assured her, I promise you, I will no longer evade my responsibilities. No matter what transpires, I shall not abandon you. I give you my word. Upon hearing his repeated assurances, Betty Ross's smile returned, and she bestowed upon him a passionate kiss once more. Unbeknownst to Xia Yu, his arrival and the premature formation of the Avengers had serendipitously rekindled the romance between Bruce Banner and Betty Ross. Even if Xia Yu were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly find solace in it, for Natasha had subsequently harbored deep affections for Banner. Had it not been for Banner's self-doubt, they would surely have been together. Xia Yu, when confronting Banner, felt a twinge of guilt, albeit a fleeting one. He bore no regrets, for Banner had not provided Natasha with the home she dreamed of. During a movie in the past, witnessing Banner's rejection of Natasha had incited a desire to chastise him. Thus, Banner was firmly retained by Betty Ross. Before Xia Yu could assist the Avengers in saving the world, he had already salvaged their romantic lives. Not only Banner, but also Captain America and Peggy Carter, as well as Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, destined pairs, were propelled into the throes of love under Xia Yu's influence. Had Xia Yu been aware of Banner's affairs, he would undoubtedly have dubbed himself the matchmaker of the Marvel Universe. Returning to Banner and Betty Ross, the two had not seen each other for quite some time. Their brief separation felt like the sweet thrill of a newlywed couple. In recent days, Banner had taken to picking up Betty Ross from work each evening, and together they returned home, resembling a couple deeply in love. Their target was confirmed as Bruce Banner. From a distance, a man at a window in an apartment set down his telescope and picked up the phone, remarking, "It appears that Bruce Banner and Betty Ross are entering the building." Laughing and conversing together, his mood slightly dampened. He requested a wave of 5-star reviews, expressing gratitude with fervent enthusiasm. Chapter 81. Trouble for Banner. The Avengers base was alive with a rare vibrancy, for Captain America had returned, albeit alone. Peggy Carter had journeyed to Washington, her identity needing to remain concealed, as did the effects of the serum. However, she had to reconnect with some old friends to cover up certain traces. This arrangement spared them the awkwardness of returning together, which would have invited teasing remarks. Captain America, embodying resilience and a natural aura of justice, now seemed to exude a more human warmth. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Xia, he expressed sincerely, his joy immeasurable. Xia Yu gazed earnestly at Captain America, replying, "We are genuinely happy for you, Captain. You deserve a life of your own. Each of us should. This is the best outcome possible." Xia Yu felt a genuine happiness and a touch of emotion, stemming from his memories of Captain America choosing to revert to a life of anonymity in the past. Though witnessing the elderly Captain America felt like a form of closure, it also evoked a sense of heroism fading into twilight. Now, with the chance to rectify this regret, Xia Yu was enveloped in an indescribable warmth. The sensation was, in essence, profoundly comforting. Xia Yu gazed at each of them, reminiscent of watching superheroes in a film from his past life. Now, for Xia Yu, each individual was not merely a comrade, but a teammate and a family member. He aspired to bring forth distinct and positive outcomes for everyone in this world, a vision he cherished dearly. "Are you well?" Natasha appeared, grasping Xia Yu's hand. "I am well, and we shall all be fine, shall we not?" Xia Yu lifted his gaze towards the New York sky, his expression somewhat intricate. Upon Captain America's return, the tempo of the entire base evidently quickened. In his previous life, Captain America was recognized as the leader prior to the Avengers civil strife, not merely due to his title as the captain, Under his guidance, the daily cooperative combat training was approached with utmost seriousness, at the very least. The long-range vibrational wave attack of Thor's hammer against the shield had been successfully developed, demonstrating Captain America's considerable aptitude in certain aspects. For instance, today, Xia Yu had been engaged by Captain America in a series of attack tests, executing the dragon subduing 18 palms with varying internal energy intensities over 100 times, leaving him nearly devoid of energy for evening activities with Natasha. Yet, when Xia Yu beheld Natasha casting him a sultry glance, he could not resist leaning in for a kiss. Life, after all, demands relentless striving and unwavering resilience, does it not? Just as Xia Yu was poised for action, a sudden ring from his phone interrupted their intimate moment. Whoever you are, you had better provide me with a reason, Xia Yu retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. It's Betty Ross. Bruce is in trouble. He has been taken by my father's men, and he needs your help. The caller was Betty Ross, the girlfriend of Dr. Banner. Banner? You're his girlfriend? Xia Yu smacked his forehead, realization dawning upon him. She was indeed the legitimate girlfriend of Dr. Banner, the daughter of General Ross. Where are you? I will come find you. Without hesitation, Xia Yu requested her location, preparing to head out. However, Natasha swiftly intercepted him. You mustn't go. I will accompany Hawkeye. Why not? Xia Yu inquired, a sense of urgency creeping in as he felt a responsibility. The military has taken him. What do you intend to do? Storm a military base to rescue him? That would escalate the situation considerably. Moreover, we do not know the current circumstances. What if the military is monitoring Betty Ross? We should quietly bring her to the base. Assess the situation first. Hawkeye and I are more adept at this. Trust me, they won't harm Banner, Natasha reassured him. Then be cautious. Change your clothes. I will call Hawkeye. Heeding advice often leads to success, and as long as Banner was in their care, his safety was likely assured. Amidst the commotion, Captain America and Thor also roused, and everyone gathered to await news. Natasha approved her professionalism. Within an hour, she returned with the news. Xia Yu had never truly paid attention to Betty Ross's appearance in The Incredible Hulk, but he found her to be quite beautiful, albeit somewhat rugged, lacking the refinement one might expect. Yet, it was rare for individuals from the West to possess such exquisite delicacy. Natasha was indeed a rare find. Particularly since meeting Xia Yu, she had consistently maintained her peak attractiveness. What about Clinton? Captain America inquired. He is handling some loose ends behind us, Natasha replied. Natasha instructed Betty Ross to take a seat while she rose to pour some water. Let us discuss the situation, Betty. You can surely give me a call. As Banner has likely briefed you on the circumstances here, Xia Yu stated directly. Well, he visited me secretly some time ago, and I discovered him. I then orchestrated a meeting with him. He feels quite insecure and fears causing me harm, but I threatened him with a leap from a height to ensure he stayed. Consequently, we have spent a great deal of time together, though I am unaware that my father's people have already discovered us, Betty Ross candidly replied. Taking a sip of water before continuing, I merely wish for him to remain by my side. He mentioned that he has joined SHIELD, so I thought everything would be fine. We did not take extensive measures to conceal our movements. You will rescue him, one to you? He cannot remain in military custody. They will subject him to continuous experimentation. Betty Ross appeared somewhat remorseful, prompting the captain to reassure her. This is not your fault, Miss Ross, nor is it Banner's. We will certainly assist you, rest assured. Miss Ross, I mean no offense, but how could Banner have been taken so easily? Did the Hulk not resist? Xia Yu inquired. His brow furrowed with confusion. He doesn't wish to harm anyone, and there were too many people present. My father threatened him, stating that if he transformed, the military would not hesitate to open fire. There are many innocent lives at stake. Betty Ross's voice dwindled, revealing her discomfort with her father's tactics. This scenario felt eerily familiar, prompting everyone to glance towards Xia Yu. Cough, cough. Chapter 82, Discussing Strategies. Xia Yu cleared his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. It's all right. Do you know where he has been taken? I will go retrieve him immediately. I have no idea where he has been taken. Aren't you with SHIELD? You should be able to find out, Betty Ross responded. Xia Yu shifted his gaze toward Natasha and Hawkeye. We can indeed locate his whereabouts. But the crucial matter is how we will rescue him, Natasha replied. Xia Yu, brimming with confidence, asserted, find the location, and I will retrieve him. It shouldn't be too difficult. Captain America interjected, we need a plan. The area will undoubtedly be heavily guarded. Natasha added, it's not a question of doubting your capabilities. We cannot engage the military directly. That would only exacerbate the situation. Moreover, have you forgotten what Nick said? The Avengers initiative has not been sanctioned. We cannot openly attempt to reclaim him. Are we to merely watch as they experiment on Banner? At the very least, SHIELD should take some action. If not, I will go and retrieve him myself. Let us see who can stop me. Xia Yu exclaimed, growing increasingly anxious. You are too hasty, Xia. We are not saying we will do nothing. We merely wish to find the best approach to resolve this issue. Your method would only complicate matters further. Rest assured, we will not abandon Banner. Natasha's final remark was also directed at Betty Ross, who found Xia Yu's eagerness somewhat perplexing. Xia Yu fell silent, acknowledging his impatience. He believed that his arrival had altered certain circumstances, leading to these events. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they would have waited until Loki brought an extraterrestrial threat and the Hulk emerged, with the Avengers rescuing the world. At that point, no one would dare to challenge them. Let us call Nick. Let him negotiate with the military for personnel. If all else fails, we may have to intervene ourselves, suggested the captain. I fear that having S-H-I-E-L-D involved might complicate matters. Last time, due to Tony's Iron Man armor, S-H-I-E-L-D already slapped the military in the face. Tony still holds the position of S-H-I-E-L-D consultant, but Banner does not, and according to the military, the Hulk is their property. Hawkeye expressed his opinion. I understand. Normal communication isn't feasible. Barging in would be unjustifiable. So what do we do? Shall we sit here and pray to the gods? Xia Yu exclaimed, slamming the table. Calm down, Xia. We are merely analyzing the situation, all right? Natasha, the goddess, began to say, but suddenly remembered something and turned to Thor. Everyone suddenly realized this and directed their attention towards Thor. Why is everyone staring at me? I do not comprehend the intricacies of your Earth departments. I am only responsible for action, Thor said, feeling uneasy under their gaze. Thor, do you hold any position with S-H-I-E-L-D? Xia Yu inquired. None. They just gave me an ID card stating I am your brother. Wasn't that you who provided it? Thor replied. No, think about it. Besides being my brother, what other identity do you have? Xia Yu encouraged him to reflect. Thor looked at everyone, raising his voice slightly. I have already corrected that flaw. I haven't spoken like that in a long time. Aren't we discussing how to rescue Banner? Why bring me up? You see, Miss Ross has been here for a while and doesn't know you. Shouldn't you introduce yourself? Xia Yu continued. Thor, looking bewildered, extended his hand for an introduction. Hello, Miss Ross. I am Thor. Betty Ross, equally confused by Xia Yu's intentions, politely shook his hand. Hello, I am Betty Ross. Thor, you didn't introduce yourself like that before. Aren't you proud to be an Asgardian? Xia Yu pressed on. Thor, slightly irritated, retorted, you made me say that. I am Thor, the god of thunder, son of Odin, and prince of Asgard. Xia Yu snapped his fingers. Natasha said, I will check where Banner has been taken. Hawkeye added. I will prepare the plane. We will depart shortly. Xia Yu explained to Betty Ross and the still bewildered Thor, S-H-I-E-L-D. Directly requesting personnel is quite troublesome and puts us in a passive position. However, we cannot just barge in. That would not only provoke the military, but also the government. Thor is different. He is Asgardian, an extraterrestrial. If the military feels their authority is being challenged, let them go to Asgard to seek Odin. I am the god of thunder, not an alien, Thor complained. Understood, god of thunder. Your followers now require your salvation, Xia Yu said, patting Thor's shoulder. Nick Fury once proclaimed that no event in the world could escape his notice. While this may be an exaggeration, the North American continent truly holds no secrets from S-H-I-E-L-D. Without the knowledge of S-H-I-E-L-D's upper echelons, Natasha swiftly uncovered the location where Banner was temporarily detained. Leveraging her extensive network and connections, Captain, we have arrived in your territory. Banner is currently located in the basement of the Brooklyn Museum, which serves as a covert military base. It is surrounded by schools and residential areas. I suspect General Ross is using this to coerce Banner into compliance. Natasha revealed, unfolding an electronic map on the table. This is the precise location. I surmise the military is constructing a cage or chamber capable of containing the Hulk, granting us ample time to rescue him. Although this site is discreet, being in an urban area means it is not heavily fortified. Thor, you simply need to burst in and extract Banner swiftly. We must not allow Banner to be harmed and transformed. Enter, retrieve Banner, and we shall assist you from the air. Unless absolutely necessary, you will act alone, Natasha emphasized, casting a significant glance at Xia Yu. Xia Yu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Let us go. Chapter 83. General Ross. In the aftermath of 9/11, the military established a substantial presence of emergency anti-terrorism forces in every major city, primarily focusing on aerial defense missiles, which are now ubiquitous beneath parks and museums. Natasha elucidated to the group aboard the aircraft. Hawkeye chimed in, take our target. The Brooklyn Museum, for instance. Beneath it lies not only aerial defense systems, but also an array of reconnaissance and communication apparatuses, such as radar and radio equipment. However, These details are inconsequential. What matters is that these bases were hastily constructed years ago to conceal the truth from the public about the missiles stationed beneath their feet. And the costs associated with this were never disclosed. What does this have to do with our mission? Xia Yu inquired. It is quite pertinent. The extensive secret constructions, coupled with undisclosed expenditures, have resulted in military budgetary constraints. Thus, this secret base is divided into two interconnected sections. The first comprises the aerial defense missiles, surrounded by robust 20-centimeter steel plating. However, due to budget limitations, the operational personnel in this section are relatively under-resourced, Natasha continued. Therefore, once Thor enters and identifies Banner-S location, he need not retrace his steps, as that would pose a significant risk of transformation. Instead, he can simply create a large opening in the ceiling to access the New York City sewer system, and then follow our guidance to exit through a less trafficked manhole cover. Natasha explained. Why can't I just break through the surface directly? Thor inquired. Because that would present an overly conspicuous target, risking exposure, the captain replied. And it could potentially damage the gas lines, leading to an explosion, Xia Yu added. Precisely, Natasha affirmed, handing Thor a headset. With this, it will allow you to communicate with us, and it also includes a positioning system. Once you are in the sewer, follow my directions closely. Xia Yu, feeling uneasy, requested Soul to reiterate all the steps once more. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned to Betty Ross and assured her, rest assured, Miss Ross, we shall undoubtedly bring Banner out safely without causing any harm to your father. Bruce, why have you returned? I had almost given up the pursuit of you. You should not have come back to seek Betty. General Ross addressed Bruce Banner within the confines of the underground base. Banner's expression was one of complex emotions as he responded. I merely wished to catch a distant glimpse of her. I did not anticipate being discovered. Initially, I intended to leave her be, but my thoughts have since changed. She loves me, and I love her. Nothing shall tear us apart. How dare you speak of love? Particularly concerning my daughter? You will bring her nothing but harm, you scoundrel. General Ross slammed his hand on the table, his anger palpable, for he genuinely cherished his daughter. I once shared your sentiments. After the events in New York, I even attempted to take my own life, but I was unable to do so. Hulk merely expelled the bullet. What am I to do? Banner's voice rose in intensity. Keep your distance from here and do not return. You know all too well how perilous you are, General Ross bellowed before pausing to catch his breath and continuing. If you return, do not expect to leave again. The serum in Blonsky is less stable than what courses through your veins. Stay and assist me in perfecting the super soldier program. And I shall grant you an opportunity to research a cure for your own condition. Dr. Banner shook his head in refusal, feeling that further discussion was futile. You have ample time to contemplate this. In a few days, I shall arrange for your departure. Do not blame me for the warning, should you refuse to assist. Prepare to spend a lifetime confined as a test subject, General Ross stated before turning to exit. Keep a close watch on him. As long as he remains in this room, he may do as he pleases. Any attempt or intention to leave this room warrants immediate gunfire. General Ross commanded the guards at the door, his voice intentionally loud for Banner's ears. Banner had no intention of escaping unless he transformed into Hulk. Yet engaging the military in such a form would inevitably result in collateral damage. He would rather perish than unleash another disaster. Meanwhile, back in his temporary office, General Ross lit a cigar and exhaled a deep sigh. Once upon a time, Bruce Banner had been his most promising scientist. Despite having deceived him with a project on radiation shielding, he had internally respected his daughter's boyfriend. However, after the unforeseen consequences of human experimentation, he could not allow his daughter to be involved with someone so perilous. Following the previous incident, a deep rift had formed between him and his daughter. He feared that capturing Banner once more would irreparably sever their bond. Let it be. After all, he returned of his own volition. The super soldier program must proceed. Warfare requires soldiers, not the bizarre Team Stark envisions. As for my daughter, perhaps I can mend our relationship in time. Surely a father and daughter cannot remain estranged forever. General Ross exhaled a plume of smoke, the swirling haze enveloping his face, revealing a flicker of guilt, a pang of reluctance, and predominantly, a fervent obsession. Bang! Suddenly, an explosive sound echoed from outside, followed closely by the screams of soldiers and the rapid discharge of firearms. Rat-a-tat-tat. Damn it, has he transformed again? General Ross feared that Banner had morphed into the Hulk. His heart raced, although he had resorted to threats to keep Banner in check. If another ruckus erupted in the city, he would find himself in a precarious position. The last clash between the Hulk and the Abomination had already caused him immense trouble. Should another disturbance occur, and he failed to deliver a comprehensive super soldier program, the project would undoubtedly face permanent termination. This was one of the reasons he ultimately decided to apprehend Banner upon witnessing his return. The super soldier initiative had been delayed for far too long. As General Ross's mind raced, he swiftly exited the cramped temporary office. Before he could fully comprehend the chaos unfolding outside, A hammer loomed into his line of sight, growing ever larger and consuming his vision. Bang! General Ross was hurled through the air, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 84. Family, united in purpose. Hearing the commotion outside, Banner stood up and peered through the small window of the door, just in time to see Thor send General Ross flying with a single mighty blow. A cold sweat broke out on Banner. He hoped Thor wouldn't inadvertently kill him. After all, he was Betty's father and could very well become his father-in-law. Thor, don't kill him, Banner shouted towards the entrance. Thor, upon hearing Banner's voice, brightened and strode purposefully toward the room. From the moment Thor entered until Banner called out, nearly 5 or 6 seconds had elapsed. With fewer than 20 soldiers present, they were no match for Thor. Several were knocked unconscious, while the rest either hid or cowered in fear. The 2 soldiers stationed at the door witnessed the scene unfold, observing Thor charge through like a rampaging beast, unfazed by bullets. As Thor approached them, the soldiers exchanged a knowing glance and, in perfect unison, tossed their weapons aside, collapsing to the ground in feigned unconsciousness. Don't worry, I'm controlling my strength. They advised me to go easy, Thor said, kicking the door open and addressing Banner. Thor, move quickly. The alarm was triggered, and reinforcements are heading this way. Natasha's voice crackled through the earpiece. Without hesitation, Thor smashed a large hole in the ceiling with his hammer. We'll exit through here, he declared, lifting Banner and leaping up. For safety's sake, Natasha directed Thor and Banner to traverse the sewers, making their way across half of Brooklyn until they emerged in a secluded area. In an abandoned factory, Banner and Thor climbed out of the sewer, spotting a Quinjet parked nearby, where several individuals awaited their arrival. As soon as Banner emerged, Betty Ross rushed forward and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Oh my God, it's such a relief to see you safe. Thor glanced at the tightly embraced pair and stepped forward, addressing the others. Don't you all want to give me a hug too? Tonight, I'm a hero. Xia Yu and the others hurriedly took a step back, their faces contorted in disdain. Thor, my dear brother, kindly keep your distance. Your scent is more repugnant than that of a restroom. You might as well fly back on your own to avoid soiling the aircraft. Even Captain America, who usually radiated an aura of virtue, discreetly shrank half a step behind Hawkeye, striving to diminish his presence before Thor. Bruce, let us depart from New York together, away from this country. Anywhere will suffice. Just the 2 of us, Betty Ross fervently declared to Banner, unwilling to live in perpetual fear yet equally reluctant to part ways with him. Rest assured, Miss Ross, we shall protect you. We won't allow Banner to be taken away again, Captain America interjected, offering his counsel. You are not safe anywhere. Trust us, Betty. Natasha joined in the persuasion. However, at that moment, Banner succumbed once more to his indecisiveness. Betty, perhaps your father is right. My presence only brings you harm. Bang. This time it was a strike to the groin. Indeed, a true strike to the groin. Betty Ross, filled with resentment, unleashed her fury, and Banner hunched over like a shrimp, collapsing to the ground, clutching his groin tightly, disregarding the pain as he hurriedly attempted to regulate his rapid heartbeat. With each breath came an audible gasp, creating an oddly peculiar sound. Betty Ross, undeterred, delivered a knee strike, prompting everyone to collectively gasp in shock. The captain swiftly drew his shield, Xia Yu donned his armor, and Thor raised his hammer. They gradually relaxed their vigilance as they observed Banner on the ground, still breathing deeply without any other visible change. This is my final warning, Bruce Banner. Should you dare utter anything akin to leaving me again, I will drag you off the Empire State Building with me, she declared, turning her back and boarding the plane. Is he all right? He seems severely injured. Should we take him to the hospital? Don't worry. Once Banner transforms, all injuries heal instantly. It's nothing, someone reassured. Look at him. His face has turned purple. Should we carry him onto the plane? The group surrounded the fallen Banner, forming a circle and whispering amongst themselves. Finally, Hawkeye voiced his opinion. He'll be fine. Just give him a moment. Why? Thor inquired, curiosity piqued. I noticed that Miss Ross executed that maneuver with remarkable skill. It's surely not her first time. Banner has likely grown accustomed to it. Hawkeye offered his professional analysis. Everyone nodded in agreement, albeit casting sympathetic glances at Banner on the ground, pondering the absurdity of a girlfriend being so adept at kneeing her partner in the groin. After a moment, Banner, recovering his senses, slowly extended 2 trembling fingers and stammered. Twice. If there were no secrets in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D., then New York, as the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., was utterly transparent. Just as a few individuals boarded the plane, Natasha's phone rang. It's Nick, she announced to the group, holding her phone aloft. I'll take it, Xia Yu said, snatching the phone from her. Nick, every time you seek someone, it's either breaking and entering or in the dead of night. Don't others need rest? Xia Yu exclaimed, directing his ire towards Nick Fury. Even Nick Fury, having spent decades within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., found himself momentarily bewildered by Xia Yu's remarks, lingering in silence for several seconds. This conversation was amiss. It should not have unfolded this way. After an extended pause of 3 seconds without a sound from the receiver, just as Xia Yu was about to utter another greeting to confirm the connection, a sudden cacophony erupted from the earpiece, prompting him to hastily distance the phone from his ear. Damn it, you dare claim to be asleep? Do you take me for a fool? Even through the phone, I can hear the noise of flight in the background. Nick's fury was palpable, his voice resonating loudly enough for all to hear. Xia Yu, matching Fury's intensity, retorted, why would I be asleep? What flight? That noise is merely my air conditioning malfunctioning. What on earth do you want from me in the dead of night? Why does it matter if I am sleeping or flying? And how dare you question my reasons for contacting you? Thor, what on earth happened with the breach at the base? Why was Banner discovered? Why was he allowed to leave freely? And why on earth did you abduct General Ross's daughter? Fury, nearly at his wit's end, felt as if he might burst with frustration. He too had just settled into sleep when calamity struck. It would be manageable if they could contain the situation. But the potential fallout by morning could be catastrophic. Did they truly believe the military would overlook such an affront? Xia Yu rubbed his ear, lowering his voice but still sounding somewhat irritable. Firstly, our intention in retrieving Banner was to collaborate, not to surveil him. Secondly, I am neither Betty Ross's babysitter nor her guardian. They are both adults with their own autonomy. Thirdly, Thor is from Asgard, if you seek answers. Direct your inquiries to the military regarding their dealings with Asgard. A long silence enveloped Fury's end before he finally spoke again. The military is not foolish, and SHIELD is not infallible. Sooner or later, General Ross will come knocking. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Xia Yu pondered for a few moments before articulating each word with clarity. Banner is under our protection, and the military has no justification to forcibly extract him from us. The intruder at the base was Thor from Asgard, and he bears no relation to SHIELD. He is merely a personal friend of Banner's. I will do my utmost to keep this situation under wraps, but in the future, you must inform me first of any developments. I will have Coulson return tomorrow. With that, Fury ended the call. A heavy silence fell upon the group as they absorbed the conversation, until Banner finally broke the stillness. Xia, perhaps we should leave. Find a place where we won't be found. This situation is detrimental to everyone involved. Xia Yu frowned, ready to unleash a torrent of expletives, but Captain America interjected. Banner, you cannot escape. We are the only ones who can protect you. We cannot compromise merely due to pressure. We are family, united in solidarity. No one shall take you from us. Each individual bore their unique traits, and when the captain spoke those words, they resonated with both strength and warmth. They exchanged glances, and Natasha extended her hand, placing it among them. Family, united. Family, united. Family, united. Family, united. Family, united. Family, united. Everyone extended a hand and joined them together. Hawkeye, piloting the aircraft, turned and called out, Family, united as one. Thor, lend me a hand to place on top. Chapter 85. Hulk learns Chinese early the next morning. Coulson hurried over, whispering to Hawkeye and Natasha. Xia Yu found it amusing and exclaimed, Coulson, we consider you a friend. You needn't act this way. Yesterday was an emergency, an unforeseen event. We will certainly inform you in the future if anything arises. Coulson looked up and complained, I am not blaming you, Xia. I merely expect these two to inform me beforehand. Although I was not present, the responsibility lies with me. Nick called me yesterday, and I was completely in the dark about what transpired. He gestured towards Hawkeye and Natasha, continuing, Well, I understand you were preoccupied. These two have been my colleagues for years. They should have kept me in the loop to avoid being caught off guard by the boss. Xia Yu laughed heartily, suspecting that Nick Fury had vented his frustrations from the previous day onto Coulson. He approached Coulson, patting him on the shoulder, and said, Let us not dwell on the past. Tell us about that cellist. Did you make any progress? Coulson's expression fell instantly. I had meticulously prepared for a date, confident that I could finally win her affection, but then the boss called me away at the last minute. I still don't know how to explain my absence. Hawkeye chimed in, No worries, Coulson. As long as your girlfriend doesn't resort to kneeing you in the groin, everything can be sorted out. Laughter erupted among the group, leaving Coulson perplexed, wondering what kind of girlfriend would behave in such a manner. With everyone gathered except Tony, the group resumed their original rhythm. Betty Ross could not return to work, as General Ross was reportedly searching for her worldwide. However, she was indifferent to work for the moment. Her reunion with Banner had made them both realize the preciousness of rekindled feelings, willing to sacrifice everything for one another. Xia Yu observed that when they locked eyes, sparks seemed to fly. Perhaps due to Betty Ross's gentle encouragement, Banner increasingly valued and confronted their relationship. He soon approached Xia Yu with a request. Have you made up your mind? Xia Yu asked Banner. Yes, I can no longer evade this. I must confront Hulk. I need to release him voluntarily, allowing him to adapt to you all, to this place, and to Betty, so I can fully integrate into life and be with her. Banner was resolute in his decision. Xia Yu nodded and called Thor and Captain America over. After a brief discussion, they felt that combining their efforts to control Hulk swiftly would not be an issue, thus agreeing to Banner's plan. The captain was particularly enthusiastic, noting that if Hulk could be released daily while remaining within manageable bounds, it would greatly benefit their combat training. As everyone prepared, the captain, Thor, along with Xia Yu, led Banner to the expansive outdoor area, while the others observed from a distance. The moment Banner transformed, he sent Xia Yu soaring into the sky with a single punch. However, it was merely Xia Yu who bore the brunt of it. Hulk, feeling somewhat deceived, remarked that he was often brought out, yet it had been quite a while since he had emerged. Xia Yu, clutching his head, felt as if he had unwittingly deceived a child. Communication with Hulk was quite challenging due to his perpetual state of anger. But this did not imply that communication was impossible, particularly under the threat of Xia Yu and the others wielding hammers. They reached an agreement for him to emerge 3 times a week, each session lasting 6 hours. Hulk, akin to a child yet not foolish, could discern whether others harbored malicious intentions when he was not in a frenzied state. He was merely an immensely strong child with a hint of insecurity. During a viewing of Thor, Ragnarok, Xia Yu sensed that Hulk's intellect was nearly on par with Thor's. However, Hulk had an insatiable appetite, demanding food each time he emerged. Xia Yu's supplies, stored within his ring, were nearly depleted, causing him to feel a sense of impending financial ruin for the first time. Later, he chuckled upon recalling that the food at the base was supplied by Stark. One day, Xia Yu sat on the steps at the entrance of the base, with Hulk beside him, diligently learning Mandarin. Indeed, after an incident during training, when Hulk sent Xia Yu flying with a punch, Xia Yu had exclaimed a phrase, which Hulk began to repeat incessantly, finding it quite cool, and thus insisted on learning Mandarin from Xia Yu. Hulk Xia Yu, green fatty, in Mandarin. Hulk, Thor is a noob Xia Yu. Thor is a fool. Hulk, not right. Why is there still Thor? But Hulk is just green fatty? Xia Yu, well, I couldn't be bothered to translate noob into a name. Hulk nodded in agreement, accepting that Thor is indeed a fool. Xia Yu also nodded, pronouncing it with remarkable accuracy. Indeed, Thor was a fool. As the two enjoyed their playful exchange, a sudden cacophony of vehicles erupted from outside. The sound suggested not just 1 or 2 vehicles, prompting Xia Yu to stand and gaze into the distance, where he could see no less than 20 or 30 vehicles. A line of military jeeps stretched before him, followed by 7 or 8 tanks, along with several transport vehicles clearly designed for lethal weaponry. Everyone, come out. We have trouble. Xia Yu shouted towards the interior of the base, utilizing his inner strength. The few people present rushed out. There were not many, as Tony was absent. And with Betty Ross and Coulson, they totaled only 8 individuals. Upon witnessing the situation, Natasha, Hawkeye, and Coulson's expressions shifted dramatically, especially Coulson, who muttered under his breath, "This is impossible. How could the military make such a commotion without us receiving any warning?" Almost as if to slap Coulson's words back at him. 4 armed helicopters appeared in the distance. "It's General Ross," Hawkeye asserted confidently. Xia Yu turned in astonishment to glance at Hawkeye Clinton. "What kind of eyes do you possess? Even with my inner strength, I cannot discern the individuals within. This is impossible." Hawkeye cast Xia Yu a disdainful look. "Is there even a need to ask? Who else could it be?" Xia Yu felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself for his indiscretion, observing the military's grand display approaching. The recently concluded trainees quickly donned their armor. Xia Yu also equipped himself with battle gear and gently patted Hulk's arm, saying, "Do not act impulsively, otherwise I shall pin you to the ground. I will strike if I say so." Hulk let out a reluctant roar but ultimately nodded obediently. "You go negotiate with them. Ensure Xia Yu and the others remain calm. I will contact the military personnel immediately. Something is amiss. Our team has received no information at all, and you must control the situation." Nick Fury hung up the phone with Coulson. "Do not be anxious, gentlemen. I shall engage them in dialogue. Let us not allow the atmosphere to become too tense," Coulson remarked as he made his way outside. A row of military vehicles disregarded the road, driving directly onto the lawn, halting about 20 meters from the gate. Armed soldiers disembarked, and Xia Yu estimated there were at least 100 of them, with tanks and other offensive weaponry lined up behind. All the gun barrels were aimed at the assembled personnel in front of the base. Such a formidable display had easily evaded the notice of S.H.I.E.L.D. It appeared that Nick Fury's secrecy was insufficient. It was not something General Ross could accomplish alone. It seemed others harbored ulterior motives. Xia Yu glanced upward as the leading helicopter began its descent. While it exuded an impressive aura, it was ill-suited for the location. Xia Yu swiftly advanced a couple of steps, performing agile maneuvers and unleashing a flurry of palm strikes toward the soldiers' feet. A dozen golden Eastern dragons erupted forth, startling the lined-up soldiers, who had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Was this magic? They staggered backward, their formation in disarray, with some tripping over their comrades in panic. The helicopter pilot, preparing to descend, inadvertently pulled upward as he trembled. To those below, it appeared as though the helicopter, clearly occupied by a high-ranking official, was about to land but suddenly jolted upward several meters. Xia Yu even observed General Ross nearly bumping his head inside the helicopter due to the turbulence. With a single move, Xia Yu unleashed the 18 dragon-subduing palms, creating over a dozen 2-meter-deep craters on the lawn. The soldiers' formation was thrown into chaos, and General Ross collided with his own head once more. The imposing demeanor they had initially prepared was turned to ridicule by Xia Yu's single strike. Without allowing the opposing side any time to react, Xia Yu stepped forward, his voice, imbued with inner strength, resonating throughout the area. Who dares to intrude upon private territory? I possess the authority to eliminate you on the spot. Xia Yu, though reckless, displayed a cleverness with his subsequent words. Who knows who you truly are? Just because you wear military uniforms does not make you soldiers. Have you presented your credentials? The members of the Avengers followed Xia Yu's lead and stepped forward in unison. Captain America swiftly retrieved his shield with a deft movement. Thor grasped his hammer, while Natasha aimed her dual pistols forward. Hawkeye drew his bowstring taut. Hulk let out a thunderous roar. The 6 of them intimidated the fully armed enhanced squad, causing them to retreat several steps. The soldiers were in a predicament themselves. They had received strict orders not to fire under any circumstances without command. Among this group were formidable monsters and dragons capable of explosive bursts. They could neither fire nor retreat, lest they meet their doom. General Ross realized that he could no longer exert his authority today and signaled to his aide. The aide picked up a microphone connected to the loudspeaker on the aircraft and declared, "We are from the Department of Defense and require your assistance in an investigation." Xia Yu showed no inclination to grant them any leniency. "We have received no prior notification, nor have you presented any credentials. Regardless of who you are, you are trespassing on private property. You have 1 minute to vacate the premises. We possess credentials and documents jointly signed by the Department of Defense and the New York District Attorney. I will retrieve them for your inspection," the aide shouted again. "Do not come down. You are outnumbered and heavily armed while we are merely the elderly, women, and children. If you attempt a surprise attack, how can I be certain you are not terrorists?" Xia Yu pointed towards Natasha, Thor, and Captain America. "Prepare your credentials and exit our territory. We will arrange for someone to meet you. The countdown begins now. 1 minute, Xia Yu warned, casting a glance at Thor. Thor, displaying wisdom, raised his hammer to summon a bolt of lightning which struck the ground near the helicopter, nearly terrifying the pilot into submission as he maneuvered the aircraft behind cover. Hulk! Hulk roared again, recognizing the individuals in those uniforms who had previously shot at him. The aide longed to shoot Xia Yu, thinking, "Are you addressing them as the elderly and children?" Given the dire situation, he turned to General Ross and asked, "What now?" General Ross was seething with frustration, wishing he could shoot the helicopter pilot, yet they had already retreated. "Let us move out," he commanded. Ross felt exasperated, however. The opposing party's feigned ignorance had reached an intolerable level. If they were to confront them directly and suffer a beating, his claim of trespassing without credentials would leave him in a precarious position. Thus, the group departed with a swiftness that far exceeded their arrival, and Coulson hastily followed. Knowing that a specialist was needed for negotiations, he was well aware of the situation. Chapter 87. Unreasonable conduct. This time, General Ross arrived by vehicle, with 4 helicopters trailing far behind. The soldiers remained inside, and Xia Yu approached them from a distance. "Coulson, why do you not introduce this esteemed military general? I have the utmost respect for soldiers," Xia Yu exclaimed with a hearty laugh. His smile so genuine that General Ross almost believed the earlier encounter had been a mere figment of his imagination. Even Coulson, a seasoned veteran of intelligence operations, was momentarily taken aback by Xia Yu's rapid shift in demeanor before he managed to respond. "This is General Ross from the Department of Defense." "General Ross, may I present Xia Yu, our consultant from S.H.I.E.L.D. General Ross is a notorious figure within the military, known for his iron-fisted approach. Recently, he found himself at the mercy of Xia Yu, who had apprehended him for unlawfully trespassing. To compound matters, both Banner and Betty had been taken away, and Ross himself had just received a hefty blow from Thor. With such circumstances, he had no inclination to offer Xia Yu any semblance of courtesy. General Ross initially intended to utter some harsh retort, but recalling how his authoritative stance had been undermined, he refrained and merely let out a grunt before striding away. In military affairs, the protocol has always been to apprehend individuals first and discuss matters later, regardless of their governmental affiliations. The prevailing notion has been one of brute strength, seize first and negotiate afterward. However, this time, Xia Yu and his companions wielded significantly greater power, leaving Ross at a disadvantage. Xia Yu gestured toward General Ross and remarked to Coulson, "Look at this person. How lacking in grace he is, completely disregarding basic etiquette. I was even prepared to shake his hand. Coulson, observing Xia Yu's earnest demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. After all, how had Xia Yu treated Ross moments ago? He had nearly resorted to bringing down a helicopter upon him. Who could expect civility in such a scenario? Given General Ross's stature, one would assume that upon entering, he would naturally take the seat of honor to commence discussions. However, as fate would have it, he was obstructed at the threshold by Hulk, who let out a thunderous roar and glared at Ross with an intensity that suggested, "One more step closer, and I will not hesitate to strike you down." In the presence of another, even the mightiest would typically adhere to the decorum required within a nation and its established system, granting some measure of respect despite any murderous thoughts. Yet, with Hulk, who could guarantee restraint? Ross glanced at the assembled Avengers, only to find them averting their gazes. The only exception was Betty Ross, who met his eyes with a glimmer of animosity. Unable to address his daughter directly, Ross turned to Coulson and inquired, "Agent Coulson, what does this signify? Is this how your S.H.I.E.L.D. welcomes guests?" Before Coulson could respond, Xia Yu hurried forward and interjected, "General Ross, Hulk is still quite young and unaware of his actions. Do not hold it against him. However, the interior is currently undergoing renovations, leading to excessive dust and severely compromised air quality. For your health, it would be prudent to refrain from entering. We can discuss matters here." Xia Yu's statement was a blatant fabrication. Disregarding whether Hulk would allow entry, the entire ground floor was adorned with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Did he presume others were blind? Ross felt his face flush with indignation as he turned to Coulson, only to find the seemingly mild-mannered agent also looking elsewhere, pointedly ignoring him. Coulson was no fool. It was clear that Xia Yu was obstructing him from entering, with Hulk standing guard, and he dared not intervene. Taking a deep breath, Ross composed himself. "Very well. Let's conduct this matter in a professional manner. We need to speak with our Department of Defense." His sentence was abruptly cut off by Xia Yu's unyielding interruption. "It must be conducted officially. Follow the legal procedures, and I will fully cooperate. However, you entered with your personnel and vehicles without permission. While I may overlook your trespass, you must compensate for the damage to the lawn." "Enough. What do you mean? When did I ever damage your lawn?" Ross could no longer contain his frustration and shouted. In a sudden movement, Xia Yu swiftly positioned himself before General Ross, his finger nearly poking the general's face. "Are you blind? Did you not notice the numerous large craters over there? When I woke up this morning, everything was just fine. If it wasn't you who caused the damage, then who else could it be? With such a wide road available, why did you choose to trample across the lawn? Don't think that just because you are a general, I won't dare to confront you. First, compensate for the damages." Xia Yu unleashed a barrage of questions, then rushed forward to point at the lawn that had been devastated by his dragon subduing palm technique. "Look at this lawn you've ruined. You had a perfectly good road, yet you chose to walk across the grass instead. Is this the caliber of the soldiers from your Ministry of Defense? Is our property illegal? Is it not protected by the Constitution of the United States?" The damage to the lawn was evidently caused by them, yet he refused to deviate from the topic. Xia Yu coldly interrupted once more, "I caused the damage myself? There are no weapons of mass destruction here, nor any excavators. You refuse to compensate, is that it? Fine, Natasha, please call the reporters. I believe they would be very interested to cover how the military intrudes upon private property and damages civilian assets." General Ross had never encountered such a situation in his life. What has happened to this world? Xia Yu's antics completely disrupted his plans and rhythm, and he had inadvertently hit upon Ross's Achilles heel. From the initial unauthorized entry to now involving the media, it was utterly unexpected yet remarkably effective. Xia Yu pointed at Hulk and said, "I understand your purpose here, but let us settle this account first. You have the documents and orders. I shall fully cooperate." General Ross tightened his grip on his aide's shoulder, his fingers digging in as he finally managed to articulate, "Calculate how much they should compensate us." Natasha swiftly approached the aide, assessing the extent of the lawn's damage and estimating a price. Xia Yu interjected, "Natasha, Tony Stark buys the best of everything. We should calculate according to the highest market price. There is no need to cut corners. The military is flush with cash." General Ross clenched his fists, his nails nearly piercing his own flesh, thinking that if they wanted money, he would give it to them, but once he left with his men, he would see how they managed to protect them. After much deliberation, the aide finally issued a check, and Natasha nodded to both Xia Yu and General Ross. Only then did General Ross release his grip. "We have compensated for the lawn. Can we now discuss the main issue?" Xia Yu shrugged, adopting an exceedingly innocent expression. "I am eager to conclude our business swiftly. We are all quite busy and cannot afford to waste time with you. While it is true we have settled the lawn damages, your tanks have also ruined the road. Shouldn't you compensate for that as well?" Coulson could hardly bear to watch any longer. He felt it was enough and tried to dissuade Xia Yu. "Xia, you must be mistaken. The road is not damaged at all." Xia Yu smiled. extending his left hand to point at the road ahead. Look, you claim it's not damaged. Yet there are large holes. With that, Xia Yu swiftly unleashed a palm strike. Boom. A large crater, approximately 1 meter deep, had been blasted into the pavement. The entire assembly was left in stunned silence, particularly the military personnel, who were typically unyielding, accustomed to dealing with others without reason. Who would dare to challenge them? This situation transcended mere obstinacy, it was outright extortion. Today, Xia Yu delivered a profound lesson to the military, illustrating what it meant to be unreasonable and to utter falsehoods with open eyes. Chapter 88. You were surrounded. General Ross could no longer contain his fury. He seized Xia Yu by the throat, drawing him close, their faces nearly touching, and growled, "Are you seeking more? Is that your intention?" Xia Yu gestured behind him, signaling the Avengers to remain calm, and with a defiant expression, replied, "Do you dare? I do not care how many of you wish to witness our strength today. With your meager numbers, if you truly wish to gauge our might, you had best bring the entire Department of Defense. War. If your men even dare to move. Believe me, I could have Thor obliterate you all single-handedly, and then return to Asgard." Xia Yu removed General Ross's hand from his throat and quietly remarked, "Do you think the military would wage war with Asgard for your sake? Or do you believe you can even locate Asgard?" He continued, "I insist on adhering to the legal process. I will cooperate with you. If you wish to display your might here, you shall not succeed." Furious, General Ross abruptly raised his right hand, a signal recognized by all as a precursor to attack. If he swung his arm forward, it would surely escalate into a life-or-death confrontation. A dreadful silence enveloped the room, with no one daring to speak, save for the heavy sound of General Ross's breathing. Natasha approached and gently patted Xia Yu's palm, urging him to refrain from escalating the situation. Xia Yu responded with a reassuring glance, conveying his composure. After a lengthy pause, General Ross slowly lowered his hand and stated, "Very well, I hope you remember your words. Payment is required." There was no room for negotiation. The aide immediately produced a check. Xia Yu accepted the check and, upon seeing the string of zeros, let out a whistle of delight. Indeed, the military was quite affluent. A radiant smile returned to his face as he inquired, "Esteemed General, since you have brought so many with you today, is there anything I may assist you with?" Suppressing the urge to draw his weapon and strike Xia Yu, General Ross replied with a stoic expression, "An important researcher, Bruce Banner, has defected from our Department of Defense. I intend to take him with me." Xia Yu's smile remained unchanged as he responded, "General, I believe this must be a misunderstanding. You see, all of us here are government employees, including the Prince of Asgard from outer space, as well as your daughter. Where could a defected researcher possibly be? Perhaps you would like your soldiers to search the premises?" The aide pointed at Hulk, about to speak, but Xia Yu swiftly pressed his arm down, cautioning, "Do not point indiscriminately. That is Hulk, a member of the Titan race and a companion of Prince Thor from Asgard. He possesses immense strength and a volatile temper. An accidental injury could be quite unfortunate." "Nonsense," the aide began to retort, but was interrupted. "You are mistaken. Bruce Banner is not present here at all." Xia Yu was clearly engaging in subterfuge. "I caution you, young man, cease the pretense. Do you truly believe we arrived here unprepared for capturing individuals? Or for subduing a colossal green behemoth like the Hulk?" With a mere gesture, General Ross summoned 8 small box trucks, positioned at intervals of over 10 meters, forming a semicircle that subtly suggested an encirclement of the entire base. As they halted, the cargo compartments at the rear automatically opened, revealing devices resembling large speakers within. Summer. These are ultrasonic weapons, custom-ordered by General Ross from Stark Industries a few years prior. When activated in tandem, they are capable of rendering the Hulk immobile, or even inflicting severe injury that would revert him back to Banner. Natasha's expression turned grave upon seeing those sonic weapons. Indeed, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are well informed. General Ross cast a glance at Natasha before addressing Summer. "The soldiers inside are on high alert. Activating those devices requires no more than a second. Are you confident that you and your companions can all withdraw unscathed?" Summer furrowed his brow, knowing well that his daughter was among them. "It is precisely because of my daughter that I have refrained from launching an immediate assault. Perhaps you are right. Thor alone could annihilate us. But do you have faith that the remaining few can endure? Bruce Banner must be taken today. Not even my daughter, nor the president himself, could save him." General Ross spoke with conviction. Summer fell silent. While General Ross might hesitate to initiate hostilities, the current situation was clear. Any further commotion would equate to resisting arrest. The reality was that whoever held the person had the upper hand. If one possessed their own, they could deny everything, and if necessary, find another place for Banner to remain for a time. However, if he fell into military hands, the justification would be irrefutable. Yet, surrendering him was out of the question. Doing so would guarantee he would never return. But engaging in combat was fraught with danger, for the coverage area of those sonic weapons was vast. No casualties could be tolerated, and this battle was not one to take lightly. Summer's gaze was fixed intently on General Ross. The optimal strategy would be to seize control of him directly, but the implications were too significant for everyone involved. He was indifferent to his own fate. But what about those present who lived within this nation? General Ross seemed to discern Summer's thoughts. Taking me hostage is a viable strategy, yet you would all become fugitives. Perhaps Mr. Thor would remain unconcerned, but what of you? Young man, you have taken enough advantage today. It is time to surrender the individual. Damn Tony Stark. Summer muttered under his breath. General Ross felt assured of his victory. Indeed, Tony Stark was a troublesome individual, yet one could not deny his brilliance in weaponry. Summer. We cannot compromise. The individual must not be surrendered. Regardless of the circumstances, we must stand united. This decision is exceedingly difficult. And Captain America stepped forward to lend his support to Summer. This has always been Captain America's principle. No compromise, unity, and shared accountability. Irrespective of whether the outcome is favorable or adverse. A spark of determination ignited in Summer's eyes. The only course was to capture General Ross, and all would depart together. Summer exchanged an apologetic glance with Coulson, just as he prepared to act. Whoosh, whoosh. Numerous miniature missiles descended from the sky, each striking the ultrasonic weapon speakers with pinpoint accuracy. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion was modest, the sound barely audible. However, it was evident that all the ultrasonic weapons had been utterly destroyed and rendered unusable. A look of ecstatic delight spread across Xia Yu's face. Are modern-day bandits so heavily armed? I'm mused. With such splendid equipment. Shouldn't you be robbing banks instead of targeting Stark Industries' warehouse? As I spoke, a red and yellow armored suit swooped down from the sky, performing a half-circle before landing gracefully before Xia Yu and the others. The moment Tony Stark touched down, he aimed his hands at the assembled troops, his distinctive, irreverent voice emanating from the armor. Listen up, you lot. You are now encircled by me. Surrender immediately by laying down your weapons. And I shall advocate for you in court in the future. Why had Tony returned so promptly? As General Ross and his men arrived, Jarvis had already briefed Tony on the situation, even detailing Xia Yu's antics. Who could have anticipated that General Ross would bring forth such an arsenal of ultrasonic weapons? Engaging in combat would undoubtedly result in casualties, yet, standing idly by while Banner was taken was not an option. The only remaining course was to seize Ross. This was a thought shared by both Xia Yu and Tony, although resorting to such measures was deemed unnecessary unless absolutely imperative. Tony, having arrived just in time, chose to continue playing the fool as per Xia Yu's script. By dismantling those ultrasonic weapons, they could ensure that the individuals present would not be taken today. As for what lay ahead, that would be a matter for others to dispute. No one is raising their hands in surrender? It seems that without a display of Iron Man's might, you all regard me as nothing more than a toy. Tony Stark's palm began to glow ominously with the energy of his laser cannon. Chapter 89. The Avengers assemble. Stark, that's enough. General Ross shouted. Oh, General Ross. How delightful to see you here. Have you too fallen victim to these terrorists? Tony replied, feigning ignorance as he tapped his helmet. Apologies, my helmet isn't quite fitting. So I can't see clearly. His tone shifted as he continued. Now tell me, who dares to take you hostage on American soil? Who is the scoundrel leading this rabble? I shall ensure his capture. Put away your pathetic act, Stark. This matter is far from settled. Bruce, you cannot escape. We are leaving, General Ross seethed, gritting his teeth. Unfazed, Tony grinned and retorted, I'll be sure to heed that advice next time. I just met a Hollywood actor named Robert Downey. He's rather unattractive, but quite talented. I'll seek his counsel. As General Ross strode forward, approaching the jeep, Tony's voice rang out once more. Damn it, my lawn. I shall send you the bill. I know where your office is. General Ross stumbled momentarily, nearly colliding with the vehicle. At his side, an aide audibly interjected, We've already issued a check, Stark. Silence. Just leave. Do you truly know an actor named Robert Downey? Xia Yu inquired of Tony. Indeed. At a gala, he and a director were considering casting me in a film, with him portraying Iron Man and seeking my investment. Why do you ask? Do you know him? Tony countered. Is everything all right? Did you agree to him? Xia Yu inquired. No, he is far too unattractive and infamous to dare play my role, came the retort. Well done, my friend. General Ross temporarily withdrew, while Xia Yu, concerned for Banner's safety, suggested relocating. Tony Stark waved dismissively, stating, There's no need for that. As long as they don't manage to apprehend anyone openly. I doubt anyone would dare come to my domain. This was merely an unexpected incident, one that will not recur. Nearly 1/10 of the Senate consists of allies of Stark Industries. Such occurrences will not happen again. This time, they caught me off guard. Xia Yu felt a twinge of submission as Stark expertly elucidated the power of capital in a capitalist nation. Not to mention, the connections left behind by Tony's father, who was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Such opulence, Tony, Xia Yu silently dubbed him. In New York, The newly constructed Stark Tower stood tall. Before Xia Yu and his companions, Tony Stark boasted about his creation. In the past, when one mentioned New York, they would think of Times Square, Wall Street, and the Empire State Building. However, from this day forth, the first thought that would elicit New York would be Stark Tower. With arms wide open, Tony continued, "This will be the brightest landmark in all of New York, a paragon of clean energy worldwide. This entire building will be self-sufficient through its reactor. Do you understand what that signifies? It heralds the birth of new energy, signifying that oil is no longer an indispensable resource. This is an invention that will transform the world, and you, the luckiest people on Earth, will soon witness the moment Stark Tower illuminates. Rejoice." "Oh please, you are exceedingly narcissistic, Stark," the crowd teased him. "You are merely envious. Wait for me. I am going to illuminate this world-changing surname," Tony declared before soaring away to connect the underwater cables. Indeed, Tony's invention was remarkable. Poised to bring about a better change in the world, he was bound to win a Nobel Prize for it. Banner observed Tony's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of envy. For a scientist, the greatest achievement lies in altering the world through one's inventions, leaving a lasting legacy, rather than transforming into a colossal green monster. Does this beautiful change include the fact that many wealthy individuals in the Middle East will become destitute? Xia Yu quipped. Actually, you could explore how to harness cosmic energy. For instance, Asgard utilizes cosmic energy to remain suspended in space, employing certain magical arrays, Thor remarked casually, though he himself was not entirely knowledgeable. Sounds reminiscent of some sort of magical engine, Hawkeye aptly described. Isn't it spectacular? Tony's voice resonated throughout the room. Everyone turned to look, and indeed, the massive lightbox protruding halfway into the air had illuminated. Pepper rushed to the computer, observing the display, and announced, "The system is stable. Tony, you can return now." "Certainly stable. This is a project in which I have personally participated, so prepare the champagne, for I have arrived." No sooner had the words left his lips than Tony Stark had gracefully landed on the platform outside. Xia Yu's arrival had hastened Tony's armor research slightly beyond the timeline depicted in the films. In the movies, Tony was still donning the Mark VI at this juncture, only transitioning to the Mark VII during the climactic battle in the Avengers, and even then, it was still somewhat unstable. However, the Mark VII has now fully completed its experimental phase and has become remarkably refined, signifying that Tony Stark has transcended the era of requiring mechanical assistance to don and doff his suit, with the exception of the Mark V, which possesses relatively weak firepower and defense. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us uncork the champagne in celebration," Tony declared as he stepped out of the armor. "Mr. Stark, Agent Coulson is on the line," Jarvis reported. Xia Yu had already anticipated this. Loki had arrived, and the long-awaited events of the Avengers were finally commencing. "Coulson, where have you been today?" "We are celebrating with champagne. It is not too late for you to join us," Tony answered the call. "I am downstairs, Stark. There has been an incident. Is everyone still there? A serious situation has arisen. Hey, Thor, your brother Loki has come to Earth. The author wishes to express. A couple of days ago, I requested positive reviews within the text and subsequently received a 1-star rating. While this does not trouble me, feel free to criticize if you believe my writing falters. The reasoning provided was perplexing. Why traverse into the Marvel universe instead of returning to China? As if my homeland were devoid of calamities? Today, I was questioned about my focus on the plot." Chapter 90. Brock Rumlow's Xia Yu's initial reaction was to glance at Hawkeye, pondering which unfortunate soul had fallen under control this time. As Coulson finished speaking, he emerged from the elevator. Thor, taking a swift stride forward, grasped Coulson by the shoulder and inquired, "You mean Loki?" "Impossible. He is dead." Coulson produced a laptop, urging, "See for yourself how he introduced himself. He infiltrated SHIELD, took control of several of our colleagues, and seized the Tesseract." Natasha stepped forward to take the laptop, while Thor turned to Coulson once more, asking, "The Tesseract is in your possession?" "My father left it on Earth over 1,000 years ago. It is not a power you can wield." Xia Yu interjected, "Let us set that aside for now. Come. Take a look, and we can discuss the rest later." After viewing the video, Thor murmured, "I must contact Heimdall." Reports from Asgard revealed that Loki was not only alive but had also allied with the Chitauri to launch an assault on Earth, with their forces already assembling. Thor intended to have Heimdall trace Loki's current whereabouts. However, Heimdall informed him that Loki must possess some means of cloaking his life signs, likely the Tesseract, making it impossible to search among billions of people on Earth. With the threat of an alien army looming, the situation escalated to a new level. Coulson hurriedly departed, stating that he would send a helicopter to transport everyone to their operations headquarters the next day. Tony and Banner reviewed the research materials from SHIELD regarding the Tesseract, discovering that it continuously emits trace amounts of gamma radiation. Promptly, they immersed themselves in designing a plan to locate the Tesseract. Meanwhile, Pepper, who was scheduled to depart for a business trip to Washington the following day, decided to leave that very evening upon realizing Tony Stark had pressing matters to attend to. Xia Yu, with a sudden thought, suggested to Banner and Betty Ross. Banner, why not let Miss Ross accompany Pepper to Washington? It could serve as a respite or a chance to lend Pepper a hand. Staying with us might pose risks. At a crucial moment, Betty Ross, demonstrating her understanding, nodded and followed Pepper. The next morning, the group took a helicopter to the expansive deck of an aircraft carrier at sea. It was Xia Yu's first time aboard an aircraft carrier, which he knew was actually an aerial carrier, capable of flight and employing reflective panels for physical invisibility. After a brief exploration of the deck, they noticed several personnel securing planes and equipment. Natasha remarked, "Let us head inside, everyone. It will soon become unsuitable for breathing here." "Are we diving into the depths of the sea?" Banner inquired. Hawkeye smiled and replied, "Just take a look over the edge of the deck, and you'll see." The group rushed to the edge, witnessing the aircraft carrier begin its ascent, with four colossal propellers churning up vast amounts of seawater from the surface. Xia Yu, who had only seen such a spectacle in films, was utterly awestruck by the reality of the massive carrier soaring into the sky, delivering a tremendous visual impact. He patted Tony Stark's arm, saying, "Tony, I believe it's time for you to upgrade your yacht." As the carrier ascended, the deck became unsuitable for standing. Aside from Xia Yu and Thor, even the captain might struggle to maintain his footing. After a brief observation, they hurriedly followed Hawkeye and Natasha into the bridge. The bridge served as the control room for the entire aerial carrier and the command center for Nick Fury, filled with an array of computers and personnel. Xia Yu glanced upward, noticing a second level adorned with additional computers and staff. The scene was reminiscent of what he had seen in the films. With a platform flanked by touchscreen displays, Nick Fury standing at the center. Regardless of its practicality, the visual effect was undoubtedly top-notch, perfectly aligning with Fury's penchant for leaving an impression. Behind Fury's platform was a conference table. Upon seeing everyone gathered, he turned and approached the table, signaling for them to take a seat. "I saw someone playing a game over there." "Yes, you, young man," Tony pointed out, having spotted an individual slacking off. "Nick, how do you usually view the screens on the other side?" Tony, with childlike curiosity, stepped up to Nick Fury's platform, covering one of his eyes with his hand. "Turn around," a female agent beside the platform said nonchalantly. Xia Yu instantly recognized the agent as Maria Hill, Nick Fury's most trusted operative, a level 9 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. After the temporary dissolution of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, she had joined the Avengers, assuming various logistical support roles. "That indeed presents a challenge," Tony remarked, turning away from the platform and casually placing a small circular metal device beneath the screen. This device would enable Jarvis to breach S.H.I.E.L.D.'s servers. This plan had been agreed upon the previous night, after Tony and Banner reviewed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research on the Tesseract. They were skeptical of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s claim that their studies on the Tesseract were for energy purposes, suspecting instead that they were employing it to manufacture lethal weaponry. "All right, Stark, everyone has arrived. Let us convene," Nick Fury stated. "First and foremost, I wish to congratulate you all. In light of the impending threat of war, I successfully persuaded the World Security Council last night to officially establish a crisis response team. This means that the Avengers are now fully sanctioned." Xia Yu scoffed at this. "We hardly care about that. Let us discuss Loki instead. He commands an army, the Chitauri, who do not belong to Asgard or any planet. They have chosen to ally with Loki, presumably in exchange for the Tesseract," Thor explained. Banner interjected, "Thus, his intention is to open a portal. He requires a stable means to transport his forces, necessitating the use of metal for stabilization. This way, the portal won't collapse as it did upon his arrival. Additionally, based on the need to transport an entire army, the portal must expand and remain open for an extended duration." Tony Stark added, "He also requires a high-density energy source to activate the Tesseract, theoretically. He must heat it to at least 100 million degrees Fahrenheit. Currently, our utmost priority is to locate Loki. We have begun tracking him through the world's surveillance cameras, phones, laptops, public cameras, and so forth. Dr. Banner, you and Stark are tasked with tracing the Tesseract. Any objections?" Nick Fury inquired. "I need as many spectrometers as possible. Call every laboratory and set up the spectrometers on rooftops, calibrating them to gamma rays. I will establish a tracking algorithm to identify the source, which will eliminate the vast majority of possibilities, aiding us in narrowing down our search for an operational location." Banner responded. Loki had established a temporary base underground, with Dr. Selvig assisting him in setting up the apparatus to activate the Tesseract. "Where can we find these materials?" Loki asked a man dressed in combat attire. If Xia Yu were present, he would recognize this individual as Brock Rumlow, an operative of S.H. and a member of Hydra, famously known as Crossbones in the comics. I know which laboratory possesses them, but I need you to divert their attention. Preferably by staging a distraction, Brock Rumlow suggested. Just as I anticipated, Loki chuckled. The unfolding events have diverged significantly from the narrative of the film. Even though the plot possesses a formidable inertia, numerous details exhibit considerable discrepancies, a fact well understood by Xia Yu. However, what eludes him is the presence of adversaries beyond just Loki and the Chitauri. Many contend that the protagonist's strength is inadequate, yet in reality, he is quite formidable. If the protagonist were to be invincible in his time, the antagonist would also require enhancement, thereby rendering the Avengers mere bystanders. This would transform the tale into an invincible power fantasy, which would ironically be easier to compose. Such a formula could stretch 20 chapters into 400. But that would render the Avengers unnecessary. Chapter 91. Loki in existential doubt in a small square in Stuttgart, Germany, a dense throng of people knelt. Surrounded by 4 spectral illusions of Loki, clad in armor and wielding a scepter, clearly having taken these individuals hostage. You were born for this. It is a truth yet to be unraveled by humanity. The allure of freedom has robbed you of your joy. Loki's true form ambled through the crowd, speaking with an air of self-satisfaction as he reveled in their submission. Suddenly a whoosh, followed by a thud. A hammer soared through the air, striking Loki squarely on the mouth, sending him sprawling to the ground. The illusions dissipated, and the kneeling crowd scattered in panic. That was quick. Loki, unfazed, wiped the trickle of blood from his lip as he regarded Thor, who approached him with measured strides, a faint smile gracing his features as if to greet his brother. Yet, in a swift motion, he brandished a scepter, unleashing a laser beam towards Thor. Unfortunately, it was intercepted mid-flight by Captain America, who deflected it with his shield, causing the beam to ricochet back onto Loki himself. Once again, Loki fell backward, but the ordeal was far from over. Iron Man descended, unleashing a barrage of laser fire. While Xia Yu executed his formidable technique, Loki was tossed about like a discarded plastic bag, being struck repeatedly by a group of children wielding sticks. Tony landed parallel to Captain America and Thor, while Xia Yu descended directly before Loki, extending his hand to receive the hammer from Thor. In Loki's terrified gaze, Xia Yu raised the hammer high and brought it crashing down upon Loki's head. Bang! For causing chaos on Earth. Bang! For colluding with the Chitauri. Bang! For seizing the Tesseract. The hammer struck rapidly in Xia Yu's grip, raining down blows upon Loki's head, body, and thighs, punctuated by Xia Yu's exclamations, occasionally interspersed with kicks. What's wrong? Does Xia have a grudge against this fellow? Tony inquired, glancing at Captain America and Thor. The captain shook his head, equally perplexed, while Thor silently turned away as the situation evoked some rather unpleasant memories for him. What troubles you, Thor? It seems you were recalling something disheartening, Tony asked. Enough, Xia. We must take him away. Cease this, the captain interjected to halt Xia Yu's onslaught. Learn, to behave. Xia Yu delivered several forceful kicks before being halted by the captain's intervention. Turning to the captain and Tony, he stated, Odin once entrusted me with the task of educating his son if he misbehaves, as long as I don't kill him. Upon hearing this, Thor covered his face in utter embarrassment. Tony and the captain exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing their understanding of the situation regarding Thor. Loki, who lay on the ground with his mind evidently blank, was secured and brought aboard the aircraft, where an aerial prison had been specially prepared for him. Unlike the cinematic portrayal of his capture, where he gracefully surrendered while seated, Loki was unceremoniously tossed into a corner and kicked harshly. Despite his Asgardian resilience, he bore the marks of Xia Yu's hammer, appearing severely battered. In silence, Loki cowered in his corner, fear gripping him at the thought that speaking might provoke another assault from Xia Yu. He found himself spiraling into profound self-doubt. Who is this person? I have seen him in Asgard. Why is he able to wield Mjolnir? Why does he seem more barbaric than that wretched Thor? I was ready to surrender. Shouldn't they have taken me away instead? Why such a brutal beating? It is crucial to note that Xia Yu bears no blame here. Loki shares a common trait with the Thor who first arrived on Earth. Both exhibit a fervent Asgardian chauvinism, a pride instilled by being revered as gods across the 9 realms. In essence, these two brash youths, accustomed to their privileged upbringing and high status, have never faced the harsh realities of life. Until they are thoroughly humbled, they will not engage in meaningful dialogue. In the 3rd installment of the Thor saga, when Thor was captured by the Grandmaster and forced into slavery as a gladiator, he initially displayed defiance, proclaiming himself the god of thunder and Odin's son. It wasn't until Asgard's destruction and witnessing Loki and others perish at Thanos' hands that he began to exhibit maturity and composure. Thus, for Xia Yu, regardless of their current adversarial relationship, this thrashing was utterly essential. The frequency of such lessons would depend on Loki's demeanor, should he maintain his haughty attitude. Xia Yu would not hesitate to enlist Hulk's assistance in delivering further instruction. The journey proceeded smoothly, devoid of the myriad tribulations depicted in the films. In contrast to the cinematic timeline, the Avengers had been established earlier, having undergone several shared experiences, thus surpassing the initial phase of adjustment. Upon arriving at the aerial fortress and securing Loki within, Nick Fury meticulously outlined the dangers of this airborne prison. He then granted Thor an opportunity for a private conversation. Thor hurried to persuade his brother to abandon his violent ways and seek redemption, while Xia Yu and the others accompanied Nick Fury to the command bridge. We have all been deceived. Loki is but a decoy. In another part of Germany, a laboratory has been compromised, and the metal is in the hands of agents under the control of our S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye remarked. With the presence of the metal alloy, acquiring other materials poses no challenge for the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. We must hasten our efforts to locate the Tesseract, Tony interjected. The captain furrowed his brow and remarked, why is Loki causing such a ruckus in Germany? If his intent was merely to procure the metal and divert our attention, he could have retreated before our arrival. Banner, adopting a more cautious stance, suggested, let us prioritize the search for the Tesseract. Loki's motives are inscrutable, and I suspect he is simply deranged. You might wish to temper your words. Loki is one of our own from Asgard, and my brother, Thor interjected, appearing to have concluded his conversation with Loki. He has already taken lives during his time here on Earth, Natasha stated coolly. He is my father's adopted son. Thor quickly distanced himself from any implication. Xia Yu turned to Thor and inquired, have you gleaned any insights? None. He merely posed questions about you and offered nothing more. Thor replied, his tone tinged with a hint of sympathy for Loki's pitiful state. I have a suggestion, my friends. Given that Loki can manipulate others with that scepter, it would be prudent to isolate it using some special material to ensure it is not left exposed. One can never know what magical powers it may possess that could sway hearts or minds, Xia Yu advised Nick Fury. Noticing Fury's contemplative nod, Xia Yu continued. Since we lack leads at present, let us persist in our quest for the Tesseract. I will speak with Loki. Thor, hand me your hammer, for I intend to have a serious conversation with your brother. Chapter 92, The Rampaging Hulk. When Xia Yu encountered Loki, he found the latter nearly restored to his former self, having magically adorned himself with an air of nobility and elegance, his hair impeccably styled. Upon seeing Xia Yu approach, a fleeting glimmer of panic and fear flickered in Loki's eyes, though he quickly suppressed it, instinctively straightening his posture and slightly raising his chin. This childlike gesture did not escape Xia Yu's notice, filling him with admiration for Odin's parenting. What manner of upbringing could nurture two mischievous beings, each over a millennium old? Thor must have shared quite a bit about me with you. By rights, you should refer to me as brother. After all, we are family. So why not engage in a constructive dialogue to resolve our issues? Violence is not the answer, especially among kin, Xia Yu stated directly upon their meeting. This declaration nearly sent Loki into a fit of rage, momentarily eclipsing his fear of Xia Yu. He retorted, what do you mean by family? Is the customary greeting among family a brutal beating? Swinging that accursed hammer as if it were merely a piece of iron against my face? I am not that fool, Thor, and I refuse to acknowledge you as my brother. As Loki touched the spot on his face where Xia Yu had struck him, it was clear he remained, at his core, a petulant child. Xia Yu squinted at Loki's immature outburst, choosing not to respond further. Loki felt a chill under Xia Yu's piercing gaze and forcefully struck the glass, asserting, I am a god, the future king of Asgard, while you are merely a lowly mortal. Xia Yu interrupted him, brandishing Thor's hammer, and declared, if you dare to utter any more about gods or mortals, I shall summon the Hulk to join me in delivering you a thorough beating. Loki's eyelids twitched violently. He had heard tales of the Hulk and had recently learned from Thor about Xia Yu's capabilities, coupled with his own experiences. He understood that Xia Yu was not one for idle threats. Nevertheless, he feigned composure and replied, the name of that beast. The Hulk. Are you not concerned that unleashing him might obliterate this place? Xia Yu chuckled. We have already established communication with the Hulk. Though he may currently be seething with rage, he is no longer uncontrollable. Did Thor not share this information with you? Loki returned a smile. Is that so? You must understand that the greatest distinction between a beast and a human lies in the fact that even the most tamed creature can erupt in primal fury when provoked. If by provocation you refer to your gem-encrusted scepter, I fear you will be disappointed. We have sealed it with special materials to ensure that not a trace of its energy escapes. Loki's expression darkened, and this time, he fell into silence, regardless of Xia Yu's inquiries or threats. With a resigned sigh, Xia Yu remarked, do you know what you are? A child desperate for your father's affection, striving to prove your worth, whether infiltrating Earth or colluding with the Chitauri to launch an attack here. Such antics are mere child's play in the eyes of your father and the one who stands behind you. Even if you were to succeed, you would merely be a pawn on someone else's chessboard, yet you delude yourself into believing you can control everything and ascend to kingship. How laughable. As Xia Yu turned to leave, He glanced back at Loki and added, "Once this matter is resolved, I shall personally escort you back to Asgard, where I will unapologetically deliver a sound thrashing before your parents." Unable to contain himself any longer, Loki pounded on the glass and shouted at Xia Yu, "I cannot fail. I shall ultimately reign over all 9 realms, destined to become the king of Asgard." Xia Yu disregarded him and departed. As he made his way to Tony and Banner's temporary workspace, he reflected on the events that had transpired thus far. Hawkeye was not under control. Yet Jan's father had been taken just as depicted in the film. They had secured the metals, and the opening of the portal via the Tesseract was virtually assured. This was something he had not sought to prevent. The Avengers required a grand act of heroism to capture the public's attention. With the Avengers preemptively assembled and the Mind Stone safely tucked away, even if Loki's external forces attempted another assault on the helicarrier, the current strength would not yield chaos, leaving Loki with little opportunity to escape. Certainly, whether he goes out or not is not of paramount importance. When the time comes, slaying monsters and accruing prestige will suffice. The fact that the scepter can deactivate the cube is something that Dr. Selvig will mention, merely a matter of timing, which does not significantly alter the situation. Yet, Xia Yu harbored an unsettling feeling that something was amiss, a sense of anxiety gnawing at him. Bang! Lost in thought. He walked too swiftly and collided with the automatic door at the studio entrance, which had only opened halfway. Tony and Banner stared at him in astonishment. How could someone who dodged bullets crash into a door? Xia, what were you thinking? You actually walked into the door. Is your hormonal balance off? Has your brain been affected? Tony teased, his mouth agape. Uncharacteristically, Xia Yu refrained from retorting to Tony's jibe. I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. But I can't articulate it. I feel a sense of unease. Is it something Loki said that is troubling you? Banner inquired with concern. Xia Yu furrowed his brow. He had said nothing, yet an ineffable sense of neglect lingered. Tony approached and patted Xia Yu on the shoulder. Stop overthinking it. We have already set the tracking algorithm. Once the cube begins to operate, we will locate it immediately. Let us not dwell on it. Let us head out and discuss it with everyone to see if we VE overlooked something. We no longer have a purpose here. Tony pulled Xia Yu toward the bridge, while Banner followed a few steps behind. Along the way, they encountered a bald agent who greeted Tony and Xia Yu warmly. Xia Yu felt a sense of familiarity but could not place where he had seen this individual before. Suddenly, a realization struck Xia Yu with alarm. He had forgotten something critical. Hydra. Since Hawkeye was not under control, it was entirely possible that many Hydra agents were covertly embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. If high-ranking Hydra officials were manipulated, Loki could easily unearth several of them and exert control. It was plausible that Loki had pawns aboard the skyship. His reference to provoking the beast might not solely pertain to the scepter. Xia Yu whirled around, only to witness the bald agent splashing a vial of liquid onto Banner's face before swiftly fleeing. It was concentrated corticosteroids. Before Banner could utter the term, he began to undergo the transformation. Damn it, it's a potent stimulant that can hyperactivate the brain. Tony quickly clarified, sensing Xia Yu's confusion. Roar. The Hulk emerged, his eyes blood-red and filled with fury, a stark contrast to previous transformations. Chapter 93, Coulson's fate. Xia Yu had no time to ponder further. Channeling his internal strength, he propelled Tony away with a powerful strike. Tony, protect the mothership. Do not let anyone sabotage the power source. Without concern for how much Tony grasped, Xia Yu unleashed a full-force strike to Hulk's chest, sending him hurtling backward in a bow-like arc. The Hulk's gaze was wild, feral, and unrecognizable. Xia Yu had no intention of communicating. After delivering the blow, he pushed off the ground with his right leg, launching himself like an arrow released from a bow. In midair, I caught up with the still-reeling Hulk, driving my knees forcefully into his chest. Thud. Hulk crashed heavily to the ground, carving out a deep pit nearly half a meter deep and 7 or 8 meters long, almost reaching the next layer. I gave Hulk no respite. My fist fell upon his head like a relentless downpour, each strike resonating with a sound akin to muffled thunder, causing the very ground beneath us to tremble with each blow. I sought an opportunity, hoping to catch a glimpse of Hulk's earlobe amidst my tempestuous assault. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, after being sent flying by my attack, rushed to the command bridge. At that moment, the urgent alarms aboard the mothership began to blare, and the command center was in disarray with personnel rushing about. Nick, secure your people. There are infiltrators among us, Tony instructed urgently, emphasizing the need to stabilize the internal situation to avoid chaos at a critical moment. Nick Fury promptly commanded, Agent Hill, ensure that everyone is in groups of at least 3. No one is to act alone. If anyone exhibits suspicious behavior, eliminate them immediately. You 2 teams, secure the command bridge. We cannot afford disorder here. Barely had he finished speaking when a violent explosion erupted outside, causing the entire mothership to shake. What on earth is happening? Nick Fury demanded angrily. There's been an explosion. The number 3 turbine engine has been damaged and has ceased operation. Sir, came the report. Can it be repaired? Nick inquired. Yes, but it requires landing. As long as we remain airborne, we cannot dispatch anyone for repairs. If we lose another engine, we will plummet, sir, the technician responded. Stark, don your armor. The engine is your responsibility. Captain, assist him. Thor, go help stabilize Hulk. Whether you knock him out or throw him away, he must not damage the mothership. Natasha, you and Hawkeye stand guard against enemy intrusion. And Coulson, take your team to monitor Loki. Don't let him escape. Nick Fury unleashed a flurry of commands. While chaos reigned, he maintained his composure in the skies. He bore the weight of everyone as safety. Agent Hill, continue executing my previous orders. All pilots must remain at their stations in case of emergency. Steer the mothership to the sea. At that moment, on the deck of the mothership, Brock Rumlow led 2 teams down from 2 Quinjet fighters, swiftly infiltrating the mothership through the maintenance access. The defenses of the airborne carrier were, in Brock Rumlow's eyes, utterly ineffective, as he and his team seamlessly entered the interior. Back with Tony Stark, the captain was the first to reach the site of the explosion. A massive hole had been blown open next to the mothership's engine. Check the engine control switches for any that are in overload. I need to clear away the debris from the explosion first. Tony, now clad in his armor, soared towards the damaged number 3 engine. At the moment of the explosion, I was atop Hulk, delivering a relentless series of strikes. The heavy barrage was beginning to overwhelm even the frenzied Hulk, forcing him to instinctively turn his head away. This was my moment. Xia Yu seized a fleeting opportunity, striking a punch toward the sleeping acupoint behind Hulk's earlobe. Just then, the area near Engine 3 was detonated by Brock Rumlow, and the violent tremors threw Xia Yu off balance. Seizing the moment, Hulk turned the tables and pounced fiercely upon the fallen Xia Yu. In a swift maneuver, Xia Yu activated his battle armor, and the thrusters on his feet ignited instantly, allowing him to evade Hulk's assault as he sprinted toward the stern of the ship. Knowing that the further he was from the bridge, the safer he would be. Xia, where are you now? Tony commanded Jarvis to activate everyone's headsets after donning his armor. I'm running toward the stern. Hulk is right behind me, Xia Yu shouted, wary of straying too far from Hulk for fear of provoking his rage. Natasha, how are you? Are you all right? He inquired, concerned for his girlfriend as he raced. I encountered Brock Rumlow. He's under Loki's control and has brought people aboard the mothership. Hawkeye and I are engaged in combat. For now, I'm fine. Gunfire crackled in the background, indicating a fierce skirmish on Natasha's end. Has anyone gone to confront Loki? The captain asked. Coulson has taken a team there, Captain, came the reply. Hawkeye swiftly shot an arrow, eliminating an enemy before ducking behind cover. We'll expedite engine repairs to support you. Xia, how's it going on your end? Is Hulk still rampaging? Tony's voice resonated once more. I'm on a roller coaster, Thor. Hurry up, Xia Yu exclaimed, having just been sent flying by Hulk's punch. As Hulk prepared to leap again, he was thwarted by the timely arrival of Thor, who sent him sprawling. Xia Yu quickly regained his footing, and the two managed to contain the battle within a confined area. Same old tactics? Thor inquired, referring to the strategy of using his hammer to restrain Hulk. That won't work. Even if I restrain him, I can't land a hit. And I'm worried he might breach the mothership's hull, Xia Yu replied, bracing himself against Hulk's formidable punch. Seizing the moment, Thor leaped and struck Hulk squarely on the chin, sending him flying. What about your weapon? Injuries only make him more ferocious. I can't very well decapitate him, can I? We need to draw the battlefield back a bit, Xia Yu suggested. Coulson hurried to the armory, retrieving a weapon developed from the Tesseract, and rushed with several men to the location where Loki was imprisoned. Upon arrival, he found Loki still inside, and Coulson sighed in relief, instructing his subordinates to spread out and guard the passage while he stationed himself by the control panel. Should Loki show any signs of movement, he would immediately activate the switch to drop the glass cage from above. Suddenly, a staff pierced Coulson's chest from behind, the blade protruding from his front. The Loki he had seen moments ago was merely an illusion. Chapter 94. The beginning of the great battle. The bald man who had just doused Banner with a stimulant had come directly here to release Loki. Loki had initially intended to ambush Thor, but instead of Thor, he encountered Coulson. Loki has escaped. Repeat, Loki has escaped. Coulson is gravely injured, requesting backup. The subordinates Coulson had brought quickly reported the situation before drawing their weapons to engage Loki. A Hulk and an engine rendered the mightiest force of the Avengers overwhelmed. Brock Rumlow led a small team that effectively restrained Hawkeye and Natasha, while Loki's controlled minions intermittently emerged to wreak havoc. Nick Fury could only instruct Agent Hill to steadfastly maintain the stability of the bridge, neglecting all other areas. The communication systems of the Avengers had been integrated with SHIELD's internal network, revealing to them that Coulson had sustained grave injuries. A shiver ran down Xia Yu's spine, for in the film, Coulson had indeed met his demise, only to be resurrected in the subsequent television series through some contrived means. However, Xia Yu dared not gamble on such matters. Having spent considerable time with Coulson, he had come to regard him as a true friend, and thus, urgency consumed him. Thor, I must go rescue Coulson. Think of a way, Xia Yu implored. First, you must fly out. When I signal you, summon the hammer, Thor commanded, his voice resonating with authority. Seizing an opportunity to escape the fray, Xia Yu shattered the rear glass and soared into the air. Thor, summoning every ounce of strength, braced himself against Hulk's punch, sending the hammer crashing into Hulk's abdomen. Now, Thor bellowed. As Xia Yu extended his right hand, the hammer aligned perfectly with Hulk's midsection. In that instant, Xia Yu reached out, and the enchanted hammer propelled Hulk outward. Unexpectedly, as Hulk was flung away, he managed to grasp Thor's foot. Stop the summoning. At this angle, the hammer could pierce his body. You go save him. I have a way to extricate myself, Thor shouted urgently. Xia Yu disregarded the plummeting Thor and Hulk, opting not to retrace his steps, which would take too long. Instead, he flew directly towards the breach in the third engine. Swiftly neutralizing the obstacles confronting Captain America and Tony Stark, Xia Yu entered through the damaged section. I'm sorry I couldn't stop Loki. By the time I arrived, he had already escaped. Tony mentioned planning a weekend trip to Portland with that cellist girl. It seems I won't have the chance, Coulson lamented, seated against the wall, wielding an exaggeratedly styled gun, his voice weak. Be quiet, you lecherous fool, thinking of dates even in your final moments. Conserve your strength and don't speak. Now that I'm here, you shall not perish, Xia Yu reassured him, hastening to his side and channeling his energy to heal Coulson's wounds. Loki has fled, Coulson continued. This isn't your fault. No one could have anticipated the number of their agents inside. As Xia Yu tended to his injuries, he encouraged him. Hey, Stark. Did you hear that? I want to die. I still need to take that trip to Portland. I want to fly on your private jet. Suddenly, Coulson cried out in agony, and several concerned voices echoed through the earpiece. He's fine. He won't die. He just talks too much. I've knocked him unconscious. Xia Yu replied nonchalantly, with Xia Yu dispatching a few more nuisances. Tony and Captain America efficiently repaired the engine and proceeded to assist Natasha and Hawkeye in dealing with Brock Rumlow and his associates. At some point, Loki, having commandeered a fighter jet with his scepter, made his escape. The chaos aboard the flying fortress subsided, and Xia Yu helped stabilize Coulson's condition before entrusting him to the medical team. Thor ascended to the sky vessel, carrying the unconscious and completely naked Banner. Nick Fury, accompanied by several others, entered a conference room aboard the ship, subsequently sealing the door behind them, leaving only Fury and a select few members of the Avengers within. Brock Rumlow, initially responsible for SHIELD's operational team, had been reassigned to safeguard the Tesseract after Hawkeye's integration into the Avengers left a gap in personnel. Upon Loki's arrival, he had been manipulated. Among the individuals Rumlow had brought, one was a level 3 SHIELD agent who had been incapacitated by the captain. This level 3 agent regained consciousness before Rumlow and uttered the first words. Rumlow is one of Hydra's. Captain America, particularly sensitive to this revelation, reacted with disbelief. Hydra still exists? Sever one head, and 2 more shall take its place. Clearly, not all heads were severed back in the day. They have become more adept at concealing themselves. The agent also mentioned several names, all of which belonged to senior SHIELD operatives, including the bald man who had lured Banner into transformation. Nick Fury remarked, so you brought us here to discuss Hydra? To be honest, I'm not overly concerned about that right now. In my perspective, there is little distinction between SHIELD and Hydra. As he spoke, Tony Stark retrieved his phone, displaying information he had acquired by hacking into SHIELD's servers, revealing that SHIELD was using the Tesseract to manufacture large-scale destructive weaponry. The others turned their gazes toward Fury. Hydra manufactures weapons to dominate this world. I aim to protect it. Do you recall your father's theory of the stick, Tony? In comparison to the cosmos, Earth's stick is far too slender. Do you remember when I conveyed the original intent of the Avengers initiative? Fury continued. I recall you stating that we were to serve as Earth's shield. Yet now you seek to forge a sword, the captain retorted, visibly agitated. I cannot rely solely on you few for the safety of the entire world. I must develop weapons capable of combating extraterrestrial civilizations, Fury asserted loudly. It is your very endeavor to create weapons using the Tesseract that has summoned Loki and the Chitauri. To other civilizations, it appears that your Earth is preparing for advanced cosmic warfare. Thor interjected, expressing his discontent. You do not entrust the world's safety to us, but instead to SHIELD, riddled with Hydra? Nick, while your words may hold some merit, your weapon development does not guarantee that the hands wielding them are pure rather than stained with blood. You cannot assure that. You promised me that the Avengers would remain a secret. How do you explain the previous military incident? You offer no guarantees. Xia Yu addressed Fury. That is precisely my point. I must manage my own affairs here and avoid causing you any complications. Loki is your responsibility, Fury replied. We will handle Loki. But once this matter is resolved, I require a thorough discussion with you regarding Hydra. Nick, the captain said coolly, as no one understood the threat posed by Hydra better than he did. Xia Yu spoke again. Nick, first stabilize the situation. Leave Loki to us. Focus all your efforts on clearing any obstacles. Once this matter concludes, the Avengers will no longer be under the control of S.H.I.E.L.D. As I mentioned previously, I can trust you, but I do not place my faith in the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury said nothing and turned to leave. Everyone understood that it was likely too late to prevent the portal from opening. Their immediate task was to prepare for battle. The impending war was about to erupt. Chapter 95. The Battle of New York, Part 1. After Nick departed, Banner slowly regained consciousness, bewildered. What on earth happened? Did I hurt anyone? You jumped off the mothership while clutching Thor's ankle and delivered a barrage of punches to me. Apart from that, I believe everything is fine. No point dwelling on it now. The original equipment was destroyed. Is there any way to quickly locate the Tesseract? Xia Yu knew its whereabouts but could not reveal it directly. Banner shook his still dizzy head. If Loki is eager to open the portal, the only place to go is Stark Tower. There's no better location than that, given the high-density energy. Is there anything more suitable than his reactor? Xia Yu nodded. That makes sense. Besides, Loki is a quintessential egomaniac. He revels in applause and adoration, seeking to elevate his name. Tony, does that sound familiar? That son of a gun. Let us move out. Tony's tower had just been completed. It would be surprising if they didn't hurry. Then prepare yourselves. We depart in 5 minutes. Banner, stop wasting time getting dressed. It'll only end up torn, Xia Yu decided. At Stark Tower, Xia Yu, Tony, and Thor, the three capable of flight, arrived first. Indeed, they discovered Dr. Selvig at the top of Stark Tower, the equipment already activated. Stop at once, Dr. Selvig. Thor landed first. It's too late. Once it begins operating, it cannot be halted. It will take us to witness an entirely new universe. Dr. Selvig's eyes sparkled with excitement. You are mistaken, Doctor. It merely opens a portal to hell, Thor declared, raising his hammer to strike the Tesseract with great force. Unfortunately, the Tesseract had already begun operating, and an energy shield enveloped it, repelling Thor's hammer with astonishing force, sending him crashing to the ground below, while Dr. Selvig collided with a nearby box and lost consciousness. I'll give it a try. Tony aimed both hands at the Tesseract, unleashing a dual laser blast. Boom. Tony was also hurled backwards. Xia Yu glanced down to see Loki standing on the platform below, observing them with a mocking gaze. That little brat is getting cocky, Xia Yu thought to himself. Descending swiftly. You've arrived too late. My army is about to arrive, Loki said, walking into the building. Although the Tesseract was successfully operational and the Chitauri army would soon be on its way, Loki felt a twinge of unease in Xia Yu's presence. Xia Yu followed Loki into the building. Are you so certain that Earth possesses no means of resistance? What grants you such confidence? Perhaps it was the imminent arrival of the Chitauri that emboldened Loki, who proudly declared to Xia Yu, Earth? In this rural locale, designated as Planet 53 by other civilizations, a formidable army resides, not to mention the presence of myself, a deity hailing from Asgard. Alas, Xia Yu let out a soft sigh, shaking his head as he remarked, How is it that you remain so forgetful? As he uttered these words, Xia Yu delivered a resounding slap to Loki. Loki, attempting to defend himself with the scepter, found it struck from his grasp by Xia Yu's swift motion, sending the scepter crashing against the liquor cabinet. Xia Yu, unrelenting, raised his hand once more, bringing it down forcefully upon Loki's head. The sound echoed as it struck the vicinity of Loki's left temple. The sheer might of Xia Yu's formidable 30-ton strength nearly propelling Loki away. Enough. My army is on the verge of arrival. Earth is destined to be within my grasp. And yet you dare to challenge me. Another resounding slap followed. The mere sight of you provokes me, and your words only exacerbate my irritation, Xia Yu stated. You truly consider yourself significant? We have come to confront the Chitauri army, while you are but a mere bystander, unwittingly being used as a pawn. I truly fail to comprehend the source of your arrogance. Had circumstances been more favorable, Loki might have been able to resist Xia Yu's onslaught. But after enduring a severe beating previously, even his formidable abilities were no match for Xia Yu. The fleeting courage he mustered to wield his scepter had been exhausted, leaving him with only the options of evasion and feeble attempts to shield his head. Brother, cease this. Allow me to converse with him. The portal shall soon open. You and Tony should investigate. Thor interjected, having flown in at some point. Xia Yu, reluctantly glancing at Loki one last time, still seething with anger, drew the sword of heaven from his ring. With a swift motion, he inflicted a shallow cut on Loki's thigh, declaring, Were it not for your father Odin and brother Thor, I would have severed your head with a single stroke. You truly think yourself the protagonist, foolish child. Having vented some of his frustration, Xia Yu left the matter in the hands of Thor and Loki, ascending to the rooftop. There, the device containing the Tesseract was spinning rapidly, its velocity increasing until it finally emitted a visible blue beam of light into the sky, signaling the opening of the portal. A system task was issued, prompting the master to review it. As the blue light shot heavenward, the voice of Tmall resonated in Xia Yu's mind. He promptly opened the task list. 1. Eliminate the invading Chitauri army. Each soldier yields 10 points, and each Leviathan-class aircraft grants 500 points. 2. Achieve victory in the Battle of New York. Victory conditions include destroying the Chitauri mothership or shutting down the Tesseract, rewarding 50,000 points. 3. Eliminate hidden enemies. Reward, absorption of a portion of the Tesseract's attributes. Dear Tmall, what constitutes a hidden enemy? Xia Yu pondered, excitement bubbling within him at the prospect of absorbing the attributes of the Infinity Stones. My master, as previously stated, they are hidden. How should I know? You named me Tmall, not Baidu. Thank you. My apologies, I have always perceived myself as a sharp-tongued rogue, yet in comparison to you, I feel akin to an innocent infant. Allow me to inquire, must the second task be completed solely by myself to earn a reward? Xia Yu expressed his frustration. Thank you for your kind words, dear master. Please remember that you are a member of the Avengers. We fight as a team, and victory is shared, regardless of personal involvement. This approach is quite commendable and humane. In the chaos of battle, it is uncertain whether one can claim the spoils. One last question. Tmall, since the second task can be accomplished as a team, does that mean I will also earn points if they defeat monsters in the first task? Xia Yu asked once more. Master, do not indulge in fantasies. Do you truly believe this is merely a game? Team formations require experience. It is impossible, haha. The electronic voice of Tmall echoed again. The author wishes to convey, a new chapter will follow shortly, Chapter 96, The Battle of New York 2. Xia Yu could hardly ask further questions, as a portal had opened in the sky, seemingly expanding. He could even see the restless Chitauri soldiers stirring within the small opening. Xia, do you have a plan? Tony inquired. None. We will strike first and discuss later. I will hold them off while you take care of the stragglers. Xia Yu replied, soaring upward. He was not foolish. Taking advantage of the small size of the opening, he aimed to reap a bountiful harvest. Have you inhaled some stimulant aboard the mothership? Tony mumbled as he watched Xia Yu swiftly glide past him. Upon reaching the portal, which had opened to less than a meter in diameter, Xia Yu did not hesitate. He unleashed a powerful assault against the entrance, striking it with both palms. Tmall, present. Master, why have I not received any points? I have slain numerous foes. Xia Yu noted that many Chitauri soldiers had fallen to his attacks, yet no points were awarded. The system will automatically record your achievements. A consolidated tally will be provided upon task completion, Master. Xia Yu remained silent, focused on vanquishing enemies. The ordinary Chitauri soldier's firearms could not penetrate his protective energy, and the inner strength refined by the eternal flame granted him a natural advantage against such minor weaponry. The portal was expanding at a reasonable pace, now around 3 meters wide, yet it remained within Xia Yu's striking range. He did not draw his heavenly sword, but relied on the long-range attacks of the 18 dragon-subduing palms and the regenerative properties of the 9 Yang divine skill to keep the Chitauri forces at bay outside the portal. Xia, what is the situation over there? Has the portal opened? Natasha's voice crackled through his earpiece. Xia Yu was too preoccupied to respond. He was focused on accumulating points and had no time to answer Natasha. Ahem, Natasha, I doubt Xia has time to address your question. The portal has opened and is gradually expanding. He is diligently eliminating enemies, Tony said, feeling somewhat awkward. Natasha grew anxious. Hang in there. We will arrive shortly. No rush. No rush. Take your time. Safety comes first. I'm quite at ease here, Tony awkwardly replied. As he continued to observe, Xia Yu discerned a peculiar pattern. The larger the portal created by the cosmic cube, the slower its expansion. If it were otherwise, the film would have depicted a 2 or 3 meter opening from the very beginning, followed by an extensive wait for the Leviathan dragon-shaped aircraft to emerge. A minute had passed, and the aperture had grown from 3 meters to nearly 4. The cosmic cube had opened a portal, unleashing an alien army upon Earth. Meanwhile, New York City remained eerily tranquil, apart from the occasional debris cascading down beneath Stark Tower. Many distant onlookers were oblivious to the unfolding chaos, resorting to their phones to capture videos while remaining stationary. When Natasha and her companions arrived, they were greeted by an odd atmosphere. Tony stood suspended in midair, clad in his armor, gazing skyward in a daze. Above him, Xia Yu single-handedly guarded a wormhole barely 5 meters wide, his hands relentlessly striking out, often penetrating through 7 or 8 Chitauri soldiers, yet not a single alien could fully breach the portal's threshold. Captain America, with quick reflexes, suggested, let's head down and organize the evacuation. The portal continues to expand, and Xia cannot hold it indefinitely. There are far too many spectators below. Tony, you provide covering fire here. Where's Thor? I'm on the roof, Captain. Loki just gave me a jab and vanished, Thor replied, appearing on the Stark Tower platform. Reminiscent of the film where he was ambushed by Loki. You'll serve as the third line of defense below. Any that slip past Tony, make sure to zap them. Aren't you able to summon lightning? The captain swiftly strategized. As the portal widened, Xia Yu could now glimpse the colossal Chitauri mothership behind it. The onslaught from the Chitauri soldiers intensified, their fire becoming increasingly relentless, draining Xia Yu's inner strength severfold. It was becoming untenable to maintain his position at the portal using the dragon-subduing palm. Relinquishing the allure of points, he drew the heavenly sword with his right hand. Combining swordplay with palm strikes, engaging in a rapid and agile guerrilla warfare in midair to maximize his kills. With Xia Yu's tactical shift, Tony began to maneuver below, executing strikes, while Thor transformed into a hammer-wielding mage, delivering distant blows with lightning. However, as time wore on, the pressure on the three defensive lines grew immensely, with an increasing number of soldiers evading their attacks and infiltrating New York City, unleashing indiscriminate fire. The lower Manhattan area descended into chaos. Captain America timely rescued a girl who was dazed at the roadside, stealing a glance at the sky, only to realize their defenses were faltering. He immediately called for a revised strategy. You need only one person to remain there. More are emerging, and many here require assistance. Xia Yu promptly responded. I'll stay here, but before I go, I need to unleash something significant. Tony, Thor, coordinate with me. Upon finishing his statement, Xia Yu retrieved a box of missiles from his ring and, with all his might, hurled it towards the portal. Tony now, he shouted. Without hesitation, Tony extended his right arm, and from his armor, a micro-missile was launched, striking the box Xia Yu had thrown. Boom. The weapons produced by Stark guaranteed exceptional quality, and soon a gaping hole, nearly 10 meters wide, was created. A significant number of Chitauri soldiers waiting in line to advance were obliterated. However, this void was merely transient, as it was swiftly filled by the throngs of soldiers surging forward. Thor, are you prepared to unleash your might? I require your assistance, Xia Yu declared, once again brandishing a Gatling gun. Why the Gatling gun? Because it had an abundance of ammunition. When Xia Yu had launched the missile moments earlier, Thor had already raised his hammer, summoning lightning for an extended period. Now, he released it all at once, decimating the densely packed Chitauri soldiers into mere remnants. Xia Yu commenced his solitary struggle, discovering the efficacy of employing the high-rate firepower of the Gatling gun against the swarming foes. As he unleashed a barrage upon the multitude of soldiers, he was momentarily transported back to the sensation of vanquishing zombies in a past life-esque game. However, this feeling was short-lived, for the Leviathan, a dragon-shaped aircraft, emerged. From henceforth referred to as the Leviathan, its nature is well understood. Gentlemen, the colossal beast has arrived. Hulk, are you ready? The roar of the Hulk echoed through Xia Yu's earpiece, signaling that he was prepared. I will do my utmost to prevent any of the larger threats from advancing. Should any slip through, Hulk and Thor, please address them promptly. Its destructive capacity is immense. Xia Yu drew his sword, the heavenly sword, and charged towards the Leviathan. Shall I assist you in dealing with the giant? Tony inquired, glancing at the wormhole. Wary of Xia Yu's safety given the enormity of the craft. No need. Focus on containing them within these few city blocks, particularly to the west. Do not allow those bastards to cross over 3 blocks to the west, Xia Yu replied, already engaged in severing the head of the Leviathan. I shall do my best. But might I inquire why the west? Is there a residential area there? Tony queried as he soared rapidly around the battlefield. I know not. But Chinatown lies in that direction, where my home is located. Why must you construct this wretched edifice in Manhattan? I despise you, Tony. Xia Yu plunged his sword fiercely into the head of the Leviathan. Chapter 97, The Battle of New York, Part 3. For the heavenly sword, the Leviathan proved excessively robust. While Xia Yu contended with the multitude of Chitauri soldiers emerging from the side of the Leviathan, he endeavored to carve as large a breach as possible in the rear of its head. After considerable effort, he managed to create a sufficiently deep cavity. From his ring, he retrieved several grenades, casting them inside without a second thought. For the last one, he bit open the safety pin and hurled it within before hastily departing. Indeed, the Leviathan's exterior was remarkably resilient. Despite the number of grenades deployed, it did not split in two. Its massive form narrowly grazed Stark Tower before crashing heavily to the ground, causing a nearby building to be lightly scraped, resulting in significant damage to its structural integrity. Xia Yu found himself lifted from the ground by the Leviathan's descent, glancing upward to see at least 10 entities emerging from the portal. He disregarded the score tally and called out, Thor, unleash another mighty strike. The immense lightning summoned by Thor serves as a formidable adversary to most mechanical entities. A single flash sends sparks flying, likely incinerating their circuits, with the exception of Tony's exceptionally engineered armor. Thor ascends to the rooftop of a towering building, raising his hammer to command the storm. The edifice appears as a colossal lightning rod, seemingly merging with Thor as he conjures a magnificent display of electricity. Dark clouds swirl ominously above his head, from which arcs of lightning leap, striking his hammer with ferocity. Reaching an apex of power, Thor swings his hammer, unleashing a bolt of lightning, more than half a meter in diameter, that collides with the head of a leviathan poised to emerge from a wormhole. The current surges through its enormous form, illuminating it with flashes of blue lightning and the fiery glow of damaged circuitry. Soon, the leviathan succumbs to the onslaught, plummeting from the sky. Thor's lightning has already traversed through this beast, connecting to at least 7 or 8 additional leviathans and dozens of Chitauri soldiers mounted on flying vehicles. The tremendous impact causes Xia Yu to silently lament the loss of his points. How advantageous it would be if everyone earned points for their contributions. With the portal secured by Thor for the moment, Xia Yu emulates Tony's aerial maneuvers, dispatching foes while striving to maintain control over the battlefield. The streets are filled with the chaos of panicked citizens, as police officers endeavor to usher civilians into buildings or underground garages for refuge. Natasha and Hawkeye take cover behind a few taxis, engaging a cluster of Chitauri soldiers in a fierce exchange reminiscent of cinematic battles. With Natasha wielding twin handguns and Hawkeye drawing his bow, both exchanging shots with remarkable precision. As Xia Yu glides through the air, he deftly eliminates several soldiers who are firing at the duo. Your equipment and skills are ill-suited for dealing with these minions. The efficiency is lacking. Allow me to serve as your armory. He produces several heavy machine guns and rifles, casting them onto the ground. Additionally, he retrieves multiple boxes of ammunition and grenades, which Natasha swiftly stows away in her ring. This battle may stretch on indefinitely. Conserve your strength and resources for now. These soldiers fall easily to a single shot. It matters not. With little time for tender words of concern, Xia Yu exchanges a cautious glance with Natasha before soaring off once more. Suddenly, he is knocked from the air by Iron Man, and the two tumble across the ground for several meters before coming to a halt. Tony, what just happened? Xia Yu rises and casually draws a weapon, targeting the Chitauri soldiers on the building's facade with precision shots. Are you familiar with the tale of Jonah? Tony gestures towards a leviathan that has erupted from within the building, clearly having been blasted out. Then you should remain inside for 3 days and nights. God will ensure your safety. Xia Yu assists Tony to his feet, recalling the biblical story of Jonah, who spent 3 days and nights in the belly of a great fish. I haven't seen Thor, Tony states, efficiently clearing the area of Chitauri with his repulsor beams. Where could he be dealing with the larger threats? Xia Yu cleared the visible soldiers from several nearby buildings and soared into the sky once more, intent on seeking a leviathan to vanquish. Why didn't he invite me? Tony also took to the air. Ascending to a higher altitude, Xia Yu surveyed the battlefield. Perhaps due to the constraints of film production, he noted that the number of leviathans was significantly greater than depicted in the movies. A mere glance revealed at least a dozen still soaring in the sky. Tony, can we attract a few more to deal with together? If these creatures continue their flight, tomorrow Manhattan might be devoid of any skyscrapers above 20 stories. Xia Yu pondered, searching for a suitable place to confront these behemoths. I'll lure a few over. You locate Thor and Hulk. It would be best to engage them on the nearby bridge, where there is ample space and no one around. Tony swiftly activated the small weaponry on his armored suit to draw the Leviathan's ire. Everyone, head to that bridge. Loki is certainly orchestrating things from the shadows. I've noticed these forces prioritize attacking us. The captain, having just deflected a small bomb with his shield, spoke with a slight breathlessness. I'll go fetch Natasha and Hawkeye. Xia Yu hurriedly transported Hawkeye and Natasha to the bridge, where an array of abandoned vehicles awaited them. They quickly established a stronghold, simultaneously drawing the fire of several Chitauri soldiers. Tony, let me know when you're on your way. Captain, can you still keep up? Do you need me to come back for you? Xia Yu inquired. The familiar voice of Captain America echoed in his earpiece. I could fight like this all day. Xia, I'm coming. I've got 3 on my tail. You all better move quickly. Responding to Tony's words, Xia Yu swiftly flew over, spotting Tony flying low with 3 leviathans in tow. Thor descended from the sky, landing atop one of the beasts. Xia Yu thrust his sword deep into the neck of another, drawing out his heavenly sword, channeling his inner strength. He transformed his palm into a blade and forcefully struck into the gap made by the sword. Be quicker, I still have one left. Whereas Hulk? Tony shouted. With a mighty roar, Hulk appeared on the bridge, charging towards the last leviathan. He unleashed a powerful punch upon the creature's dragon-like head, halting the colossal flying machine mid-flight. The immense inertia pushed Hulk backward, but his fist remained steadfast against the leviathan's head, his feet carving 2 small craters into the ground. With a forceful blow, Hulk obliterated one leviathan, while Xia Yu and Thor dispatched the other 2. The group then leapt or soared to join Hawkeye and Natasha, where the captain had already arrived. Xia Yu and Iron Man hovered a meter above the ground, facing the roaring Hulk, with Thor, Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye forming a semicircle in front of them. The Avengers assembled, as the surrounding Leviathans and ordinary Chitauri soldiers were drawn toward them like iron filings to a magnet, converging densely upon their position. Roar. Chapter 98. The Battle of New York. For the Leviathan and the Chitauri soldiers emerging from it appeared to share an inexplicable mental or spiritual connection. They relentlessly dispatched 3 Leviathans, while numerous Chitauri soldiers removed their masks to emit unintelligible howls. In response, the Hulk unleashed an even more ferocious roar. Manhattan had descended into utter chaos. The National Guard had yet to arrive, leaving our primary objectives to be the rescue of civilians and the control of the battlefield's perimeter. The captain briefly elucidated the situation before delegating tasks. Hawkeye, find an elevated vantage point. Call for reinforcements wherever needed. Tony, patrol the entire battlefield and restrain the enemies within the established boundaries. Thor and I will keep a close watch on the larger foes, eliminate them upon discovery. The captain then turned to the Hulk. Hulk, you remain within these few blocks, prioritizing attacks on those large creatures. Natasha and I will hold our ground here. However, I must insist that none of you stray too far. Try to pull the battlefield back towards me. Loki is our primary adversary, so stay vigilant of his movements. Everyone nodded in agreement and prepared to depart. Hawkeye turned to Tony, saying, give me a lift. Summer volunteered. I'll guide you. Let me provide you with some ammunition. The Avengers scattered, initiating their operations. From a divine perspective, Manhattan, especially the lower downtown, was in disarray. Other areas had sporadic Chitauri soldiers traversing the skies and streets. But their numbers were minimal. Thanks to the police system's defenses and evacuation efforts, the resulting damage was relatively minor, predominantly concentrated around several blocks surrounding Stark Tower. A swarm of Chitauri soldiers rode flying craft, while a few Leviathans glided through the air, occasionally brushing against buildings and scattering debris. Tony Stark, donned in his armor, maneuvered through the battlefield, systematically eliminating Chitauri soldiers both airborne and on the ground. Occasionally, as he passed by the captain and Natasha, he would descend to utilize his laser cannon in conjunction with the captain's shield to clear waves of minions. When encountering a Leviathan, he directed his flight towards Summer and the others. Hawkeye, stationed atop a high-rise, continuously used his rifle to dispatch the airborne Chitauri soldiers. Summer had left him several firearms and ample ammunition, for in such scenarios, the efficiency of arrows was woefully inadequate. The captain seized a heavy machine gun, joining Natasha in a frenzied assault against the Chitauri on the bridge and in the skies. At that moment, precision was a luxury. The enemy was plainly visible, and civilians had long since fled or taken refuge in buildings. Another Leviathan approached the captain and Natasha, but the Hulk, in a wild sprint, leaped into the air, colliding with 2 soldiers on small flying crafts, and seized the Leviathan by its head, forcefully dragging it to the ground. Summer primarily lingered near the portal. As long as no more than 3 Leviathans emerged simultaneously, he could eliminate them before they descended to lower altitudes. On the ground before Stark Tower lay at least 10 incapacitated Leviathan crafts. Thor charged forth with his hammer, recklessly colliding into the fray, targeting the densest concentrations of enemies. The ordinary Chitauri soldiers were shattered upon the impact of the God of Thunder's weapon. Encountering a Leviathan, Thor descended directly onto its back. After sending countless Chitauri flying, he discovered Hulk, who was mercilessly delivering blows to the smaller foes atop the Leviathan. Upon seeing Thor approach, Hulk peeled away a sizable chunk of the Leviathan's exterior and forcefully drove the pointed end into the creature's body. With a swift strike from his hammer, Thor penetrated the Leviathan's form, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. The inertia propelled the beast's head into the lobby of a nearby building, rendering it utterly silent. Standing atop the creature's head, Hulk, seemingly unsatisfied, sent Thor flying with a powerful punch. The Avengers, 7 in total, each played their part, exhibiting their unique abilities as they maintained control over approximately 1/3 of Manhattan, skillfully stalling for the National Guard's arrival. While certain Chitauri technologies may have surpassed Earth's capabilities, the existing firearms proved equally lethal to the invaders. A close-range handgun could deliver a fatal blow to a Chitauri soldier. Thus, as the National Guard cleared the scattered Chitauri in the vicinity and established a defensive position at the battlefield's edge, Tony felt a wave of relief wash over him. After nearly an hour of relentless flight and combat, the sustained intensity had left him mentally strained. Captain, the National Guard has arrived, and the battlefield is under temporary control. It's time to figure out how to close that portal above us. Does anyone have any suggestions? Tony spoke up amidst the group. Didn't you all try to breach that energy shield outside? Where's Loki? Capture him and see if he has a solution, Captain America responded, his breaths becoming increasingly labored. After such prolonged combat, Xia Yu felt the increasing sting of laser strikes on his body. He had noticed Hulk's fighting style had become less frenzied. However, Xia Yu was not concerned about Loki. Closing the portal was not the primary issue. The hidden enemy posed a significant threat, and the reward for overcoming him was far too enticing to ignore. I see Loki, Captain. Wait for me to bring him down. Either Xia or Thor can consider joining me, Hawkeye announced after spotting Loki riding a Chitauri flyer in the sky, swiftly informing the others before discarding his firearm for his bow. The author has something to say. Today has been busy, and it's late. I'll post a chapter now, and we'll make sure to complete the remaining 2 chapters before 11. Chapter 99, The Battle of New York Vienna. Since Hawkeye's archery skills have transcended human limits, his aim is infallible, complemented by a diverse array of specialized arrows. If he cannot engage in close combat immediately, even Xia Yu, despite being at a distance, would find himself at a disadvantage against Hawkeye's unerring precision. The demeanor of Hawkeye, poised to release an arrow, had taken on a notably different quality. His gaze fixated on Loki, who darted through the air with remarkable speed, a confident smile gracing Hawkeye's lips as he thought, "I've got you." With a swift whoosh, an ebony arrow flew with impeccable precision towards Loki's temple. However, Loki, having sensed the impending danger, deftly caught the arrow with his left hand, mere centimeters from his skin, and offered a mocking smile in Hawkeye's direction. Unbeknownst to him, the small light on the arrowhead flickered ominously. Beep, beep, boom. The arrowhead detonated, propelling Loki from his aircraft and sending him plummeting towards the ground. Just before impact, he was seized by the swiftly approaching Summer, who then hurled him 2 blocks away to Hulk, who was busy using a taxi as a weapon against the Chitauri soldiers. Hulk, pummel him first, then take him to Stark Tower, Summer commanded as he charged towards a Leviathan, eager to accumulate points. Loki, having been blasted down and subsequently caught by Summer, was once again tossed into Hulk's grasp and unceremoniously slammed onto the ground. Hulk, intent on delivering a few more blows, was taken aback when Loki executed a sudden leap to his feet. Unfazed by Hulk's previous intimidation, Loki, feeling his pride had been thoroughly trampled, bellowed at Hulk, "Enough! I am a god of Asgard, and you wretched, insignificant humans." Some narratives may inevitably be influenced by the system, while others are shaped by the individual's own actions. Such was the case when Hulk, seizing Loki by his ankles, began mercilessly smashing him against the ground. After a relentless barrage of strikes, the ground beneath them lay in ruins. Looking down at Loki, who was now a disheveled mess, Hulk contemptuously spat, "Weak god." Remembering Summer's instruction to take Loki to Stark Tower, Hulk grasped the god's feet once more and utilized him as a weapon, smashing him into Chitauri soldiers as he leaped towards their destination. "Stark, there's a horde behind you. Just pass by me, and I'll clear a path for you," Hawkeye called out, as the majority of the Chitauri soldiers raced past, pursuing Summer and Tony. "Come to me. I have summoned a large one. Let us handle it together." "I'm right in front of you, Stark," came Thor's voice. Upon seeing Thor ahead, and a Leviathan looming before him, Tony descended onto the creature's back with his team of soldiers as Thor's lightning crackled around them. Tony quickly took flight, but the immense conductivity of his suit caused him to be ensnared by the lightning, sustaining several cracks in his armor under the intense electrical assault. "Energy levels at 280%, Jarvis announced suddenly. Tony soared into the sky, exhilarated, unleashing a barrage of laser fire upon his surroundings. His energy reserves were dwindling, and his ammunition was nearly depleted. For engaging common soldiers, Tony resorted to the physical attacks of his armor or collided directly with them mid-flight. Leviathan dared only to entice, as it was truly unable to engage, leaving him in a state of frustration for quite some time. "Wow, Thor. Conserve your strength and refrain from hurling lightning indiscriminately. I just realized you can recharge me. I adore you, Thor." "I already have a girlfriend, Tony." "Where's Loki?" Thor inquired. "Roar." In Hulk's hands. Thor's face turned pale with fear. He still cared deeply for his brother. "Hulk, don't kill him. We need to ask him how to close that hole in the sky." "It's all right, Thor, I'm on my way. Loki won't die, trust me." Xia Yu had just vanquished a Leviathan and was preparing to seek out Loki, as he needed to inquire about the hidden enemy that troubled him greatly. Hulk gazed down at Loki, who was upside down in his grasp. I don't think I actually killed him." Hulk felt a twinge of guilt, genuinely afraid he might have inadvertently ended Loki's life. Just then, he noticed several soldiers firing at him, prompting another furious roar as he charged forward, still clutching Loki. When Xia Yu arrived at Stark Tower to rendezvous with Hulk, Loki lay on the ground, barely resembling a human. Xia Yu extended his hand to check for breath, sighing in relief. Thankfully, he was still alive. He then delivered a series of sharp slaps to Loki's face, landing over a dozen blows, but Loki remained unresponsive. Furrowing his brow, Xia Yu pondered how to proceed. Should he exert some internal energy to awaken him? Upon glancing up, he found Hulk gazing at him with eager anticipation, resembling a child awaiting praise for helping an adult. Xia Yu felt reluctant to reprimand him. "Well done, Hulk. Now, go outside and deal with the bad guys. I need to ask him a few questions." Delighted by the praise, Hulk bounced out eagerly. Xia Yu looked down at Loki, who lay there like a tattered sack, and let out a wistful sigh. Chapter 100. The Battle of New York 6. New York City was under siege by extraterrestrial forces, with half of Manhattan plunged into chaos as the Avengers clashed fiercely with the Chitauri amidst a hail of bullets and explosions. Yet, atop Stark Tower, Xia Yu, one of the titans of the Avengers, wore a serene expression as he faced the commander of the Chitauri, who was none other than the recently awakened Loki. How are you feeling now? Hulk was rather rough. He nearly exhausted himself in his efforts to heal you. As Loki regained consciousness, his eyes opened to see Xia Yu's smiling face. However, were they not enemies? Why was Xia Yu looking at him with such warmth and concern? Confused, Loki opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss for words, his expression a mixture of fear and bewilderment as he gazed at Xia Yu. This child must have been frightened by Hulk, Xia Yu mused, reaching out to gently touch the scars on Loki's face. Loki wished to escape, yet for reasons unknown, he found himself immobilized, forced to watch as Xia Yu gently traced the scars on his face. The tender touch evoked memories of his childhood when Frigga would soothe him to sleep, caressing his cheeks with a similar gentleness. What are you doing? Loki stammered, managing to utter those words with great effort. What else could I possibly do? Naturally, I am concerned about your injuries. After all, I am your elder brother. Xia Yu replied, his voice increasingly soft. Fear not, dear brother. Once this matter is resolved, I shall deliver a proper thrashing to him before your very eyes. Sound good? Loki had been hurled from the sky by Hawkeye, subsequently seized by Xia Yu and tossed to Hulk, who had mercilessly beaten him to near death on the ground. Loki had been used as a living weapon throughout the ordeal, leaving him nearly unconscious. Upon being roused by Xia Yu, he was met with a scene so surreal that even the god of lies and mischief found his mind utterly bewildered. Thus, in his state of severe injury and confusion, after experiencing the care and tenderness from Xia Yu that he had only felt in his childhood with Frigga, he found himself inexplicably nodding in response to Xia Yu's inquiry, obediently uttering, "All right." Seeing his approach yield such effectiveness, Xia Yu suppressed his delight and gently combed through Loki's disheveled hair, saying, "Good. The last time I struck you was for your own benefit. Your father, Odin, entrusted me with the care of you two brothers. There is my brother, and so are you. I shall not hold this incident on Earth against you. But you must tell me, aside from yourself and the Chitauri, who else accompanied you to Earth?" Loki shook his head, admitting that he had not yet fully regained his senses. Xia Yu's expression shifted, his tone remaining gentle but now laced with a hint of coldness. "It's impossible. I am certain there are others. It cannot be just you and the Chitauri. Tell me, who else? You must know. Think harder." Poor Loki, despite his earnest attempts to recall, could only shake his head in response, his conscience clear that he truly did not know. Xia Yu suppressed his frustration, striving to maintain a natural and gentle demeanor as he encouraged Loki to remember. Time and again, Loki resolutely shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge. Xia Yu smiled once more, yet this time, the smile bore no warmth. It was more akin to a sinister and sharp expression. Loki felt a shiver run down his spine, and his mind seemed to sharpen slightly as he pushed himself forward, hands braced against the ground. Instinctively, Loki sought to distance himself from Xia Yu, but Xia Yu grasped his ankle, pulling him closer. In a calm yet chilling tone, he remarked, "You see, dear child, when I try to speak to you kindly and you refuse to listen, do not blame your elder brother for changing his approach." No sooner had Xia Yu spoken than he swiftly drew the heavenly sword, loosening his grip before turning it around and plunging it fiercely into Loki's thigh. Loki's mind was finally clear. This devilish figure had made him regret ever coming to Earth. The notions of conquering the planet and being the king of Asgard seemed utterly trivial now. All Loki desired was for the man before him to vanish. Xia Yu had thrust his sword into the very root of Loki's thigh, inflicting no damage to the bone, which for an Asgardian was not a severe injury. Yet it was painfully sufficient. "I will ask you once more, who else accompanied you to Earth? Should you dare deceive me again, I shall sever both your arms and legs and plant you in a park for public display," Xia Yu threatened with a fierce glare. "I swear, it was only me and the Chitauri army. Even if others are involved, they are of no concern to me." "I truly know nothing," Loki exclaimed, appearing increasingly distressed as he shouted at Xia Yu. Observing Loki, Xia Yu sensed that he was not fabricating this time. But who else could possibly be involved? The Black Order under Thanos? Perhaps Gamora or Nebula? Xia Yu drew the sky sword and casually pushed Loki aside, plunging into deep thought. Outside the portal, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, approximately 10 kilometers from the colossal Chitauri mothership, lurked another immense spacecraft, Thanos' Sanctuary 2. Within the bridge stood a cloaked figure alongside a man clad in predominantly green attire, adorned with a silver 8-pointed star upon his chest. Xia Yu would undoubtedly recognize him. This was Marvel, the leader of the Kree squad from Captain Marvel. This man had come to Earth alongside Captain Marvel to hunt down the Skrulls and retrieve the Tesseract. After being defeated by Captain Marvel, he returned to Hala, only to be used as a scapegoat by Ronan. Later, when Ronan allied with Thanos. He was taken under Thanos' wing. When Thanos granted Loki the Mind Stone, Marvel eagerly volunteered to travel to Earth to reclaim the Tesseract. With a mind to ensure a contingency, Thanos entrusted Sanctuary 2 to him, instructing him to retrieve the Tesseract should Loki fail. Thanos promised that if successful, he would gift him the ship and assist in replacing Ronan among the Kree. Before his departure, Thanos had emphasized that Marvel could only act if Loki failed and expressly forbade any attack on Earth, stating that his sole mission was to recover the Tesseract, with Sanctuary 2 being a reward for success rather than a vessel for this assault. Thanos was acutely aware of the might of Asgard, or rather Odin's strength. While Loki's assault on Earth could be tolerated, any attack from his warship or its mere presence near Earth or the Nine Realms would result in Asgard's Bifrost annihilating any fleet. The Chitauri were nearly fully mobilized, and Loki, that fool, had lost sight of the mission's priorities. It is time for you to act. Remember, Thanos' task is to retrieve the Tesseract. This is your only opportunity, the cloaked figure admonished Marvel, his tone condescending. Esteemed messenger, please rest assured, I shall not be as incompetent as that fool Loki. I will undoubtedly fulfill the mission, Marvel replied, bowing submissively. Mavor's hands were tightly clenched into fists, and he silently vowed revenge against Voss, Ronan, and that damned Planet 53. Once I seize control of the Sanctum 2 and return to the Kree to reclaim my rightful glory, I will ensure that you all pay dearly for your transgressions. Unbeknownst to anyone, a stealthy small rescue vessel had quietly traversed the wormhole, entering Earth. Today, the update was a bit late, and the word count is not extensive. This evening, a fellow reader left a message stating that school starts for them tomorrow and inquired if I could post an extra chapter today. I sincerely apologize. I truly cannot manage that today. I wish you success in your studies. Chapter 101, The Coolest Thing Commander. The Council has reached a decision to relieve you of your command and launch nuclear missiles towards Manhattan, Agent Hill said, her voice laced with concern as she spoke to Nick Fury. Fury remained silent for a moment before responding, no matter what foolish decision they have made. I will not launch a nuclear strike against even a single civilian. I have faith in the Avengers. As Hill was about to say something, an unexpected incident occurred. An aircraft took off from the deck without his authorization. Clearly, the Council had bypassed Nick Fury and directly issued orders to the soldiers. All personnel, be advised, an aircraft has taken off without clearance. Shoot it down. Repeat, take off unauthorized, Agent Hill commanded decisively. Fury sprang into action, grabbing a rocket launcher as he raced to the deck. An aircraft was already accelerating down the small runway on the deck, preparing for takeoff. Fury aimed the rocket launcher at the aircraft's tail and fired, successfully bringing down the plane that was about to launch. However, another aircraft swiftly took off from the deck, indicating that the Council was not to be underestimated. They had prepared for multiple contingencies. Fury immediately drew his handgun, but upon assessing the distance, he realized the futility of attempting to shoot down an aircraft with a pistol. On the rooftop across from Stark Tower, a small rescue capsule silently descended, remaining undetected in its cloaked state. Even as Mavor descended from above, no one noticed. Observing the Tesseract on the opposite rooftop, still maintaining the portal, Mavor silently cursed Loki for his foolishness before turning and heading downstairs towards Stark Tower. Amidst the chaos of explosions, Mavor stood out conspicuously. Yet no one paid him any heed as he entered Stark Tower. A fighter jet armed with a nuclear warhead sped towards Manhattan. Nick Fury quickly contacted Tony Stark. A low-yield nuclear warhead will reach your location in 3 minutes, powerful enough to obliterate the entire Manhattan area. Shuri, Dr. Selvig has awakened. To close this portal, we need Loki's scepter. Natasha's voice crackled through Shuri's earpiece. Shuri deftly activated Loki's sleeping spell, retrieved the scepter from the cabinet, and flew directly to the rooftop. Natasha was unaware of when she had arrived. Perhaps she had hitched a ride with the Chitauri, much like in the movies. Xia Yu, however, could not afford to inquire further. Instead, he promptly grasped the scepter and tested it against the energy shield surrounding the Tesseract. As anticipated, he could penetrate it. But what about the nuclear bomb? They had found a way to shut down the portal. Natasha was already notifying everyone. Close it immediately, the captain urged. Wait. I have a nuclear warhead here. I believe I know where it needs to go. Tony's voice chimed in. Nuclear bomb? Damn it. How long until detonation? Xia Yu queried. Just over a minute until it explodes. A minute left, and the hidden enemy had yet to reveal themselves. Xia Yu surveyed the ravaged streets and towering buildings, glancing at the exhausted Natasha beside him, while the sounds of Captain and Hawkeye gasping for breath echoed in his earpiece. Forget it, let's leave the final mission to fate. Let us end this quickly, Xia Yu thought, surrounded by living, breathing individuals rather than mere characters in a game. Natasha, be ready to close it at any moment. I'll assist Tony. With that, Xia Yu soared into the air. Tony Stark, compared to his cinematic counterpart, had a considerable advantage. His armor was sufficiently powered by Thor. In the film, his suit had been nearly depleted by this point. Xia Yu watched as Tony carried the nuclear bomb straight towards Stark Tower. Even knowing the outcome from the film, witnessing Tony's hurried approach with the bomb made Xia Yu's heart skip a beat. He quickly flew over to help Tony lift the bomb's head. This is undoubtedly the most insane thing ever, manually altering the bomb's trajectory. Tony shouted to Xia Yu. Coming to assist you is the real madness. You've got a helmet, for crying out loud. Xia Yu yelled back. Let go once we reach the portal, Tony. He instructed. You let go. I need to ensure the bomb hits their mothership. Those bastards can't leave Earth unscathed. Tony Stark was sounding a bit deranged. Your armor can't sustain you in space. You can't go in, Tony. Xia Yu urged anxiously. I can hold on briefly. I'll aim at them, and then come back down, Tony replied. I'll give you 15 seconds, Tony, if you're not back in 15 seconds. I'm coming up to rescue you. As he spoke, Xia Yu released his grip, having reached the portal's entrance. 15 seconds will be enough. I have ample energy. Xia. This is the coolest thing I've ever done. What about you? Tony continued to talk. Xia Yu pondered for a moment, then chuckled. The coolest thing I've done was watching a fool in the pool see a woman in a bikini pee at the bottom of the pool. Chapter 102, Natasha's Crisis. Natasha, close it now. Unlike in the movie, Tony Stark's armor was well charged. He had only entered a little, aimed at the target, and then released it to return. It was not a fall like in the film. He flew back on his own. On the rooftop, Natasha lifted the scepter and gently inserted it into the energy shield of the Tesseract. As the two primordial energies harmonized, the Tesseract gradually returned to a state of tranquility, ceasing its energy transmission to the colossal portal in the sky. The massive portal finally began to close slowly, with Xia Yu and Tony positioned beneath it. Just before the portal sealed, they witnessed the Chitauri mothership suspended in the cosmos being precisely struck by a nuclear bomb. In an instant, the explosion engulfed the entire ship in flames, rendering the invading Chitauri forces, soldiers and Leviathans alike, lifeless, akin to Tony's armor losing its power source. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., who had been monitoring the battlefield from the airborne vessel, erupted in a cacophony of jubilant cheers. Within the sanctum, too, a figure cloaked in black stood before a massive screen, reporting to Thanos. Esteemed Lord, Loki, that incompetent fool, was solely fixated on attacking Earth and neglected to prioritize the Tesseract's retrieval. As expected, he has failed, and the portal is now sealed. With the Chitauri mothership destroyed by an attack from Earth, the losses to the Chitauri were negligible. The critical concern lay with the Tesseract and the scepter I bestowed upon him. One wayward dog has failed. What of the other? Thanos' tone remained calm, betraying no hint of his true emotions. Yet the cloaked figure bowed his head slightly, replying, Respectful Lord, Ma has already departed for Earth. Following your command, my instructions to him were solely to retrieve the items, including the scepter you granted to Loki and the Tesseract. He has descended in a small lifeboat, and if he succeeds, I shall provide assistance. Good. If he returns with the items, help him regain power among the Kree. However, should he come back empty-handed, he will be rendered utterly worthless. And for heaven's sake, do not approach Earth too closely. Do you understand? After Thanos concluded the call, the cloaked figure remained bowed until he slowly lifted his head again. Loki, your foolish actions have cost the Chitauri an entire battalion. I shall hold you accountable for this debt. The cloaked figure, also a Chitauri, dared not express anger towards Thanos, channeling his frustration solely towards Loki. This truly marks the fireworks of victory. I should have recorded it. What's wrong, Xia? We have triumphed. Tony exclaimed to Xia Yu. Xia Yu, momentarily stunned, contemplated the hidden mission. The system had neither confirmed the task's completion nor indicated failure. Did the mission still exist, despite the closure of the portal? Was that hidden enemy referring to the foes on Earth? Tony tugged at Xia Yu, urging him to shake off his reverie. Let us take a stroll around the battlefield and see if there's any area that requires assistance. Also, we should retrieve Captain and Hawkeye. It's likely difficult to hail a taxi right now. As Tony and Xia Yu soared over the streets of Manhattan, they noticed a few brave souls attempting to venture outside their homes. Some individuals, having received their aid, shouted towards the sky, Iron Man, Dragon Knight. It seems I ought to choose a more appealing moniker for myself. Dragon Knight feels rather distasteful, Xia Yu mused. At the moment the Chitauri ceased their assault, Captain Thor and his companions collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Although they could still endure, to claim they were unwearied would be a falsehood. Even the Hulk had grown uncharacteristically silent. As Natasha deactivated the Tesseract, she too sank to the ground, acutely aware of her lack of extraordinary powers, making her and Hawkeye the two individuals who had expended the most energy in the fray. With the Tesseract now sealed, and the Chitauri outside collapsing as if drained of all energy, Natasha finally felt the tension in her body ease. Completely oblivious to the extraterrestrial visitor that had arrived atop Stark Tower, Tony found Captain America and Thor on the bridge, while Xia Yu descended from the building with Hawkeye in tow. After a grueling day, he proposed a day of rest tomorrow, suggesting a nearby Arab kebab establishment. Though unfamiliar with what it entailed, he was eager to try it, inviting others to join him. The Hulk wants meat, he declared, as the Hulk thunderously leapt over, inadvertently damaging the outer wall of a building mid-jump. Xia Yu contemplated admonishing him but decided against it, recalling the recent battle and the state of chaos surrounding them. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed through the earpiece, causing Xia Yu's heart to skip a beat. Immediately, the space ring on his hand radiated intense heat, and the system delivered 2 urgent notifications. Hidden enemies have emerged. Please complete your mission promptly to receive rewards. While the first message stirred a flicker of excitement within Xia Yu, the second one shattered his composure. A detection alert indicated that Natasha Romanoff was under life-threatening circumstances. Should he teleport to her side immediately? Without a moment to explain to his companions, Xia Yu hastily chose to teleport. A blue light enveloped him in an instant, causing him to vanish from their sight. Chapter 103. Cruel Torture. Natasha, accompanied by Dr. Selvig, secured the Tesseract and descended from the rooftop to the level with the aerial platform. Dr. Selvig, you may take a seat on the sofa for a moment. They should return shortly. They're quite concerned about you. Suddenly, a high-energy laser shot forth from the corner near the liquor cabinet, piercing through Natasha's left side with the diameter of a pinky finger, shattering the glass window behind her. Who are you? Natasha inquired, pressing her hand against her wound as she gazed at Maywell. Maywell emerged cautiously from the shadows of the liquor cabinet, his weapon unwaveringly aimed at Natasha. A foolish question. Knowing I am your enemy suffices, he replied, approaching her to seize the scepter and the box. I despise this planet. Damn it all. The last time I was here, I lost everything. My glory, my status. Once again, I am forced to return to this wretched world because of this damned fool. He pointed at Loki's motionless form on the ground. However, I owe my thanks to this imbecile. Without his folly, how could I reclaim what I lost? Maywell squatted down, locking eyes with Natasha as he spoke. You shall not succeed. You cannot take these 2 things with you, I assure you, Natasha uttered with great difficulty, feeling increasingly feeble. In truth, I am not one to indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. Maywell glanced at Dr. Selvig in the distance, declaring, I shall not take your life. However, you have succeeded in inciting my ire, reminding me of another woman on this planet whom I once admired greatly, Minard, and even elevated to the status of a formidable Kree. I did not anticipate that this teleportation would require such an extensive duration. Fortunately, villains are often verbose. A blue halo suddenly illuminated around Natasha, slowly parting to reveal the voice of Xia Yu, interrupting Maywell's discourse. Spatial teleportation? Maywell did not inquire about his identity. Instead, he cautiously stepped back and aimed directly at the halo, pulling the trigger. Maywell fired several rounds, which did not hinder Xia Yu from stepping forth from the halo. Without sparing a glance at Maywell, Xia Yu first assessed Natasha's condition. Her injuries were severe, but thankfully, he had arrived in time. Observing that his shots had no effect on his opponent, Maywell lowered his gaze to examine the woman's wounds. Realizing he was no match for this man, and with the objective already achieved, Maywell gingerly attempted to depart. Dr. Selvig, intending to caution Xia Yu, found his words stifled as Xia Yu, without raising his head, extended a hand to grasp Maywell's arm. Did I grant you permission to leave? Xia Yu inquired, his words deliberate and clear. After checking Natasha's injuries and channeling energy to protect her internal organs, Xia Yu freed a hand to deal with Maywell. He firmly held Maywell's arm, gradually rising without resorting to violence, his expression devoid of anger. Yet, Maywell felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. A mere twitch from this entity could reduce him to a pulp, a sensation he had occasionally experienced in the presence of Thanos. Confronted by Xia Yu's overwhelming presence, Maywell found himself unable to even raise his weapon. Who gave you the audacity to fire upon my woman? As Xia Yu's hand followed the cadence of his words, it slid from Maywell's forearm to his shoulder. With a resounding crack, Xia Yu crushed Maywell's arm with ease. The quality of the Kree uniform was undeniably high, as evidenced by Captain Marvel's unchanged attire over the decades. No blood or flesh erupted. Only the portion grasped by Xia Yu bulged slightly, and soon, a trickle of blue blood mixed with flesh fragments began to flow from Maywell's wrist. It was only when the blood coursed down his sleeve that Maywell became acutely aware of the excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder. With merciless intent, Xia Yu shattered Maywell's other arm. Surely, you do not naively believe that Earth is a place you can enter and exit at will, particularly after you have harmed my woman. With that, Xia Yu forcefully toppled Maywell, placing a foot upon his thigh. Xia, enough. Just kill him, Natasha on the ground said. She did not sympathize with Maywell. Rather, she was concerned that Xia Yu's actions might affect his psychological state. Let the nitpickers not claim that the protagonist is psychologically weak. In fact, every government agency with a license to kill has professional psychologists. Xia Yu looked down and smiled at Natasha. I am fine, dear. He cannot die yet. I still have questions for him. As he spoke, he crushed one of Maywell's legs with a swift kick. Originally, I had promised not to take any leave this month, but I must apologize to the readers. I will take a day off tomorrow. I have to take my child for vaccinations, and I have a daughter who is less than 6 months old. After a busy day, I returned home with a pounding headache. I consider my writing skills quite low. Truly, I only gained a bit of popularity through the Avengers. Since the first, I have been updating over 8,000 words daily, with a peak of over 13,000 words in one day, which is my limit. The key is that I currently have no backlog, so if I continue, I might struggle to maintain even my current level. Therefore, I will take a day off tomorrow to properly plan the upcoming plot. Yes, next, I will address Hydra and the Foe Mandarin, followed by a venture into Asgard, and then into the cosmos, perhaps even a dance-off with Star-Lord. Additionally, I kindly request a few 5-star reviews. My rating has dropped to 89. I do not ask for much, just a score of 9 would suffice. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 104. Stars in the Sea. When the entire Avengers team arrived, Xia Yu was intently tending to Natasha's wounds, while the pitiful forms of Loki and the even more unfortunate Maywell lay on the ground. Their limbs had been crushed or shattered by Xia Yu, leaving a pool of blood mingled with broken flesh and bone fragments. All present, except for Hulk, gasped in shock. Xia Yu was focused on treating Natasha when the others entered. Without raising his head, he stated, "This individual is the Kree that Nick mentioned, who ambushed Natasha in an attempt to seize the Tesseract and Loki's scepter. I am unsure who else he may have with him. I spared his life, and government personnel are on their way." Upon hearing Xia Yu's words, Tony quickly responded, "I understand. Thor, please take this Kree and Dr. Selvig upstairs to rest for a while. Also, take the Tesseract and the scepter with you." Xia Yu initially intended to ask Tony to hand over the scepter, as the Mind Stone pertains to a series of future events involving Ultron, Vision, Scarlet Witch, and Quicksilver. However, he decided against it. After all, SHIELD would demand the Tesseract and scepter eventually, and a bit of negotiation could yield results. Congratulations, Master, on completing the task. You have received the following rewards. 1. Elimination of the invading Chitauri army, with a reward of 10 points for each soldier and 500 points for each Leviathan-class ship, totaling 163 for 100 points. 2. Victory in the Battle of New York, with a standard of success being the destruction of the Chitauri mothership or the shutdown of the Tesseract, rewarding 50,000 points. 3. Elimination of hidden enemies, rewarding absorption of partial properties of the Tesseract. The points exceeded Xia Yu's expectations. The final nuclear strike, a collaboration between him and Tony, had granted him a share of the points. As the points approached the remarkable milestone of 220,000, the Xuanwu Golden Body technique could potentially elevate 2 levels, or perhaps explore alternative options within the system to enhance one's overall capabilities. Contemplating this, Xia Yu consulted the system, Tmall, regarding the final reward, which involved absorbing a portion of the attributes and powers of the Cosmic Cube. "How should I proceed with the absorption?" he inquired. "Master, the space gem contained within the Cosmic Cube is one of the primordial forces of this world, and the absorption process is rather arduous. It requires you to maintain contact with the Cosmic Cube for a minimum of 3 days, as calculated by this system," Tmall responded. "Must it be direct physical contact? Would placing it within a spatial ring suffice?" Xia Yu questioned. "Items of primordial essence cannot be stored in a spatial ring. Please arrange your time and location judiciously," came Tmall's reply. "I understand. However, I have not yet eliminated Maywire. Does that still count as a completed task?" Xia Yu pondered aloud. "Haha, Master. His current state is scarcely better than death. One could consider him effectively eliminated," Tmall assessed objectively. Xia Yu did not dwell on this further, delegating the aftermath to others while he devoted himself to healing Natasha, with a puncture wound in her lower left abdomen. He recalled the words exchanged between Natasha and Captain America the Winter Soldier, where Natasha had been shot through by the Winter Soldier. Despite Xia Yu's arrival altering the course of events, she had still succumbed to this injury. The formidable inertia of the storyline instilled a sense of unease regarding the future. Natasha's injuries were grave, and Xia Yu diligently nurtured her for 5 to 6 hours before finally exhaling deeply and rising to his feet. "Xia, is Natasha all right?" Hawkeye was the first to inquire upon seeing Xia Yu stand up, as the Stark Tower was now occupied solely by the Avengers. "She will be fine. She merely needs to rest for a while. There will be a small scar that may not easily fade. Allow her some time to recuperate," Xia Yu assured them, gently pressing on her acupoint to induce sleep before carrying her to a bedroom. The topmost floor of Stark Tower was akin to a sky villa, replete with every amenity. Xia Yu laid Natasha down in a bedroom and then retreated to the bathroom for a cleansing shower before rejoining the others. "The situation is far more complex than we anticipated, Xia. This Kree and Loki are merely pawns in a larger game. orchestrated by a formidable figure in the cosmos known as Thanos, the captain remarked as Xia Yu approached. It seems you have already interrogated Maywire? Xia Yu queried, puzzled. He was paralyzed with fear after your encounter. A few casual inquiries from me yielded all the information, Hawkeye clarified. Xia Yu realized, recognizing that Hawkeye was undoubtedly an expert in this domain. Even if Maywire were in perfect condition, his micro-expressions could betray any deceit. Maywire possessed limited knowledge, but he was aware of Thanos' keen interest in the cosmic cube. However, I find it curious that Thanos, a figure renowned throughout the universe, might personally lead an army to Earth. With our current strength, we would be unable to withstand such an assault, Hawkeye continued. After all, a being of his stature might deem Earth unworthy of his personal intervention. Following this failure, he could either send more formidable agents or come himself next time. Tony expressed with concern. Like in the film, Iron Man has borne a heavy burden since the battle in New York. The looming threat from extraterrestrial realms has left him feeling insecure, and the creation of Ultron was his attempt to clad the world in armor. Let us not dwell on this, Xia Yu reassured everyone with a wave of his hand. As long as Thor's father, the All-Father Odin, is present, no one in the universe would dare approach Earth with hostile intentions. Indeed, Asgard will protect the 9 realms, particularly Earth, Thor interjected. Xia Yu surveyed the still anxious crowd and continued. Moreover, I have heard Odin mention that there are likely formidable beings with extraordinary abilities still residing on Earth. So we need not fret over the threat of war at this moment. Nick's assertion rings true. It is far more reassuring to have confidence in our own capabilities. The incident with Loki proved that relying on ourselves is crucial. Tony articulated what everyone was thinking. I completely understand and concur with this sentiment. However, to realize this ambition, we must undertake 3 critical tasks. First, the Avengers must strengthen their ranks by globally seeking out individuals with special abilities to join us. Second, we need to establish a transcendent status, freeing ourselves from the constraints imposed by governments or certain politicians. Xia Yu proposed an ambitious vision. I have no objections to these 2 points. We can discuss the details further. I'm curious about the third task, Captain America inquired. The third task is to broaden our horizons. We shall venture into the cosmos, Xia Yu declared, extending his right hand towards the night sky, his eyes reflecting the vastness of the stars and the ocean beyond. In response to the request of numerous readers, the profile picture has been changed to one of a little cotton-padded jacket. This chapter is scheduled for release at 6 a.m. Please take a moment to peruse it. As more will follow in the afternoon and evening. Chapter 105, the preemptive mission. The battle in New York concluded with Natasha gravely injured. Under the strong insistence of S.H.I.E.L.D., Xia Yu and the others ultimately decided to surrender the Mind Stone. Primarily because Xia Yu did not want heroes like Scarlet Witch to fade into obscurity due to his presence. Although Hydra had been exposed prematurely, as long as Alexander Pierce remained at large, the Mind Stone would inevitably fall into Hydra's hands. As Xia Yu had anticipated, the revealed Hydra operatives either met with mysterious deaths or went missing under S.H.I.E.L.D. scrutiny. The slightest lead had barely surfaced before they swiftly vanished from sight. Furious, Nick Fury initiated the most vigorous purge in the history of S.H.I.E.L.D., yet in such times, only minor players could be weeded out. Xia Yu understood this. And so did Nick Fury, but there was little choice. Hydra had infiltrated too deeply, and action needed to be taken to stabilize public sentiment. Xia Yu, who had longed to absorb the Tesseract, found himself unable to do so, as Thor was eager to return with Loki to Asgard. And the Bifrost urgently required the Tesseract for repairs. Additionally, needing to assist Natasha with her recovery, Xia Yu instructed Thor to return to Asgard first, before they departed. Xia Yu implored Thor to return to Earth immediately after repairing the Bifrost, bringing the Tesseract along, or he could accompany Thor back to Asgard himself. Xia Yu found himself unable to extricate himself from pressing matters. Not only did he need to attend to Natasha's injuries, but he was also preparing to convene an internal meeting of the Avengers to redefine their purpose and to preemptively implement a series of measures that would help the team avoid the schism brought about by the Sokovia Accords in the future. However, prior to that, there was another task he needed to address. In a particular chamber of the Avengers base, Tony had fortified the walls with thick layers of titanium alloy, connecting it to a massive arc reactor he had designed specifically for the facility. This room was equipped such that any pressure exceeding 5 kilograms on the walls would trigger a surge of 100,000 volts of electric shock. Xia Yu referred to this room as the Pikachu apartment. Tony had transformed this Pikachu apartment in just one night to contain the half-dead My Way heir. Although Hawkeye managed to extract all the information from him in less than 3 hours. Observing My Way heir's pitiful state, Hawkeye suggested it might be best to end his suffering, yet Tony insisted on leaving him for Xia Yu. "Devil, you devil. Please, let me die?" My Way heir screamed hoarsely upon seeing Xia Yu enter the room. It was impossible not to be hoarse after being held captive for 3 days, during which Tony and Hawkeye had chosen to selectively forget him. while the more compassionate captain and Banner assumed that Hawkeye and the others had made arrangements. Thus, my Wei-heir had gone without food or water for a full 3 days and nights, though Hawkeye had tended to his wounds beforehand. Xia Yu looked at my Wei-heir, who lay sprawled on the bed with limbs reduced to the size of his left leg, and remarked indifferently, "You appear more presentable this way. We have located your small spacecraft. I am quite curious. Thanos sent you to retrieve the Tesseract and the Scepter. Do you even understand what they truly are? Please, let me die," my Wei-heir muttered, ignoring Xia Yu's inquiry, fixated solely on his plea for death. "Do you see these walls?" Xia Yu gestured to the surrounding walls. "You must be aware of their function. If you wish to die, you might as well do it yourself. Though you possess the robust physique of a Kree, a few attempts should suffice to end your life." My Wei-heir fell silent. Yet Xia Yu was not inclined to let him off so easily. He continued, "What has become of your Kree honor? You are a valiant warrior of your people. When did you become such a coward that you seek assistance for your own demise? You still have one healthy leg. Hop over there a few times, and it could be done." Trembling, my Wei-heir turned his gaze towards the wall. He had attempted it before, but the intense pain and numbness had deterred him. Xia Yu noticed a flicker of fear in my Wei-heir's eyes. "You see, the so-called honor of Kree warriors, bravery, fearlessness, are mere products of the indoctrination by your so-called superior intellect. Here on Earth, we also have many warriors willing to sacrifice themselves for victory, love, friendship, and national interests. For instance, that elderly man with the shield is far more resolute and sane than your brainwashed, self-deluding warriors. A race that worships its own artificial creation has effectively obliterated its humanity." Such foolishness. Xia Yu's words were unrelenting. The indoctrination from a young age and a flicker of pride from the Kree instilled in Mywell a modicum of courage, prompting him to bellow at Xia Yu. "What do you understand? You, the indigenous people of the remote and backward planet 53, will never grasp the magnificence of supreme wisdom. It is so grand that even you elite warriors and your accuser, Ronan, have been reduced to mere hounds under Thanos, scouring the universe for the Infinity Stones. Oblivious to the true nature of your quest. A gaggle of arrogant fools. You Kree remind me of a rather distasteful nation on our Earth. Yet at least they revere their emperor, a tangible figure, while you worship what?" Spitting disdainfully onto the ground, Xia Yu continued, "You Kree are nothing but pitiful creatures." Interrupting Mywell once more, Xia Yu remarked, "You speak of us as natives? Do you not comprehend why your seemingly formidable Thanos dares not descend upon Earth personally to claim what he desires? How dare you condescend to label us as primitives? You had just prayed for a native to grant you a dignified death? Do not even entertain such thoughts, if you wish to maintain your dignity. There is but one path." He gestured towards the wall. "What? Dare you not? Where is the courage bestowed upon you by your supreme intelligence? That artificial intelligence which exists solely in the virtual realm? Devil, you are a devil. What do you desire?" Maywell's composure shattered, tears and snot streaming down his face, his upper body convulsing violently on the bed. Just 3 days prior, he had divulged all information regarding his mission to Earth under the pressure of Hawkeye. Yet now, beneath Xia Yu's merciless trampling of his dignity, the pride and honor he had self-hypnotized himself into believing over the years had been utterly obliterated. As Xia Yu articulated, the pride and sense of honor derived from such forced self-hypnosis and brainwashing were less dignified than the $10 found in a prostitute's wallet. Mywell confessed everything, including the tale of Captain Marvel, Ronan, and Thanos, as well as the current distribution of power among the Kree. Xia Yu meticulously committed every detail to memory. "Rest easy. Whether it be Ronan or Thanos, or even your so-called supreme intelligence, I shall send them all to meet you, if your supreme intelligence possesses a soul," Xia Yu proclaimed as he abruptly severed Maywell's neck, granting him a semblance of relief. For the time being, Thanos was set aside, but the Kree, along with the accuser Ronan, and the scar on Natasha's body could not be adequately avenged by the life of one dog named Moel. Xia Yu murmured to himself. System task, a wrathful charge for a fair lady, to avenge the betrayal against his beloved and for the sake of cosmic peace, as well as to eradicate the living forces under Thanos. Eliminate the accuser Ronan and destroy his fleet, infiltrate Kree homeworld, and annihilate the supreme intelligence. Reward, energy and attribute absorption from the Power Stone. Xia Yu did not anticipate that this would also unveil a quest for an Infinity Stone, coincidentally aligning with his desire to traverse the universe. The tasks concerning the Power Stone and Ronan were perfectly intertwined with the narrative of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Chapter 106. On the development of the Avengers. Taba. Present Master. Why not initiate the Soul Gem absorption quest first? After all, the Soul Gem is within my grasp. I once held it in my hand. Summer Yu inquired with curiosity. Indeed, my lord, the reason lies in your current physical condition, which is insufficient to endure the energy and attributes of 2 Infinity Stones. Even absorbing a portion could prove detrimental. I recommend upgrading the Black Tortoise Golden Body technique first. This will facilitate a smoother absorption of the Space Stone, came the response. So, you are saying that my body cannot currently handle the absorption of 2 stones? Yet, why is the second task the Power Stone? Is it merely to prepare for my entry into the cosmos, or is it a necessity of the narrative? If it's a narrative requirement, shouldn't the Reality Stone precede it? Summer Yu pressed further. My lord, the primary effect of the Power Stone will be to enhance your physique. At this stage, designating the Power Stone as the second task is the most logical arrangement, Team All explained in detail. Summer Yu nodded, indicating his understanding. He resolved to find a time to upgrade the Black Tortoise Golden Body technique. The remaining points would be insufficient to significantly augment his power. It would be wiser to wait until the right moment to temporarily acquire a suitable martial skill. He planned to upgrade the Black Tortoise Golden Body technique and, in the interim, prepare for the modifications of the Avengers until Thor returned to absorb the Tesseract. Natasha's injuries had stabilized, and she could manage to move about with difficulty. To be cautious, Summer Yu insisted she remain in bed to rest. Returning hastily from Washington, Pepper Potts brought with her Peggy Carter and Betty Ross, enlivening the entire Avengers base. After entrusting Natasha to the care of the ladies, Summer Yu gathered Captain America, Tony Stark, Hawkeye, and Banner. 5 men sat across from one another at the conference table, exchanging glances. Summer, you called us here. Shouldn't you say a few words? Banner, unable to contain himself after a long silence, spoke up, his hunger evident. Ah, yes, Summer Yu replied, shaking off his reverie. I mentioned this briefly last time, but I'd like to hear everyone's thoughts before we delve into the details. He then turned his gaze toward Captain America and Tony Stark, the 2 most independent thinkers in the Avengers and leaders of opposing factions in the Civil War, eager to gauge their perspectives. Age before beauty, Tony quipped, pointing at Captain America. With an exasperated look, Captain America began, actually, Nick Fury reached out to me a few days ago. I believe he did the same with Hawkeye, stating that S.H.I.E.L.D. is short-staffed and requested my assistance. I recognize that he has few trustworthy individuals around him, but I declined. The emergence of Hydra served as a timely reminder. Captain America surveyed the room, his demeanor serious. The essence remains that whether it is Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D., or the United States military, and even the World Security Council, the underlying principles are identical. Those in power, if they harbor malevolent intentions or personal desires, will inevitably commit misdeeds, regardless of their affiliation with Hydra. Thus, I concur that the Avengers must not become a sword wielded by those in authority. In principle, I concur. And even from the onset, prior to the Battle of New York, we harbored such notions. However, having an idea is one matter, executing it is another. I mean, we cannot entirely extricate ourselves from the systems of government, the populace, or any nation. We are not Thor, we are not Asgardians. We cannot unilaterally declare our detachment. In truth, we are incapable of doing so. Tony, in essence, is not as idealistic as Captain America. His thoughts are more pragmatic. Now is indeed the opportune moment. Xia Yu tapped his fingers on the table. We have just triumphed in the Battle of New York, earning the respect and trust of the world. We could entirely sever ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. or any governmental body at this juncture. Hawkeye shook his head. While that may be true now, what about the future? We need to take action. We cannot wait for a global crisis to mobilize terrorists, Hydra, or any other threats. We cannot always act unilaterally. We lack the legal basis for such actions, gentlemen. Our adversaries are terrorists, Hydra, and extraterrestrial beings, not the people. Everything we do is for the safety of this world. And the populace will see that we are doing the right thing. Why should we be overly concerned as long as we stand united? We are the Avengers. Captain America remains the idealist. Tony excels in challenging Captain. You are too utopian, Steve. What if, hypothetically, someone distorts the truth, presenting the public with a skewed narrative? For instance, a misstep during an operation, resulting in innocent casualties. If we lose the trust of the people, we cannot confront the world. Steve, that is precisely my concern. Xia Yu continued. Thus, we must venture into the cosmos, harness alien technology, and elevate our capabilities. At that point, we need not worry about political factors. We do not seek to dominate others. Rather, we exchange our prowess for a position of transcendence. Returning to the initial query, Xia remarked, we are not Asgardians. We must live here, among our friends and family. Unless we become a reclusive organization that only emerges at the brink of Earth's destruction, we will inevitably become entangled in friendships, politics, and government, merely in a different manner. A profound silence enveloped the group, including Xia Yu. These matters were far more complex than they appeared. Xia Yu's fingers began rhythmically tapping on the table, his mind racing. Tony was correct. They were the Avengers. Not sorcerers from Kamartosh. They are superheroes. They must frequently present themselves to the public. They require a noble reputation to extricate themselves from governmental constraints. However, As long as they engage with the public, it is challenging to completely sever ties with the government. For instance, in Captain America, Civil War, a misfire by Scarlet which swiftly thrust her into the spotlight of scrutiny. This is the tragic plight of heroes. They bear such burdens. When successful, it is expected. When they err, they are easily vilified by the world, particularly under the influence of certain individuals or regimes over the media. Who says that to escape political influence one must entirely detach from the government? Why not reconsider the perspective, gentlemen? Peggy Carter entered slowly, pushing Natasha in a wheelchair. Chapter 107. A reminder from Peggy Carter. All eyes in the room were fixed upon Peggy Carter, and Xia Yu realized he had made a significant error. Although he possessed a system that might one day grant him the power to shatter planets and kick continents, when it came to dealing with people, especially political figures, he found himself outmatched, even by Tony Stark. How could he disregard the wisdom of Peggy Carter, who had lived since World War II and dedicated her life to intelligence work? She was one of the founders of SHIELD. And here he was, pondering aimlessly instead of seeking her guidance. Noting that all eyes were on her, Peggy smiled and said, "If you don't mind, I would like to offer my analysis. Do you trust the words of a centenarian? I mean a true centenarian, not one who has been frozen." The captain, playfully teased by Peggy, scratched his head with an embarrassed grin. Tony then spoke up. "I would be very interested in hearing your insights." Xia Yu quickly stood up, taking Natasha from Peggy's hands, and thoughtfully pulled out a chair for her to sit. "Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you I am not eavesdropping. I merely happened to be passing by while pushing Natasha," Peggy said politely as she settled into the chair. "Miss Carter, you are too modest. In truth, no one here possesses your level of experience in such matters. I should have sought your counsel earlier. It's all the captain's fault for keeping you hidden away." Xia Yu complimented, a hint of flattery in his tone. Peggy exchanged a knowing glance with the captain and smiled, saying, "You all are overthinking this. Why must we sever our ties with the government?" The captain cooperatively replied, "Because we do not wish to be a weapon in the hands of the powerful, nor do we want to be exploited by anyone. Our goal is to make this world a better place. And the best way to achieve that is to avoid any political entanglements. Steve, during World War II, you established the Howling Commandos. How did you ensure that the commandos were always on the right side of things?" Peggy countered. "Allow me to answer that," Tony interjected. "When the captain formed the Howling Commandos, the world was at war, and the evils of Hydra were well known. In other words, what the captain was doing was aligned with the interests of the vast majority of nations, and no one questioned it." Peggy smiled gently at Tony's words, responding with measured calmness. "Stark is quite right. The effective strikes against Hydra during wartime elevated the captain and the Howling Commandos to great renown. Indeed, it is the reputation that holds utmost importance. The recent battle in New York has catapulted the Avengers' reputation to its zenith. You are now heroes across the globe. To put it bluntly, even if you were to assassinate the leader of a nation, claiming he was evil, many would likely believe you." Peggy Carter glanced around the room, noting the absence of dissent, and continued, "Currently, the Avengers still operate under the auspices of SHIELD. Yet SHIELD can no longer restrain you. This is not solely a matter of force. More critically, it pertains to our standing among the populace." Xia Yu nodded in agreement, responding, "You speak true, Miss Carter. At present, everything appears manageable. As you mentioned, the battle in New York has just concluded, and we are heralded as heroes across the globe. However, public esteem, as you know, can be fleeting. Thus, I wish to address the means of sustaining our reputation over time. We are in a new era, gentlemen. Two individuals separated by thousands of kilometers can converse effortlessly. Our comprehension of the world extends beyond mere newspapers and television surely. You do not lag behind an old man like myself." Peggy Carter exaggeratedly declared, "This is a completely new epoch, gentlemen. Stark was able to unveil videos during a Senate hearing that the government wished to suppress. Why can we not seize control of public opinion ourselves? You could even occasionally engage in acts of goodwill on the streets, responding to fires, thwarting bank robberies, and the like, thus maintaining your exalted standing among the people. Commanding public sentiment means no political figure or government would dare to confront you without incurring widespread ire." Carter's words illuminated a new path for Xia Yu. It sounded deceptively simple: increase visibility and maintain long-term esteem. This concept resembled the tactics of entertainment stars from his previous life: perform good deeds, enhance exposure, and cultivate public favor. Even if certain scandals arose, they could be mitigated. It was merely a different form of the same principle, just as Xia Yu was about to applaud. Hawkeye raised a pertinent question: but what if, in the future, some individuals harbor grievances against us? They could still manipulate public opinion to cast us in a negative light. Xia Yu shot a glance at Hawkeye, retorting, "Ask Tony how long it takes to ensure an event reaches global exposure, whether through television or online platforms." Hawkeye smacked his forehead in realization. "Forget I said anything." Tony chuckled, addressing Hawkeye, "Clinton, if you doubt me, I could broadcast your bathing footage to the entire world within an hour. The room erupted in laughter. Xia Yu cast a grateful glance at Peggy Carter before turning to the group. There is one more matter to discuss regarding the myriad issues in the cosmos that May well mentioned, such as Thanos and the Kree accuser Ronan. The universe harbors warmongers. Who knows when they might set their sights on Earth? Thor has repeatedly asserted that Asgard is our ally, and I have witnessed Odin's might firsthand. Yet, my friends, we cannot rely solely on allies for our safety. We must establish robust self-defense measures. Thus, I have resolved to venture into space, to acquire technologies that are absent from our world and to forge alliances among the stars. When conflict arises, we shall be forewarned, rather than remain passive. Secondly, if anyone harbors ambitions towards Earth, we must endeavor to thwart warfare beyond our planet, rather than engaging in domestic battles as we have done this time. Although we emerged victorious, one must only glance at present-day New York, particularly Manhattan, to witness the staggering number of lives lost or injured and the countless individuals rendered homeless. The economic ramifications are even more dire. Xia Yu animatedly expressed. Are you suggesting that we establish connections with certain celestial bodies or nations in the universe? Tony inquired. Indeed. Not merely establishing contact. Ideally, we could establish a forward base in space. The captain has stated that if anyone attempts to end a war before it commences, sacrifices are inevitable. What I mean to convey is that if someone covets our Earth, we cannot remain passive in our homes, waiting for the brigands to invade. We should take the initiative. Xia Yu's words plunged the group into silence. Not out of dissent, but due to the sheer magnitude of the concept of venturing into the cosmos, leaving them in need of time to digest it. Banner, do you have any suggestions? Xia Yu, aware that the group needed time to process, playfully sought to provoke Banner, who rarely contributed to such discussions. I have none. I defer to everyone's opinion, Banner replied, ever the affable figure. Tony chimed in. No, Banner, you are a genius with 7 doctoral degrees. We require your insight. Banner appeared perplexed. Indeed, he possessed 7 doctoral degrees, but this was not his area of expertise. With everyone's gaze upon him, he reluctantly murmured. I truly do not know. I defer to everyone's opinion. Should I summon Hope to see if he has any suggestions? Go away. The group responded in unison. Recent days have been tumultuous at home, leading to unstable updates. I apologize for the delays and will strive to restore regularity in the coming days. Surprisingly, several readers have expressed intentions to steal my daughter. To that, I can only say that the traps have been set, so please exercise caution. Furthermore, these last 2 chapters mark a pivotal turn. I must clarify that the upcoming Avengers model will differ from that in the films, and it pertains to significant matters regarding the Avengers' journey into the cosmos. I too eagerly anticipate the sharp wit of Rocket.